Hello, my name is Dylan Kelly, and this is the 10th anniversary. Yeah, you can see in the background here, you got those. That's it. I didn't have a lot of time. I've been busy working on the video, so I didn't have a lot of time to decorate. I also didn't decorate this. My mom did. Anyway, yeah. So thanks to her for that. But yes. So, okay. Well, you may notice. I guess we can start with the tie. That the tie looks a little bit different. That's because those of you may recognize it if you've been here for a while. This is the original green tie that I wore. I have the other one. This is the one I typically wear. It's a lot lighter, you can see that. And probably, I don't know which one of them is closer to my actual logo, but I don't think either really are. You can see kind of in the background there that that's kind of what the green is supposed to look like, but oh well. Yeah, because it's the 10th anniversary, I thought I'd bust out the old tie. I still have it. And also I'm wearing the full suit. Don't know if that's going to be true for the whole stream. We will see. Yes. So, excuse me. So yes, so the plan is we're gonna read the intro, all the stuff, and then I will. What will I do? Then I'll read the Bulbapedia section, and we'll go from there. Yeah, this is exciting. 10th anniversary stream. Okay. So I gotta switch over now, don't I? Okay. So I think I can do this. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I haven't. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Sources. Okay, go to my sources. We got a YouTube chat down here. But I also have a chat on my own system, so I can read that, I guess. Maybe not, I don't think I actually can. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but let's see. So, it's about to get weird. So, display capture. Oh, yeah, I got to get small, don't I? Right. Oops. It's going to get very much like my original video, where it's going to get weird and awful, but yes, I gotta get small again. Hey, there's my OBS setup. Did I have what was my size? It was something like, I'll maybe keep this in the frame today. I don't want to be too big though. Okay, there we go, that should be fine. The white void next to me will be also fine. It's just morning out, so hopefully this is fine. Yes, and so we'll go down to. So maybe I should have a chat via pop-up or like pop-up chat, so I can actually read this in case anyone actually shows up. So, no, don't. Okay. Okay, no, I need that as a separate pop-up. Okay, maybe I can't actually have it as being anything other than the actual program. That's not very helpful, is it? Yeah, oh well. Okay, whatever. Togetic time. So. Oh, I should probably warn you, before we get into this. Oh wait, no, it's not Togetic time. I'm sorry. No, I'm going out of order, aren't I? Okay, bring me back to big, I forgot to do the intro. This is going swimmingly. Not that much of my room. Too much. You mustn't know the truth. You mustn't know the truth! How truly terrible this is. This is about as well as I should have hoped this would go. Okay. No, we still want the 10th anniversary stuff in the foreground. Okay, your limit is here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is about where we were, right? I think so. Okay, sorry, I gotta do the intro first. Okay. So. Today we'll be talking about Togetic, the first fairy flying Pokemon. Did I mention? I don't know if I mentioned this. Sorry, I probably did just mention this, but in case I didn't, I do swear sometimes. I probably won't in this stream, but in case I do, just be aware of that. That might happen. I also set an alarm for 10 o'clock. That is to check on my anniversary videos. So, and I say videos because there's 8 of them. Normally I have 1 yearly anniversary video, but today they had to be 8 because of this series, and it takes a lot. So, yeah. What did I want to look up? I think that's it. Okay, so I think I've done all of the things. Oh, I wanted to see the live. Make sure everything's going well. Sorry if anything like messes up or like there's buffering or anything. Probably shouldn't be though. Yeah, but in case something does happen like that, I do apologize. Sorry. I don't know how to do like the live stream. Oh, here's the stream stuff. Okay. Just want to make sure everything's good and well. No, there's no one here yet. Okay. Yeah, everything should be going well. Okay. So, okay, sorry. Today we'll be talking about Togetic, the first fairy flying Pokemon, although its normal typing wasn't replaced with fairy until Gen 6. It's also the first evolution with the It's also the first evolution with the fairy typing that doesn't add the fairy typing. What? Oh yeah, that doesn't add the fairy typing, so, yeah. So, like, its pre-evolution was fairy. So, like, normally it'd be, like, a normal Pokemon with, like, a fairy added or something. Or water or whatever, but yeah, doesn't do that. Okay. Similarly, before Gen 6, it would have been the first evolution to add the flying type to a normal Pokemon, and the first normal flying Pokemon that wasn't a bird. Maybe. I don't know. It might be slightly based on a bird, but it was not blatantly a bird, I guess. Or yeah, at least I don't think it's supposed to be a bird. That's what I have in my thing. Should probably just read the script. Okay. It's the evolution of Togepi who evolves when leveled up. It's the evolution of Togepi who evolves when leveling up with high friendship. It's also the first Pokemon in Gen 2 to get an evolution in a generation after this one. Also, before I continue, I forgot to mention that, well, the chair. So if you're not familiar, the last few days I've had to use this chair here. I mentioned it in the other stream, but yeah, so the chair, this is the chair that's usually in the background of the videos. It's in the foreground now because I got a new office chair and it sucks. So today I'll be getting a new office chair if that happens, or if it arrives while we're streaming. I'm gonna make this stream partially chair building stream because I'd like to have the new chair as soon as possible. Yes, so anyway, its previous PYC dates are August 20th, 1996. I don't have the cool text today. June 11th, 1999. April 1st, 2002. January 20th, 2005. November 11th, 2007. September 1st, 2010. June 22nd, 2013. April 12th, 2016. February 1st, 2019. And November 22nd, 2021. I need water, I think. Okay, yeah. I did. So, yeah. This is also stuff you don't normally get in the videos that you'll be seeing today. Me stuttering, me grabbing water, me coughing, sneezing, and all that stuff. Stuff that I usually take out, so. Anyway. This part. Okay. 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 I find it an interesting evolution, with the design on its shell turning into this Pokemon's body markings. But I suppose that makes sense since many Pokemon eggs, well, in the anime, and I guess the manga, share their body design with the exterior of the egg. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article. Excuse me. Okay, so then I do the Bulbapedia section, where I then zoom out and then I'm gonna have to zoom back in again. Okay, whatever. I can deal with it. Let's see if I can figure out how though. Sources. Go to the video capture. Gonna make me small again and get all awkward and stuff. Okay. I'm all small. Gotta get a little bit smaller again. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Let me move on. Here we go. To the Togetics. So. Oh yeah, and you'll probably hear you might hear voices in the background. It's 9 in the morning. People are doing things, going to work, living their life. It's on a Thursday, so it's 9 a.m. on a Thursday, so yeah, that's probably why there's nobody here, right? Definitely not, because nobody cares. Okay, so today we'll be talking about Togetic, the happiness Pokemon whose number is 0176. Gotta hide that. Okay. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fairy Flying, so this is our first. Fairy Flying, you can see the fairy inside and the flying outside. See the lines and colors and stuff. Okay. Abilities, Hustle or Serene Grace. Super Luck is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, egg groups flying and fairy, hatch time 10 cycles, height 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight 7.1 pounds or 3.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 114 in Gen 2 through 4 and 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is white and base friendship is 70. Okay. Togetic is a dual-type fairy flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a dual-type normal flying Pokemon. It evolves from Togepi when leveled up with high friendship and evolves into Togekiss when exposed to a shiny stone. Biology, Togetic is a dainty bipedal Pokemon that is small in stature. It is white with a red and blue triangular pattern on its body. It also has a relatively long neck and long legs, and a pair of wings on its back, giving it a vaguely angelic appearance. Togetic is capable of levitating itself without needing to flap its wings. I hope you were able to read all that. I guess I should probably have checked, huh? I don't actually know how much you can see. I probably should be checking that, huh? Actually, since I'm a little bit bigger, hopefully I didn't block any of that. I really should be checking that, huh? So, biology. Oh wait, we just did that. Sorry. Hopefully I wasn't blocking that. I really hope I wasn't blocking that. Should probably have this on, huh? So occasionally you'll see this pop up. That's how I usually do this to make sure I'm not blocking the screen. I'm a lot bigger than I normally am, I think. So I think because I need to have this in the background. Okay. Togetic can sense the kindness in other people and Pokemon's hearts. Whenever it spots a pure-hearted person, it tends to go to that person and shower them with happiness and glowing down called joy dust. Joy dust. To share its happiness, it is said to fly around the world seeking these people. If it is not with kind people, however, it becomes dispirited and loses energy. Togetic is rare in the wild, but can sometimes be found living within the forests. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Togetic is known to occasionally sleep while floating and steadily flapping its wings. It is believed that a mysterious power is keeping Togetic in the air. Evolution, Togetic evolves from Togepi and evolves into Togekiss. So Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss. Really hope I'm pronouncing this Pokemon's name correctly, because if not, oops. I'm hearing it a lot, probably. Game data, Pokedex entries. Oh no. I don't remember how to do the voice. That's gonna be something I'll check real quick. in Gen 2 in Gold. So then, yeah, I have to check how to do the voice. So this happens every once in a while. Spoilers to all the things. So we're gonna go to Camtasia now. Hope that I don't take a little detour to Camtasia. I should probably turn this off while I'm doing this. I'll just turn off the display capture while I'm doing this. You get Tiny Dylan for a bit while I prep for this. A few things I have to download. That's not great. Okay. So, probably should have had a separate video for just Big Dylan, huh? Maybe I should do that. I'm gonna just add, I'm gonna add one, and so I don't have to keep flipping between the two of them. We want video capture device 3. Okay. We want this one again. Okay. Put like a separate video. Separate bigger video, please. Big Dylan is on the stream. Woo! Okay, I gotta make it not so weird. Okay, cool. Yay. Okay. Oh, that one view is probably me. Okay. Okay. So how you guys doing? Yeah, a few things I had to like put everything in my, I have the OneDrive, I have Windows, so had to put it in the cloud. So yeah, a whole lot of files that I could be able to just make these 8 videos. I guess I can check up on the video while we're waiting. Okay, no, okay, so it's new project. Okay. So yeah, I use the anime to help me do the voice, so that's good. Yes, so that's how so I use whatever the current voice is in the generation I'm watching typically in the anime. Gosh. Am I in 2020? Oh my gosh, I went to the wrong one. I went to Camtasia 2023. I meant Camtasia 2024. That's the one I have. It's the most current one. Oops. Explain why there's so many files downloading. Okay. It's still too early to do anything else. To do the stream, to play the game yet. Gotta do it after 10. Yes. That wasn't okay. Okay, and then we go to no, it's not made for kids. Oops. Okay, done. Oh gosh, I don't know what's happening. Everything is falling apart around me. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This every YouTuber struggles with this, right? Ha 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 ha. Okay. Yes. It's doing fine. How is it fully uploaded? Text complete. What do we got? What do you mean no one will be able to watch the video? What did I do this time? Oh gosh. Okay, this has been happening. For some reason, Detective Pikachu is now like, okay, what part is this? Pokemon 3 de la Ville blah blah blah. So gosh darn, like 8:33:23. Okay, 8 hours and 23 minutes into the video. I guess editing part of the video is gonna be part of this. Okay. Sorry. I'm getting annoyed when I shouldn't. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's see. 8. 8 hours and 33 minutes into this. Also, I definitely messed up the times for this. I'm gonna have to fix the Rattata one. Looks like, okay. Okay, so it was 8. Oh gosh, I don't know if I have the ability to. Okay, okay, let's see. What do we got? 8:33:23. What? Wait, 8:33:23. How is this Pidgeotto? What? Did I upload the wrong video? Okay, let me go to my okay, open project. This is a disaster. Okay, everything's messing up. Okay, start to the first one. Oh, I hope I didn't mess this up. We go to the first one. We open that up. Okay, sorry, I'm not good at this whole thing. I just wanted to. Oh, gosh, okay. For some reason, my video is still. I don't know what's going on with Camtasia. Oh wait, no, we just loaded a product, right? 8:33:23. What? This is. I literally cut the thing, didn't I? To make sure that it wouldn't get copyright struck? What? I'm so confused. How is this Pidgeotto? Did I put in the wrong video? I may have put in the wrong video. Wrong version of the video. Okay. Let's go to 8:23. Or was it perfectly fine in the original then? Oh, I guess it's the next day. How did that work with the other one? How was the other one fine? I need to go back to the Pidgeotto video then. Because I definitely can see it, but. Did I put in the wrong Pidgeotto? Gosh, okay. This is. I can't see anything that I'm seeing, but it's very frustrating. Pidgeotto. Shouldn't it just be a Pidgey, though? No way he got. There's no way this is the correct version of the video. Okay. Let me go to the video itself. Go to the anime section. Get away with this. Yeah. Wow, why did I let this go so long? Okay. I let this go way too long. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to cut this a little bit more. I kinda understand why it's taking it. I hate that it's happening, but I understand why it's happening. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I guess I'll just watch the video until we get to the. Actually, I probably should go back to the beginning, huh? Yeah, I should not have gone this far. I don't know why I did. Yeah, for some reason, despite the fact that many of these were okay in their original videos, they are not okay suddenly in this video, and I don't know why. It's not like I don't think there's any sort of like grandfathering in, but. Oh gosh, okay. I did not cut this nearly as much as I should have, huh? The anime section. Watching. I guess you guys can watch the behind-the-scenes process while I do this. What is this? What is this error this time? It's receiving smooth. Such okay, you guys are experiencing buffering. I apologize. I'm gonna go to the other one. I'm gonna show what I see because this is just gonna take too long if I don't. So yeah, okay. So not the browser. Oh gosh. Oh, the browser is. Oh, the browser. Okay, I gotta put it below the browser. There we go. Now you can see the chat. Excuse me. Everything is going perfectly fine, I'm sure. Okay. What happened to my little bit? What happened to the. Oh god. Can I only have one at a time? Oh gosh, okay, so then I gotta update this one. Update the little one, because it's stuck. Okay, nope, okay, that's... Here we go. Okay, there we go. I should be back on, okay. Then, I'll show you guys what I see. Get a little behind-the-scenes action going on here. Unexpectedly, but... Can't hear anything that's being said. Maybe I should let you guys in on what is being said. You probably, I mean, if you've watched the video, you probably know what's happening, but, let's see. Application, audio, let's see, properties, see if I can't let you guys hear what I hear. Okay. So now it should display what I'm hearing. This is Caterpie, the Caterpie he just got in the episode. And then there's also a character named Misty. She's a gym leader in the video games, but she's Ash's traveling companion at this point in the series. Yeah. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, I should have definitely cut this a lot more than I did. Oops. Yeah, yes, they're comforting him. Because he wants to be a Butterfree, or Caterpie wants. Sorry, okay, no, sorry, we shouldn't have started, sorry. Sorry, we need to go back until the animation starts. Okay, it's a 9-hour, 27-minute video, you can see that. Okay. Okay, so now that's where the animation starts. We gotta cut it. It's probably right. It's probably about there. Okay, then we gotta cut it down. We'll watch the rest of the parts of this. Hopefully this doesn't get copyright. Oh god, I probably can't actually display. Probably shouldn't be displaying the audio, huh? Actually, yeah, I'm realizing that now. I don't want this to get... Yeah, no. No copyright strike, please. No audio, sorry. Didn't really... Yeah, I can't do the audio from this point onwards. Because I don't want you guys to hear... Yeah, I don't want to get copyright strike. Just kind of fast forward through this. Try not to get copyright struck. Yada yada yada, yada yada yada. I have absolutely no idea how this allowed me to be able to do this. Okay. Okay, captures the Caterpie, whatever. Yada yada yada, yada yada yada. Yada yada. Okay, here we go. Here's where it first appears. I don't know if I should try to do the whole scene from that point onwards, or if I should try to... Onwards? I don't know why my voice is cracking so much today, but... Okay, yes. Uh-huh. Okay. I mean, how much of the animated... How much of the video is live? Let me check. Here's YouTube. Here's all my YouTube recommendations. Apparently, my live stream is recommending... That's recommending my live stream, apparently. Okay. Okay, let's just go back here. I'm gonna say... Okay. I'm just gonna do the original scene, like, stop it. I'll just do this, I guess. And that should probably be safe. So then we cut the rest. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, okay, I guess I randomly don't stop the video. Good job, Dylan. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't copyright from this part. Dylan didn't. Okay, whatever. Okay, then we add the disclaimer. Again, all these fun little behind-the-scenes stuff. I got all these dates still. Then we do the Patreon disclaimer. I add the period that I always forget, that I forgot to do when I originally created this image. It's all, you can't really see it very well. Let's try it with a normal background. Still can't really see it, so we'll use the second version that has the period. The more boldened version and that you can actually read. Okay. Oh, no, I don't actually do it. Okay, good. I don't actually. Okay, so then we take that out. Go to my notes here. Rather large right now. Okay, so then we go down to we're on Pidgeotto. So then we go to Pidgeot. Pidgeot's 834.35 at the moment. It doesn't like when I do that for some reason. Okay, 8. I'm not gonna give people free advertisement. It's 8:35. Sorry, 8:34.35. Sorry. Sorry, getting kind of hot in here. Okay. 8. So 8:54.30. Okay. Then we're gonna do. It's gonna batch upload so that I can actually go back to what I was actually doing. Excuse me. Which is apparently something I found out. Like, I knew about batch exporting, but I didn't actually know that I saved first. Sorry. But I didn't know that I, like, by doing this I can do other things. So, like, okay, so then we do this one, we do this one. Hopefully I don't have to do this again. Maybe the fact that it's late in the video might help. So then, okay, this is, okay, we got that video, that's done. The very best, like no one ever was. Sorry. Then we got all these videos that'll be coming out later. I'll have to check all those later. We will delete this one forever. Yep, and then we'll come back to that later, so. Yeah, we'll check up on it in a couple hours. Okay, we'll add to go here, do that. Okay, and then I'm back to Togetic. But before we continue to Togetic, I have to bring back the Natu, that thing, so don't get rid of it. Just minimize it. So we'll bring in Anime Natu for this. Or whatever one we need, whatever, that's, I mean, it's the one I usually default to. You can see all the assets I use. I've got all these assets, so then we want to go anime, Natu, Xatu, doesn't really matter. They both have the thing, so you can see it's loading. Okay. Skip ahead. I don't remember where is Xatu. Okay, here it is. Foretell the future! Foretell the future! Okay, I'm gonna keep that just in case I need it later. Foretell the future! Here we go. Okay, back to what we were actually doing. Okay, here we go. Sorry. In Gen 2 and Gold, they say that it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with caring people, and shower them with happiness. Excuse me. Silver, it grows dispirited if it is not with kind people. It can float in midair without moving its wings. Crystal, although it does not flap its wings very much, it can stay up in the air as it tags along after its trainer. Shillium 2, they say it will... No, wait, we read that, sorry. Pokemon Red, Silver, okay. Is that the same? Looks to be the same, okay. So if you, for Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Togetic is said to be a Pokemon that brings good fortune. When the Pokemon spots someone who is pure of heart, it is said to appear and share its happiness with that person. Yeah. That was interesting. Probably gonna need more water. Okay. Emerald. It is said to be a Pokemon that brings good fortune. When it spots someone who is pure of heart, a Togetic appears and shares its happiness with that person. This is probably going to be the same. These two are probably going to be the same as their other one. They say it will appear for kind-hearted people, kind-hearted caring people, and shower them with happiness. Yeah, so Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. Okay. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, it is said to appear in front of kindly people to scatter in a glowing down called Joy Dust. Joy Dust. I don't know how much of that you can see, but, Platinum. To share its happiness, it flies around the world seeking kind-hearted people. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're Gold and Silver counterparts. Okay, then Gen 5 looks to be... Wait. Oh, yeah. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. Okay. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. This is probably the same, but I gotta check it. Togetic. Or, barring the one thing that I usually say. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Pokemon, pure heart, said to appear, share happiness in that person. So Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Togetic and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, in Sword, they say it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower. Wait a minute. I know this one. Sword is the... Which one is this one again? The Gold. Sword is the Gold. Oh gosh. What else? It's Gold. Then it would be Leaf Greens and Y's entry. And Shields is the opposite, so it's the Silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and X's entry. Kindly people to scatter, glowing down, called Joy Dust. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are basically Diamond and Pearls, but Joy Dust is now not in quotes. Pull my nose here, sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing so much. I apologize for apologizing so much. Yep, okay. So, okay. So, in Legends Arceus, or Arceus, or however it's supposed to be pronounced, and nope, I've forgotten the voice. We went long enough. We go long enough. I forget what the voice sounds like. Accuracy. But is that... Okay, I got it. No record exists of Togetic being seen in the wilds. Rumors abound that it evolves under the loving care of a trusted human companion, upon whom the Pokemon then bestows great joy. Not in Gen 9. So we got game locations, side game locations, held items in Legends Arceus. Normal, you get a Lepaberry 30% of the time. 30% of the time. Vivichoke 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. And grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. So you got HP 55, attack 40, defense 85, speed, special attack 80, special defense 105, speed 40 for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats. Oh yeah, that's a lot of notes. Okay. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ghost, fire, water, psychic, and fairy. Weak to poison, rock, steel, electric, and ice. You can still see me, right? Just kind of assumed you could see me. I apologize. Yeah. Okay, good. And you could probably read that, right? I think I had enough of it. Okay. Hopefully I wasn't blocking any of that. Okay, sorry. Where was I? We just did the weakness too. Okay. Immune to ground and dragon. Resistant to fighting, bug, grass, and dark. Fighting and bug are for a fourth, while grass and dark are for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1. So go from 1 to 0. I can't do it. I need to take off the jacket. Oh my gosh. It is so hot in here. 76 degrees in here. Ugh, that's much better. And that's a little bit much. I don't usually do this in the morning, so it's not usually so hot. Yeah, sorry. I couldn't do it anymore. Okay, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Do the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves was 0, so it went from 0 to 1. Bug-type moves was half, so it went from half to a fourth. And Dragon-type, Dark-type, Steel-type, Fighting-type, and Poison-type moves was 1 prior to Gen 6. So, Dragon went from 1 to 0, Dark from 1 to half, Steel from 1 to 2, Fighting from 1 to 4th, and Poison from 1 to 2. Also, that should be a comma here. That's a period. Yes, okay. I'm gonna check again where I am, so I'm not blocking anything. And also maybe check the chat to see if anyone's actually here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Learn set, Togetic. I know, we won't read that part. By leveling up. It's by high friendship, so the lowest is 2. Okay. In Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Upon evolution, that's where we'll start, and then we'll go down to Charm here. Okay. Upon evolution, you get Fairy Wind, 12 Charm, 16 Ancient Power. I shouldn't be blocking. Am I blocking? No. Well, it's all the way on that side. Okay. Sorry, I have an itchy scalp for some reason. 20 Yawn, 24 Metronome, 28 After You, 32 Double Edge, 36 Safeguard, 40 Follow Me, 44 Baton Pass, 58 Last Resort, and 52 Wish. Yeah, no good. My suit's proper. Okay. Nope, not doing that yet. Okay. Okay. Oh, hello, welcome, concurrent viewer. Yes, viewer, hello. We're in the middle of the Wobbuffet section here. Yes. Okay. Okay, so for Legends Arceus, at 1, they learn Tackle and mastered it 10. Upon evolution, they get Air Cutter and mastered it 20. Level 6, they get Fairy Wind. Wait, I guess you wouldn't get Tackle. Sorry, I should have just ignored that one. Never mind. Well, whatever. 6, Fairy Wind, mastered at 15. 11, they get Draining Kiss, mastered at 20. 18, get Calm Mind, and mastered at 28. 25, they get Baby Doll Eyes, and mastered at 35. 25, they get Air Slash, and mastered at 35. as well. Oh, I guess, sorry, 25 to get Baby Doll Eyes and Air Slash, and master that at 35. I think this is the first time in the Legends Arceus section we've had one that they can get at the, like, we have an instance of where they can get two moves in one level. That isn't maybe the first level. So that's interesting. And 34, they get Extrasensory. I mastered it at 54, or 45 rather. And Moonblast, they get it at 43. I mastered it at 54. Okay. So by TM/TR, because we have, because it's a different type, we have to do the whole thing. So by TM/TRs in Sword and Shield, TM00 Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 6 Fly, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 10 Magical Leaf, 11 Solar Beam. I'm probably not anywhere near it, right? Yeah, no. Okay, we're good. 14 Thunder Wave, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 29 Charm, 30 Steel Wing, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 43 Brick Break, 44 Imprison, 59 Fling, 63 Drain Punch, 76 Round, 79 Retaliate, 87 Draining Kiss, 92 Mystical Fire, 96 Smart Strike. For the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 2 Flamethrower, 11 Psychic, 14 Metronome, 15 Fire Blast, 19 Tri Attack, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 30 Encore, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 35 Uproar, 36 Heat Wave, 38 Trick, 42 Hyper Voice, 68 Nasty Plot, 69 Zen Headbutt, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, 85 Workup, 90 Play Rough, and 92 Dazzling Gleam. Okay. And a Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. You got whatever. 1 Focus Punch, 3 Water Pulse, 10 Workup, 11 Sunny Day, 15 Hyper Beam, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 21 Dazzling Gleam, 22 Solar Beam, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 34 Shockwave, 35 Flamethrower, 38 Fire Blast, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 47 Steel Wing, 51 Roost, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 60 Drain Punch, 63 Nasty Plot, 68 Giga Impact, 70 Flash, 73 Thunder Wave, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 94 Fly, 97 Defog, and 98 Rock Smash. Okay, by breeding, we are skipping. So it should still just be the same as Togepi's. Excuse me, for both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, really in the Sword and Shield expansion pass. Get Dual Wing Beat. It's a physical flying type move. Its power is 40, accuracy 90, and PB is 10. So then Legends Arceus says the big one. Okay, how much? I can't probably see most of this, huh? Yeah, let's start with this, I guess. No messages. Okay, and they left. Well, that means I can do this part. Okay. Hopefully nobody's coming in when I do that. Okay. Okay. Legends Arceus. You get Aerial Ace, Baby Doll Eyes, Calm Mind, Dazzling Gleam, Drain Punch, Flamethrower, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Magical Leaf, Mystical Fire, Ominous Wind, Play Rough, Psychic, Rest, Rock Smash, Shadow Ball, Swift, Tri Attack, Water Pulse, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Okay, by Transfer from Another Generation. Okay. By Transfer from Another Generation. 4, you get Air Cutter. 5 through 7, you get Bestow. 4, you get Captivate. Oh, Bestow and Captivate don't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 3, you get Counter. 5 through 7, you get Covet. 2, you get Curse. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 4 and 7, you get Defog. 2, you get Detect. Oh, I am a lot bigger, aren't I? So that will actually matter this time. So Detect. Just put us here, I guess. Okay. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 before we start. Okay. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 2 through 7, you get Double Team and Dream Eater. 5 through 7, you get Echoed Voice. 4 through 7, you get Endeavor. 2 and 4 through 6, you get Flash. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Foresight and Frustration. Neither work anymore. 2 and 4, you get Headbutt. 4 through 7, you get Heal Bell. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. 4 through 7, you get Lucky Chant. That doesn't work anymore. You also get Magic Coat, which does work. 3, you get Mimic. So then, we want Mimic to be, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Heal Bell should be at the top. Okay. 2 through 7, you get Mirror Move. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Ominous Wind. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Psych Up and Return. Return doesn't work anymore. 2 and 5 and 6, you get Rock Smash. 2 through 4, you get Rollout. 4 through 7, you get Roost. 3 through 7, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3, you get Seismic Toss. 3 and 4. And 6 and 7, you get Shockwave, rather. 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam. 4, you get Silver Wind. 3, you get Sky Attack and Soft Boiled. Hopefully there wasn't another move. Okay, no, there wasn't. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seismic Toss. Or we could just go here. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's just go there. Okay. So we just did Soft Boiled. Okay. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 4 through 7, you get Tailwind. 5 and 7, you get Telekinesis. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. 4, you get Twister. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. And 2, you get Zap Cannon. Okay, then. TCG only moves. Get Agility. And on this card, Side Game Data. You got all this. Yep, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. In the browser entry. And I've forgotten how to do the voice again. I gotta... No. Wait, I gotta go back. Xatu. Okay. It creates hearts around itself that make Pokemon tired. So you got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Sleep. You can barely see it. That's unfortunate. That's... I can kind of maybe see it a little bit better on yeah, that is really unfortunate. Okay. Well... way to like highlight these? No, there's not, like, can't really see it if I try to even highlight them. Oops, I didn't want to go to the image. Well, you can kind of see it a little bit better. Nope, that's not really much better, to be honest. I'm sure it looks much better in the actual game. Oh gosh, everything, okay. Anyway. It sometimes sleeps while floating and apparently only moves its wings intermittently while doing so. Perhaps some sort of mysterious power is keeping it in the air. So you got, sitting Flutter Sleep, upright Flutter Sleep, floating Flutter Sleep, and a top belly sleep. I don't know why it's so bright. Is it just me? Or like, this isn't supposed to be this bright. I don't know why these images are so bright. That's really weird. Maybe it's because I normally... Is this what it looks like for everyone? Is this what it always looks like? Maybe it's just because it is so early in the morning. Maybe I'm used to doing this in the evening when my colors are turned down, but this feels super bright for some reason. Okay, whatever. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you get the Flower Crown. It's pretty cool, very, yeah, kind of cute. Yeah, and then the Togepi also had one, right? Yeah. Okay. So, evolution data, you got Togepi. Level up with High Friendship, you get Togetic. You get Shining Stone, or, yeah, the Shining Stone gives you Togekiss. And I guess you could breed this one probably from both of them. Yeah. So then sprites here. Oh, it starts off gold. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that. I guess that makes more sense, though, given that this one's was also gold. Like, its actual body was gold. So, oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's... Huh. That's really interesting. You got the red and the blue, not interchangeably like they'd be in the later ones. Crystals is like a blue and white. That's interesting. Maybe it's like at nighttime or something. But yeah, that's very interesting. Then Gen 3 introduces the white body. Not really, I mean, the neck is a lot longer. There's probably a few changes. This seems to be curled up more, the middle spike, I guess. Then you got the cream-colored one, I guess, for the shiny. That's interesting. And we get the and then we get the two colors now, the blue and the red. Yep. Gen 4, probably just the pattern is the big difference. I mean, like, it's leaning forward more, like its original sprites were. But that might just be the design decision. They also made this shorter again. Stuff on my screen. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit smaller in proportion for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This is kind of a gray, brown, tan, white. I don't know. It's weird. It's like the blue highlights. It's kind of like a tan highlights, I guess. Gen 5. You got the full back sprite. That's pretty cool. You can see the blue and the red. That's interesting. Decision. That's kind of fun. Yeah, they swapped the red and the blue. That's really interesting. That's my... Okay. Sorry. Gonna answer this text here. Okay. Okay, that was my 10 o'clock alarm. Does that mean... What does that mean? What did I have an alarm set for 10? What do I normally do at 10? No, I set this alarm. Why did I set this alarm? Make sure I didn't... Wait, what? When is my other alarm? Sorry. When does this video come out? When do I have this scheduled for? 11 in the morning, that's why. Okay, since this video is not going to be coming out by... Let's check on the video status. So, yeah, that's not even anywhere near ready. Okay, so this one we're going to have to delay. We're going to delay all the videos, so we'll have to take a little break from the video and do some behind-the-scenes stuff as I prep for these anniversaries. I gotta reschedule these. I'm just gonna go an hour at a time, I guess, at this point. So we'll go back at 11 a.m. Okay, so we're gonna reschedule this for noon. It's done. Just keep delaying it until the other video's ready. I may have to upload some of these tomorrow, which is sad, but that is the reality. Can I change it from here? Okay, good. I can change it from here. I don't know why I didn't think I could. So 1 p.m. schedule, then part 3, 2 p.m. Okay, that's probably fine then. We have a couple hours as a gap between these guys, so we should be fine to just keep doing that. Keep delaying it by like an hour each time. Anyway, Togetic. Okay, so yes, Gen 6, the models. That's pretty good translation, I'd say. Especially, you know, the back, considering how they like design the back to be kind of that crownish shape. So yeah, it still keeps the countering blue and red for the shinies. This face looks kind of weird, but that's probably just the quality of the image. Yeah, not much seems to change here. And these guys, that makes sense. This is not in those games. So probably just took the same models, more or less. I mean, they might be a little bit different. Okay, so Sword and Shield. Again, it's kind of a hard Pokemon to see for some reason. But yeah, much better models. Legends Arceus got these kind of models. It's pretty cool. Home. These, again, I apologize that it's super hard to see any of these. I don't know why they did that, but why they didn't like put them on a different background or something. I don't know. In the anime, so Misty's Togetic is probably the big one. You got Togetic in the anime. In the manga, Togetic in Pokemon Adventures. That's kind of cool looking. Again with the angry. Yes, Togetix was also angry. I don't know why. And the TCG. Trivia, Togetic. Okay. Yeah, Togetic and its evolution are the only Pokemon that are in the Flying and Fairy Egg groups. Also, they are the only Fairy-type Pokemon in the Flying Egg group. Togetic shares its category name with Blissey. They are both known as the Happiness Pokemon. Togetic is tied with Vespiquen for the lowest speed stat of all Flying-type Pokemon. Among all Pokemon, to be the slowest, of their respective types, Togetic and Vespiquen are the fastest. Togetic and Typhlosion are, I don't know. I probably read this in the Typhlosion video, I don't remember, so I'm just going to read it again. Togetic and Typhlosion are the only Pokemon officially introduced in Gen 2, not to appear in the anime until the next generation. Yeah, I think I remember reading that one. Okay. Origin, Togetic's design appears to draw inspiration from a fairy, a baby bird, and an egg. It may also be based on an angel. Name origin, Togetic and Togechick may be a combination of Toge, spike, and chick, a baby bird. Huh. It's Togechick in Japanese. Okay. Now the languages, references, related articles, external links. Let's move on. So, the next thing on the list. So, we turn this off. Yay, the forever spiral. So turning off that. Turn off this, bring this one back. It's a paused face, gotta reconfigure it again. Okay. That doesn't do anything I can do. Excuse me. Excuse me. No video then. Okay, that video. Okay, cool. I'm back. Yay. It's probably gotten worse. Whatever. I apologize if it has. Okay, so, see less of the white void, I guess, as the sun rises. What are we doing? What else have we... So, the next thing, right, okay, then I go back to my note, then I go back to my script. So normally we'd go to the anime next, but since it's a pretty long clip, it's 37 seconds, I'm gonna put that at the end of the stream, so that if I get copyright struck, it's just at the end, so I don't have to, like, do a second stream or whatever. So, we'll go on to the community post. I don't think there was any community post for this one, unfortunately. And there's nobody here. I was kind of hoping more people would show up that could be like, hey, as I like Togetic, or their opinions or something, I could just read it in the chat, but there's nobody here. I probably should have expected that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Anyway. But I'll check the post anyway. Togetic. Yeah, there's no comments on it. Did I set my alarm for 11? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay. No. Okay, right. Gotta take my phone away from my microphone. Apparently that causes interference for some reason. It causes that weird noise to happen. Okay, and we move on to the next thing. So nobody responded. The music, the typical music that would play when I on the screen. Okay. Then we go on to fan art. Yeah, nobody's submitted fan art, so we're going straight to DeviantArt. Yay! We gotta flip back to the desktop. So then it's display again. Flip back to this one. Flip back to this camera. It's still broken again, so I gotta fix it. Okay, you can see more of the okay, stuff you're not normally supposed to see. Okay, then we do the fan art. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Since I can't actually, like, put on the little disclaimer, and it's also a live stream, so if there's any artists here, or that watch this, I guess VOD probably more likely than anything else, that have a problem with me, like, displaying their art here, you know, just let me know. I'll try to do what I can to blur it or whatever for the VOD. But yeah, let's do this. So we're starting with Togetic by Nevadoodle here. So this kind of cute Togetic. It's yeah, it's I don't know, it's walking maybe. I don't know. It's just, it seems to be maybe touching its face. I don't know. It's very cute. Yeah. Then, oh, I forgot to mention, we go, for those of you who, if this is your first video, I'd be very, very surprised if this is your first time watching this series. But if it is, what we do is we go through the images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Togetic. So then we got Realistic Take on Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss by Twarda8. So this more sort of bird-like, I guess. Togetic, Togepi, and Togekiss. So you can see, yeah, they're very much bird-like. It's very kind of weird looking. See all the symbols, how they're kind of, I don't know, on the side there. They don't look all like leg patterns. Well, this one has like wing patterns. It's interesting. Then we've got Togetic Safeguard plus Speed Paint by 3Polo3. So, it's cute Togetic using Safeguard, I guess. Very well done. They've all been pretty well done, I should say, up to this point, and I'm sure they will be going forward. So, then we've got Togekiss Express by Missy Penna. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So we got a Togekiss carrying a bunch of Togepi and a couple Togetic over here. Yes, very nice. I like the paint. You know, I got like the background, and it's, you know, very well done. It's very cute. And this doesn't contain a Togetic, so we'll move on. Okay. Do this. Do this. Turn this off again. Go back to the other video. Fix it. Properties. I don't know. Okay. Cool. Okay. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, there we go. Now it should work. There we go. Okay, so then we move on to the next part, which is, so we did the fan art. Oh, yeah, that's the part where I talk about Natu. We'll do that at the end. So I guess the next part is actually streaming the game. Yes, so, yeah, we'll set up the game now, I guess, because we'll do the fan art. We'll do the anime at the very end. This is not going to be a very long stream, huh? Okay, it doesn't look like it's going to be a very long stream. Well, let's get into this part, I guess, and I'm going to go back to this. The small Dylan. Properties. Gotta go back to that. Yes, okay. Go. Small Dylan again. Then we go this one. Okay, well, no, I'm going to have to. You guys are going to have to say it, so see me actually set it up. I probably should have actually set this up. But, here we go. Let's enter a crystal. I have to choose a different save file. I'll explain for those of you who have not watched it on the other channel, so. Okay. I have to mute while I explain. Or actually, I could. No, okay. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Okay. I don't know why it's so loud. Usually not this loud. Let me get in there. I don't know. I'm gonna mute it while I explain. Okay. So, what has happened in this stream, or in this game so far is, so I am playing as Mackenzie, a character that I have yet to explain, but have talked about a few times in my other channel. And so my Pokemon currently are Steve Irwin, my Croconaw, and Acrobat, my Golbat. My goal today is to get Steve Irwin, yes, Steve Irwin, to, okay, that's much better. Yeah, my goal is to get Steve Irwin to, Feraligatr. So what I do is, so I'll show you where I am on the map. Is it louder? Okay, whatever. So, Pokegear. So, on the map, you can see I'm not very far from my home, of New Barktown. It seems much smaller. Okay. But yeah, so, the reason for that, and you can actually maybe see if you're familiar, so like I'm right outside of, what was it, Cherry Grove Road? Or no, I'm to Violet City. I'm right outside of Violet City, so, and the reason for that is, what I do is, on these streams, is I try to get every Pokemon, that's still very loud, okay, yeah, what I do is I get every Pokemon, like, up to their height, up to wherever I need to be in the thing, so, like, right now I'm trying to get my Feraligatr, because we talked about Feraligatr like 2 weeks ago. So, that is what we're doing. I will continue with this until I get my Feraligatr, and then we will do the anime section, I guess. I get interrupted for going way too long, so then, yeah, I'll be fighting, like, ridiculously easy Pokemon. You can see it's level 4 Pokemon. That's just what we're doing, today, so. Just wanna make sure we're not still in morning. Pokemon... Pokegear. Time is 10... I guess I don't know. I guess it doesn't tell me if I'm in morning or not, but it's 10:14, so it should be fine. We should be out of morning at this point. I guess I can check on the wiki. It tells me. Refresh it. Okay, it's Thursday day. That's really cool that in the Wobbuffet it has like a live update of that stuff. Okay, bite. I'm also impressed with this emulator for being able to like keep the time. I'm a lot bigger than I usually am. Yeah. Yeah, we will keep going until I can get, I think, 2 more levels for Crocodile to get it to a Feraligatr. So yeah, I'll be super overpowered as we go through the game. I beat Gen 1, I think, like the day before Labor Day. Like this last couple weeks here. Yep, and that was interesting. It was a very long stream. You can see all the rest of this series and Gen 1 on my gaming channel, Green Tie Gaming. Not to be confused with Green Tie Games, that's an entirely different channel. I'm not them. Yeah, so... I should be talking, shouldn't I? Yeah, sorry. I'm still a little bit tired from all this work. I'm trying to get these videos out and stuff. Is this a good time to talk about Mackenzie and Zach and Ken, my protagonists? So, Mackenzie's my protagonist in this game. In Pokemon Gold, I have Zach. Okay, he's now level 29. Yay. And I have Ken as my protagonist of, Pokemon Silver. Nope, what is going on? You shouldn't be here yet. I messed up somehow. Okay, do I have to do a second stream? I have to do a second stream to just do this one. Okay. We gotta look up Hoppip. This is ridiculous. Hoppip. What time do you appear, Hoppip? I remember you not appearing during the day, but I might be completely wrong. It might only be at night. Oh my god, it is during the day. Okay, so that means we do have to do a separate stream for this. That's not great. Okay, we got into level 29 in this stream. I don't want to do spoilers. I don't like doing spoilers. That's the whole point of why it takes so long to do these streams. Why it took like 6 months to do something I ended like 2 months ago. Oops, a daisy. Why was it? Okay, I don't know. I guess it disconnected. I don't know why or how, but I guess it did. So, but yeah, so why don't I'll save the state. Not slot 1, but slot 3. Oh, that's not good, is it? No, probably not, but, yeah, save the state. Unfortunately, that is where we're gonna have to stop for right now, for this part of the stream. I will have to do this evening. Hopefully more people will show up to that. I'll save it in the actual game as well, I guess. Yes, so I'll have to come back at like 6 o'clock to do this. Right, because that's the night. Let me check my times. Yes, night starts at 6, so we'll stream again at 6 tonight. For that, so, yes, I'd like to override it. Then I guess we have I guess there's one more thing left to do, and that is the anime section. So, let's get back into that, I guess. Also, exit the game so it's not playing while I go on. So okay, let's not do that in case that's copyrighted. Okay. Okay, then we need this again, the audio. We're gonna need the display capture. We're gonna need to program this to being not for TextMyth, but for media player, so you can hear it. But yeah, so if this is it, let me get my anime right. Let me see what do I look like when I'm blocking a little bit of the screen. Hopefully that's not too bad. But yeah, for this, I wanted to take this opportunity before we start this. So to say, now that I figured out how to do this, capturing the audio, I'm gonna start doing this for the Bulbapedia, or not, sorry, for the Detective Pikachu portion of the video. Not the anime, because how I record the anime is different. So that should hopefully help me, with space. That's really the major reason why I'm doing it. It's just space issues. Yeah, so in case this gets copyrighted at the very end here, and I hope you enjoyed the VOD, and those of you who actually did show up, I hope you enjoy. I hope you join me this evening, as I stream the rest of Croconaw. I'll do that at 6 p.m. I guess. Yep. Really kind of hoping that wouldn't happen, but we haven't talked about Hoppip yet. We'll do that, like, I think next week. Yeah, so okay, yeah, so context. I should probably give context. So this is, what is the episode? I don't even remember what the name of the episode is. Give me a second. I gotta go back and find it. I don't actually, I mean, I can find, I'm just gonna look up Togepi Paradise, because that's probably, because it's about that location, it'll probably tell me what, a Togepi Mirage. Yes. Hello and welcome to the anime portion. Today we are watching episode 319 of Togepi Mirage. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock, Max, and May, have come to the Mirage Kingdom, and they've reunited with Misty and her Togepi. And he has stolen Misty's Togepi. He is like the royal visor of the kingdom who overthrew the king, so now he's the king. Ash and friends have also met the rightful princess who's helping stop this guy, and a bunch of other Togepi have come to the rescue to save this Togepi. Now it's evolving. So that's May, Ash, Pikachu, the princess, and Misty. And now it's the Togetic. And that is Togetic's first scene in the anime. Okay. Hi, welcome back. I'm here way earlier than I thought I was going to be, because apparently my chair arrived 2 days ago, and Amazon didn't tell me. So, let's do a chair building stream. Let me go get the chair. Yes, we're doing a chair building stream. Doing a chair building stream. Gotta push this back to where it was before to get it out of the way. The chair building stream. For what we're doing. Let me go grab a chair. Ow. Sorry again for the buffering. Cool, here's the chair. Tools. this hopefully will be the office chair I'll be using starting, well, tomorrow, because I messed up. Tomorrow is a special day. It's Friday the 13th. And I don't know if anyone in this community actually knows the significance of Friday the 13th yet. But I don't know if I've ever actually uploaded a video on Friday the 13th. But what I do on Friday the 13th, what I've always planned to do, was wear a different outfit. So now I gotta refilm all of that, because I completely forgot. But also, yeah, so I'm gonna wear a red tie instead of the green tie, this whole thing. Because evil and stuff, I guess, I don't know, red and black, evil colors, I don't know. It's fun in my mind, I don't know. Made sense in my mind at the time. So yeah, so I have a red tie. Probably show you the red tie later, but yeah, so I gotta refilm all that once I'm done here. Well, once I'm done with the third stream, I guess, which is gonna be the Feraligatr stream. Unless this one goes... No X-Acto knife. Whatever. Unless this goes... somehow goes till 7 streams, or 7 hours. If that happens, if we go till 1, I will be eating, or 1 like 45 probably. I'll go eat on stream. It'll be a whole thing. As I was intending to do with the original stream, which didn't actually go that long. Mind you, had I known I was going to do this, this would have probably been part of the original stream. Probably best I do separate them though. Okay. That way people can enjoy the chaos of the original stream, the more or less Togetic stream, just as part of the original playlist, and then anyone who wants to watch this can watch this in the 10-year playlist, or whatever playlist, or year 10 playlist, or whatever, or just in general, on their own, so kind of worked out in that way. Probably should have waited a little longer, so that I could have had lunch before this, but oh well. I was too excited to get my new chair and do it to build it on stream, so. Hopefully this is big enough, hopefully it's good enough, I don't know, we'll see. First flap done. Move it a little over. The adjustable arms, pretty cool, pretty cool. That was the whole point of why, because my other chair didn't have adjustable arms, so I need that. Yeah. Because my proportions are all weird and my desk is not movable, so I probably should just have gotten a new desk. Well, also it was way too low, just the arms in general, but probably should just get a new desk, but I don't really have the space. I don't think for a bigger, well, for a different desk. I don't know. Desk works for what the space I have. If I get a bigger space, I'll probably get a bigger desk. Well, I'll definitely get a bigger desk. Because it'd be so nice to have 2 monitors, to be honest. Particularly for the streaming. Okay. You can hear me, right? I think you can hear me. Okay. Nobody's watching me, but something might show up. I guess it's much more entertaining when people have something to do or whatever. I don't know how entertaining building a chair is, but that's arm number 1. Now we are on number 2. the right, this is the left. At noon, we will stop again. If we're still doing this at noon, we'll once again stop. I'll check the part 1 of the 10-year video. You weren't here for the first part. I did. Part of the first part was I had to make 8 videos for my yearly video that recounts everything. Got the headrest. Looks interesting. Maybe not the most comfortable, but we'll see. Okay. This is really weird. I've never done anything like this before, and I'm probably never going to do anything like it again, but we'll see. We'll see how popular it gets. We'll see how comfortable it is. I might not really use it anyway. Well, maybe it goes in like this. I don't know which way it goes, but we'll have to find out. Multiple pieces here. This is the bottom of the chair. Okay. You know what? I don't know. Should I be more on camera? I don't know. I could lift it, but I don't know how much you can actually be able to see. You can build the chair apart. I think it's still enough, right? Probably actually still get a little bit more meat. Well, okay, you get my upper body. You get my lower. Sit down here. Okay, here we go. Now actually see me a little bit better. Okay, nice. Like the design, anyway. Nice. Hopefully my wheels, my replacement wheels will work with it. I don't really like the default wheels that these kind of chairs come with, so. Let's get the wheels out first, I guess. The original wheels out. We're going to use them. We also seem to have the instruction manual, so. How these work. I mean, if I have to use the default wheels, I'll use the default wheels, but if I can't exchange them for the replacement wheels, I'll do that. I'll do that instead. Tape. Okay. We did not want this working something. Okay. Scissors. Cool. Okay, instruction manual. Assembly guide. I grab all the pieces first. There's a couple more pieces here, it looks like. Oh, this is probably for the. Yeah. can't tell if this last piece is connected, but it's connected to it. It might also be a tooth. I think I gotta turn that. I think I gotta twist it. So. This is entertaining to someone. Ooh, that does not feel comfortable. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's. I've heard it's gotta like work it out a little bit, so might not be comfortable at first, but maybe over time I'll get a little bit more comfortable. Oh, it's just for packaging. I don't think it's part of the design. Okay. Lower, okay. Down. See me a little bit better. I mean, not that much better, but you can see me a little bit. I don't know, a big enough apartment for to do like a full actual thing, but pretty much all the pieces. Step 1. So step 1. Take the... I guess it's telling me to put the wheels on first. Which means I gotta take the wheels off my other chair. Means I gotta bring in the other chair. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do with this box, but... Okay. Step 1 is figuring out how to get the wheels off. Here's the other chair. You can't really see it, but... There's the other chair. What I need is its legs. Just twist off, right? So they just twist off. Weird. He was right. Lefty lose lefty. I'm facing this way. You go this way, yeah. Interesting. Well, this is unfortunate. I may have to call the person who assembled this. The original chair. I knew I should have put the chair with her. Okay, I knew I should have done the chair with her. Okay. I knew how to do this. I'm sure this is compatible. Am I crazy? What am I doing wrong here? Am I getting any looser? rotating the wheel. Okay, I'm gonna have to call the person who assembled the chair. Okay. Hi, how did you... So, I'm building the chair. How did you get the original wheels on... The replacement wheels on the original chair, or whatever, the other chair? How did you get the replacement wheels onto the chair? Yes. Okay. Okay. You mean like a flat one? Like the... Okay. Oh, I see. I get it. I did it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's working. Mm-hmm. Yes, right. Okay. Okay, so let's just snaps in. We'll just no. Yes. Right. Yeah, you're right. Oh, very similar. That's nice. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh no, I mean, yeah, let me see. Sorry, I'm still opening the wheels. Yes. Okay. God. Just stamping it in, right? let's try the other wheel. Oh, that didn't work. Ah, got it.
Okay.
Nope. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Bye. So, Al got one wheel in. These are the replacement wheels. Of course, she's not watching the stream because why on earth would my mother watch my stream? That's who I was talking to, by the way, with my mom. She built the chair. So. So, yes, okay, so now that we've done one, let's pop in the others. So apparently, for some reason, they recommend doing this first. I don't know why this is the first step, but. You know what? I thought I was supposed to put in the other pieces first. You know what? I bet you I was. The telescoping part I was probably supposed to do first. Put it in anyway. Okay, what? How do we put in the telescope? Telescoping goes in like this. Am I supposed to put in another piece? Wait, isn't there another telescoping piece? Oh, that's probably what this thing is. The thing in the box. This box. Yes. You probably saw me grab that. Sorry, I don't know why I did that. Yes, here we go. This goes in like this, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it matters, but it probably goes in like this, okay? Or maybe it is the other way. This should be facing upward. Going like so, okay? And then that goes in like that. There we go. Right, or is it the other way around? No, that seems to be right, okay. Cool. Now we're putting the... I had to pop in the other wheels. Whatever, we'll put that in last. Oh, that's probably what they went. What should be. Why am I using this? No, the screwdriver. The screwdriver is much faster. Where's the screwdriver? Oh, there's the screwdriver. Go any lower, but I can't. Again, I don't really have the room to go to show you more of the process here. So, okay. Okay, there we go. I should be wearing gloves for this. Oh, I probably should be wearing shoes as well. this for no one to be watching. Good lord. Chat is thought. Ah, but there we go. 2 more to go. Ah! I know, let's try the other way. This would be much simpler. Okay, there we go. Ow! There we go. Final one. Ah. Like a certain direction I'm supposed to be putting it in. Hey, someone viewed my video. Hi. Okay. Got the bottom done. Kind of. I still need to put the other part back in. Other than that. Nope. Okay, well. That seems to be great. Okay. Part 2, step number 2. We're doing the back of the seat now. So, we're going to need the back of the seat, of course, and then also the sides. We're going to need these. A bunch of the screws that came with it. Part A. We're going to need the A for it. Step 2, part A. Got it. Scissors, where did I put my scissors? Yes, scissors. There we go. The back of the chair. Which one's the back of the chair? The bottom of the chair. Yeah, which one's the bottom of the chair? Anymore. That's going to take up too much time. This is the part I need to. Oh, this. This is the back of the butt. This is the back, right? That was certainly the back. Here's the back. Okay, so we're going to need the butt. Right? Yeah, we're doing the butt first. Front, that's the back. You just really cannot see this process, unfortunately. Put it on the chair, I guess. But just gonna take my word for it. It's very exciting. Okay. We're gonna need the arms. One. It's not really needed this anymore. Maybe I could do it on it here. Put the arms there. Maybe that'll be a little easier to see. I have to go backwards, so it means I don't actually have the room to. Oh, I get it. Use a tool for this. Tool bag of tricks. Screwdriver? I have screwdrivers. I don't have a wrench. I'm pretty sure I have a wrench, right? I have this. The closest thing I actually have to a wrench. I don't have an actual wrench? I guess not. Okay, this is the closest thing I have to a wrench. I don't know if this is a good idea, but we'll use the pliers. Pliers. No, I'd rather use my hand with it. Started with the front ones. I'll put them in first. That's probably the fun. To get them in first. Actually, there's an Allen wrench in here. Right? Yeah, there's an Allen wrench. Where's the Allen wrench? But I have an Allen wrench. Why don't I just use my Allen wrench? That's probably what these are for. Is the right. What am I doing? Grab my Allen wrench. Okay, this is the right size, or will do. Perfect. Good enough, I don't think. box, is it? There's no way the element is still in the box. Not in the box. Oh, it fell out at some point and I just ignored it. Oh well. Just have to do this by hand, I guess. It's not quite the right size, unfortunately. Doesn't seem right to me. I feel like it's gotta go further than that. Do I have another Allen? I feel like I had a bigger Allen wrench. Check my tools again. I'll pull my tools out. What is a wrench? What is a wrench? What's a wrench will do? I don't know. Oh, a wrench, okay. Seem to have a bigger element. See if a normal wrench will do. Kind of working. Slow, but it works. This is kind of dangerous, but it works. Oh, where would the Allen wrench have gone? Not attached to that chair. The back of the chair. Isn't it? Okay. It's a tedious way of doing this. Let's see. Like shiny brick. They're very angry at us. Probably in one of the boxes I threw out. Where it would be, to be honest. You'd think it would just be in with all those screws and stuff. Referring to the Allen wrench, of course. is supposed to go, but we'll hope that that's good enough. Okay. Oh, there's the Allen wrench. God dang it. It's in part E. Things go a lot faster. Here we go. There we go. It's much easier. It's 12 already? Okay. I gotta check the other thing. Check to see if the video's ready. Nope. Which means I gotta delay the other videos. Part 2 has to be delayed till 1. Or till 2, rather. Three to 3. Part 4 to 4. Part 5 to 5. I think part 6 is at 6, so. Good there, okay. Let's get back to. Okay, cool. We can now, we'll go till 1, I guess. That'll be our. We'll stop to eat lunch. Not how I thought I'd spend my day, but sure, we can. That's tight. I really hope this is an intended thing and not supposed to be like an angle or whatever. That's as tight as it's gonna get. So, okay. For the next screw. Should go a lot faster. It should go in a lot easier. Sorry, let me do that. Sucks the name of this. That part's done. How about the second half? Don't tell me I'm missing a nail. It's probably somewhere around here. Oh, where's the dark carpet? Of course it's up there. I hate my dark carpet. Really, really do. Oh, there's 3 screws in here. Good. Pretty solidly on there. Okay. Now the other side. Probably out of frame because I don't think I can do it on a chair. I mean, I can try to do it on a chair, but it won't work. That's a lot more uneven. It's gonna be a lot more difficult to do that. But I don't know. We can see. No, it's too uneven. I'm gonna have to put it on the floor. I'm just gonna have to hope that. Believe that I'm doing it. Why do office chairs not just come fully built? I don't understand. I guess probably, I feel like it would be so much easier than, I don't know, putting it in pieces. I mean, it's probably safer to put each piece separately, but still, I don't know. Gotta put enough padding around this. surface that's only slightly habitable. Three hands to do this. This is awful. Or the black. Probably blend it in. I hate this. No idea where my Allen wrench is. Find it on stream, but do it with my hand until I can get it to a state of stability. True. There's the element. Talking, but concentrating on doing this. Okay. I'm down. I gotta undo that a little bit. It's not lined very well, right? much more exciting prospect at the beginning when I started it. Hey, at least I get a new chair out of this. This is a big enough space, okay. 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 Gosh, I'm hungry. Might eat at one. Once I'm done checking the thing. Not as flush as the other one. I don't know if that's good or bad, but hopefully it's fine. I don't know, the other one wasn't that flush either, but okay, step 2 complete. On to step 3. Woo! Okay, putting the big plate on. This everything. Goes like so. Okay. Yeah, it does seem okay. Let's have a little more navigation. So it's B, so it's B. Let's put B. Excuse me. Oh, that probably helps. Okay. We put them on each of the corners. This isn't right. It's not quite right here. Oh, where do they go? Oh, they go like this. Am I doing this right? I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. 'Cause if the front is that way, which it is. I keep going, oh, gosh, this way. It's a flip, I think. I need to flip it around. No. Ow! Really hurt. I think this is the right direction. It seems to make sense. Yeah, it's a little bit more stabilized. It should be a lot easier to. That seems poorly designed. Or is it? It doesn't go this way. No, the back is at the back. Like this. Oh, the back is at the back. How do I? Do it the old back. Oh god, I'm gonna do the old back way. a little bit easier to use. But again. I'm just using a finger. I could probably do two at a time. Not forever to concentrate on that. Other two. I hope the people who watch this VOD are wildly entertained by this. I'm sure it'll be thrilling Ryan all the way through. Man, build a chair off of the screen. Partially because his mic is blocking the shot. wishes I was more entertaining, like... Excuse me. Song stuck in my head. It's called "The Good Song Never Dies." It's a very good song. I would highly recommend it. Oh, I don't know if I can return this chair now. Probably going way longer than the other one. I don't know, we're probably around the same amount, right? Then I think I checked once, so if we check twice, it'll be longer than the other three. And I think I almost did laundry today. I'll probably still do laundry this evening. Done with the other stream, or maybe this afternoon, I don't know, depends on how fast I can get this done, I guess, how close it is once I'm done. Close 6 is, I guess, once we're done with all that. Gosh. Frustration! Not like more angry. Like that's the thing is I'm really not entertaining enough. Like I'm not angry all that much. I'm not funny. I'm not. I don't think this was a good idea. Any of this whole thing. Because I thought it'd be a way to get famous. Of course, because I'm not funny or have overreactions. Except for the times that I've had overreactions on this gaming channel, but. I'm not, I don't know, there's nothing about me that is inherently entertaining. I'm kind of a boring person. And my stories aren't, though, that's the thing. Like, I'm boring, but I have amazing stories. They're wildly entertaining, it's just... I don't know, nobody's paying attention to me, you know? I don't like people, so, you know. I don't like networking or whatever. I don't like doing the things that probably I should be doing to get anywhere, you know? I really hope I... Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. I put this in backwards. Okay, well... Does it matter? Or did I? No, I didn't. Never mind. I put it in the normal right. Sorry, I put it in the right way. Never mind. I thought I put it in backwards. Oh my gosh. Okay. That would have been awful. Not to have to undo all that, but... No, I put it in the right way. I forgot that I flipped it over when I had to go to the other side of the chair, so. It does actually say on here front. So I didn't actually have to worry about instructions and, you know, they try to make it as simple as possible for consumers, which makes sense. That's probably what I was supposed to do. Oh, that's way easier. Okay. Back to the other side, right? These are good. That's way easier. Okay. This step is done. Okay, this step is done, so next is flip. Oh, wait. Oh, we're doing the minor. Oh, back time. Right, I forgot about the back of the chair. Right, it's time to put the back of the chair on. Ow! Ow! Really hurt. Where the heck did I put the back of the chair? Oh, there's the back of the chair. Now it's the headrest. There's the back of the chair. This is why you wear gloves, kids. It really fucking hurt. And there's the swearing. And there's the swearing. Okay. Ah, yikes. Bicycle. That really, really hurt. Background. It was so easy. I think I can maybe use the chair again. Slots in, okay. Slot in and then we got the C screws. Got discrete C screws. Delete the back, I'm sure. Whatever. Clean that up later. Yeah. This time. Less screws every time. How do you do this? You're supposed to do this. We're gonna make a workbench for this. Good lord. this says even. How does this even? Schlots. Hmm. These two. And this one, but do this. Head. Let's start with the easiest one. I can't see my head. Good. Oh my god, how am I supposed to do it? Okay. Something, that's something. Hit one and the rest will be easy. I feel like making desk chairs would be easier than this. Ow. My back. How are people supposed to do this alone? I feel like I need 3 people. I feel like I need 2 people for this. My back. This would be easier. Shift. I also wouldn't recommend doing this in a suit. If you're gonna build a chair, don't do it in a suit. A suit, shirt, and a tie and pants. more pieces than... They're more pieces or less pieces, or you know, I mean... Why is this not all... I don't know why this chair just isn't assembled. This is ridiculous. As I mentioned earlier, it's probably safer or whatever, but... Oh, dang it. Stop doing that. I'm not a very strong man. I'm putting a lot of weight on this. Just putting a lot of weight on my arm, period. Singular arm. Two. Just need to find number 3. Here, but it may have fallen off at some point. Leave it like that. There it is. It's over here. Put this back in position. It's getting heavier the more pieces I add. Don't do the headrest. Put like little... First I was like, why did they put this like spray paint on here? Like spray, I don't know if you can even see it, but I saw it earlier with the other screws, but now I understand why they put paint on, so you can find them. Still hurt. My left thumb still hurts. I'm having like half a chair fall on. We're not exactly even, but pretty good, I guess. It's gonna be interesting to see what that looks like. What's next? Part whatever. Where are we on? Part 6. Oh good, we get to put this on here now, that'll make things easier. Just snapping it in. Oh, that's not a fun surface. Feeling or put a pad on it, I guess, if I need to. Boosh! Hello! Well, you've been pushed completely out. You can fix this. And we do this the easy way. camera to be easier to... You cannot see that. There's gonna be... Kind of see the end. The edge of it, the very tip of it. Huh? We did it. Okay. One final step, putting the headrest on. Although this is a pretty fine chair as is. Fine, we'll put on a weird headrest. Okay. So, one final piece. Oh, there's a mess. I feel how it feels. Oh, it's weird. I don't hate it. I don't know how to like, get it back, but I'll figure it out once I get the head right. Probably like a way to reset it before we can do anything. Hopefully that popping out will not be a bad thing. Okay. Now 2 screws. First things we unpack, right? Oh. The fact that we're still less than 2 hours in, I'm really... Oh my god, I don't have it. Where is the Allen wrench? Impressive. I have no idea where that nail went. We'll find that nail later. For now, let's just try to get this in. I feel like you need 2 people to do this. so annoying. So annoying. I don't even know if I want the freaking headrest. Headrest doesn't even look like it helps. It's more annoying than anything else. God, my phone's over there. So it doesn't go off while I'm doing this. On my luck as well. So. Fun. Maybe hearing my alarm for a bit. Cannot for the life of me get this on. I was supposed to put it on before I put everything together. I need to have two arms, one to hold this one. But how do you do this? You also have to use the Allen wrench. How that worked, I don't know why. Okay, now I gotta find the other one. Dad's gonna drop the Allen wrench. Okay. Almost done. There we go. Now I gotta find the other screw. Well, I don't know where it went. I have to review the footage to see where it bounced. I can figure out where it bounced to. Okay, I'm gonna have to check. eventually, but I have no idea how to get that back down. Hopefully I haven't broken it. I don't know. Suppose I can probably put myself back up. Okay. You don't see me. Okay, we're gonna have to check. Oh, that is so much. Oh god, the frames. Okay. Okay, we got that part. Why is it so low quality? It's just a preview that's low quality. Clean this up a little bit. Okay. It's so choppy. Why is it so choppy? I apologize. Well, I know why it's so choppy because I'm making a video. God, no wonder people left. This is unwatchable. So it went like this way? Let's see, it was focused. I need to figure out what angle that is. Gotta match the angle with my chair, with the chair. Of course, it was further back. Around here somewhere. I don't know where it went. If I clean up a little, it'll make itself known. So let's do some cleanup. There's some water though. Oh boy. That's a lot. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, let's not do okay. Okay, let's do the cleanup. And then we'll hopefully find it in the wake of it. Because that's the last step, I think. Sweep around the area. Over here, over here, over here. Okay, yeah, clean up now. What am I supposed to do with the other wheels? I have no idea. You can put them on the other chair. See, it doesn't disappear. Things don't just disappear into the void of nothingness. It's 1 o'clock already? We'll run out in 45 minutes. Take a little break. Weird, but I think I get used to it. It's not terrible, yeah. Once you get used to it, it's not that bad. Oh, that is very close. I'm gonna have to get used to that. I'm getting very, very close to my head like this. Well, maybe it'll be better when I have the new one. If I could replace it with the old headrest. The old headrest wasn't terrible. I don't know, we'll see. Excuse me. So let's check in with the video, and that is not done yet, so once again we must delay the other videos an hour. So this will be 2 to 3. It's 2:45. 3, schedule. Then 3 to 4. Wait, if it's, oh no, it's 1 o'clock, right. And I'll probably just finish the stream and then I'll go eat. Okay. Oh my gosh, 3 people stopped by. Oh, thank you. Or I'm probably one of them, so 2 people stopped by. Let's see, so 1, unless I'm also one of them. I might be also, maybe another one, but whatever. Sorry, 3, 4, wait, that's, yeah, 4 to, okay, then 4 to 5. 5 to 6. 6 to 7. I don't know why I don't just release them all at the same time, but I don't know. I've never really been like that when I do multiple videos. But anyway, let's keep cleaning. It's very much cleanup time. Come over here. I can't see that anymore. Yeah, but this one's nice chair. It's an interesting chair. I think I could get used to it. Back up or like extra pieces. That would have been nice. May have fallen in there. I don't know. I could have. That's not good in my head, but it is. It's pretty much done. I just gotta figure out where it is now. Also, I gotta put a screwdriver away, I guess. didn't put the Allen wrench away, did I? I could have. I could definitely see myself doing that. I'm gonna make sure. No, I didn't put the Allen wrench away. Good. Might as well keep that Allen wrench. It's a good Allen wrench. Okay, I have a theory. Great. It's best idea that I have at the moment. Down. Ay, ay, ay. There it is! I found it! Okay. Let's finish this chair and figure out how to fix the chair. So I accidentally popped it up, so I have no idea how to put it back down. So, I need to set an alarm for 2, don't I? This is for my own. Okay. Be here for another hour, but another 54 minutes. Who knows? Who knows? This is officially longer than the other stream. I'm officially tired. My work is not done yet. I have laundry to do. A bunch of editing to do. I even want to wash this. I would wash this outfit, but I need it for this evening, so I'm so sweaty. Again, I do not recommend a few things for anyone who wishes to do this in their home. 1, wear gloves. 2, probably wear shoes. 3, don't do it in a suit. Like, I see why like blue collar workers are, why they wear what they wear. Good lord, this is... Also, don't do it in a superhuman home, in a superhuman building that's super hot as well. So you had to do an because you had to turn off the air conditioner because that would interfere with the sound and sound quality on the stream. But anyway, I digress. Hopefully the quality of video will be better this evening when I do the third part of this, getting Feraligatr. The last stream I'll be doing until Hoppip, probably. But I will get a Hoppip. I wanted to do this in order. I mean that was the original idea, was that I would do these in order, but I think inevitably I don't think I can. Like, at this point I think it's just smarter to wait until I just, whatever the closest is that I can get that instead and just kind of follow the guide as I go. We do Hoppip in the morning or the daytime. Thankfully, because it is morning and day, now that I know that, I don't necessarily have to do it like first thing in the morning like I had to do yesterday's with Ladybug. I could have, and I could have. I can wait now till like the late afternoon or something, or the mid-afternoon. I don't know what day Hoppip is, though. I have no idea how we're going to do that. But, anyway. There we go. Final. Screw game. Screwed in, I know. Okay, yep. Oh, we're still going. Not again. Keep dropping the Allen wrench. I would also recommend, if you do build a chair, have someone help you, because this is awful. I would not recommend doing this alone. You can get like a neighbor, a family member, even a stranger off the street, honestly. Anyone, friend, It's better than trying to do this alone. I managed to do it, but it was very, very difficult. You should not try to do things. You should, if you have the ability to make things easier for yourself, do that. Life is hard, but it doesn't have to be as hard as, you know, it doesn't have to be entirely too, you know. Get help where you need it, you know. It doesn't have to be completely difficult. So nobody's concurrently watching. Whee! Dang it! Is it not going in? I feel like it's not going in at this point. It must be, right? It's still turning. You're to blame. Don't know why that song is stuck in my head. Just rotating the nail at this point. Okay. Feel like it's probably solidly in there. Yeah, it's probably solidly in there at this point. I don't have any idea where my Allen wrench went. Oh, it's back here. Okay. But yeah, I think it's done. Make sure. Yeah, it's done. So now I gotta figure out. No, the final part of this is figuring out how to get it back down. Because it's definitely not supposed to be this high up. Good lord, it's definitely not supposed to be this. Never be able to use this. Testing these, I guess. Well, these are actually pretty fine where they are. Ironically. This part, I don't know how to get it back down. What does this say? Like this? Is it working? Might be working a little bit. Oh, God. There's not a ton of room in the body here, but absolutely no idea how to undo this. And it seems to be getting shorter. This can't be the full extent of how... Oh god, I really hope not. I hope it's not too... No, it seems like there should be a little bit more. Oops. More give. Oh god, I hope I didn't buy a chair that was too tall. I could maybe put it on that one. How universal it is. The legs and the... That mechanism wasn't terrible. It's just the seat that was bad. Problematic. Sorry. Let's see what the label says. Like, what the thing says. God, I really hope I didn't buy one that was too tall. At this point, I'm probably just going to get a new desk. I bought enough of these chairs, I think. No, it can go all the way down. Okay. Oh, there's more pages in the front. Easy assembly, furniture that works for you, yada yada. That's fun. Is this one? Allegedly? Oh no, it's just the back. Never mind. Just because I can, this down. Oh, that's nice. Right, seat tilt lock. Seat height adjustment. To raise seat, lean forward while seated to relieve the pressure. Good mechanism. Reach under your right side and locate the handle. Raise yourself up slightly to allow the chair to reach your side height. Handle upward. Lower seat, remain seated. To lower the seat, sorry, that's to raise the seat. To lower the seat, remain seated and lift the handle upwards until the chair lowers to your desired height. It doesn't go. Oh, did I break the mechanism already? What do I do if that happens? Variable tilt lock. Pull up the handle located near the left side of the seat. Oh, that's the left hand. Wait. Wait. What? That? Okay, to lock back into position, pull up on the handle located on the... Oh, that just locks this. That's not what, that wasn't anything at all. But how do I... That locks that. That's good to know. Right. Left to the right. Upward. Gosh. Yeah. There's that here. Either I broke it or this is too tall. It's a nice seat too. But supposedly it could go to all the way down to the... It's only like the tiniest of gap. There's so much gap area. There's so much area. Wait, what is this? Tilt tension. What's this? Weird. Okay. Look at the instructions on the actual thingy here. It's nothing more than just an up and a down. Oh. I haven't had it fully adjusted. Ah, there's a little bit of a gap. The chair is too tall. For all of that, the chair is too tall. No, I was so close. I had it. Well, I mean, it's not so bad. I could just not sit under my desk. I mean, it's the end of the world, I suppose, if I have to slouch. The thing is, if I didn't have this front drawer, which you can kind of hear me kicking, it would probably be fine. Raise it up a little bit more. That's the problem. But that's really the front desk. Like, it's nice storage, but like, really is not great. For these, both of these chairs struggled with that. Really, really hoping I could just lower. But like, I don't think I can. I don't know what to do. Like, my legs are so tall. My legs are so long. Like, it barely fits under the... I have to, like, slouch like this. I'm like, I don't know. I would have to basically not sit under my desk. Which I guess is fine. I can, like, put my feet on the on the little sides of the thing. But I don't know. Is this worth it? Maybe. I don't know. I'll use it for now. Let's see. I can't get a better solution. Well, I'm not sure how much of a headrest, this headrest I am, but apparently there's like a way to change the angle of the headrest. Something. There's something to do with the headrest. Headrest adjustment. The headrest fits forward and back 15 degrees. By 15 degrees. Hold the headrest and rotate. That's it. This is the extent. There? Right there! This was better, wasn't it? Yeah, this is way better. But still, I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. I don't hate the chair. It really is kind of a nice chair, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this whole desk situation. I might just be time to get a new desk. I have just some drawers. I just get a filing cabinet and a desk. Well, thank you for joining me on this 2-hour journey as I try to build a chair. Or as I build a chair, I succeeded. Just, I don't know if it's the chair I want. I don't know. We'll see. Better than the other chair. Absolutely. These armrests, you can't see them, but my arms are on these armrests at where they should be. Yeah, so that's nice. Maybe I can combine the two chairs. I don't know. I don't know. Is that one lower? I think that one has a lower. Let me check. I mean, obviously it has no wheels at the moment, but let me check. Maybe it has to do with the wheels. I don't know. Let me check to see if I have the other wheels. Would they probably be shorter? I mean, oh dear. I mean, yes, it would be slightly shorter, I guess. So if maybe that's all I need to do is put in the other wheels. I don't know. I had a lower seat, but I just replace the mechanism. But I don't think I can. I think it's very specific for this chair, and I don't probably specific for that chair. So, I don't know. Maybe that is the solution. Is just replace the wheels back to what they're supposed to be. So I can get that. Is that half an inch or whatever it is difference? All that. I don't know. Let's see. Not really, but I don't know. I can make it work. I can make this work, but I might just need. Maybe I just need like a footrest under the desk. Make this work. I don't know. Proper footrest. I have a artificial footrest, a container that I use, like a storage container that I use, but it might be time to get an actual footrest. If I'm gonna have to sit like this, I don't know. My legs are at an angle. Because I don't like sitting flat on my feet, which I can do, and then I can do it in this chair. Like, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I can't put my feet under the desk. That's the thing. That's just the disadvantage. Which, like, what is the point of having the desk then? Like, if I can't put my feet under the desk, there's no point in even having this desk anymore. I mean, like, I don't know. Is it the chair or the desk? I mean, like, that's my choices. Try a third chair, or I don't know if I want to spend more money on chairs. Well, again, thanks for watching. Hopefully you'll join me tonight for the Pokemon Crystal stream, or whatever you want to call it, the playthrough stream, I guess. Yeah. Bye-bye. Now go live. Hello and welcome to the third and final stream of the evening, or of the day, celebrating the 10th anniversary. Today, we are getting Feraligatr. Oh, this is really loud. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting Feraligatr today. I don't remember this being so loud. Turn that down. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try to evolve Croconaw into Feraligatr. We started to do this yesterday. We ran into a Pokemon, or not yesterday, earlier today. But we ran into a problem. Also, I have a new chair, if you didn't watch the last stream. It was a chair building stream. Great stream. I hurt myself a few times. Anyway. But yeah. Also, if you did watch the stream, I complained that I couldn't lower the chair anymore. I could. There's apparently 2 levers on this chair. It's a new chair that I got, you know, I built it today. And I was pulling the wrong lever, so now I'm much lower, and I can actually fit under my desk. Kind of. It's barely, but I can fit under my desk. But yeah. My legs can fit under my desk, I mean. But yeah, let's get into this. Okay. So, if you didn't watch the last streams, don't know what's going on, what I'm doing, for this mission, what I did in the last one, what I've been doing on my gaming channel. This is what I've been doing on my gaming channel. And I have been going through each of these and leveling up the Pokemon, like trying to find the Pokemon as quickly as I can. And so since I talked about Feraligatr a few weeks ago, I'm gonna try to get Croconaw to Feraligatr, even though I'm very, very early in the game. I'm like right outside Violet City at this point. We're gonna keep just doing this until we get Water City. I'm playing as Mackenzie, one of a trio of main characters, the other 2 being Zach and Ken. I haven't really talked about why they're named that yet. I had Zach and Ken in the Gen 1 games. They will be throughout the entirety of the series. Mackenzie X is sort of the 3rd game, or some. I had it as Mac in the last one because in Gen 1 because you were default a boy in that game for some reason. Which is interesting because it's the opposite of this game where you default as a boy in the main games. I think you do anyway. But you get to choose to be a boy or a girl in this one, which is very weird that they didn't do that right they didn't do that immediately, but oh well. So this one has fun little animations. You can kind of see them as I'm fast forwarding through these. Which I'm doing because I don't want to waste time. I have very limited time. I only have till 8. I should probably set an alarm or something. I don't think I'll need it, but yeah, if I need it, I'm streaming till 8. It should be pretty quick. I have 1 level left, so I managed to get 1 level at the beginning of the stream I did, but the first part stream, whatever, the first stream today. Okay. 8 p.m. So now, a couple of the videos should be up by now, but on my channel, there's the recap videos. You probably shouldn't. I mean, I don't know. You can watch them if you want. They're the same, like the year recap or whatever. You know, the videos that I typically do. I'm gonna be releasing them throughout the next few hours here as well. The last few parts. Wait, water gun. Oh, I'm powerful enough that doesn't matter. Okay, This is kind of difficult for me because my thumb still hurts from the last stream. I hurt my thumb real bad trying to assemble this chair. While assembling this chair, I guess. As I mentioned before, if you plan on assembling a chair, please do it with someone else. My goodness, it's much faster. I'm sure it would be much easier to do this with a second person. Do not recommend doing it on your own. So alright, one more, that's Rage. Okay, now I gotta go to the Pokemon Center. So there's a Pokemon Center in Violet City that I'm using. In the game, this is so you can see Violet City, that's pretty cool. That's something they introduced in this game, was the titles, which I think is pretty cool. I wish they had done it in the other games, but they didn't. So this is, it's a fun feature here. So yeah, you're out late. That's something she says when it's night. It's kind of fun. It's 6 p.m. It's like not really even all that late, even for a kid, but whatever. They don't know, so they treat it like 1 a.m. They treat it as whatever, the same if it's 1 a.m. or 6 p.m. So, yeah, so we'll see more of that in the main game. We'll get more of the story. I beat the first gym in gold, which is Zach's game. So yeah, I'm gonna talk about who those characters are at some point in my gaming channel. I don't want to do it tonight. And I probably have a little bit of time to do it because I don't want to. Because I promised the gaming channel people I'd talk about it, and it's probably a lot of the same people. But in case it isn't, I wanna let them. I want them to be able to experience it. I want them to, know the story. And if you want to know the story of why they're called that, I would subscribe to my gaming channel. Eventually I'll talk about it when I don't know when, but maybe when I'm in a situation like this where I'm just grinding. This one is, like, one of the things about this, though, is that because it's the third one, or, I don't know, this one's a lot faster to get to the final one. I mean, it's weird, because, like, I don't know, it's very strange. I'll probably slow down for these now that we're getting close to the end of the... So you can see the bar, that's new as well to Gen 2, which I like. I mean, it may have actually supposed to have been in Gen 1, but my emulator didn't have it, so I feel, because it definitely had the bar, so my guess is it was supposed to be, but the emulator just didn't display it for whatever reason. I'm of course using an emulator because gosh knows that I'm not going to try to get a Game Boy in the year 2024. This is much faster. Okay. Probably one or two more battles. Okay. Yeah, probably one more. We need two more battles. Okay. Will this just be a 7-minute? This is gonna be a 7-minute stream. Okay, or maybe 8-minute stream, but yeah, grew to level 30, that's it. What, Steve Irwin is evolving? I actually checked what Hoppip appears in the game. We probably would have been a little bit longer. Yes. Okay. Feraligatr. Yay! And now I will beat up a bunch of Pokemon until it becomes a little bit slightly harder for me. I'll slowly gain levels as well, so... Yeah, my Pokemon are Steve Irwin, now Feraligatr, and Acrobat, my Golbat, which I'll eventually evolve into a Crobat, but... You can see what I did there. Acrobat, you get it. Yes, so Pokedex entries, that's the last thing we do. Feraligatr, the big jaw Pokemon. Although it has a massive body, its powerful hind legs, that's not what it is, enable it to move quickly even on the ground. I don't usually check what it is. Oh, they got footprints! Did they have footprints in the original? Oh, I don't remember that movie. Maybe they did, but I wasn't. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, sorry. But yeah, that is everything. That was a much faster stream than I thought it would be. I would go at least for 10 minutes, but I guess not, so... I hope you enjoyed all of this. Huge celebration and all that. I should save. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this. I could just actually silence the audio. Yeah, okay. So I hope you've enjoyed these 3 streams. Tomorrow I'll go back to my normal stuff, where I won't stream until I get a Hoppip. I'll do a not a normal Natu video. I mean, Natu video be fairly normal, except it'll be a different tie, because it's Friday the 13th. Pretty sure I was supposed to do a different tie for the entire week, but I forgot. And also, because I was anticipating this stream, and nobody really showed up for it. I mean, a few people popped in, but thank you for those who have, and thank you for watching if you're watching this in the VOD. But yeah, that's it. Bye! Actually, no, I should do it. I should do the thing. It's the last stream. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Before we get into the video, I should probably address the tie. It's Friday the 13th, so I'm wearing a red tie, which would normally represent evil, particularly with the black shirt. Normally I would wear it for the whole week, but since I was preparing for the 10th anniversary stream yesterday, I forgot. So I'm just wearing it today. Anyway, let's get into the video. Today we'll be talking about Natu. If one doesn't count Galarian Articuno as the 144th Pokemon, Natu is the first Psychic Flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are August 21st, 1996, June 12th, 1999, April 2nd, 2002, January 21st, 2005, November 12th, 2007, September 2nd, 2010, June 23rd, 2013, April 13th, 2016, February 2nd, 2019, and November 23rd, 2021. I find Natu's Native American / South American inspired design interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Natu, the tiny bird Pokemon. Little bird in gold and silver, little birds, 2 words, in crystal. Its number is 0177. This is what it looks like. Type is Psychic Flying. Since it's our first Psychic Flying to be in an info box, we'll point that out here. The Psychic side and the flying outside. That's fun. Abilities: Synchronize or Early Bird. Magic Bounce is its hidden ability. Gender ratios: 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a group flying. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 8 inches or 0.2 meters. Weight is 4.4 pounds or 2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 73 in Gen 2 through 4 and 64 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Natu is a dual type psychic flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Xatu starting at level 25. Biology: Natu is a tiny, mostly green avian Pokemon with a nearly spherical body colored in accents of red, yellow, and black. It possesses brightly colored yellow and red wings with thick black stripes. The wings are small and not fully grown, thus making it unable to fly. However, it can hop and climb tree trunks. Natu has a red crest on the top of its head, and its 3-toed feet and 3 tail feathers are red as well. Natu also has almond-shaped eyes and a yellow beak. Natu can be found near ruins and in temperate and tropical forests. Natu usually forages for food on the ground. However, on rare occasions, it will hop onto branches and peck at the tree's new shoots. It also picks food from cactus plants, easily avoiding the buds and spines. Due to its prophetic abilities, Natu is a very cautious Pokemon that is easily spooked. It has the quirky behavior of staring at something until the thing moves. Evolution: Natu evolved from Xatu, so you got Natu, Xatu. Game data: Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, because its wings aren't yet fully grown, it has to hop to get around. It is always staring at something. Silver, it usually forages for food on the ground, but may, on rare occasions, hop onto branches to peck at shoots. Crystal is extremely good at climbing tree trunks, and likes to eat the new sprouts on the trees. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Natu cannot fly because its wings are not yet fully grown. If your eyes meet with this Pokemon's eyes, it will stare back intently at you, but if you move even slightly, it will hop away to safety. Sapphire, Natu has a highly developed jumping ability. The Pokemon flaps and leaps onto tree branches that are taller than grown-up people to pick at the tree's new shoots. Emerald, it runs up short trees that grow on the savanna to peck at new shoots. Natu's eyes look as if they are always observing something. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it picks food from cactus plants, deftly avoiding buds and spines. It seems to skip about to move. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but not 2, and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, although it still can't fly, its jumping power is outstanding. It jumps way up into trees and plucks the buds from the branches. Ultra Moon, the look in its eyes gives the impression that it's carefully observing you. If you approach it, Natu will hop away. In Gen 8, Sword is the Crystal entry, Shield is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Got Natu in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, you got all these, side game locations. And events, stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 50, defense 45, special attack 70, special defense 45, speed 70 for a total of 320. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, ghost, electric, ice, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, grass, and psychic. Fighting for a fourth, and grass and psychic for half. Notes, if gravity is an effect, this Pokemon is given an iron ball or a ring target, or it is affected by smackdown or ingrain. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, get Peck and Leer. 5, stored power. 10, teleport. 15, confused ray. 20, nightshade. 26, psycho shift. 30, power swap. 35, guard swap and psychic. 40, wish. And 45, future sight. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. 11, solar beam. 14, thunder wave. 17, light screen. 18, reflect. 21, rest. 23, thief. 24, snore. 25, protect. 28, giga drain. 30, steel wing. 31, attract. 33, rain dance. 34, sunny day. 39, facade. 40, swift. 44, imprison. 56, U-turn. 60, power swap. 61, guard swap. 70, trick room. 72, magic room. 76 Round, and 95 Air Slash. For the TRs, 11 Psychic, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 36 Heat Wave, 38 Trick, 40 Skill Swap, 44 Cosmic Power, 49 Calm Mind, 69 Zen Headbutt, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, 83 Ally Switch, and 92 Dazzling Gleam. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, 4 Calm Mind, 11 Sunny Days, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 19 Giga Drain, 21 Dazzling Gleam, 22 Solar Beam, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 47 Steel Wing, 48 Skill Swap, 51 Roost, 58 Endure, 70 Flash, 73 Thunder Wave, 77 Psych Up, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Drill Peck, this group gives you Feather Dance, this group gives you Quick Attack, this group gives you Roost, this group gives you Simple Beam, and this group gives you Sucker Punch. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Ally Switch. So this little arrow thing here says Grand Underground. What that means is that that's a location in the game, and that these two parents must be from the Grand Underground to get this move. This group gives you Drill Peck, this group gives you Feather Dance, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Quick Attack, Farfetch'd gives you Simple Beam, this group gives you Sucker Punch, and this group gives you Zen Headbutt. By tutoring from the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Dual Wing Beat and Expanding Force. By transfer from another generation, from 3 to 7 you get Aerial Ace, 4 you get Air Cutter and Captivate. Captivate doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 you get Confide, 2 you get Curse and Detect, 2 through 7 you get Double Team, 3 you get Double Edge, 2 through 7 you get Dream Eater and Feint Attack. Feint Attack doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, 5, and 6 you get Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7 you get Frustration, Haze, and Hidden Power. Frustration and Hidden Power don't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Lucky Chant, Magic Coat, and Me First. Lucky Chant and Me First don't work anymore. 3 you get Mimic. 4 through 7 you get Miracle Eye, that doesn't work anymore. 4 you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 2 and 3 you get Nightmare, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Ominous Wind, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Pain Split. 4 and 5 you get Pluck. 2 through 7 you get Psych Up. 3 through 7 you get Refresh, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7 you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6 you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 4 you get Silver Wind, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 6, and 7 you get Sky Attack. 2 through 7 you get Swagger. 5 through 7 you get Synchronize, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Tailwind. 5 and 7 you get Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7 you get Toxic, and 4 you get Twister. TCG only moves, you get Glare, Hyper Beam, Mirror Coat, and Razor Wind from these cards. Okay, side game data. All this, yeah. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, and the browser entry.
It lets loose psychic orbs that make Pokemon paused.
I got all these. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex entry. Natu had no trouble getting around in the ruins. Despite their complexity, these Pokemon aren't able to fly yet, but they have amazing jumping power. Evolution data, Natu, level 25 Xatu. Sprites here, so it's a little different. The screen is a lot different. The red instead of the yellow. These are all white. The beak is also white. This is a lighter green. And all the red pieces are like a yellow, goldish, yellow, green thing. Yeah, silvers. I mean, more or less it looks the same though. Otherwise, yeah. Gen 3 introduces the proper colors, the yellow and the red wings, the yellow beak as well. This is more of the correct color, I think. This is still kind of a lighter color. These are orange now. That replaces the red parts. You know, Diamond and Pearl, probably not much different. I mean, it might change a little bit. I think the crest probably changes a little bit. The crest feather. It's maybe a little bit more rounded here. Becomes definitely more rounded in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Yeah. Gen 5 introduces the back sprites. It looks a little bit more pointed here for the crest feather. Gen 6 here, pretty good models. What's particularly interesting is that it more or less keeps the coloring. It's not a wild departure from that coloring, which is very rare. It becomes a 3D model, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, not much changes. I think the eyes change a little bit. You got the better models in Sword and Shield. Homes, you got these. You got the anime, Natu in the anime. Pokedex entries for this first one. I've already recorded it for the anime section, so I'll let Dexter read it.
Natu,
the tiny bird Pokemon. The Natu moves around by hopping and always seems to be staring at something.
In a Diamond and Pearl, episode 140, in Dawn's Pokedex.
Natu, the little bird Pokemon. Natu evolves into Xatu and skillfully picks food from cactus plants, avoiding buds and spines. It appears to skip about to move.
So this should actually be the tiny bird Pokemon instead of the little bird Pokemon. In the manga, Natu in Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, this first point I read in the Pidgey video. Natu is tied with Rookidee as the smallest flying type Pokemon. Origin, Natu appears to be based on a Quetzal, a bird family native to North America. It could also be based on other colorful birds like parrot, possibly the kakapo. It also resembles a quail. Name origin, as revealed in a Penny Arcade Staff podcast by Jeff Callies, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 2 Pokemon, the word Natu is short for nature. Natty may be derived from native. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Natu's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 201, Doing What Comes Naturally, so like Natu. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, are wandering through the forest, trying to find the next town when Ash sees someone they can talk to.
Let's try again, okay? Now look
person.
straight at
There's
me.
Natu.
Please, Naughty.
And that was Natu's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Natu's scene in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, and for the very first time we have face cam. This is how I'm going to do it from now on. As I can now just have the audio playing, I figured how to get the audio through OBS, so this will help me with my storage issue. That's the main reason why I'm going to do it. I won't be doing it for the anime section, as how I do the anime section is still a little bit different. So we'll just keep it without the face cam for that one. But yeah, so for the context of the scene here, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. And right now the video is explaining early humans worked with Pokemon for the common good. So you can see the Natu here in this scroll.
For the common good.
And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Natu. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Natu and Xatu by Art. So you got this Natu on top of this Xatu here. It's a cool, kind of looks like a totem pole. That's kind of cool. And it's got these weird wing aura things. That's very interesting. That's a very good piece of art here. I like the style. It's very good. That's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Smeargle to catch a Natu. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Xatu. As always, this is my proper outfit, and that's particularly true for today, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Xatu. The evolution of Natu evolves at level 25. It's also the first Psychic Flying evolution. Its previous BYC dates are August 22nd, 1996, June 13th, 1999, April 3rd, 2002, January 22nd, 2005, November 13th, 2007, September 3rd, 2010, June 24th, 2013, April 14th, 2016, February 3rd, 2019, and November 24th, 2021. I find Xatu's Native American/South American inspired design interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Xatu, the mystic Pokemon, whose number is 0178. This is what it looks like. Type is Psychic Flying. Ability, Synchronize or Early Bird. Magic Bounce is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg group flying. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 33.1 pounds or 15 kilograms. Base experience yields 171 in Gen 2 through 4 and 165 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Xatu is a dual-type psychic/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Natu starting at level 25. Biology: Xatu is a green condor-like Pokemon with long red and black-tipped white wings that cover most of its front. Underneath its wings are designs that resemble red eyes. Along with its main green coloration, Xatu's design has accents of black,
yellow, and red. There's an extra set of yellow stripes on a male Xatu. It has almond eyes, a long, slightly hooked beak, and 2 long red feather crests. Xatu's feet have only 2 toes, one in front and one in back. Xatu's design is similar to a totem pole or a Kachina doll. Here you can see Xatu with its wings unfolded. Xatu tends to stand still all day, constantly observing the sun's movement. One theory explains that Xatu can see into the future with its right eye and the past with its left, and it does not move due to fears of its visions of the future coming true. The anime has shown that it can communicate by moving its wings in a semaphore fashion. Xatu is believed to live in the forests of South America. Evolution, Xatu evolves from Natu, so Natu, Xatu. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Xatu lives on the Hill of the Ancients, located beyond the Great Canyon. Xatu is well regarded as a wise Pokemon with the ability to see into the future. The player first consults Xatu in an attempt to learn why they were turned into a Pokemon. Later on, he creates the Teleport Gem to teleport the player to the Sky Tower. After getting the Clear Wing from Spinda, Xatu reveals that the player must first go to the 3 fields and face the Lord of the Areas, the legendary beasts. Xatu occasionally visits Pokemon Square for shopping and gave Meteor Cave its name on one of these trips. Similarly, in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Xatu looks at the sunset at Sand Dune of Spirits and plays a part in the postgame. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Sky. Xatu runs a shop in Treasure Town called Xatu's Appraisal. He unlocks any treasure boxes found in dungeons for 150 Poka per box. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the same Xatu from Red and Blue Rescue Team plays a part in the post-story in bringing back the partner. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. They say it stays still and quiet because it is seeing both the past and future at the same time. Silver. In South America, it is said that its right eye sees the future and its left eye views the past. Crystal. Once it begins to meditate at sunrise, the entire day will pass before it will move again. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Xatu stands rooted and still in one spot all day long. People believe that this Pokemon does so out of fear of the terrible things it has foreseen in the future. Sapphire. Xatu is known to stand motionless while staring at the sun all day long. Some people revere it as a mystical Pokemon, out of their belief that Xatu is in possession of the power to see into the future. Emerald. It has the enigmatic power of foreseeing the future. Some people in different lands have long believed that Xatu are emissaries from another world. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, this odd Pokemon can see both the past and the future. It eyes the sun's movement all day. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry, Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Xatu and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, it's said that while this Pokemon has the power to predict the future, it's not powerful enough to change the future it sees. Ultra Moon, while it can see the future, it has no desire to change it, which is probably why it remains motionless at all times. In Gen 8, Sword is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and Y's entry. Shields and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Got Xatu in the Alola Pokedex, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Very interesting how it's not usually front-facing like this. Or I'm not used to it front-facing like this. Game locations, side game locations, held items. In Crystal, you get a Mystery Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you get the Wakan Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 75, defense 70, special attack 95, special defense 70, speed 95, for a total of 470. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, ghost, electric, ice, and dark for a double. Immune to ground. Resistant to fighting, grass, and psychic, fighting for a fourth, and grass and psychic for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an iron ball or a ring target, or is affected by smackdown or ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so we'll go from 0 to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. We'll start with this Evo, and then go down to Psycho Shift. Upon evolution, you get Air Slash. Level 28, Psycho Shift. 34 Power Swap and Guard Swap, 41 Psychic, 48 Wish, 55 Future Sight. Skipping by TM/TR for both games. And by breeding as well. Okay. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Dual Wing Beat and Expanding Force. Nothing by Prior Evolution. By transfer from another generation. 3 through 7, you get Aerial Ace. 4, you get Air Cutter and Captivate. Captivate doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 4 and 7, you get Defog. 2, you get Detect. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Dream Eater. 2 through 7, you get Feint Attack. That doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, 5, and 6, you get Flash. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, Haze, and Hidden Power. Frustration and Hidden Power don't work anymore. 7, you get Laser Focus. 4 through 7, you get Lucky Chant, Magic Coat, and Me First. Lucky Chant and Me First don't work anymore. 3, you get Mimic. 4 through 7, you get Miracle Eye. That doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 2 and 3, you get Nightmare. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Ominous Wind and Pain Split. Ominous Wind doesn't work anymore. 4 and 5, you get Pluck. 2 through 7, you get Psych Up. 3 through 7, you get Refresh. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam. That doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Silver Wind. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Sky Attack. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 5 through 7, you get Synchronize. That doesn't work anymore. 5 and 7, you get Telekinesis. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. And 4, you get Twister. TCG only moves, Psywave on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose psychic orbs that make Pokemon paused. You got all this. Yep. In Pokemon Go, Xatu can be obtained by completing 2/6 of the special research, a 7-colored shadow. Evolution data, Natu, level 25 Xatu. Sprites here, so a little different, but the same colors from yesterday, so that kind of makes sense. And then there's this dot, I guess, that was originally there that I think they took away. Took off the design. The eyes aren't red yet, they're white. The legs, I think, are longer. The feet, I think, are longer. This is, of course, a lighter green and an orange, like Natu's was. You can see kind of the lines here, how it was black and white here for the lines. Yeah, this one, Crystals, introduces the red eyes. Gen 3 introduces the yellow beak. The smaller feet, the yellow part there, and the red stripe, I guess. The yellow stripes replace the black one, I guess. This red piece, it becomes black, as you can see in the emeralds when it raises its feather or wings. Yep. Got all that. Diamond and Pearl. So, or Gen 4 introduces the male and female difference, so the 3 lines. This is, I think, a slightly different green, probably. The lines are thicker as well. They become thinner in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That's interesting. Yep. What really changes here? Full back sprite. That's pretty cool. Oh, we get to see it flying in Gen 6. That's interesting. Yeah. We got all that. Pretty good interpretation, I'd say. We got the better models, of course, in Sword and Shield. And Holmes here, you can see that. Okay, in the anime, Xatu in the anime, got 3 of them. Okay. Yep. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Xatu, the mystic Pokemon. Xatu is said to be able to foretell the future with a high degree of accuracy, but it is unknown whether its prophecies are correct.
Diamond and Pearl, episode 140, in Dawn's Pokedex. Xatu, the mystic Pokemon. This unusual Pokemon can see the past and the future as well. It watches the sun's movement all day long. The manga, Xatu and Pokemon Adventures, you got all this. The TCG and the TFG. Trivia. Xatu shares its category with Flygon. They are known as the Mystic Pokemon in English and the Spirit Pokemon in Japanese. Xatu's Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver Pokedex entries state that it is involved in South American myths which is a connection between the Pokemon world and the real world. Xatu is one of the few Pokemon whose official art depicts its female form. Before gender differences were introduced, all Xatu had the appearance of a female regardless of gender. In the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Xatu and Natu were colored brown. Additionally, instead of stripes, the wings had circular patterns. It evolved via Evolution Stone, and its types were reversed. So you can see Xatu's prototype design. You can see this. The eyes were, I guess, supposed to be something more, kind of looks like a cat or something. Jeff Callies, who assisted in naming many Gen 2 Pokemon, suggested the English name for Xatu. The name arose from Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's desire to have a Pokemon for every letter of the alphabet. Origin: Xatu seems to be based on a resplendent Quetzal with design elements from a Native American totem or Kachina. Behaviorally, it displays the ancient art of sun-gazing, a form of spiritual meditation practiced by the Aztec and Mayan peoples in the belief that it would give them supernatural power, hence Xatu being psychic type. Xatu distinctly resembles the bird-like enemy in Stage 2 of Pulseman, as they both share a nearly identical color scheme and similar shape. Name origin: according to Jeff Callies, Xatu is derived from Xat, a sort of Native American carved pole. Natio may be a combination of Native and Indio, Spanish and Italian for Native American. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Natu's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 234, quite fittingly, Xatu the Future. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, their Pokemon, Pikachu and Togepi, and the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, have fallen into a pit that Team Rocket had created, and ended up falling even further down than they had planned into a tunnel where they met a woman, and they are following her up these stairs, and Misty's about to point out some Pokemon.
Look up there! Are those
There's
Pokemon?
the Xatu. That is Xatu's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Xatu. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Mega Xatu by Leafy Heart. So, it's their interpretation of what Mega Xatu might look like. There isn't a Mega Xatu as of the filming of this. We'll see what Legends Z Alpha has in store if they have their own version. Probably not going to look like this though. But yeah, pretty cool. You know, a lot more obviously Native American and Mesoamerican designed. Got the leaf turning into this, and kind of the reminiscent of a Pokeball as well. That's pretty fun. We got the eyes becoming like this, kind of becoming a mouth, like that's, yeah, and then we got the stripes turning into those kind of stripes, and these stripes turning into these spikes here, and this kind of becoming like that, and its feet growing another toe. That's pretty cool. Yeah, very good art. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle to evolve Natu into Xatu. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mareep. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we're talking about Mareep, the first sheep Pokemon and the first pure electric type Pokemon in Gen 2 that isn't a pre-evolution of a Pokemon from Gen 1. Its previous BYC dates are August 23rd, 1996, June 14th, 1999, April 4th, 2002, January 23rd, 2005, November 14th, 2007, April 4th, 2010, June 25th, 2013, April 15th, 2016, February 4th, 2019, and November 25th, 2021. I like the idea of making a sheep an electric type because of the static electricity of wool. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mareep, the bull Pokemon, whose number is 0179. This is what it looks like. Type is electric, ability static, and plus is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 235, or 41.3%. Breeding, a groups monster in field. Hatch time 20 cycles, height 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight 17.2 pounds or 7.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 59 in Gen 2 through 4, and 56 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is white, base friendship is 70. Mareep is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Flaaffy starting at level 15, which evolves into Ampharos starting at level 30. Biology, Mareep is an ovine Pokemon with fluffy cream-colored wool covering its entire body, as well as a curly tuft of wool in the middle of its head. Its head is blue, and it has black eyes. Its 4 feet are blue and have 2 digits on each foot, and it appears to be on tiptoe at all times. Its conical ears and tail have a yellow and black striped pattern. Mareep has an orange sphere at the end of its tail, which acts like a small light bulb. The sphere glows brighter the more electricity and heat it has. Mareep's wool grows continuously and stores electricity, rubbing together and building a static charge. Its volume increases when it builds up with electricity. Touching the wool when it is charged will result in a static shock. During the summer, the fleece is shed, but it grows back in a week. Air is also stored in its fur, which allows it to stay cool during summer and warm during winter. It tends to avoid battles in the wild and has a mild disposition. Mareep is more often found in grassy fields, though can also be found in farms where its wool is used to make high-quality clothing. Clothing made from Mareep's wool builds up static electricity easily, and as such, a special process has to be used on it. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Mareep is known to roll over in its sleep. Evolution, Mareep evolves into Flaaffy, which evolves into Ampharos. So Mareep, Flaaffy, and Ampharos. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, if static electricity builds in its body, its fleece doubles in volume. Touching it will shock you. Silver, its fleece grows continually. In the summer, the fleece is fully shed, but it grows back in a week. Crystal, it stores lots of air in its soft fur, allowing it to stay cool in summer and warm in winter. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Mareep's fluffy coat of wool rubs together and builds a static charge. The more static electricity is charged, the more brightly the light bulb at the tip of its tail grows. Emerald, its fluffy wool rubs together and builds a static charge. The more energy is charged, the more brightly the light bulb at the tip of its tail glows. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its fluffy coat swells to double when static electricity builds up. Touching it can be shocking. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Black 2 and White 2, when cold weather increases static electricity, its wool doubles in size, and the tip of its tail glows slightly. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White's entry. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire is basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Mareep is now the correct casing, and grows is now glows. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, clothing made from Mareep's fleece is easily charged with static electricity, so a special process is used on it. Ultra Moon, rubbing its fleece generates electricity. You'll want to pet it because it's cute, but if you use your bare hand, you'll get a painful shock. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is very similar to its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll rate it. Its fluffy coat doubles in size when static electricity builds up. Touching it can be shocking. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. So we've got Mareep in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and Mareep in the Paldea Pokedex, so you can see one of them's sleeping. There's actually quite a few of them. Here, they seem to be on this field, which makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. So, sometimes this happens where there's this asterisk, which says certain items may have been given out at multiple events. So, instead of there being a sentence here, which I don't think we've actually had in Gen 2, but in Gen 1 there was a sentence here usually, but not for events for some reason. There's always an asterisk when events were involved, and I don't know why, but yes. In events, you get Ampharosite 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 55, attack 40, defense 40, special attack 65, special defense 45, speed 35 for a total of 280. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Flying, Steel, and Electric for half. Learn Step by leveling up. 1, you get Tackle and Growl, 4 Thunder Wave, 8 Thunder Shock, 11 Cotton Spore, 15 Charge, 18 Takedown, 22 Electro Ball, 25 Confuse Ray, 29 Power Gem, 32 Discharge, 36 Cotton Guard, 39 Dazzling Gleam, 43 Light Screen, and 46 Thunder. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 211 Electro Web. By breeding, from this group you get After You, from this group you get Agility, so this is the TM. Occasionally this happens. I think we only had, like, it happened a couple times in Gen 2, so, yeah, it's very rare. So this says, no Pokemon in the field and Monster Egg groups can learn Eerie Impulse via level up. However, the move is available via TM96 and can be passed down from the Pikachu line, Jolteon, the Mareep line, Quagsire, the Shinx line, Pachirisu, the Blitzel line, Dedenne, Morpeko, and the Palmy line, or copied via Meerherb. So it would be TM Electric gives you Eerie Impulse. Luxray gives you Electric Terrain. Similarly, with Electro Web, basically saying the same thing, but it's TM 211 now, and Pikachu line, Jolteon, Mareep line, Shinx line, Pachirisu line, Blitzel line, Dedenne, Passimian, Morpeko, and the Palmy line. You know, it's basically the only differences, but yeah, it's the Electro Web TM, and so that's how you get it. And then you can get Flatter from this group. Side game data, you got all this. Yeah, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. In Guardian Signs, it restores the Styler energy a little. Got all this. Yep. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Mareep has a powerful personality. You'll find her in the Flower Zone. She gets a charge out of playing Absol's Hurdle Bounce and Rayquaza's Balloon Panic. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Mareep enjoyed their slow life watching floating clouds. It's nice that they are now able to sleep. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Go. Yeah, okay. Pokemon Sleep. When Mareep rolls over in its sleep, its fluffy coat of wool rubs together and builds a static charge. This apparently turns into an electric current that flows into Mareep's tail, sometimes causing it to heat rapidly and start glowing at the tip. You got Fluffy Sleep, Pawing Sleep, Blinking Tail Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Mareep, level 15, Flaaffy, level 30, Ampharos. So you got sprites here, so, purple face and body and stuff, not quite blue yet. That's interesting. Then we got pink and purple for the shiny. That's cool. We also have like a purple little inside here, that's cool. Well, that might just be whatever color they had to use for this, you know, it could be just, yeah, left over from that, but anyway, yeah, you got that. The stripes are white in the back stripe for some reason. Yep. All that, interesting. The fluff moves, that's cool. And then Gen 3 here, you got the blue face now, and this has been corrected to being yellow. This is now kind of a different pink. That's cool. Yeah, this is different yellow, I'm sure. This is now all yellow, but different like shades of yellow. Maybe orange and yellow. Yeah, I got all that. Gen 4. Not really much changes. These get, I guess they kind of start off maybe looking more like they're maybe ears, but then there are very clearly these weird things on the side of the head. That's a darker pink. Yep, Gen 5, get the full back sprite, that's cool. Yep. Gen 6, it's kind of more, I guess in Gen 5, this becomes a lot more tan rather than the yellow. Interesting. It's probably, yeah, it's a lighter pink as well. It also kind of keeps the tan, maybe a different shade of tan. Probably a lot lighter in pretty much every respect. This is now like an orange, which is interesting. This is now a darker pink. Yep, probably not much changes here. I think the face might change a little bit here. Like the eyes, and like where they're positioned. I don't know, that could just be how they took this picture though. But I mean, there's probably some small differences like that though. Yeah, I think that maybe even the swirl might be a little bit different. Might be more defined, I don't know. Then you got Holmes here, yep. Okay, in the anime, Mareep in the anime. And you've got Sigimori reference sheet for the anime. That's pretty cool. Let's see kind of how it's kind of changed a little bit. It's become a little bit more, I don't know, longer, I'd say, and yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. You can see what it looks like when it's shaved. That's pretty cool. You don't really get that. I mean, we haven't gotten to see that in this article, so that's pretty cool to actually see that that's what it looks like. Yeah. Okay, you got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries. This first one I've already recorded for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Mareep, the wool Pokemon. Mareep store static electricity in their woolly coats. They avoid battles and have mild dispositions.
In Black and White, episode 113, in Ash's Pokedex. Mareep, the wool Pokemon. When Mareep's wool builds up with static electricity, its size doubles. In the manga, got Mareep in Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. Interesting. Okay, got all this. In the TCG and the TFG. Trivia. Origin. Mareep is based on a sheep. Its yellowish wool might be inspired by the golden fleece in Greek and Roman mythology. It is also likely that its electric type is a reference to how wool is able to build up static charges. Mareep and its evolved forms may also have been based on the title of the sci-fi novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Name origin, Mareep may be a combination of Mary, from the nursery rhyme, Mary had a little lamb, and sheep. Mareep is also an anagram of ampere, a unit of electric current. Mareep may be a combination of Mary, me, the sound made by sheep, or Mary and sheep. In other languages, see also references, external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Mareep's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 139, Mild and Woolly. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock, his legs those are, Misty, as well as Pikachu and Togepi have stopped at a picnic in the mountains here. Now they've noticed a Pokemon. Mareep, there it is. Aw, there's a little bell. That is Mareep's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Mareep. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at Demon Year fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mareep. So we've got Mareep, Flaaffy, Ampharos, and Mega Ampharos by Francis John here. So it's an interesting image, very stylized. Don't really know what they're doing, particularly this one. But you've got the Mareep, the Flaaffy, the Ampharos, and the Mega Ampharos. Very good art. Then we got Mareep by Sailor Clef. So this simple, cute little Mareep here. Very nice image. Got, it seems to be like a flock of them, because you can see a couple of them and a few of them in the background. Yeah. See, it's interesting because it's not blue, it's black and tan. Then we got Sheep Ship Charm by Riley Kitty. So it's Mareep with the other sheep Pokemon, Wooloo. So very nice image, very cute. I've got Sheep Sisters by Sayume, so another one with a Mareep and a Wooloo. Kind of very cute. They've both got a couple bows. It's very nice. This doesn't contain a Mareep, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Ursa Ring before I can catch a Mareep. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Flaaffy. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Flaaffy, the first pure electric evolution in Gen 2. It's the evolution of Mareep who evolves to level 15. Its previous PYC dates are August 24th, 1996, June 15th, 1999, April 5th, 2002, January 24th, 2005, November 15th, 2007, September 5th, 2010, June 26th, 2013, April 16th, 2016, February 5th, 2019, and November 26th, 2021. I find the idea that a sheep Pokemon that evolves and loses its wool interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Flaaffy, the wool Pokemon whose number is 0-180. This is what it looks like. Type is electric, ability static. Plus is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate 120 or 24.9%. Breeding, monster and field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 29.3 pounds or 13.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 117 in Gen 2 through 4 and 128 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Flaaffy is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Mareep, starting at level 15, and evolves into Ampharos, starting at level 30. Biology, Flaaffy is a pink bipedal ovine Pokemon. It has thick conical ears with black stripes on the sides of its head, and small blue eyes. A white mane of wool covers its head and upper body. Its mane forms sideways curls on the top of its head. It has stubby arms and one nail on each foot. Flaaffy's long tail has black stripes and is tipped with a blue orb. Storing too much electricity caused Flaaffy to lose the wool over most of its body, but the bare, rubbery skin protects it from the electricity stored in its fleece. The quality of Flaaffy's fleece can change to generate more electricity with less wool. The orb will light up when Flaaffy's mane is fully charged, and it can attack by firing electrified hairs at opponents. Flaaffy typically inhabits grassy meadows and fields, though it can also be found in farms where its wool is used to create high-quality clothing. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, on rare occasions, a sleeping Flaaffy's tail can be seen lighting up after being fully charged. Evolution, Flaaffy evolves from Mareep and evolves into Ampharos. So, Mareep, Flaaffy, Ampharos. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold. As a result of storing too much electricity, it developed patches where even downy wool won't grow. Silver, its fluffy fleece easily stores electricity. Its rubbery hide keeps it from being electrocuted. Crystal, because of its rubbery, electricity-resistant skin, it stores lots of electricity in its fur. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Flaaffy's wool quality changes so it can generate a high amount of static electricity with a small amount of wool. The bare and slick parts of its hide are shielded against electricity. Emerald, its fleece quality changes to generate strong static electricity with a small amount of wool. The bare, slick parts of its hide are shielded against electricity. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, if its coat becomes fully charged with electricity, its tail lights up. It fires hair that zaps on impact. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. Not even downy wool will grow on its rubbery, non-conductive patches of skin that prevent electrical shock. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Flaaffy is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, in the places on its body where fleece doesn't grow, its skin is rubbery and doesn't conduct electricity. Those spots are safe to touch. Ultra Moon, it stores electricity in its fluffy fleece. If it stores up too much, it will start to go bald in those patches. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is very similar to its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so we'll read it. If its coat becomes fully charged with electricity, its tail lights up. Flaaffy can fire hair that zaps on impact. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is the Crystal entry. Flaaffy in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And Flaaffy in the Paldea Pokedex. Kind of fun, as a couple of them. Looks to me dancing a little bit. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats. Base stats. HP 70. Attack 55. Defense 55. Special attack 80, special defense 60, speed 45 for a total of 365. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Learn step by leveling up, we'll go down to charge here. So 16 charge, 20 takedown, 25 electro ball, 29 confuse ray, 34 power gem, 38 discharge, 43 cotton guard, 47 dazzling gleam, 52 light screen, and 56 thunder. By TM we're skipping, same with by breeding, nothing by prior evolution. TCG only move, spark on these cards, side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia in the browser entry. It attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. Guardian Signs, it restores the styler energy a little. Okay, got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Sleep. If its coat becomes fully charged with electricity, it still lights up. You can see this happen very rarely while it sleeps, too. But be careful, Flaaffy can fire off hairs that zap on impact. So you got Sprawled Sleep, Fluffy Sleep, Blinking Tail Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Mareep, level 15, Flaaffy, level 30, Ampharos, sprites here. So, once again, this is one of the ones that is different in the Japan version versus the international version. So you can see in the back sprite here, it's like split into two different pieces rather than one piece for the international version. Don't know why they made that change. So, otherwise, you know, pretty basically the same. This is a little different color. These are a different pink. It's like this is more like the actual pink, which is interesting for the shiny. Yes, the stripes might be a little less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 3 there. But yeah, pretty basically the same. Yep. And so then in Gen 3, we get a different kind of pink. And that kind of pink, so it's kind of a white hair rather than like a cream colored hair. So it's blue and green for the 2 different bulbs there, and it's still 3, and then it becomes just 3 universally. And I guess they kept the international version of the hair rather than it being 2 different pieces. Okay. Yep. Diamond Pearl, not much changes. I guess it gets a little bit wider, it looks like. But otherwise, basically the same. Yeah, this one looks like it maybe has a smaller head. Yeah, all that's pink, I guess, yeah. Full back sprite. Got that. Just a couple lines now, or you can still kind of see the third line towards the bulb. But yeah, this is kind of a slightly different pink. It's interesting. Then we got the modern pink, sort of, much darker, or much different shade than this one. Yes. Pretty good adaptation. A little bit strange for the actual, like, fluffiness. Yeah, but otherwise pretty good. Oh, that's like a different face entirely. That's interesting. Okay. Then we got the homes here, so you can see slightly different pink. This is kind of more of a pink gold, I guess, rather than a cream color. It's cool. The anime, Flaaffy in the anime. Okay. All this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 75, in Maze Pokedex. Flaaffy, the wool Pokemon. Flaaffy builds up electricity in its thick coat of fur, but is unaffected by it thanks to its rubber-like skin. In the manga, Flaaffy and Pokemon Adventures. You can see it coming off the frame. That's cool. Yep. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 119. Its soft wool can trap electricity easily. However, its rubber-like skin prevents it from electrifying itself. This is Shuyong Yi's translation. In the TCG and the TFG, trivia, in all 3 times that Flaaffy is mentioned as an answer choice in a Pokemon Trainer's Choice segment, its name is misspelled as Flaaffy with 1 F. Flaaffy is the only pink electric-type Pokemon. Origin, Flaaffy is based on a sheep with patchy wool. Its type and ability come from how wool builds up static charges. Its evolutionary line may also have been based on the title of the sci-fi novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Name origin, Flaaffy may be a combination of fluffy and ba, the sound sheep make. Ah may be a reference to an AA battery given Flaaffy's electric type. Mokoko may derive from Yomo, wool, and a corruption of Moko Moko, fluffy. and other languages. Okay, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Flaaffy's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown. In this film, a lot has happened. The brief is that Brock is battling a woman named Molly. That's about as much as you need to know. And she sent out a Flaaffy. And there's an Entei, she also has an Entei. Well, it has the Entei, I guess.
Supersonic attack!
Maybe not the Entei, I don't know how that works. Okay, yeah, so that is Flaaffy's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Flaaffy. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Flaaffy by Sailor Clef. So this very cute Flaaffy here. We saw their Mareep image yesterday, so it's kind of fun to see their version of the evolved form. Yeah, very well done. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Ursaring before I can evolve Mareep into Flaaffy. Tomorrow we talk about Ampharos. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Ampharos. It's the first second electric evolution that was introduced as a second evolution, and electric-type Pokemon with a Mega Evolution. The first final pure electric evolution, Pokemon with a Mega Evolution, and first, second, non-starter evolution of Gen 2, and the only electric Pokemon with a Mega Evolution that's its second evolution. If one wishes to consider Mega Ampharos the 181st Pokemon, that form is the first electric dragon-type Pokemon. Ampharos is the final evolution of Mareep, who evolves into Flaaffy, who evolves into Ampharos at level 30. Its previous PYT dates are August 25th, 1996, June 16th, 1999, April 6th, 2002, January 25th, 2005, November 16th, 2007, September 6th, 2010, June 27th, 2013, April 17th, 2016, February 6th, 2019, and November 27th, 2021. I find Ampharos to be an interesting evolution of a sheep Pokemon, as it doesn't have any wool, or at least it doesn't have the large patches of fluffy wool. I like that Mega Ampharos brings back the fluffy wool. I think the flowing hair is ridiculous. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Ampharos, the light Pokemon, whose number is 0181. This is Ampharos, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Ampharos, this is what it looks like. Types, electric as regular Ampharos, and electric dragon as Mega Ampharos. Abilities, static as regular Ampharos. Its hidden ability is plus. Mold Breaker is Mega Ampharos's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding, egg, groups, monster, and field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height, regardless of form, is 4'7" or 1.4 meters. The weight, regardless, is 135.6 pounds or 61.5 kilograms. Megastone is Ampharosite. Base experience yield 194 in Gen 2 through 4 and 230 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3 and its special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Ampharos is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Flaaffy starting at level 30. It is the final form of Mareep. Ampharos can Mega Evolve into the electric dragon Mega Ampharos using the Ampharosite. Ampharos was officially revealed in the May 1997 issue of Koro Koro, along with Donphan and Slowking. Biology: Ampharos is a yellow bipedal ovine Pokemon with a white belly. It has conical ears with black stripes and a red orb on its forehead. Its long neck has several black rings around it near the base. Its stubby arms resemble flippers, and each foot has a single white nail. It has a long black striped tail with a red orb at the tip. The orb on its tail can shine so bright that it can be seen from space. People have used the light as a beacon or to send signals across the ocean. Ampharos is generally found in grasslands, though it can also be found in farms alongside its pre-evolved forms Mareep and Flaaffy. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, the tail light of a sleeping Ampharos can sometimes be seen in the distance at night. I guess supposed to say sometimes be seen. The reason is due to Ampharos forgetting to turn off its tail light before going to sleep. Aww. Forms: Ampharos can Mega Evolve into Mega Ampharos. As Mega Ampharos, its toes turn black and it regrows white wool at the back of its head and over its tail, having its genes stimulated by Mega Evolution. This energy also awakens its long sleeping dragon blood. Its long, woolly tail has many small red orbs attached to it. Its conical ears retain its stripes, but are now segmented with swirled tips. When it increases the amount of electrical energy within itself, the red orbs on its body and wool emit a strong light. So you can see Mega Ampharos here. Evolution: Ampharos evolves from Flaaffy and is the final form of Mareep. So you got Mareep, Flaaffy, Ampharos. Game data, NPC appearances: Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Jasmine's Ampharos. Amphi lights the Olivine City Lighthouse. Amphi was initially sick, and Jasmine would not allow a gym battle until it was cured. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Ampharos is the leader of the Expedition Society. The other members trust Ampharos despite his poor sense of direction. Pokedex entries in Generation 2 in gold. That tail's tip shines brightly and can be seen from far away. It acts as a beacon for lost people. Silver. The bright light on its tail can be seen far away. It has been treasured since ancient times as a beacon. Crystal. When it gets dark, the light from its bright shiny tail can be seen from far away on the ocean surface. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Ampharos gives off so much light that it can be seen even from space. People in the old days used the light of this Pokemon to send signals back and forth with others far away. It gives off so much light that it can be seen even from space. People in the old days used its light to send signals back and forth with others far away. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the tip of its tail shines brightly. In the olden days, people sent signals using the tail's light. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. The tip of its tail shines so brightly it can be used to send sea navigation beacons to distant foreign shores. In Gen 6, I think this is the first time this has ever happened, X and Y are the same entry, and that entry is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Ampharos and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, for regular Ampharos and Ultra Sun, that light from its tail can be seen from space. This is why you can always tell exactly where it is, which is why it usually keeps the light off. Ultra Moon. Its tail shines bright and strong. It has been prized since long ago as a beacon for sailors. Mega Ampharos and Ultra Sun. Excess energy from Mega Evolution stimulates its genes, and the wool it had lost grows in again. Ultra Moon. Massive amounts of energy intensely stimulated Ampharos' cells, apparently awakening its long-sleeping dragon's blood. The Gen 8 entry is very similar to its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. The tip of its tail shines brightly. In the olden days, people sent signals using the light from this Pokemon's tail. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Violet is the crystal entry. So we've got Ampharos in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Mega Ampharos in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Ampharos in the Paldea Pokedex, of course, next to the lighthouse. That makes sense. That's cute. Or on the lighthouse, I guess. Yeah, very clever reference. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats. Base stats for Ampharos. We'll compare Gens 2 through 5 and 6 onward. And then we will compare this one with Mega Ampharos' stats. HP 90, that stays the same. Attack 75, that stays the same. Defense 75, that goes up to 85. Special attack 115, that stays the same. Special defense 90, that stays the same. Speed 55, that stays the same. For a total of 500 and a total of 510. Now we'll compare Gen 6 onward with Mega Ampharos. HP 90, that stays the same. Attack 75, that goes up to 95. Defense 85, that goes up to 105. Special attack 115, that goes up to 165. Special defense 90, that goes up to 110. Speed 55, that goes down to 45. This one has a total of 510. This one has a total of 610. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, we'll compare Ampharos and Mega Ampharos. So, Ampharos is damaged normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. So, the ones that move are fire, water, grass, ice, dragon, and fairy. So it's damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, and dark. Ampharos is weak to ground for double. Mega Ampharos is also weak to ground for double, but now it's also weak to ice, dragon, and fairy for double. Neither are immune to anything. Ampharos is resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half, which is also true of Mega Ampharos, but it also now has fire, water, and grass, also all for half. Oh, and electric is for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 30. Upon evolution, you get Thunder Punch, 35 Power Gem, 40 Discharge, 46 Cotton Guard, 51 Dazzling Gleam, 57 Light Screen, and 62 Thunder. We're skipping by TM. Yep. And by breeding. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data for Ampharos. All this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, and the browser entry. It attacks by scattering charged orbs of electricity and shooting electric bolts. And Guardian Signs. It restores the Styler energy a lot. You got all this. Okay. Pokemon Sleep. The light from its tail can be seen from space. It's said that this Pokemon usually keeps the light off. But if you see a light shining far off in the distance at night, perhaps it's a soundly sleeping Ampharos. So you got tail scratching sleep, head bobbing sleep, glowing tail sleep, and a top belly sleep. Got for Mega Ampharos, you got all that. Form data, Mega Evolution, so Ampharos, Ampharosite, and Mega Ampharos. Evolution data, you got Mareep, level 15, Flaaffy, level 30, Ampharos. Sprites here, so okay, I mean, just a different shade of yellow, but pretty much the same. Got the 3 rings. Got the 3 rings here. Yeah, got a couple rings for the ears. Yeah, pretty much. And then belly's a little bit, I mean, it's a little bit, like, shorter, I guess, probably to fit the screen. Like, this one's a little bit longer, I guess, of a sprite. That's interesting. Crystals also seems to get even a little bit longer as well. That's interesting. Shiny is gray and purple. That's interesting. Then we got Gen 3 here. It takes the Flaaffy colors. That's cute. Where it's shiny, and then, yeah, the red, or the yellow and the red are more like the actual one we have now, closer to it. It's also a little bit longer body and stuff. More like a bowling pin, I guess. Then, in Gen 4, not much changes. The lines look like they may be a little bit more separated from each other. Yep. But it might be slightly different colors, but otherwise basically the same. This is definitely, I forgot to mention Gen 3 that that's more red, was kind of more orange in the other one. And this is, yeah, blue with the Flaaffy color here. 5, kind of all that. Yeah, the full back sprite. Models, pretty good. Yeah, and you got the Mega Ampharos, which is such a ridiculous idea. Yeah. Pretty good translation. So again, then of course Mega Ampharos is basically the same. It's slightly lighter because these are slightly lighter for some reason. Yeah, if you got all that. Ooh, you get to. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. Okay. Home. You get to see these. Yep. Pretty good. Yep. In the anime, Ampharos in the anime. Mega Ampharos in the anime. Pretty cool. Amphy's the big one for Ampharos. Yep. Yeah, I got all that. Okay. Pokédex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Ampharos, the light Pokemon. Ampharos emits a strong light from the tip of its tail, which can be seen over long distances and serve as a beacon to those who are lost.
In Advanced Generation, episode 59 in May's Pokédex. Ampharos, the light Pokemon. Ampharos has the power to illuminate the tip of its tail. This special ability is used to guide the lost to safety. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 130 in Ash's Pokédex. Ampharos, the light Pokemon. The tip of its tail shines so brightly that in days gone by, people used it to send signals to each other with the light. In Black and White, episode 113 in the same Pokédex. Ampharos, the light Pokemon, and the final evolved form of Mareep. Because Ampharos' light can be seen from a great distance, people once used that light to communicate by sending signals back and forth. In Journeys, episode 96, in Goes Phone. Ampharos, the light Pokemon, an electric type. The tip of Ampharos's tail lights up, guiding people who are lost. Like a lighthouse, this Pokemon is known for leading ships to safety. All that, again, in the manga, Ampharos in Pokemon Adventures, and Mega Ampharos in Pokemon Adventures, next to the Mega Aerodactyl we talked about in the Aerodactyl video. Yeah, okay, we got all that, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Ampharos appears as a spirit. Trivia, an early design for Ampharos depicts it with a shorter neck. So you can see that here, an earlier Ampharos design circa 1997. I read the second point in the Lantern video. Origin, Ampharos resembles a sheared sheep that its evolutionary line leads up to as they lose wool with each evolution. It also shares traits with a lighthouse, such as its height, stripes, and the beacon on the top. The two also share a name. It, as well as its pre-evolved forms, may have been based on the title of the sci-fi novel Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Mega Ampharos's dragon type, woolly mane, woolly tail, jewel-like orbs on its tail and slender body suggest that it's based on a Chinese dragon. Name origin, Ampharos may be a combination of amp, a measure of electric current, and pharos, Greek for lighthouse, as well as amparo, Portuguese and Spanish for aid and protection. Denryu may be derived from Denryu, electric current, as well as forming a pun on Denryu, electric dragon. It may also incorporate Denku, light bulb, referring to its tail. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions, and that's it. Let's move on. Now let's watch the first scene in the anime of Ampharos. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 208, Fight for the Light. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, have come to Olivine City, where they have met Jasmine, the gym leader here. So a lot has happened, a bunch has happened, she's had to leave. And so they're trying to find her at this lighthouse. Yes, so they've gone up to the top of the lighthouse. And here we got our Ampharos. I'd say that's probably Ampharos' first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Ampharos. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Ampharos Thunder by Ishmam. So you got Ampharos performing Thunder. It's pretty cool. It's like charging up, and a bunch of lightning bolts are all around it. It's very good art. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Ursaring to evolve Flaaffy into Ampharos. As for Mega Ampharos, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bellossom. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we're talking about Bellossom, the first Pokemon introduced as a divergent evolution, the only evolution to lose a type from its pre-evolutions, and the first evolution to evolve via the Sunstone. It's the second final evolution of Oddish, who evolves into Gloom, who evolves into Bellossom when exposed to the Sunstone. Its previous VYC dates are August 26th, 1996, June 17th, 1999, April 7th, 2002, January 26th, 2005, November 17th, 2007, September 7th, 2010, June 28th, 2013, April 18th, 2016, February 7th, 2019, and November 28th, 2021. I like Bellossom's design. I most remember Bellossom from a group of them leading a musical number in Pikachu's Rescue Adventure. Coincidentally, this is the scene we'll be watching today. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Bellossom, the flower Pokemon, whose number is 0182. This is what it looks like. Type Grass. Abilities, Chlorophyll, and Healer is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 12.8 pounds or 5.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 184 in Gen 2 through 4. And 221 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3 in special defense. Shape is that. Shockingly, it has no footprint. I guess it has no visible feet. I just kind of assumed that it had feet under this kind of dress thing, but I guess it doesn't. Pokedex color is green, base friendship is 70. Bellossom is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Gloom when exposed to a Sunstone, is one of Oddish's final forms, the other being Vileplume. Biology, Bellossom is a primarily green flowering plant Pokemon with circular blue eyes and red markings on its cheeks. It has 2 bright red rafflesia-like flowers on its head and green and yellow leaves around its waist that resembles a skirt, all adding to the appearance of a hula dancer. Bellossom's petals are said to be more beautiful the worse the aroma of the gloom it evolved from. When it rubs the petals on its head together, it creates a pleasing sound. Bellossom does not possess feet in the Pokemon the series episode, Flower Power. Its centermost leaves bent as it was getting ready to spring, suggesting that it uses its leaves as a substitute for feet or legs. However, the Pokedex does classify it as a biped. Bellossom is often seen dancing and chanting. In particular, Bellossom dances when cloudy weather persists, or when the heavy rainfall season ends and it is drawn out by the warm sunlight. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Bellossom is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in grassy plains and are more plentiful in the tropics. Evolution, Bellossom evolved from Gloom and is one of the final forms of Oddish, the other being Vileplume. So you can see Oddish, Gloom, and Bellossom. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, in the special episode, Here Comes Team Charm, a Bellossom appears before the southern jungle, attempting to convince Team Charm that there is no treasure in the boulder quarry ahead, but Team Charm proceeds with their exploration anyway. This Bellossom is later revealed to be a disguise of Ditto, the guardian of Limestone Cavern. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. Bellossom gather at times and appear to dance. They say that the dance is a ritual to summon the sun. Silver, plentiful in the tropics. When it dances, its petals rub together and make a pleasant ringing sound. Crystal, when these dance together, their petals rub against each other, making pretty, relaxing sounds. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, when Bellossom gets exposed to plenty of sunlight, the leaves ringing its body begin to spin around. This Pokemon's dancing is renowned in the southern lands. A Bellossom grows flowers more beautifully if it has evolved from a smelly gloom. The stinkier, the better. At night, this Pokemon closes its petals and goes to sleep. Emerald, its flower petals deepen in color through exposure to sunlight. When cloudy weather persists, it does a dance that is thought to be a ritual for summoning the sun. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, when the heavy rainfall season ends, it is drawn out by warm sunlight to dance in the open. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, but Bellossom is now the correct casing. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Bellossom, Pokemon, and Gloom are now the correct casing. For some reason, it's not in Gen 7. I don't know why. I'm sure Oddish and Gloom and Vileplume probably weren't, but I don't remember that. But given the fact that they mentioned the tropics, you'd think that one would be the one that would have this. Then, like, the idea that if it's supposed to be based on, like, a hula dancer, that would be a perfect one to have in Gen 7. In Gen 8, Sword is the Silver entries. Sword is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Shield is X's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, due to the effects of the Sunstone, it is now active during the daytime. It likes to dance in pools of sunlight. Violet, after it grows up, it leaves the forest it was born in to form groups with other Bellossom. It breaks into dance when it gets excited. Got Bellossom and the Blueberry Pokedex. Looking very rubbery, that's interesting. But yeah, it's in the dome. That's cool. And it's in the tropics, that makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Sword and Shield, you get the Absorbable 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Gens 2 to 5 and Gen 6 onward. So HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 80, that stays the same. Defense 85, That goes up to 95. Special attack, 90. That stays the same. Special defense, 100. That stays the same. Speed, 50. That stays the same. So this one's a total of 480, and this one has a total of 490. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric for half. Learn set by leveling up will move down to 21. Okay, we're just doing upon evolution. Upon evolution, you get Petal Blizzard. It's a physical, grass-type move. Its power is 90, accuracy 100, and PP is 15. By TM, we'll do, since it has a different type than its pre-evolution. So, TM002, Charm, 7 Protect, 13 Acid Spray, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 33 Magical Leaf, 43 Fling, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 73 Drain Punch, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 131 Pollen Puff, 132 Baton Pass, 137 Grassy Terrain, 148 Sludge Bomb, 152 Giga Impact, 159 Leaf Storm, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 190 Solar Blade, 191 Uproar, 193 Weather Ball, 194 Grassy Glide, 205 Endeavor, 206 Petal Blizzard, and 212 Triple Axle. By breeding, we're skipping, since that should be the same as the other one. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volumia, the browser entry. While protecting itself with leaves, it also scatters them to attack. In Guardian Signs, it creates spines around itself that make Pokemon's load. Okay, got all these, yep. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry. Bellossom lives in the flower zone. She loves flowers. She gave you the wonderful watering can that she found in the beach zone. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, their dream is to fill the crag area with flowers. They collect various seeds and plant them, but some Pokemon eat them. You got all this, yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Bellossom usually hide in vegetation, but when something puts them in a happy mood, they come out of hiding to dance with their friends. Evolution data, Bellossom evolves from Gloom when exposed to a Sunstone. Gloom cannot evolve into Bellossom in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Gloom also cannot evolve into Bellossom in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Bellossom is not present in those games. So you've got Oddish, level 21, Gloom, Sunstone, Bellossom. So sprites? Oh, I was not expecting that. Okay, so it's got the green. Okay, so it's purple flowers instead of the red flowers. The shiny actually makes a lot more sense than the non-shiny version, because it's a lot more the coloring of Gloom. And Oddish. It's very weird. It's almost like they got, and then, yeah, it kind of corrects that in Crystal. I mean, it gives the red to the Crystal, but it's all red, because it's all purple. That's interesting, or pinkish purple, or whatever. That's very interesting. But basically it's the same kind of basic concept. Gen 3 introduces the full colors, and the correct colors. So yeah, this is the yellow, this is green, this is properly now just red, you know. And the shiny is purple with, purple, it's kind of a pinkish, I guess, flowers and different shades of green than this. Yes. Then Gen 4, more, this kind of, it is kind of a yellow-green, I guess. That becomes also more obviously green. This is the one that introduces the yellow, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. These bodies are different. This looks like, I don't know, it's very thin compared to these. It's very interesting. Gen 5, you got the full back sprites, a little bit more the bigger one. Yeah. That's interesting, yep. Gen 6, so we're back to more of the chunky Bellossom. Pretty good translation, though. Yeah. And yeah, these are basically the same. It's a different purple as well, and this is a different pink, yeah. Sword and Shield, so you got these. This is back to the other kind of pink, I think. Yeah, very slightly different. These are more orange. Oh, yeah, I forgot they become kind of more orange as time goes on. Less red and more orange. Yeah, then we got homes. They're back to kind of being more red here. That's interesting. Yeah, it's different pink as well. Oh, the thing is green. When did it become green? Kind of became green in this one, I guess. Oh, wait, how far? Oh, wait, no. I guess it's always, since Gen 3, it's been green instead of yellow. Although it's kind of more ambiguous in these couple. It becomes much more obvious in Gen 5. And in the models, when they become bigger flowers. Yeah. Other sprites. Gold and Silver's credits sprite. That's kind of fun. Also white, that's interesting. In the anime, Bellossom and Pokemon the series. Okay, you got all these, yeah. Yep. Okay, that's a lot of Bellossom. Pokedex entries in episode 122 in Ash's Pokedex. Bellossom, the flower Pokemon. When these Pokemon move, their delicate petals rub together, creating a pleasant sound. They are also known for their unique acrobatic dancing abilities. In the manga, you got a Bellossom in Pokemon Adventures with, I think, Erica. That's cool. Got all these. Yeah. Pokedex entries, Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 163. They will sometimes gather and start dancing. It's also known as a ritual dance to worship the sun. Chuang Yi's translation. All these, and the TCG. In other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee, when released from a Pokeball, Bellossom will use its sweet scent to put any nearby opponents into a deep sleep. Its animation is based on its same idle animation for Pokemon Stadium 2. As Bellossom stays on screen longer than most Pokemon, this gives the player who released it time to power up a smash attack. It is also available as a trophy. Trophy information? From time to time, these beautiful flowered Pokemon will gather in numbers and perform an odd sort of dance to call out the sun. While in the midst of this strange exhibition, their petals brush together to create a peaceful and soothing melody. A Gloom will only evolve into a Bellossom if it's exposed to a sunstone. Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Bellossom makes a return appearance in Brawl once again, using its sweet scent to put opponents to sleep and leave them vulnerable to attacks. As you can see, Bellossom in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information? A flower Pokemon, after spells of cloudy weather, Bellossom will gather to call out the sun by performing a dance. When exposed long enough to the sun, the leaves on its body will spin around. Bellossom's speed is also known to increase with sun exposure. Its main specialty is poison attacks. Also, Bellossom will close its flower when sleeping. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, Bellossom returns as a Pokeball summon, once again using Sweet Scent to put opponents to sleep. It also appears as a trophy in both the 3DS and Wii U versions. So you can see that trophy here, Bellossom trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information, in the North America version, a Grass-type Pokemon, Bellossom evolves from Gloom, losing its secondary Poison type. It also gets smaller. It's most common to find Bellossom in tropical climates, grouped together and dancing. In Super Smash Bros., the sweet scent from Bellossom can put even the most hardened fighters to sleep. In PAL, two unusual things happen when Gloom evolves into Bellossom. It gets smaller and it loses its secondary type, Poison, becoming a purely Grass-type Pokemon. These Pokemon are most commonly found in groups in the tropics. Here, the more damage fighters have taken, the longer Sweet Scent keeps them asleep. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Bellossom returns for the 4th time in the series, retaining Sweet Scent, which lulls nearby foes to sleep. Bellossom also appears as a spirit. Trivia: in its gold and silver artwork, Bellossom's body is colored blue instead of the usual green. This color is similar to that of its evolutionary relatives and its shiny color in Gen 2. So you can see Bellossom's GS artwork, gold and silver artwork. Bellossom is the only single-type Pokemon that evolves from a dual-type Pokemon. This third point we read in the Vileplume video. In Gen 2, Bellossom was unable to learn Sludge Bomb via TM, while its pre-evolutions could. This was fixed starting in Gen 3. Despite its apparent connection to hula, a form of dancing that originated in Hawaii, Bellossom is not native to the Alola region and must be transferred in from other regions. However, there is a Bellossom on the face board inside the Alola Tourist Bureau in Hiahia City. Origin: Bellossom seems to be based on a stereotypical hula dancer. The leaves encircling its body resemble a grass skirt, which was popularized in Hawaii through tourism. The flowers adorning its head resemble both plumeria in concept, which are commonly worn in the hair and used to make leis, and Rafflesia keithai in shape, which relates to its pre-evolved form Gloom. It is also reminiscent of a bell due to its body shape and the ringing sound it produces as described in its Pokedex entries. Name origin: Bellossom may be a combination of bell, and blossom. Kurei Hana may be a combination of Kurei, beautiful, Rei, bell, and Hana, flower. In other languages, external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series, let's move on. Now let's watch Bellossom's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's rescue adventure. In this short, Ash Ketchum's Pokemon and the Pokemon of his friends have fallen down a hole and into this tree that is like this whole world filled with Pokemon. Here, a group of 5 Execute have found Togepi. That was how this all started, was Togepi fell down the hole and all his friends' Pokemon followed it. The Execute are using it as the 6th member of their party. They won't let them take it, so now they're trying to find something to replace Execute, and they've entered this sort of, I don't know, open area. We'll soon see a Bellossom. There they are. And that is Bellossom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Bellossom. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bellossom. So we've got Bellossom by all0412. This very cute Bellossom here seems to be in this like grass, like it's almost being filmed through the grass, being subtle, and like the camera person's trying not to be seen or something. Very well done. And we got Bellossom by all0412, a different one. Still very good, still very well done. I don't really know where the environment is, or if it's supposed to be in an environment, I'm unsure. But yes, still very cute. This doesn't contain a Bellossom, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle to evolve Gloom into Bellossom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Marill. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Marill, the first water fairy-type Pokemon, although it didn't get the fairy type until Gen 6. In Gen 3 through 5, it was the first evolution introduced in Gen 2 by Pokedex number to not share its typing with its pre-evolution. It's also the first Pokemon in Gen 2 to get a future pre-evolution, and the first Pokemon outside of the Pikachu line to be considered a Pikachu clone. A Pokemon that is believed to be based on Pikachu. Starting in Gen 3, it's the evolution of Azumarill, who evolves when leveled up with High Friendship. Marill's previous PYC dates are August 27th, 1996, June 18th, 1999, April 8th, 2002, January 27th, 2005, November 18th, 2007, September 8th, 2010, June 29th, 2013, April 19th, 2016, February 8th, 2019, and November 29th, 2021. I like Marill's design. It's fun to see a water mouse. I also find his tail interesting. I, like many, most remember it from Peekaboo, although I most know it with others talking about it in retrospect, as I was too young to have known about Peekaboo at the time. As mentioned earlier, Marill is considered a Pikachu clone. And because of this, when Marill was first revealed, before its name was revealed, yes, apparently that was something the Pokemon Company did at one point, people, seeing its similarity, gave it the name Peekaboo. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Marill, the Aqua Mouse Pokemon. It was all one word in Gen 2. Its number is 0183. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Fairy. Since it's our first Water Fairy, we can see the water inside and the fairy outside. Abilities, Thick Fat or Huge Power. Sap Sipper is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg groups. Water 1 and Fairy, hatch time 10 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 18.7 pounds or 8.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 58 in Gen 2 through 4 and 88 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Marill is a dual type water fairy Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a pure water type Pokemon. It evolves from Azumarill when leveled up with High Friendship and evolves into Azumarill starting at level 18. Biology, Marill is a small, blue, bipedal, semi-aquatic rodent Pokemon. It has a nearly spherical shape with a white belly, and it has round ears with red insides. These sensitive ears can detect distant sounds. Marill's arms and feet are short and possess no visible digits. There is a blue, bubble-like ball at the tip of its zigzagging black tail. The tail is flexible and configured to stretch, and the ball is full of oil that acts as a buoy to help
keep Marill afloat. The ball at the tip of its tail can glow when Marill attacks. In the anime, Marill was shown to be able to bounce on its tail. In the TCG, Marill is shown to rapidly spin its tail, seemingly readying for an attack. Marill is able to swim in strong currents without being slowed down by the water's resistance, due to its water-repellent fur. Marill feeds on aquatic plants in addition to fishing for food. When it dives, its tail can be seen bobbing on the water's surface. It will anchor its tail around a tree when fishing at the edge of a fast-moving stream. Marill never gets cold after swimming in cold water due to its water-repellent fur drying up quickly the moment it leaves the water. It lives on the water's edge. Prior to Gen 6, Marill and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon that have huge powers and ability. So you got Marill floating through the help of its tail. You got a bunch of other Pokemon. Marill spinning its tail to attack. Evolution, Marill evolves from Azurill and evolves into Azumarill. So you've got Azurill, Marill, and Azumarill. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Marill is the older brother of Azurill, who is kidnapped by Drowsy during the main storyline. In the post-credits storyline, Marill calls on the player and partner to find a way to wake his brother up from a nightmare. Aww. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. The tip of its tail, which contains oil that is lighter than water, lets it swim without drowning. Silver, the end of its tail serves as a buoy that keeps it from drowning, even in a vicious current. Crystal, the fur on its body naturally repels water. It can stay dry even when it plays in the water. Presidium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Marill's oil-filled tail acts much like a life preserver. If you see just its tail bobbing in the water's surface, it's a sure indication that this Pokemon is diving beneath the water to feed on aquatic plants. In Sapphire, when fishing for food, at the edge of a fast-running stream, Marill wraps its tail around the trunk of a tree. This Pokemon's tail is flexible and configured to stretch. Emerald, its body is covered with water-repellent fur. Because of the fur, it can swim through water at high speed without being slowed by the water's resistance. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, using its tail as a float, it dives underwater. It likes eating plants that grow on river bottoms. Pearl, the tip of its tail is filled with oil that is lighter than water, so it acts as a float. Platinum, the oil-filled end of its tail floats on water. It keeps Marill from drowning even in a strong current. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Platinums, but Marill is the correct casing. In Black 2 and White 2, the oil-filled tail functions as a buoy, so it's fine even in rivers with strong currents. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry, Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Marill and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8 and Sword, this Pokemon uses its round tail as a float. The ball of Marill's tail is filled with nutrients that have been turned into an oil shield. Even after Marill swims in a cold sea, its water-repellent fur dries almost as soon as Marill leaves the water. That's why this Pokemon is never cold. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal and X's entry. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. So you've got Marill in the Paldea Pokedex. Got 3 of them, a couple in the foreground, and one sitting with a Psyduck and a Squabbit. I don't know what this is. It's maybe a reference to something. I'm unsure. Oh, the tail is in the water a little bit. That's a cool effect. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 20, defense 50, special attack 20, special defense 50, speed 40, for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, and fairy. Weak to poison, grass, and electric for double, immune to dragon, resistant to fighting, bug, fire, water, ice, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Dragon-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Thick Fat, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is a 4th, and the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is a 4th. Both would be a 4th instead of half. If this Pokemon has Sap Sipper, the effectiveness of Grass-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 2. Due to the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Steel-type moves was half, so it went from half to 1, and Dragon-type, Dark-type, Fighting-type, Bug-type, and Poison-type moves was 1, so for Dragon-type, it went from 1 to 0, Dark from 1 to half, Fighting from 1 to half, Bug-type from 1 to half, Poison-type 1 to 2, prior to Gen 6. It's a weird period instead of a comma. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 2 Marill we will start with 6. So, 6 Bubble Beam, 9 Charm, 12 Slam, 15 Bounce, 19 Aqua Tail, 21 Play Rough, 24 Aqua Ring, 27 Rain Dance, 30 Hydro Pump, 33 Double Edge, and 36 Superpower. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 19 Disarming Voice, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 37 Draining Kiss, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowskate, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 117 Hyper Voice, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 124 Ice Spinner, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 139 Misty Terrain, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 201 Misty Explosion, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, and 227 Alluring Voice. For by reading here, what we'll do is we'll read it in this one, but we won't read it in the Azumarill or the Azumarill videos. This group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Belly Drum, this group gives you Copycat, this group gives you Perish Song, Delibird gives you Present, this group gives you Sing, this group gives you Soak, this group gives you Supersonic, and this group gives you Tickle. By Prior Evolution, Azumarill gives you Splash. It's a normal type status move, has no power, has no accuracy, and PB hit is 40. Inside game data, you got all this. Yep, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It attacks by spinning bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. You got all this. Okay. Evolution data. So, Azumarill, level up with High Friendship. Marill, level 18, Azumarill. So, breeding is holding the Sea Incense from Gen 3 to 8. That's the Sea Incense, I guess. Sprites here, so, okay, a little darker than the modern colors, but what I'm more or less familiar with. Yeah, I got the red interior. It's basically the same. Might be the tail might be a little bit different. This is a green and pink. Makes sense. Then in Gen 3, they're a little bit different blue, a little lighter one. Belly's a little bit smaller, I think. There's maybe a couple colors in the mouth. That's interesting. This is, yeah, basically. So green. That for the shiny, the biggest difference is the ears and the mouth are now red instead of pink. Diamond and Pearl got closer to the modern colors. This lighter one, but for some reason goes back to the darker blue and platinum and keeps that in these two. I think the belly gets a little bit smaller, the white part. Probably just gets more simplified. Zigzag is probably a little bit more complicated. Yeah, the zigzag doesn't seem terribly consistent. Tail, shiny again. Really, that is more or less the same. Might be a little bit brighter than the other one. This one seems different. I mean, because it just seems more simplified, I think. But in Gen 5, get the full back sprite. That's pretty cool. Gen 6, we go back to kind of that lighter blue that we had in Diamond and Pearl. This is about the same. Oh, it becomes orange. The ears become orange. Oh, that happens in this one. They kind of become orange. These become red. So the distinction, I guess, yeah, is red in platinum and orange in platinum as well. Yeah. So then, okay, then we go back to this one. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit taller than these guns are. That's interesting. I don't know, maybe that was too difficult for them to translate this small thing with a long tail. I don't know. Tail also looks a little bit different, but overall pretty good. This is a little bit squatter. Yeah, okay, so they made it a little bit squatter in Gen 7. Interesting. I got the Holmes model here. That's pretty good. In the anime, Marill is seen in the Pikachu shorts. Tracy's Marill is the big one, I guess, and so is Lyra's Marill. I got Marill in the Pikachu shorts, I guess. Oh, it appears in a few of them. Okay. Yeah, you got all these. Yep. Yep. Pokedex entries. This first one I've recorded for the anime sections. We'll let Dexter read it.
Marill, a water-type Pokemon.
In episode 87 in Ash's Pokedex. So this is interesting because I believe this is the Orange Islands, the Season 2 coloration. So I don't really know what voice I'm going to give it, so I'm going to give it the original Pokedex voice. So, Marill, the water mouse Pokemon. Its sensitive ears can detect distant sounds, and the round, rubbery tip on its tail can expand and contract, assisting Marill in the water. So this should be, it says incorrect, should have said Aqua Mouse Pokemon. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 137 in Dawn's Pokedex, Marill, the Aqua Mouse Pokemon. The tip of its tail floats in water so it can swim in any current no matter how rough. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 143, the same Pokedex, Marill, the Aqua Mouse Pokemon. Its floating tail allows it to remain steady against the strongest of water currents. Okay, got that. Okay, in the manga, Marill and Magical Pokemon Journey. Very angry for some reason. Got all these. Yep. In the TCG, the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Marill will immediately start running in the direction the ball was thrown. Any opponents in the way will be juggled with its tackle attack. It can be knocked off the screen with a strong enough attack. Trophy information, this Aqua Mouse Pokemon evolves into Azumarill. The round ball on the end of its tail acts like a flotation device, so it can float safely on the roughest of water conditions. It resides on Mount Motor in seclusion. Few of the creatures are ever seen. Marill's cuteness has earned it a large and loyal fan base. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Marill appears as a spirit. Trivia, in an early design for Marill that was used in the Nintendo Space World 1997 demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver, Marill had a pink body instead of blue, and it lacked its jagged tail. So you can see that here, Marill's sprite in the Nintendo Space World demo. For months prior to the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver, Marill was often incorrectly referred to as Pika-Blue by fans due to its slight resemblance to Pikachu. It is even referred to as Pika-Blue on Topps Pokemon the First Movie trading cards. We did this third point in the Togepi video, but not the sub-point, so I'll read it. In addition, Marill and Azumarill both have the lowest base stat at special attack of all fairy-type Pokemon. Because Azummarill's gender ratio does not match that of its evolved forms and its evolution is not dependent on gender, being female 75% of the time, while Marill and Azumarill are female only 50% of the time, female Azumarill have a 1 in 3 chance of evolving into a male Marill prior to Gen 6. Whether or not this will happen is determined by its personality value. Azumarill is the only Pokemon to do this. Why would they do that? They had genders in Gen 2. They absolutely could have made it fit. What? That's so weird. Okay. When they have the Sap Sipper ability, Marill and Azumarill are the only non-dragon type Pokemon that resist or are immune to all 3 of the first partner Pokemon types: grass, fire, and water. Marill's name was originally spelled Marill, as shown in some merchandise for the first movie. It had 2 R's and lacked the second L. Origin, Marill may be based on a combination of a mouse and a beach ball, or possibly a personal flotation device, or life buoy. Its body and ears also resemble a water molecule. Additionally, Marill may be based on water rats, closely related species of semi-aquatic rodents of the superfamily Muroidea. That includes the European water vole, the Rackley from Australia, the South American water rats, and the Florida water rat. Marill's name, shiny color scheme, and tail might also indicate that it is based on Marimo, free-floating spherical balls of algae that are also known as lake balls or moss balls. Name origin, Marill, and Marill may be a combination of mar, Spanish and Portuguese for sea, marui, round or circular, or mari, ball, ruri, lapis lazuli, and possibly rill, a small river or brook, and marine blue. Now the languages, see also external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Now let's watch Marill's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's vacation. In this short, Ash Ketchum and his friends have put their Pokemon in this park to have a little vacation, I guess. And Pikachu, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur have put themselves in charge of Togepi here. And now, yeah.
a few new Pokemon will be remembered. So, we got this group.
Pokemon
Oh.
database.
So, we got Snubble,
Snubble, a newly discovered Pokemon.
Cubone,
A ground type Pokemon, Cubone.
Yay!
Raichu, of course.
Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu.
Yep. And
Marill!
Marill, a water type Pokemon.
yes. Aww. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Oh no, must sense unhappiness. Oh dear.
Pokemon do not usually battle unless directed by their trainers.
Interesting.
Translation activated. Let's set a good example for the baby.
Okay, yeah. And that is Marill's first scene in the anime. I don't know what's going on with this. It's like a weird transition they do. I don't know.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Marill card. It's the 9th Marill card design. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida. I like the angle. It's unique. Marill has 60 HP. It's 1'4" and 18.7 pounds. It has 2 moves, Rollout and Splashing Turn. In the video games, Rollout is a rock-type move introduced in Gen 2. It hits the opponent, Pokemon, 5 times in 5 turns, once per turn, doubling the damage each time. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. However, if Marill is evolved from Azumarill, it hits for 30 damage. Splashing Turn isn't a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 2 water energies and hits for 20 damage. However, the player must also switch Marill with a benched Pokemon. Marill is weak to electric for plus 10 damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fighting, grass, fire, water, and darkness, as it's resistant to fighting, bug, often represented as grass in the TCG, fire, water, ice, represented as water in the TCG, and dark, darkness in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Marill to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, using its tail as a float, it dives under the water. It likes eating plants that grow on river bottoms. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, and it is similar to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Marill is level 12. In the video games, it would be 6 levels away from evolving into Azumarill. Speaking of Azumarill, I don't have an Azumarill card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Dunsparce. Now let's see why people love Marill. Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Marill? And Sandra, Mendoza, Rivera, V4E responded, Marill is blue like Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls. Yes, yes it is. Thank you for your response. Let's move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at Get TV on fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Pokemon Subspecies Marill by Cool Pikachu 29. So we've got Marill in a bunch of variations, I guess. I got the Marill in the center, then a sort of shaggy, lighter blue one, then a different kind of blue, kind of sky blue, I guess, with these white spots all over it. Then we've got sort of greenish one. Looks like it maybe it belongs in a swamp or something. Then we got this darker blue one. It has little loops instead of the zigzags, and its body is much more like that. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, and I guess this one also has gray ears. The red's, I think, slightly different among them. But yes, it's very good. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art, as I need to wait until I've talked about Meltank before I can catch a Marill. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Azumarill. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, Today we'll be talking about Azumarill, the first water fairy evolution, although it didn't get the fairy type until Gen 6. Starting in Gen 3, it's the final evolution of Azurill, who evolves into Marill, who evolves into Azumarill at level 18. Its previous PYC dates are August 28th, 1996, June 19th, 1999, April 9th, 2002, January 28th, 2005, November 19th, 2007, September 9th, 2010, June 30th, 2013, April 20th, 2016, February 9th, 2019, and November 30th, 2021. I think Azumarill turning into a more rabbit-like design is interesting, particularly after Azurill was introduced, where it keeps more of the mouse-like design. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Azumarill, the Aqua Rabbit Pokemon. It was all one word in Gen 2. Its number is 0-184. This is what it looks like. Type is Water Fairy. Abilities, Thick Fat or Huge Power. Sap Sipper is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is 8 groups, Water 1 and Fairy. Hatch time, 10 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 62.8 pounds or 28.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 153 in Gens 2 through 4 and 189 in 5+. Loving rate is fast. EV yield is 3 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Azumarill is a dual-type water fairy Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a pure water-type Pokemon. It evolves from Marill, starting at level 18. It is the final form of Azurill. Biology: Azumarill is a blue, bipedal, semi-aquatic leporine Pokemon that has an ovoid body. The lower half of its body is white with a white bubble-like pattern above it, which helps to camouflage it in water. It has elongated rabbit-like ears with red insides and circular eyes. When in the water, it rolls up its ears to prevent the insides from becoming wet. Its arms and feet are short with rounded ends and no discernible digits. It has a black zigzagging tail with a blue bubble-like tip. The tip of its tail tends to glow when it attacks or is excited. So you can see Azumarill using its tail as a weapon here. Azumarill has highly developed hearing that allows it to hear distances, even when it is underwater. By keeping still and listening closely, it can identify prey even in wild, fast-moving rivers. If Azumarill spots a drowning Pokemon, it will make an air bubble that helps them breathe, or when Azurill are playing near the rivers. It lives in rivers and lakes and can live in the water all day long. Prior to Gen 6 and in Gen 9, Azumarill and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have huge powers and ability. Evolution: Azumarill evolves from Marill and is the final form of Azurill. So we've got Azurill, Marill, Azumarill. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Azumarill is the Pokemon in charge of the requests counter, where job requests can be accepted and cancelled. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. By keeping still and listening intently, it can tell what is in even wild, fast-moving rivers. Silver: when it plays in water, it rolls up its elongated ears to prevent their insides from getting wet. Crystal: the bubble-like pattern on its stomach helps it camouflage itself when it's in the water. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby, Azumarill's long ears are indispensable sensors. By focusing its hearing, this Pokemon can identify what kinds of prey are around, even in rough and fast-running rivers. Sapphire: Azumarill can make balloons out of air. It makes these air balloons if it spots a drowning Pokemon. The air balloons enable the Pokemon in trouble to breathe. Emerald: it lives in water virtually all day long. Its body color and pattern act as camouflage that makes it tough for enemies to spot in water. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, it lives in rivers and lakes. In water, its coloring and patterns trick the vision of foes. Pearl: its long ears are superb sensors. It can distinguish the movements of living things on riverbeds. Platinum: it can spend all day in water since it can inhale and store a large volume of air. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and Whites is Platinums. Black 2 and White 2s is very similar to Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its long ears are superb sensors. It can distinguish the movements of things in water and can tell what they are. In Gen 6, X is actually Pearls. The Y Pokedex entry is Crystal's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Azumarill and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8 is Sword. It spends most of its time in the water. On sunny days, Azumarill floats on the surface of the water and sunbathes. Shield: these Pokemon create air-filled bubbles. When Azurill play in rivers, Azumarill will cover them with these bubbles. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Gen 9. Scarlet is the Pearl entries and Wise entry. Violet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. So you got Azumarill, the Paldea Pokedex. It's a full evolutionary line image, which I love. So you've got the Azumarill in the foreground, then sort of the mid-ground, you've got a Marill. Then in the background, you've got an Azurill. That's very cute, and of course there's a river. That makes sense. Or a stream, looks like, more likely. Although, I don't know. There's a bridge here, so maybe this is at low tide. Maybe it rises up to being that level when it's flooded or something. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats. Base stats will compare Gens 2 to 5 and 6 onward. HP 100, that stays the same. Attack 50, that stays the same. Defense 80, that stays the same. Special attack 50, that goes up to 60. Special defense 80, that stays the same. Speed 50, that stays the same. So for a total of 410 and a total of 420. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, and fairy. Weak to poison, grass, and electric. Immune to dragon. Resistant to fighting, bug, fire, water, ice, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Dragon-type moves is 1. It would be 1 instead of 0. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 1/4, and the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1/4. So, it would be 1/4 instead of a half for both. If this Pokemon has Sap Sipper, the effectiveness of Grass-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 2. Due to the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Steel-type moves was half, went from half to 1, and Dragon-type, Dark-type, Fighting-type, Bug-type, and Poison-type moves were 1 prior to Gen 6. Dragon-type went from 1 to 0, Dark, Fighting, and Bug went from 1 to half, and Poison from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. We'll go down to 21 Aquatail, 21 Aquatail, 25 Play Rough, 30 Aqua Ring, 35 Rain Dance, 40 Hydro Pump, 45 Double Edge, and 50 Superpower. Skipping by TM, and by breeding. By prior evolution, Azurill can give you Splash. It's a status normal type move. Power is nothing, accuracy is nothing, and PPK is 40. Special moves. From this event, you can get Aqua Jet, Liquidation, and Sing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It attacks by spinning bubbles that make Pokemon load. You got all this. Okay. Evolution data, Azurill, level up with high friendship. Marill, level 18, Azumarill. Breed, holding the Sea Incense, level Gen 3 to 8. Sprites here, okay, a little darker, but still fairly familiar to me. So it have brown ear insides. This is yellow, also something I'm fairly familiar with. It's kind of a gold at this point. Yeah, this is corrected to being sort of more red. I guess it's also mouth was brown as well. This keeps the brown though, that's interesting. Gen 3, so that's a lighter blue. Yep, also familiar with that blue. Becomes much brighter red, kind of a pinkish red. This is a much brighter, more obviously yellow color. Gen 4. I think there's a little bit of a distinction in the ear colors now, and probably mouth color as well. Yep, and you can, yeah, not much changes. Like, I think it becomes much more like streamlined. I guess it's a lot less chunky in the limbs and stuff. The ears seem to be a little bit longer, and the tail's probably a little bit longer as well. Yeah, the bubble number change, 6. 5, if I can count there. 3 on the back, 4 on the back. 5 on the back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Got full back sprite for, yeah, Gen 5 here. A little darker, back to kind of the darker blue, but not quite as dark, I think, as the other one. So you got 5, again, seems to be probably a little bit more, yeah, like, standardized. That's 4. Oh, we're back to 6, okay. So we got the models, pretty good. This one actually kind of works a lot better for the stretchy body. Like, I think, like, the longer body, it's more egg-shaped, I guess. There was also the longer body for the other one, which didn't really work out. Which wasn't really more accurate. This is kind of a pink inside now, it's kind of a darker pink. There's 6 on the front. You can only see 2, unless I'm sure there's more on the back. It probably is, yeah, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be consistent. Okay. Okay, Gen 7, or, yeah, Gen 7, not much seems to change here. The ears might be a little bit shorter, generally it might be a little bit shorter. Homes, he still got 6, okay, yeah. Yep. Okay. in the anime. You got Azumarill in the anime. These, yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 153 in Ash's Pokedex. Azumarill, the Aqua Rabbit Pokemon, the evolved form of Marill. This Pokemon uses its large, highly developed ears to hear great distances, even underwater. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 15, in Dawn's Pokedex, Azumarill, the Aqua Rabbit Pokemon. Azumarill lives in rivers and lakes, and while in water, its body color and pattern confuses its enemies. Pokemon Paldean wins. You can see one here. I think it's probably with this guy. In the manga, Azumarill in the Pokemon Adventures, the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Azumarill is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Marill, which evolves into Azumarill at level 5. So you've got Azumarill in Pokemon Unite. Trivia, in Gen 5, Azumarill and Marill are the only Pokemon that can have the electric type as their sole weakness. This is because of their hidden ability, Sap Sipper. The second point I read in the Marill video. Origin, Azumarill may be based on a combination of a rabbit and a beach ball, or possibly a personal flotation device or life buoy. It could be also possibly based on the swamp rabbits, which have a strong preference for wet areas, such as cypress swamps, marsh swamps, floodplains, and river tributaries, and that will take to the water and swim. Azumarill's water-like splash pattern may reflect from the camouflage of counter-shading of aquatic animals such as sharks and penguins, being that they have dark coloration on top to match the dark water underneath and a white coloration on their under to match the sunlight from above. Its body shape, rabbit appearance, and body pattern could be a reference to Easter Bunny and Easter eggs. Azumarill's resemblance to a rabbit likely influences its fairy type and its ability, Huge Power, which serves as a pun for fortifying mochi. These aspects may draw inspiration from the moon rabbit legend, where people interpret the dark markings on the moon as a rabbit. The choice of the fairy type is also fitting, as it is often associated with the moon and sweet treats. Name origin, Azumarill may be a combination of azure, a shade of blue, azul, Spanish and Portuguese for blue, or azul marino, Spanish for navy blue, mar, Spanish and Portuguese for sea, or Marill, and possibly Rill, a small river or brook. Marilli may be a combination of Marui, round or circular, Mari, ball, Ruri, lapis, lazuli, and possibly Rill, a small river or brook, and marine blue. In other languages, see also external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Azumarill's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 153, Love Totodile Style. In this episode, Ash, Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as their Pokemon, have stopped at this little lake or pond, and one of the Pokemon is Ash's Totodile, and he has spotted an Azumarill, and you can kind of hear it singing a little bit. There's it. Aw, fall in love. It's really impressive. Yeah, it's not like in
Azumarill! Azumarill!
Aww. And that is Azumarill's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Azumarill. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So, this is Azumarill Mama by Coconut Milky Way. So, this interesting stylized Azumarill here. It seems almost to be like an older Azumarill, maybe a wiser Azumarill. So it's holding this berry or apple. I'm not sure. Then it's, I don't know if these are its children or her children. But there's a Pikachu and a Pancham. Then it's just showing off its butt, I guess. Now it's fishing, I guess, or just in the water. Yep. That's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Meltank before I can evolve Marill into Azumarill. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sudowoodo. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Sudowoodo, the first Rock-type Pokemon in Gen 2, and the first Tree-like Pokemon. Starting in Gen 4, it's the only evolution of Bonsly, who evolves when knowing Mimic. Sudowoodo's previous PYC dates are August 29th, 1996, June 20th, 1999, April 10th, 2002, January 29th, 2005, November 20th, 2007, September 10th, 2010, July 1st, 2013, April 21st, 2016, February 10th, 2019, and December 1st, 2021. I was always confused by Sudowoodo's design and how anyone could be tricked into believing it was a tree. When I tested my Pokemon Crystal emulator, it became apparent that it was designed after the cuttable plants in the first 2 generations. Of course, as time has gone on and the graphics have gotten better, it looks more and more out of place, making the idea of it failing to blend in with the trees even funnier. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon whose number is 0185. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock. Abilities: Sturdy or Rockhead. Rattle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 65 or 15.7%. Breeding, egg group mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 83.8 pounds or 38 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 135 in Gen 2 through 4 and 144 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Sudowoodo is a rock-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Bonsly when leveled up knowing Mimic. In Generation 2, its remakes, and Pokemon Emerald, wild Sudowoodo can be found blocking the road in inconvenient locations in Johto and Hoenn. In order to engage it in battle, a trainer must first squirt it with water from either a squirt bottle or Whalmer pail. I was really expecting it to be like you try to cut the tree and it doesn't cut, and so then now you're battling it. That would have made more sense to me, but whatever. Biology: Sudowoodo is a Pokemon that has a brown, log-shaped body with yellow spots. It has short legs with toeless feet and thin forelegs, with 3 green spheres at the ends of its fingers. It has a forked branch on top of its head, which is shorter on the female than on the male. Despite its appearance, Sudowoodo's composition is closer to a rock than a plant. Originally, it was incorrectly believed to be a grass type. Sudowoodo disguises itself as a tree and stands along paths to avoid being attacked. Sudowoodo's camouflage fails in the winter as its forelegs remain green, unlike real trees. Sudowoodo is very weak to water and hates it, so whenever it starts to rain, it will break their disguise and flee to the nearest source of shelter. Because it holds its position for so long, its arms have become supple yet strong. It is popular with the elderly, with available magazines and fans devoted to its arm, angle, and length. Sudowoodo can be found living in forests, sometimes sharing a habitat with Trevenant. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Sudowoodo is known to keep its tree mimicry even when sleeping. However, it will occasionally let out this stance and sleep instead on the ground. I think it's supposed to say let off this stance. In Gen 2, Mimic was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it by breeding. So you've got Sudowoodo disguising itself as a tree. You can see it there. Then you got Sudowoodo living among Trevenant, so you can see that here. Evolution: Sudowoodo evolved from Bonsly, so you got Bonsly and Sudowoodo. Game data: Pokedex entries, Gen 2, Gold. Although it always pretends to be a tree, its composition appears to be closer to a rock than a plant. Silver: it disguises itself as a tree to avoid attack. It hates water, so it will disappear if it starts raining. Crystal: if a tree branch shakes when there is no wind, it's a Sudowoodo, not a tree. It hides from the rain. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Sudowoodo camouflages itself as a tree to avoid being attacked by enemies. However, because the forelegs remain green throughout the year, the Pokemon is easily identified as a fake during the winter. Emerald: it mimics a tree to avoid being attacked by enemies, but since its forelegs remain green throughout the year, it is easily identified as a fake in the winter. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, a diamond. Despite appearing to be a tree, its body is closer to rocks and stones. It is very weak to water. Pearl, it stands along paths pretending to be a tree. If it starts raining, it seems to disappear. Platinum, to avoid being attacked, it does nothing but mimic a tree. It hates water and flees from rain. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, and Y is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Sudowoodo and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun, to avoid attack, it mimics a tree. It will run off if slashed with water, which it hates. Moon, apparently the larger the green parts of this Pokemon, the more collectors value it. It's a particular favorite among elderly people. Ultra Sun, it's so popular with the elderly that there's a magazine devoted to this Pokemon. Fans obsess over the particular length and angle of its arms. Ultra Moon, the result of its holding the same pose all the time is arms that have become supple yet strong. In Gen 8, Sword is basically crystals, but Sudowoodo is now the correct casing. Shield is the silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond is basically diamonds, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Though it looks like a tree, its body is actually more like rock or stone. The Pokemon is very weak to water. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, though it pretends to be a tree, it fails to fool even children. To the touch, its body feels more like rock than tree bark. Sudowoodo's extreme aversion to water merits a special note. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Violet is the Platinum and Gen 5 entries. Got Sudowoodo and the Alola Pokedex. Sudowoodo and the Paldea Pokedex, of course next to all these trees. Then got Sudowoodo and the Kitakami Pokedex. There's a few of them, again, next to a bunch of trees. That's kind of fun. I like this one in the front. It's very silly. Game locations. Side game locations and events, held items. In Coliseum, you get the hard stone 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, you get the black tumblestone 35% of the time, ball of mud 15% of the time, and grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 100, defense 115. Special attack 30, special defense 65, speed 30 for a total of 410. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by rock, bug, ghost, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, steel, water, and grass for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, and fire, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with this Evo here, but then we'll go down to 16. Because 16 is the level it learns Mimic. Upon evolution, get Slam, 16 Mimic, 20 Rock Tomb, 24 Tearful Look, 28 Sucker Punch, 32 Rock Slide, 36 Low Kick, 40 Counter, 44 Double Edge, and 48 Head Smash. For by TM here, we'll read them in this video, but we won't in the Bonds Live video. So 1 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 76 Rock Blast, 81 Grass Knot, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 89 Body Press, 90 Spikes, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 192 Focus Punch, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 220 Meteor Beam, and 224 Curse. So again, by breeding, we'll read in this one, but not in the Bonds Live video. So, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Defense Curl, this group gives you Harden, this group gives you Headbutt, this group gives you Rock Polish, and this group gives you Rollout. By prior evolution isn't anything. TCG only moves, Karate Chop on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It attacks by dropping rocks every so often. Guardian Signs. It triggers rock falls around itself that make Pokemon tired. Got all this, okay. Pokepark Weep, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Sudowoodo hone their hide-and-seek skills in the Meadow Zone or Cavern Zone. Their favorite attraction is Bastiodon's Block Barrage. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He is good-hearted and serious, but he really wants to pretend to be a tree and surprise everyone. He got all this. Yeah, okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Sudowoodo often comes to the research camp. I think it wants to be friends with the other Pokemon here. It tried to get closer by pretending to be a tree, but it ran away when it got startled. Pokemon Sleep. It seems this Pokemon keeps up its tree mimicry in its sleep to avoid being attacked, but apparently once in a long while, it lets itself go and sleeps laid out on the ground. So we got Pseudo Wood Sleep, Pseudo Slacking Sleep, Serious Slacking Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Bonsly, Level Up Knowing Mimic, Sudowoodo, can be bred, I guess, holding the Rock Incense from Gen 4 to 8. Sprites, you got this, pretty good, darker brown and green. Shiny is green and red, that's fun. Yeah, you got all that, yeah. So lighter green, oh, the spots are white, that's interesting. It has a very, like, ditto face, that's interesting. It's a little different in Gen 3 here. So it's got the lighter brown, and these are now yellow spots. The lighter green, kind of a red-orange for those. Yeah, these are a different shade of green as well. Gen 4, so you can see the gender difference. Yep. I think it's a little bit lighter, or no, it's about the same. Kind of Platinum's for whatever reason it's darker. That's interesting. But these stay more or less the same. This is like a different green, I think, than that one. And then, yeah, kind of, yeah, keeping that darker one, I guess. Yep. Yeah, not much changes. Got the models back to sort of a darker brown again, kind of like the originals. Darker green. These are darker green, or yeah, darker green and a darker red. Yep. Definitely got, yeah. Yep. Better models in Gen 3 here, and then we got the Legends Arceus, their style. It's pretty good. Homes, you got these, you know, the anime. Sudowoodo in the anime, so Brock Sudowoodo is the big one. Terra Sudowoodo in the anime, that's pretty fun. I don't know this, yep. Pokedex entries for this first one. I've already recorded for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon. This rare Pokemon hides in trees to avoid capture.
In Advanced Generation, episode 173 in Ash's Pokedex. Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon. Although it camouflages itself as a tree in order to avoid being attacked, its body is actually more like a rock than like a plant. It hates water and disappears whenever it rains. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 14 in Dawn's Pokedex. Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon, disguised as a tree. It's the evolved form of Bonsly. In Sun and Moon, episode 103 in the Rotom Pokedex. Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon, a rock type. Sudowoodo imitates a tree to avoid enemy attack, but its body is more like rock. It's weak against water, and when faced with rain, runs away. So Twilight Wing, so Sudowoodo and Twilight Wing. So Office Plant, that's cute. In the manga, Sudowoodo in Pokemon Adventures. Terra Sudowoodo in Pokemon Adventures. That's interesting. I got all that. Okay. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 106. Its forte is disguising itself as a tree. However, it will reveal its real identity if splashed with water or drenched by rain. This is the Chuang Yi's translation. Got Sudowoodo and Golden Boys. Seems rather large. But maybe that's just the perspective. Okay, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Sudowoodo is a Pokefloat. After Wooper first appears, it will move down the right of the screen while Sudowoodo is on the left. Unlike most of the Pokefloats, players are not required to ever go on Sudowoodo. A trophy of Sudowoodo can be obtained after playing on the Pokefloat stage. Trophy information: an imitation Pokemon with an aversion to battle. Sudowoodo always poses as a tree in order to avoid being attacked. Despite their arboreal appearance, these Pokemon are actually rock types, and therefore highly vulnerable to water. When it begins to rain, they vanish. A Sudowoodo can be found blocking Route 36 in Johto. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Sudowoodo appears as a spirit. Trivia, Sudowoodo was created by Ken Sugimori. It was created to serve as an obstacle in the overworld. In Gen 2, only one Sudowoodo appears from being sprayed with water from a squirt bottle. Similarly, in Gen 3, only one Sudowoodo appears, this time as a result of a spray from the Whalmer Pail. However, in Gen 4, the player can get multiple wild Sudowoodo by evolving Bonsly or by catching it in tall grass. Sudowoodo's habit of disguising itself as a tree has been occasionally shown in the games. In the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, Sudowoodo stands still in dungeons in a similar manner to the Sudowoodo in Johto. In Pokemon X and Y, a Sudowoodo can be encountered in a horde encounter with 4 Trevenant. Starting in Gen 6, Sudowoodo stands still when idle. Aww. Brassius, the Grass-type Paldean gym leader, uses a Sudowoodo with a Grass Terra type. That's cute. Origin, Sudowoodo seems to be based on a small tree and petrified wood, which is a plant that has become fossilized over time. This would explain its pure rock type, since all of the organic material in petrified wood is replaced with minerals. It may also be based on the concept of mimicry. Name origin, Sudowoodo may be a corruption of pseudo, false, and wood. Yusoki may be a combination of Yuso, false, and Ki, wood or tree. It could also derive from Yusozuki, liar. Okay, in other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Sudowoodo's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 162, Typecasting. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companion, is Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Togepi, are needing to cross a river, but the bridge is out, so they've found this fisherman who's willing to ferry them across. But he wants to see a Sudowoodo in exchange, so they're checking the decks because they don't know what a Sudowoodo is.
Dexter says.
Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon. This rare Pokemon hides in trees to avoid capture.
Sudowoodo looks pretty interesting. If we bring back...
Okay, yeah. So that is Sudowoodo's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Sudowoodo. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody said in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Sudowoodo Galar 2 by Dom Pedro 4. So this is AI art. So I don't even know if I can really say it's their interpretation of whatever Galarian Sudowoodo would have been like. I mean, maybe to some degree. It could also have just been a funny tree man that vaguely resembles Sudowoodo, or just what they got when they did Sudowoodo. I'm not really sure, but or maybe like British Sudowoodo or something. But yeah, this is what this image is, I guess. Very vaguely, it's a tree creature with a face. Not so much Sudowoodo, but it has the basics, I guess. Sure. Anyway, let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can catch a Sudowoodo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Politoed. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Politoed, the first frog Pokemon, the first Pokemon to evolve with the King's Rock, and the first non-starter pure water type Pokemon, and trade evolution in Gen 2. Starting in this generation, it's the second final evolution of Poliwag, which evolves into Poliwhirl, which evolves into Politoed when traded with the King's Rock. Its previous BYC dates are August 30th, 1996, June 21st, 1999, April 11th, 2002, January 30th, 2005, November 21st, 2007, September 11th, 2010, July 2nd, 2013, April 22nd, 2016, February 11th, 2019, hey, that's my birthday, and December 2nd, 2021. I always wondered why Poliwag, a tadpole Pokemon, didn't evolve into a frog in Gen 1. So seeing this evolution in Gen 2 made me happy. I like how it keeps the swirl belly while adding more frog features. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Politoed, the frog Pokemon, whose number is 0186. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Ability is water absorb or damp. Drizzle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group water 1 and hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 74.6 6.7 pounds, or 33.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 185 in Gen 2 through 4, and 225 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 3, and special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Politoed is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Poliwhirl when traded while holding a King's Rock. It is one of Poliwag's final forms, the other being Poliwrath. Biology: Politoed is a green bipedal amphibian Pokemon with yellow hands, belly, throat, and toes that resemble a frog. It has a long, curled hair on top of its head and pink cheek spots that are smaller on the female than on the male. There is a green swirl on its belly. Its legs are well developed, and it has bulbous toes and fingers. Politoed acts as a leader to Poliwag and Poliwhirl, which gather from afar upon hearing its cry. Politoed likes to expand its throat and sing. When 3 or more assemble, they sing in a chorus with a loud, billowing voice. The curled hair on Politoed's head is considered proof of its status as a king. The longer and curlier Politoed's hair is, the more Poliwag and Poliwhirl will obey it, and the more it is respected by the other Politoed. Politoed is rarely found in the wild, though it is usually seen living by the water's edge. At nightfall, Politoed appears near lakes to make territorial claims through cries that sound like shouting. A male Politoed's cry is said to be louder than a female Politoed's cry. A male Politoed with a deep, menacing voice will become more popular with the opposite gender. Evolution: Politoed evolves from Poliwhirl and is one of the final forms of Poliwag, the other being Poliwrath. So you've got Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Politoed. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Generation 2, Gold. If Poliwag and Poliwhirl hear its echoing cry, they respond by gathering from far and wide. Silver. Whenever 3 or more of these get together, they sing in a loud voice that sounds like bellowing. Crystal. When it expands its throat to croak out a tune. Nearby Poliwag and Poliwhirl gather immediately. For Pokemon Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, the curled hair on Politoed's head is proof of its status as a king. It is said that the longer and more curled the hair, the more respect this Pokemon earns from its peers. Emerald. The curled hair on its head proves its status as a king. It is said that the longer and curlier the hair, the more respect it earns from its peers. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it gathers groups of others as their leader. Its cries make Poliwag obey. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Poliwag is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is basically the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, except Poliwag and Poliwhirl are now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Politoed and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, they gather on moonlit nights to form a large chorus. Their cries sound angry and not at all pleasant, but they are certainly distinctive. Moon is the leader of Poliwag and Poliwhirl. When Politoed roars, they all cower in fear. Ultra Sun, although its cries sound like screams, a composer created a beautiful ballad that was influenced by the sounds. The longer and more luxurious the curled hair on its head, the greater the number of Poliwag and Poliwhirl that will obey it. In Gen 8, Sword. At nightfall, these Pokemon appear on the shores of lakes. They announce their territorial claims by letting out cries that sound like shouting. Shield. The cry of a male is louder than that of a female. Male Politoed with deep, menacing voices find more popularity with the opposite gender. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. A group of Poliwag and Poliwhirl will form with a Politoed as the leader. Politoed's cries make the Pokemon of the group obey. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Y entry. Violet is the Moon entry. It's about Politoed in the Alola Pokedex and Politoed in the Kitakami Pokedex. So you can see it's another full evolutionary line one. That's fun. So it's got the Politoed. There's 3 of them. You have a few Poliwhirls and a few Poliwags. That's fun. It's at night, of course. Probably singing. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. In a black, white, black 2, white 2, X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. You get a King's Rock 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a King's Rock. The expansion pass, 5% of the time. So yeah, it's kind of mean to give that because because you've already evolved it into a Politoed. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack and defense 75, special attack 90, special defense 100, speed 70, for a total of 500. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass or electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has water absorbed, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of half. Learn Step by leveling up. I don't know if we've had these yet, but if we haven't, in this generation, I mean, this is Move Reminder. It can only be learned via Move Reminders. That's what REM means. But I will read those and then go down to level 25. So, by Move Reminder, you get Body Slam, Double Edge, Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Hypnosis, Perish, Song, Swagger, Hyper Voice, Mud Shot, Earth Power, and I guess there is no level, so it's just upon evolution you get Bounce. By TM we're skipping, same with by Breeding, nothing by prior evolution. Anime only moves, Jump Kick, which is a fighting type move in the episode A Faux Oak Finish. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Politoed rhythmically hops about and squirts water vigorously. Guardian Signs, it attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Yep, okay. Evolution data, Politoed evolves from Poliwhirl when traded while holding a King's Rock. Poliwhirl cannot evolve into Politoed in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Poliwhirl also cannot evolve into Politoed in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Politoed is not present in those games. Poliwag, level 25, Poliwhirl, trade, holding the King's Rock. You get Politoed. Sprites here, so it looks like there's a difference between the Japanese and the international version. It looks like it to be these spots in the back sprite for these two games. Don't know why they removed it, but they did. It's also, this is interesting because the this is greens. It's just greens. So there's two different shades of green, and the shiny is a purple and kind of a gray bluish color. I don't know. That's interesting, and the hands seem to be a little bit less developed at this point. So this you can see, actually you can see here that the tongue is a darker green and the sort of the darker color, but this one, in crystals, the tongue is the lighter of the two color, like the lighter green and the purple, and that's interesting. And then Gen 3 introduces all the proper colors, kind of. This is kind of a reddish, and then the tongue is now a red. The yellows are here. The hands are a little bit more well developed. The hair is still black. So this is a blue, which is kind of fun, blue and purple. It's not the same shade as its pre-evolutions, but it's still kind of a fun little reference, I guess. Yep. Okay. Not much changes. The swirl. Anything about? I mean, the swirl becomes a lot more curled in this generation. Yep. This is basically the same. So yeah, you can see the smaller dots on the female than the male, and then shiny is, yeah. So they're basically the same, though. These are now pink. The spots are now pink. These are also pink, but these kind of keep it looking kind of red on the back straight. That's interesting. Yep. And probably a little bit slightly different colors. Gen 5, got the full back sprites. This is now like a reddish spot. They're more red than the pink spots here. That's cool. Oh, you can see there's a little pad on the feet. That's cool. Then 3 models. Pretty good translation, I'd say. Oh, it's a darker blue, and those might be darker green. Maybe, I don't know. The color at least seem to be lighter. The yellow's lighter for sure. And these are all darker. That's cool. Yep. And not much changes here. You got cross generation. Pretty cool homes. You got that. That's pretty cool. In the anime, Politoed and Pokemon the series. So you got Misty's Politoed is the big one, I guess. Okay, got all that. Yep. Pokedex entries. For this first one, I've already recorded it for the anime, so let Dexter read it.
Politoed, the frog Pokemon. Politoed likes to expand its throat and sing out, drawing in Poliwag and Poliwhirl from all around.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 139, in Ash's Pokedex. Politoed, the frog Pokemon. It gathers groups of others as their leader. Its cries make Poliwag obey. In the manga, you got Politoed in Pokemon Adventures. Yep, in the TCG, trivia. This first point we basically read in Poliwrath, but the big difference is Dustox is mentioned instead of Beautifly, because it's, the one about Politoed. instead of Poliwrath. Politoed was the inspiration for the naming of Parapharyngedon Politoedi, a species of roundworm. Origin: Politoed appears to be based on a frog. The swirl on its stomach may represent visible internal organs like those of tadpoles that can sometimes be seen through their transparent skin. Politoed's status as a king to Poliwag and Poliwhirl, and its evolution method using the King's Rock may be based on the story of the Frog Prince, where the prince or the king is enchanted into a frog. Politoed's hidden ability, Drizzle, likely alludes to the association between frogs and rain in Japan. Japanese frogs come out of hibernation during the East Asian rainy season, Zuyu, which is an important period for farming. Thus, they're seen as harbingers of rain and good fortune. Name origin: Politoed may be a combination of Poliwag, outdated term for tadpole, and toad. It may also involve poly, prefix for many, and toad. Nyorotono may be a combination of Nyoro, onomatopoeia for wriggling, and Tono Lord, as well as Tonosumageru, dark-spotted frog. In other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Politoed's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 247, Outrageous Fortunes. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, have met Delaney here, who has been the victim of Team Rocket. They stole his Poliwrath. They've gone to fight Team Rocket, and Misty has sent out her Poliwhirl and has found that it's wearing a King's Rock that Ash got earlier. Like, there was a whole mix-up earlier in the episode, and it fell out of his backpack, and Poliwhirl picked it up. And so now it's about to evolve into a Politoed.
Shazam! I
Steam
think
rocket.
Poliwhirl's evolving.
Okay, so I would say that is the end of Politoed's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Politoed. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Politoed by Lost LX. I guess they were called LX as Lost at this point. It's also their name of their Tumblr that they have or had. But yes, it's this cute image of a Politoed jumping out of the water. That's fun. Yes, it's very well done. That's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to get a Politoed in the Pal Park. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Hoppip. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Hoppip, the first Grass-type Pokemon in Gen 2 to be a Dual-type, and the lightest Pokemon in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are August 31st, 1996, June 22nd, 1999, April 12th, 2002, January 31st, 2005, November 22nd, 2007, September 12th, 2010, July 3rd, 2013, April 23rd, 2016, February 12th, 2019, and December 3rd, 2021. I love the plant cat design it has. I most remember it from the fact that I get its name and its evolution's names mixed up. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Hoppip, the cottonweed Pokemon, whose number is 0187. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Fly. Since this is our first Grass Flying, I'll point out the grass inside and the flying outside. Abilities, Chlorophyll or Leaf Guard in Gen 4+. Infiltrator is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is Egg Groups Fairy in Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight 1.1 pounds or 0.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 74 in Gen 2 through 4 and 50 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in special defense, shape, is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 70. Hoppip is a dual-type grass/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Skiploom starting at level 18, which evolves into Jumpluff starting at level 27. Biology: Hoppip is a round pink plant Pokemon with long green leaves growing on top of its head. The leaves on its head have ragged edges similar to a dandelion. It has big, triangular ears with dark insides, and beady yellow eyes that lack pupils. Its arms and legs are stubby, and it has a short tail with a rounded tip. There is a circular yellow pad on the underside of each foot. Hoppip's body is very light and is easily lifted off the ground by winds and will drift in the air. Hoppip can sense approaching strong winds. In order to avoid being blown away, it clusters and links leaves with other Hoppip or grips the ground firmly with its feet. However, it enjoys gentle breezes. Hoppip tends to be carried by the winds across vast distances and thus can be found all over the world except in cold regions. It lives in temperate grasslands, fields, mountains, and even urban environments. Evolution: Hoppip evolves into Skiploom, which evolves into Jumpluff. So you can see that here, Hoppip, Skiploom, Jumpluff. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, take heat from being blown away by the wind. They gather in clusters. They do enjoy gentle breezes, though. Silver, its body is so light it must grip the ground firmly with its feet to keep from being blown away. Crystal, it can be carried away on even the gentlest breeze. It may even float all the way to the next town. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, this Pokemon drifts and floats with the wind. If it senses the approach of strong winds, Hoppip links its leaves with other Hoppip to repair against being blown away. Emerald, this Pokemon drifts and floats with the wind. If it senses the approach of strong winds, a Hoppip links leaves with others to repair against being blown away. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it drifts on winds. It's said that when Hoppip gather in fields and mountains, spring is on the way. Heart Gold is very similar to its Gold counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll rate it. To keep from being blown away by the wind, they gather in clusters, but they do enjoy gentle breezes. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Hoppip are now the correct casing. Don't know why it's not in Gen 7, even though it literally said it was all over the world earlier. In the article, that didn't seem to be true, so that's weird. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry. They are blown adrift by winds. It is said that when Hoppip gather in fields and mountains, spring is on the way. It's also not in Sword and Shield. That's, again, not makes sense with the information we were given anywhere, but okay. In Gen 9 Scarlet, this Pokemon is blown across vast distances by the wind. It is unclear where the Hoppip of Paldea originally came from. Violet, outside of cold regions, Hoppip can be found practically everywhere. This is because the wind carries the species all over the world. You got Hoppip in the Paldea Pokedex, of course, riding on the wind. That's very cute. And it's by the windmills, that also makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Stats, base stats, HP 35, attack 35, defense 40, special attack 35, special defense 55, speed 50 for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, bug, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, rock, fire, and ice, all for double except for ice, which is for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, water, and grass. Fighting in water for half, and grass is for a 4th. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Splash and Tackle, 4, Tail Whip, 6, Absorb, 8, Fairy Wind, 10, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Sleep Powder, 12 Bullet Seed, 15 Synthesis, 19 Leech Seed, 22 Mega Drain, 24 Acrobatics, 27 Cotton Spore, 29 U-Turn, 32 Giga Drain, 35 Bounce, and 38 Memento. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 33 Magical Leap, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 56 Bullet Seed, 60 U-Turn, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 113 Tailwind, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 130 Helping Hand, 131 Pollen Puff, 132 Baton Pass, 137 Grassy Terrain, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 185 Lunge, and 204 Double Edge. By breeding, this group gives you Cotton Guard, this group gives you Encore, this group gives you Grassy Terrain, this group gives you Rage Powder, this group gives you Seed Bomb, the Mirror Herb gives you Strength Sap, this group gives you Switcheroo, and this group gives you Worry Seed. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Hoppip floats on the air to waft about. Where it goes depends only on the wind. In Guardian Signs, it creates finds around itself that make Pokemon slowed. All this, okay. Pokepark Wii, the Pikachu's Adventure. The Pokepark pad entry. Hoppip in the Granite Zone promised to let only worthy Pokemon travel the path into the ruins, and she keeps her promises. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She was timid, with a small voice, but she is very considerate and notices things that others don't. She is a good friend of Squirtle. Got all this. Evolution data, Hoppip, level 18, Skiploom, level 27, Jumpluff. Sprites here, so pretty good. I mean, kind of an orange, and has white eyes. This is a green, which is fun. Yeah, it's kind of because we're red, I guess. This becomes a little bit more, it's still kind of red, to be honest, kind of a lighter red, but we introduced the red eyes now as a different green, a lighter green. Yep. This is probably different. Oh, the shinies leaves are also a lot lighter. That's cool. Which I think is still true for this one. It's lighter anyway. Yeah, more or less has the same stuff though. The tail is interesting. I was not expecting that. Oh yeah, the tail is like a weird, like, oh no, it's still a thing. Okay, never mind. It's still the cat-like tail. It's just a weird angle. And you can see the foot. Oh, the pads aren't a thing yet until Gen 3. I mean, that's pretty cool. Or at least maybe they were meant to be off-screen, but yeah, they moved them back anyway. Yes. So Gen 4. So this is kind of closer to pink, I guess. It's kind of a shade of pink. This one actually kind of makes it pink. We got these greens. Still a little bit lighter shade of green, I'd say. Yeah, these are still a little bit lighter, a different shade of green anyway, those then. Now we have the pink in Gen 5. And we got the full back sprites in Gen 5 as well. Yep. I got the modern pink and modern green. That's kind of fun. And also, I just realized that the green is a reference to its evolution, Skiploom. So that's fun. I wonder if it'll be swapped or if it'll be like Jumpluffs. We'll see. Yep. Pretty good translation, I'd say. Yeah, the tail's a bit weird, but otherwise, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. And then you got Homes. That's good, yep. In the anime, so we got Hoppip in the anime. We got all these. Oh, Sugimori reference sheet for the anime. That's kind of fun. Good to see all the stuff that, you know, yeah, how it's supposed to look. That's pretty cool. How much has it changed? It changed a little bit in the ears, I think. But more or less it stayed the same. The mouth might also be a different shape. Yeah, but that could just be animator to animator, but yeah. That's pretty cool. See how more simplified I'd say the leaves look on these ones. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, yeah, you got this. Yep, okay. Pokedex entries in episode 137 in Ash's Pokedex. Hoppip, the cottonweed Pokemon. This hopping Pokemon is light as a feather and can be lifted by the gentlest breeze. Pokemon Generations, a Hoppip in Pokemon Generations, aww. Then you've got Hoppip in Pokemon Paldean Winds. Got a few of them with Lilligant and Petalil. That's kind of fun. Okay, in the manga, you got Hoppip and Magical Pokemon Journey. That's kind of fun. They're all surrounding those little girl. Too bad she's afraid of them. That's not great. Yeah, we kind of this. Then Hoppip and Pokemon Adventures. Yeah, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. In the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage, a Hoppip can be seen drifting on the flying terrain. Other guest Pokemon found in the flying terrain include Skarmory and Drifloon, floating in the distance. Trophy information, a cottonweed Pokemon. Its adorable appearance has captured the hearts of many fans. It's 1'4" in height, which is the same as Pikachu, but it's incredibly light, weighing only 1.1 pounds. Because it's so light, it often huddles with other Hoppip to keep itself from being blown away by strong winds, it evolves into Skiploom. Trivia: an early design of Hoppip had no arms and legs and was dark-colored, resembling a black cat. So you can see Hoppip's early design here. The English names of Hoppip and its evolutions were partially coined by Nob Ogasawara. Origin: Hoppip appears to be based on a bulb or root. The leaves on its head resemble leaves of a dandelion. This may directly reference the cat ears plant, which closely resembles the dandelion despite the two species not being related. When moving, its leaves move around like the propellers of a helicopter. Name origin: Hoppip may be a combination of hop or hippity hop and pip, small hard seed, or pipsqueak. The names of all stages of its evolutionary line is based on the phrase, just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Pineco may be a combination of ha, leaf, hanaru, to jump or hop, or hane, wing, and neko, root. Its name may also be a pun on neko, cat, given its cat-like ears and tail. In other languages, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Hoppip's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 137, Foul Weather Friends. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Togepi, Misty's Pokemon, are walking through this path, and they're seeing a bunch of grass Pokemon. There's a couple Gloom, they're pointing out. Yep.
Sure are a lot of grass-type Pokemon living around here, aren't there? Huh?
There's the Hoppip.
Cutie!
It's hopping around.
I think it's called a Hoppip.
I can see why.
Oh, you can see the pads on the feet.
It's a sweetie.
Yep, okay. That's it. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Hoppip. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Pink Party by Darian Doodles. So we've done this image before in another video, but we can do it again. So you can see there's a couple Hoppip up here. Then we've got Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable, Igglybuff, Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff up here in the front. There's a couple Wigglytuff, it looks like. Flaaffy, Slowborough or Slowpoke. I think there's a couple of them. Lickitung. There's another Hoppip. Or Licky Licky, I think is that one. A few Dittos. I think they're supposed to be shiny Dittos. Audino, Blissey, Chansey, Happiny, Lickitung, Skitty, Gorbus, Muna and Marshuna are these two. And Miss Spirit here, so it's very... Oh, and Mew. Yeah, we can't forget Mew. Yes, so it's a very sweet image. It's very nice. It's a lot of pink. It's very well done. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time. In this stream, we'll be catching a Hoppip. Tomorrow, we'll be talking about Skiploom. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Skiploom, the first grass-flying evolution. It's the evolution of Hoppip, who evolves at level 18. Its previous BYC dates are September 1st, 1996, June 23rd, 1999, April 13th, 2002, February 1st, 2005, November 23rd, 2007, September 13th, 2010, July 4th, 2013, April 24th, 2016, February 13th, 2019, and December 4th, 2021. I find it odd that it abandons the cat design, but I do like that it keeps with the dandelion design, with Hoppip having a dandelion's leaves and Skiploom having the flower itself. As I mentioned yesterday, I often confuse the name of this Pokemon and its pre-evolution and evolution. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Skiploom, the cottonweed Pokemon whose number is 0188. This is what it looks like. Its type is grass flying. Abilities: Chlorophyll or Leaf Guard in Gen 4+. Infiltrator is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding: Fairy in grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. Base experience yields 136 in Gen 2 through 4 and 119 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green and base friendship is 70. Skiploom is a dual type grass flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Hoppip starting at level 18 15 and evolves into Jumpluff starting at level 27. Biology, Skiploom is a plant Pokemon that has a round green body with stubby arms, feet, and tail. It has large flat ears on the sides of its head and oval orange eyes with no pupils. On top of its head is a yellow bloom with a white center. Skiploom spreads its petals to absorb as much sunlight as possible. The bloom on top of its head opens and closes as the temperature fluctuates, and its flower blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit or 16 degrees Celsius. Because of this, it is sometimes used as a thermometer. It floats in the air to try to get closer to the sun. It closes its flower and immediately hides under the shade of a tree when it rains. If the weather gets too cold, Skiploom will fly away and migrate to warmer regions so that it can photosynthesize. Some people claim to be able to determine a Skiploom's birth location by the scent coming off of its flower. Skiploom lives in temperate grasslands. As seen in the games, the bloom on its head can turn clockwise. Skiploom evolves from Hoppip and evolves into Jumpluff. So Hoppip, Skiploom, Jumpluff. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, the bloom on top of its head opens and closes as the temperature fluctuates up and down. Silver, it spreads its petals to absorb sunlight. It also floats in the air to get closer to the sun. Crystal, as soon as it rains, it closes its flower and hides in the shade of a tree to avoid getting wet. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Skiploom's flower blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. How much the flower opens depends on the temperature. For that reason, this Pokemon is sometimes used as a thermometer. Emerald, it blossoms when the temperature rises above 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Because its flowers blooming changes with the temperature, it is sometimes used as a thermometer. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it blooms when the weather warms. It floats in the sky to soak up as much sunlight as possible. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, and Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Skiploom and Pokemon, now the correct casing, and the F that was, for Fahrenheit is now the full word. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 in Scarlet, Skiploom enthusiasts apparently tell where a Skiploom was born by the scent drifting from the flower on the Pokemon's head. Violet, when the weather grows cold, Skiploom's flower closes and the Pokemon cannot photosynthesize, so it flies away to warmer regions. So you've got Skiploom in the Paldea Pokedex, got 3 of them, that's cute. They're all kind of close to the ground, that's interesting. Game locations, side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 45, defense 50, special attack 45, special defense 65, speed 80 for a total of 340. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, bug, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, rock, fire, and ice. All for double except for ice, which is for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, water, and grass. Fighting in water for half, and grass is for a 4th. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So, we go from 0 to 1. Learn Set, by leveling up, will go down to Leech Seed. Level 20 in Leech Seed, 24 Mega Drain, 28 Acrobatics, 31 Cotton Spore, 34 U-Turn, 37 Giga Drain, 41 Bounce, and 44 Memento. Skipping by TM, and by Breeding. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. In the browser entry, it creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Skiploom lives in the Flower Zone. Hoppip and Jumpluff of the Granite Zone are her friends. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He is energetic, innocent, and spoiled. He heard Time Pole talking excitedly about Seismitoad's charm, but he doesn't understand the fascination. All this. Okay. Evolution data. Hoppip, level 18, Skiploom. Level 27, Jumpluff. Sprites here, so not much different. The red or orange eyes are white at this point. The flower might look a little different. Not quite be as wide. It's interesting to see these yellow highlights around its body. instead of a pure green body. It's a little darker, I think. Shiny's purple and yellow. That's fun. Yep, and that closes. That's kind of fun. Oh, that's interesting. It's like its eyelids are yellow. That's weird. Okay. Then we get the orange-red eyes in Gen 3. This is a lighter green. This is now pink, which is fun because it's like Hoppip. Then you've got kind of a little bit lighter now. That looks a little bit more orange, I guess, the eyes. It's a little different. Okay. Not much is changing. We got the fullbacks right here. Yep. Now they become more red. I would say their modern ones are more red than orange. That's an interesting angle. I guess it makes sense. It's probably more accurate, but yeah, it's weird not to be able to see the flower on the top of its head. But yeah, a very good translation, I'd say. Yep. That. This one's face might be a little bit bigger, but more or less just the same. And the hands might also be a little bit different. Tail might also be a little bit different. And then you got Holmes. Oh, that's good. Okay, in the anime. Skiploom in the anime. All of these. Yep. Pokédex entries. We recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Skiploom, the evolved form of Hoppip. This happy-go-lucky grass type has a flower on its head, which opens and closes depending on the temperature.
Okay, got all these in the manga. Skiploom in the Pokemon Adventures. Okay, in the TCG. Trivia: Skiploom's normal color and shiny color is reversed to its pre-evolution Hoppip. Aww. I read the second point yesterday. Origin: Skiploom appears to be based on a bulb and flower, specifically a dandelion. Its body also slightly resembles a cat or dog. Name origin: Skiploom may be a combination of skip and bloom or plume. The names of all stages of its evolutionary line is based on the phrase, just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Papaco may be a combination of Tanpupple, dandelion, and Neko, root. Its name may also be a pun on Neko, cat, given its cat-like face. In other languages, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Skiploom's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 178, The Grass Root, as in like the path. It's pretty much the same setup as yesterday's, where Ash, Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions, Brock, Misty, Pikachu, and Togepi here are walking to their next destination. There's a bunch of grass Pokemon on this route. They're about to see a Skiploom. There it is.
Hey, a Skiploom!
Skiploom, the evolved form of Hoppip. This happy-go-lucky grass type has a flower on its head, which opens and closes depending on the temperature.
Wow, that Skiploom looks like it's in a hurry.
Pokemon!
And that is Skiploom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Skiploom. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Hop, Skip, Jump by Akura Kai. So this is a nice image of the whole Hoppip line. So Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. That's kind of a very interesting perspective. Yeah, it's a very nice image. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time. During this stream, I'll be evolving Hoppip into Skiploom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Jumpluff. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Jumpluff, the first grass-flying final evolution. It's the final evolution of Hoppip, who evolves into Skiploom, who evolves into Jumpluff at level 27. Its previous PYC dates are September 2nd, 1996, June 24th, 1999, April 14th, 2002, February 2nd, 2005, November 24th, 2007, September 14th, 2010, July 5th, 2013, April 25th, 2016, February 14th, 2019, and December 5th, 2021. I like that it keeps the dandelion design, with Hoppip having the leaves, Skiploom having the flower itself, and Jumpluff having the puff of seeds. As I mentioned 2 days ago, I often confuse the names of this Pokemon and its pre-evolutions.
Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Jumpluff, the cottonweed Pokemon, whose number is 0189. This is what it looks like. Type is Grass Flying. Abilities, Chlorophyll or Leaf Guard in Gen 4 Plus. Infiltrators, its in ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Fairy and Grass. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 6.6 pounds or 3 kilograms. Base experience heal is 176 in Gen 2 through 4 and 207 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV is 3 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Jumpluff is a dual type grass flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Skiploom starting at level 27. It is the final form of Hoppip. Biology, Jumpluff is a round blue plant Pokemon with red, pupilless, beady eyes, 2 small round feet, and a tail. 3 cotton puffs, almost as large as the body itself, extend off it, 1 on each arm, and 1 on the top of its head. These puffs produce cotton spores that Jumpluff can use to float in the air, and it can control its flight even in a hurricane. 3 to 4 leaves grow at the base of the top puff. Jumpluff drifts on seasonal winds and can use its spores to masterfully maneuver itself around the globe. It will spread cotton spores as it floats around to create offspring. Inhaling these spores may cause coughs and itchiness. It descends if it encounters cold air currents while it is floating. Though it spends a good amount of time in the air, it is commonly sighted above open temperate grasslands. Once Jumpluff runs out of its cotton spores, its journey and its life reaches its end. Evolution, Jumpluff evolves from Skiploom and is the final form of Hoppip. Hoppip, Skiploom, Jumpluff. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. A Jumpluff seeks the help of Shiftry to rescue its friend, another Jumpluff who is trapped in the Silent Chasm. Shiftry fails and the player has to go to the rescue. For the rest of the main game, they are seen around Pokemon Square. Shortly after the end credits, both Jumpluff fly away on the winds. Aww. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it deftly controls its cotton puff spores to float even around the world. Silver drifts on seasonal winds and spreads its cotton-like spores all over the world to make more offspring. Crystal, even in the fiercest wind, it can control its fluff to make its way to any place in the world it wants. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, and 30, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, and Yellow, and 30, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Jumpluff rides on southern winds to cross the sea and fly to foreign lands. The Pokemon descends to the ground when it encounters cold air while it is floating. Emerald, Jumpluff ride warm southern winds to cross the sea and fly to foreign lands. This Pokemon lands but encounters cold air while it is floating. Fire Red is very similar to Silver's but slightly different, so I'll read it. It drifts on seasonal winds and spreads its cotton-like spores all over the world to make more offspring. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, blown by the seasonal winds, it circles the globe, scattering cotton spores as it goes. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Once it catches the wind, it deftly controls its cotton puff spores. It can even float around the world. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Jumpluff and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 is Scarlet. Jumpluff travels on seasonal winds. Once its cotton spores run out, its journey ends, as does its life. Violet, beware its cotton spores. If you accidentally breathe them in, you'll be racked with coughs and itchiness. Got Jumpluff in the Paldea Pokedex. Kind of fun. It looks like it's riding on the wind. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, will compare Gens 2 through 5 and 6 onward. HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 55, that stays the same. Defense 70, that stays the same. Special attack 55, that stays the same. Special defense 85, that goes up to 95. Speed 110, that stays the same. So this one has a total of 450, and this one has a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal bug, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, rock, fire, and ice, all for double except for ice, which is for 4, immune to ground. Resistance to fighting, water, and grass. Fighting and water for half, grass is for a fourth. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrade, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is half, but go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Set by leveling up will go down to 27. 30 Acrobatics, 35 Cotton Spore, 39 U-Turn, 43 Giga Drain, 49 Bounce, and 55 Memento. Skipping by TM. And by breeding, nothing by prior evolution, side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It creates finds around itself that make Pokemon slow. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Jumpluff, a gatekeeper in the Granite Zone. Guards the path that leads to the area past the Granite Zone. This. Okay. Evolution data, Hoppip, level 18. Skiploom, level 27 Jumpluff. Sprites here. Oh, okay. A little different. They're more like blue spores. And the leaf is kind of white, I guess. More clearly, you can see that here. It's a different blue. The red eyes aren't a thing yet. This is pink with pink puffs. And, well, it looks like pink flowers here. Pinkish gray. Yeah, it looks like to be more gray, but they're both white in the back sprite. So then, in crystals, you get more of the yellow puff. So seems to be yellow leaves. And kind of a yellowish white. This is kind of more of a pink. Gray. That still is just white, though. Then you've got the green leaves, and sort of the more accurately red. Oh, its eyes were originally yellow. That's interesting, and like a gray. But now it's red and kind of an orange. Yeah, and then you got the things. the things. Yeah, they got those are still pink puffs. Interesting. Its mouth is white. But now it's kind of a red, maybe kind of two-tone, maybe with a kind of orange tongue there. Yep. So slightly different blue, slightly different pink. Yeah, not much changes. I think maybe slightly different green, but yeah, not much changes. There's some, I don't know, yeah. Gen 5 has the full back sprites. Yep. These are more kind of a purplish compared to the pinker body, I guess. Yep. It's pretty much the same, maybe a little bit darker, actually, I think. Pretty good translation, I'd say. These are a little lighter. Makes sense. Very good. And you got the homes. In the anime, Jumpluff in the anime. Got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 229 in Ash's Pokedex. Jumpluff, the cottonweed Pokemon. Jumpluff catches seasonal winds to spread its cotton like spores and make offspring. In X and Y, episode 58 in Serena's Pokedex. Jumpluff, the cottonweed Pokemon. Jumpluff drifts around the world with the seasonal winds. It releases cottony spores as it travels. Okay, in the manga, Jumpluff and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG. Trivia, at 6.6 pounds, 3 kilograms, Jumpluff is the lightest Pokemon that has undergone 2 evolutions. In Pokemon Coliseum, the shadows of Jumpluff's spores are square. In addition, the spores are always facing the same way relative to the camera, and as such, the player is only able to see one side of them. This was fixed in Pokemon XD. I read this third point in the Hoppip video. Origin, Jumpluff appears to be based on the final stage in the life cycle of a dandelion. Its 2 hands closely resemble pom-poms, and its movements in the console games, such as Pokemon Stadium 2 and Pokemon Coliseum, also bring to mind a cheerleader. Name origin, Jumpluff may be a combination of jump, fluff, and possibly plush. The name of all stages of its evolutionary line is based on the phrase, just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Watako may be a combination of wata, cotton, and neko, root. Its name may also be a pun on neko, cat, given its cat-like face. In other languages, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Jumpluff's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Forever. Celebi, the voice of the forest. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have met a boy who has traveled through time thanks to a Pokemon Celebi whom he saved. Right now, as a thanks, Celebi is allowing Ash and the boy to fly around, and we're about to cut to a scene.
There!
Yeah. There's Jumpluff. Yep, there's another back on the ground. Oh, I guess that's... Okay, it's probably safe to assume that that is Jumpluff's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Jumpluff. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Jumpluff. So we've got new Pokemon Wooloo and Eldegoss by Naiji. So this cute image, I guess, from when Wooloo and Eldegoss were new. But yeah, you've got the Wooloo, the Eldegoss, Whimsicott, Mareep, the Jumpluff is here, Swirlix and Swablu. So you can see most of them are sleeping, but the Wooloo is like surprised, I guess, to have these guys, and then the Whimsicott is, I guess, is trying to wake up the Eldegoss. It's kind of fun. Then we've got Jumpluff 2 by Sailor Clef. This cool perspective of this Jumpluff here. It's very fun, very well done. Then we've got Jumpluff by Will to Link. Is this CGI? This might be CGI. I can't tell. Or it's supposed to be like a drawing or a painting that looks like CGI. I don't know. But look, the background doesn't seem so much CGI. It's mostly the eyes that look almost CGI. It's interesting. But it's very well done. I like the fluffiness of the puffs. This doesn't contain a Jumpluff, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time. In this stream, I'll be evolving Skiploom into Jumpluff. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Aipom. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me in a few seconds. In the Croconaut video, because I wasn't able to do the anime section, I promised that I would do it in this video. So let's do that now! Hello, and welcome to the Croconaut anime portion of the video. So, or earlier in the film, Ash Ketchum and Pikachu are about to fight a trainer named Dundee.
Croconaut, go!
Miss Croconaut?
A Croconaut, huh? Never battled one of those before. Okay, Pikachu, let's go!
Since there's a song about to start, I think we're gonna have to cut it there. Hope you enjoyed. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Aipom, the first monkey Pokemon and the first primate Pokemon in Gen 2. It's also the first Pokemon in Gen 2 that started off as a single-stage Pokemon that got an evolution in a future generation. Its previous BYC dates are September 3rd, 1996, June 25th, 1999, April 15th, 2002, February 3rd, 2005, November 25th, 2007, September 15th, 2010, July 6th, 2013, April 26th, 2016, February 15th, 2019, and December 6th, 2021. Before I started this project, I always thought Aipom was a Gen 4 Pokemon, as I always associated with Ash's/Dawn's Aipom, which appears in the Diamond and Pearl era of the anime. I also associate Aipom with the ones in Detective Pikachu. I also find the hand tail odd, but creative. I also think Aipom looks a little creepy. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Aipom, the long-tailed Pokemon whose number is 0190. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, Runaway or Pickup. Skill Link is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 25.4 pounds or 11.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 94 in Gen 2 through 4 and 72 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV is 1 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Aipom is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Ambipom when leveled up while knowing Double Hit. Biology: Aipom is a simian Pokemon with a 3-fingered hand at the end of its tail. Its fur is purple, while the skin of its face, inner ears, belly, feet, and the tip of its tail are beige. Its face usually has a cheeky smile and round blue eyes. With its round ears, Aipom's head is disproportionately large compared to its body. Atop its head is a cowlick that is longer on females than males. Unlike its feet, Aipom's arms are simple purple stubs. Aipom uses its powerful tail freely and cleverly for many purposes. The tail is strong enough to anchor Aipom to a branch and suspend the rest of its body in the air, but also delicate enough to pick fruit and manipulate objects. Aipom has been known to wrap its tail around tree branches as it sleeps, so it does not fall. Since Aipom uses its tail so much, its actual arms are not as dexterous and become clumsy over time. Aipom lives high in the treetops of tropical, temperate, and even boreal forests, using its tail for balance as it swings from branch to branch. in Alola, Bounsweet is its favorite food. So we got Aipom eating a banana here. Kind of looks interesting. Kind of feels like it fits in like the Simpsons world. It's weird. It's strangely animated like that. I don't know. What about it? Like, it looks like a cartoon character in the Simpsons world. Evolution, Aipom evolves into Ambipom, so Aipom, Ambipom. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2, Aipom makes a cameo in the Eager Eevee minigame. Aipom lifts the crate, but may also lower it quickly to fake out players. Pokemon Trozy, whatever, Lucy Fleetfoot owns an Aipom. Pokedex entries, in Gen 2, Gold, its tail is so powerful that it can use it to grab a tree branch and hold itself up in the air. Silver, it lifts atop tall trees. When leaping from branch to branch, it deftly uses its tail for balance. Crystal, it uses its tail to hang on to tree branches. It uses its momentum to swing from one branch to another. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Aipom's tail ends in a hand-like appendage that can be cleverly manipulated. However, because the Pokemon uses its tail so much, its real hands become rather clumsy. Emerald, its tail ends with a dexterous hand-like appendage. However, because it uses the tail so much, Aipom's real hands have become rather clumsy. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it uses its tail to pluck fruits that are out of reach. Its tail is more adept than its real hands. Pearl, it lives atop giant trees. It wraps its tail around a branch so it won't fall off while asleep. Platinum, it lives high among the treetops. It can use its tail as freely and cleverly as its hands. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Aipom and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, as it did more and more with its tail, its hands became clumsy. It makes its nest high in the treetops. Ultra Moon, it searches for prey from the tops of trees. When it spots its favorite food, Bounsweet, Aipom gets excited and pounces. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, this tree-top dweller possesses a tail as dexterous as a hand. Ancient writings describe this Pokemon as a one-armed oddity. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to the Silvers and all the other ones that were that one, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It lives atop of trees. When leaping from branch to branch, it deftly uses its tail for balance. Violet, its tail moves with greater dexterity than its hands, making deft use of this tail. Aipom lives high among the treetops. Aipom in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Then Aipom in the Kitakami Pokedex. Interesting. It looks like it's falling from the tree. It's kind of fun. Game locations. Side game locations. Okay. Events. Held items. In Legends Arceus, Normal, Nanoberry, 30% of the time, Ball of Mud, 15% of the time, Great Items by Level, Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, and Great Items by Level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 55, Attack 70, Defense 55, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 55, Speed 85 for a total of 360. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting for double, immune to Ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. 1, Scratch and Tail Whip. 4, Sand Attack. 8, Astonish. 11, Baton Pass. Level 15. Tickle. 18, Fury Swipes. 22, Swift. 25 Screech, 29 Agility, 32 Double Hit, 36 Fling, 39 Nasty Plot, and 43 Last Resort. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 35 Mud Shot, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 140 Nasty Plot, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terror Blast, 177 Spite, 179 Smackdown, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, this group gives you Beat Up, this group gives you Bounce, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Fake Out, this group gives you Iron Tail, this group gives you Quick Guard, this group gives you Slam, and this group gives you Switcheroo. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It attacks by throwing rocks with its tail and by tackling. Guardian signs. It throws stones to attack. Got all this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Aipom can be found playing in the meadow or haunted zones. Their favorite attractions are Venusaur's Vine Swing and Tangrowth's Swing Along. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Aipom looked forward to the battle tournament. They like to discuss highlights of the battle tournament with their Aipom friends. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Aipom dart about the treetops, swinging from branch to branch with their dexterous tails, which are also strong enough to cut through the underbrush. Evolution data, Aipom level up knowing Double Hit, Ambipom. Sprites here, this is another one where the gold and silver are different between the Japanese and the international versions. The difference seems to be that they added a belly. You can kind of see it here, but it's more obvious here. They added the belly colors and they didn't have that in the Japanese version. Otherwise, it's very similar to what we have now. The blue eyes aren't there yet. This is a purple, a darker purple. This is more clearly yellow. This is a sort of a little different purple and a pink. This is a lighter yellow here. Gen 3 got more of the actual colors, is this kind of shade of purple, kind of more like that yellow color, you know, this lighter yellow. This is kind of red and pink, I guess. Gen 4 introduces the gender difference. So you got the little tuft and the big tuft. It's pretty fun. Not really much changes though. Oh, but Platinum, it has lighter. The yellow kind of goes to this more yellow color, or this lighter color. That's interesting. This also becomes, I think, a little bit lighter as well. Okay. Then Gen 5. Got the full back sprites. And then Gen 6, pretty good translation. Still very creepy. I mean, they've always been kind of very creepy. I think this is the one that introduces, I mean, kind of has the blue eyes, I guess. But it's much more obviously blue in this one. Yeah, that's interesting. Yep, you got these. Legends Arceus, their style. Then Holmes here, you got that, that's fun. In the anime, Aipom in the anime. The big one is Ash's/Dawn's Aipom. Got an Aipom egg in the anime. That's kind of fun. It's got the hand pattern. Got all that. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 167 in Ash's Pokedex. Aipom, the long-tailed Pokemon. Aipom is able to climb and hang from branches using its powerful tail. Aipom live atop tall trees. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 60, about Double Hit in Dawn's Pokedex. Double Hit, a single attack that causes damage twice. In the manga, you got Aipom and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, yep. The TCG. Their appearances, Detective Pikachu. A few Aipom appear at the beginning of the spin-off game, Detective Pikachu, where they steal a necklace. Then you got the one about the movie, which we'll see later in the video. Trivia, Clement uses a gadget based on Aipom's tail called the Aipom Arm. Origin, Aipom appears to be based on a New World monkey and the exaggerated concept of their prehensile tail, possibly the capuchin monkey in particular. Aipom also shares its large smile with a cymbal-banging monkey toy. It may vaguely reference the Ahuizotl, a creature of Aztec mythology with monkey hands and a fifth human hand on its tail. Name origin, Aipom, and Aipom may be a combination of ape and palm. So we've got other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Aipom's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Entei, Spell of the Unknown. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, channeling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Togepi, Misty's Pokemon, are on this path, and they're about to encounter a trainer and her Aipom.
Exactly where this road leads.
Yeah, so there's the Aipom. Okay, and the song's about to start, so that's where we're gonna have to cut this. That is Aipom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Aipom's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Aipom, as it's only the frames with Aipom to the best of my ability. in this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City as he's just found out that his father has died in a car crash. So, in sort of an establishing shot of the apartment building, we have these Aipom here on the sign, and Tim is going to his dad's apartment to sort of clean up. Yep. So now, what is happening is that Tim found a vial of Argas in Harry Goodman, his father's final case, and he has released it out of the window after consuming some of it. It's gonna make these Pokemon go crazy. Okay, so what has happened is Tim Goodman has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and believing him to be a hallucination, he is from the gas that he, took earlier. He has gone to the window, try to get some fresh air, but he has allowed this Aipom in.
No, excuse me, Aipom. We're having a private conversation here.
You out! Shoot!
That Aipom don't look right.
No! Get off him, whack job! Get around. Okay, here's what you want to do. You want to scream. We're playing charade. Not the knife! Okay, that idea with the knife. I'll find something else.
You are just so hungry.
Move! To the roof! What?
Help! It's not gonna work since no one else is, but...
Oh my god, help! He's big! He's alive! I win! Blazing speed! Blazing speed! No, they seem to be attracting new to this! The super crazy Pokemon! You died a hero!
Yeah, they've got
Looks like
pants.
someone's back in a good mood.
And so, yeah. Everyone notices the pants, and so they're
I
not
think
delivering
pants
it
are
back
good
now that
right
they're
now.
back to normal. Yep.
I pictured you as a bit. I don't wear hair,
Okay, so now we've cut to a lot later in the film. They've been summoned by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and among his artwork, there is this art with an Aipom here. Howard has summoned them because he wants to tell them that Harry isn't actually dead, and that his soul was just taken by Mewtwo.
Come.
And now he evolved his Eevee into a Flareon there, so now it's walking away.
Side you.
And that's a hologram. Let's see if I can go back.
Side
Okay, too fast. So this is a hologram of a car, of the car crash that allegedly killed Harry. And you can't really see it, but it would be hypothetically there in the scene, the Aipom, so I've counted it. And so now we've cut to later. He's met Mewtwo, and he saw who he thinks to be Clifford, Howard's son, capture Mewtwo. There's the Aipom again.
Howard! Mr. Clifford!
Yeah, so now he's going to tell Howard.
Your son!
And so now, it's been revealed that actually it was Howard that captured Mewtwo, and the Aipom's there, and now he's using the Argas to try to in this device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. And so now that's after, and so he's talking about how the transfer worked. So now this reveal, so he found the real Roger in this closet, and this, the one they saw earlier, is transforming into Miss Norman, the woman he saw earlier, and then it's going to transform into a Ditto, and reveal that it is in fact a Ditto. Ditto! Now it's turning into the room. So now we've cut to much later in the film. We're at the end of the film here. It was revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because it had Harry's soul in him, and now that's been undone. All the danger is done and stuff. And you can see this Aipom walking with this gentleman in the back here behind the skater man. Yeah. So now, so what has happened is he was intending to go home. He is at the train station to go home because he doesn't live in Rhyme City, but he has decided to stay with his dad for a while. You can see this Aipom. This is probably my favorite Aipom, purely because of her expression. This woman, she looks just so done with it, like just sick of the silliness, and it's fun.
You want to get a coffee? It's the weirdest thing.
Yep. So now we're in the credits. Here we go. These Aipom go crazy, and then in the spiral again. Yep. And that is it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Aipom. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at TV Nerd fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Aipom and Jumpluff by Blue Commodore. It's kind of fun, since we talked about Jumpluff yesterday. We're talking about Aipom today. They're like right next to each other in the Pokedex. That's fun. So yeah, it's just this Aipom holding this Jumpluff in its tail hand thing. Yeah, it's a very cute image. Yeah, it's kind of looks like, yeah. That's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about Miltank before I can catch an Aipom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sunkern. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello and welcome to a bonus video. So when I did the Detective Pikachu portion, I had forgotten there was an element in the town. So there's a sign with Aipom's hand-tail thing. So we're gonna look at that now. We're gonna watch that. And then I also forgot to mention something in the main video, and we'll cut back to that at the end of this. So this scene, Tim, this is before the other video. I'm gonna assume that you've watched the other video. Yeah, so Tim has arrived in Rhyme City. This is kind of just an establishing shot of him walking to the police department that his father worked at. Okay. So the sign is right there. Yeah, we can see Tim walking. There's a bunch of Pokemon around. Yeah. So now we've cut to much later in the film. The 10th anniversary Rhyme City Parade is starting. We didn't mention that in the last one. That's kind of part of the event that's happening in the film. You can see the hand signs on one of these buildings. Where is it? There. You can see the signs there. Yeah.
10th anniversary Rhyme City Pokemon Parade is...
And so now we've cut to a little bit later. Detective Pikachu is about to fight the Howard Mewtwo thing that we saw in the other video. And you can see the sign here. Yes.
Okay, Pikachu.
Yep. And so that was him sort of falling. You can see the little sign here. That was during the fight. He was flew onto that, or fell into that. And that's him kind of winning. I couldn't really see it, but there's the Aipom there. So now let's cut back to the other video to talk about something else. I forgot. So we've cut back to this scene, just so I can show off the hair. So you may notice they're not all consistently the same height hair, which means that there are two genders. That both of the genders of Aipom are featured in this film, which is much different than what we've dealt with before, because in Gen 1, any Pokemon with a gender difference was always represented as one of the genders. So this is interesting that they decided to go with the two genders here, and that's fun. Little detail, and they have those two different models is fun. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Sunkern, the first seed Pokemon in Gen 2. It's also the first Pokemon in Gen 2 that evolves using the Sunstone. Its previous BYC dates are September 4th, 1996, June 26th, 1999, April 16th, 2002, February 4th, 2005, November 26th, 2007, September 16th, 2010, July 7th, 2013, April 27th, 2016, February 16th, 2019, and December 7th, 2021. I think Sunkern is cute, and I like that it actually looks like a seed, unlike Execute. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Sunkern, the seed Pokemon whose number is 0191. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass. Abilities, Chlorophyll or Solar Power in Gen 4+. Early Bird is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 235 or 41.3%. Breeding is Egg Group Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 4 pounds or 1.8 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 52 in Gen 2 through 4 and 36 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Sunkern is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Sunflora when exposed to a sunstone. Biology, Sunkern is a mostly yellow seed-like Pokemon with a small sprout growing out of its top. It has triangular spike-like protrusions on top of its head, encircling it the sprout. Its body has 3 broad brown vertical stripes. 2 of the stripes start jaggedly above Sunkern's dark eyes and continue downward. The other stripe is directly below Sunkern's mouth. Since Sunkern's eyelids are brown, the brown streak pattern appears uninterrupted when Sunkern's eyes are closed. Its beady eyes are black with white pupils. Sunkern is known to be very weak. Aware of its weakness, it only feeds until it evolves. However, it feeds on only the dew from under the leaves of plants. It tries to move as little as possible since it tries to conserve all the nutrients it has stored in its body for evolution. If attacked by predators such as Spearow, it shakes its leaves at the attacker. Sunkern occasionally falls from the sky on early mornings for unknown reasons. A year after a cold summer, the population of Sunkern explodes. Sunkern can be found in temperate grassy meadows. Evolution: Sunkern evolves from the Sunflora, so you got Sunkern, Sunflora. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it may drop out of the sky suddenly. If attacked by a Spearow, it will violently shake its leaves. Silver, it lives by drinking only dewdrops from under the leaves of plants. It is said that it eats nothing else. Crystal, it is very weak. Its only means of defense is to shake its leaves desperately at its attacker. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Sunkern tries to move as little as it possibly can. It does so because it tries to conserve all the nutrients it has stored in its body for its evolution. It will not eat a thing, subsisting only on morning dew. Emerald, Sunkern try to minimize movement to conserve the nutrients they have stored in their bodies for evolution. They will not eat, subsisting only on morning dew. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it suddenly falls out of the sky in the morning. A year after a cold summer, their population explodes. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It may plummet from the sky. If attacked by a Spearow, it will violently shake its leaves. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Black 2 and White 2. It suddenly falls out of the sky in the morning. Knowing it's weak, it simply feeds until it evolves. X is basically Heart Golds, but Spearow is now the correct casing. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Sunkern is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, they may suddenly fall out of the sky in the morning. In the year following a cold summer, their population explodes. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Violet is the Crystal entry. Sunkern, the Paldea Pokedex. You can see a few of them on these steps here. That's kind of interesting. I wonder why. But maybe they're close to a sunflower. Or like, I don't know. I guess because they're kind of close to these flowers. Maybe that's the point. Or, I don't know. Maybe they're common in the city. I don't know. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White. You get a Koba Berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 30, attack 30, defense 30, special attack 30, special defense 30, and speed 30, for a total of 180. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double, immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Growth. 7. Absorb. 10. Mega Drain. 16. Razor Leaf. 19. Worry Seed. 22. Giga Drain. 25. Endeavor. 28. Synthesis. 31. Solar Beam. 34. Double Edge. 36. Sunny Day. And 39. Seed Bomb. By TM, 1. Takedown. 7. Protect. 20. Trailblaze. 25. Facade. 33. Magical Leaf. 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 56 Bullet Seed, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 75 Light Screen, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 137 Grassy Terrain, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Curse, Hoppip gives you Encore, this group gives you Grassy Terrain, this group gives you Ingrain, this group gives you Leech Seed, and the Mere Herb gives you Morning Sun. TCG only moves, roll out in these cards. Side game data, you got all these, yeah, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian signs in the browser entry. Increase finds around itself that make Pokemon's load. Okay, got all these. Okay, yeah. Evolution data, Sunkern, Sunstone, Sunflora. Sprites, so once again, it's one of the ones where there's a difference between the Japanese version and the international version. So the difference is in the back sprite. You can see that the Japanese version has a smaller line, whereas the international just has a longer line there. And oh, it's actually reverse. So these lines are longer and this one's shorter, whereas this middle line is longer and these side ones are shorter. Okay, then, yeah. Okay, but, it's also interesting, because the shiny is actually the correct one. I just realized that. Well, kind of. There's not quite the brown yet. But yeah, that's supposed to be yellow and not green. It starts off green. And so it corrects it in Crystal, where this one's kind of yellow, this is kind of a lighter yellow. More or less the same, though. The eyes are green, but yellow for the shiny, but they become more white, I guess, as time goes on. That sort of middle section of the eyes. Then we got Gen 3, so we got, the yellow and the brown. This is sort of a tan and a brown. That's fun. The leaves are different, which they always were, it looks like. Different shades of green. But this one's a lighter green. I guess that was always okay. It's kind of a cuter version of this sort of soulless Sunkern. It's interesting. And so then Gen 4, a little bit thicker, I think, in the body, but more or less the same. These are darker, I think, the brown parts. This seems to be kind of closer to an orange, yellow-orange, maybe. That's interesting. And the eyes, they're sort of between the cute eyes and the scary eyes from the original. That's interesting. Yeah, the pupils are bigger. But this full back sprite. Yep. And we got, kind of more of a light orange in Gen 6 here when we get to the models, and sort of a lighterish, I don't know, kind of partially darker, a different hue of yellow anyway. This also seems to be darker, the brown parts. This is more or less the same color though, for the brown. But yeah, pretty good translation. A little bit thinner than I would have thought it would be, but pretty good. Yeah. And you got Holmes. Pretty good, yeah. In the anime, Sunkern in the anime. Got all this. Pokédex entries. We already recorded this for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Sunkern, a seed Pokemon. Sunkern drink the dew that collects beneath leaves. It is believed that it neither eats nor drinks anything else.
In the manga, you've got Sunkern and Pokemon Adventures. Interesting. Okay. Pokédex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 99. May drop out of the sky suddenly. If attacked by a sparrow, it will violently shake off its leaves. So this is the Chuyang Yi translation. In the TCG trivia, Sunkern has the lowest base HP stat and the lowest base stat total of all grass-type Pokemon. In addition, it is tied with Lotad and Bramblin for the lowest base defense stat of all grass-type Pokemon. We read the second sub-point in the Bellsprout video. We read this second point in the Bulbasaur video. Sunkern's official art more closely resembled its shiny form in gold and silver than its regular form. This was somewhat rectified in Crystal, although the artwork was still more similar to its shiny sprite. This discrepancy was fully rectified in Gen 3. In the official Pokemon Handbook 3, published by Scholastic Corporation, Sunkern's data says its height is 1 inch, when it is actually 1 foot. Sunkern, its evolved form, the only Pokemon to have Early Bird as its hidden ability. Since Black 2 and White 2, Sunkern has the lowest base experience yield of all Pokemon. Origin, Sunkern appears to be based on a shooting sunflower seed. Name origin, Sunkern may be a combination of sunflower and kernel. Himanuts may be a combination of himawari, sunflower, and nuts. It may also refer to Natsu, summer. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Sunkern's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 187, Moving Pictures. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, have reunited with their old friend Todd here. He was in the Kanto series, but we didn't see it in this series, though. But yes. And they have just watched this thing fall from the sky, and it's gonna be revealed what it is.
Well, it's way too little to be a meteor.
And there's the Sunkern, frozen in
Let's
ice.
see.
Sunkern, a seed Pokemon. Sunkern drink the dew that collects beneath leaves. It is believed that it neither eats nor drinks anything else.
Okay, well that's kind of, I would say that's the first scene of Sunkern in the anime. Let's move on. Also, that's Team Rocket, I guess. Now let's see why people love Sunkern. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Personal Resolutions by Kitsune Kiti. So, this cute Sunflora image here, it's talking about how it wants to become a Sunflora one day. It's very simple, very nice. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Marill before I can catch a Sunkern. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sunflora. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Sunflora, the evolution of Sunkern who evolves when exposed to the Sunstone. Its previous BYC dates are September 5th, 1996, June 27th, 1999, April 17th, 2002, February 5th, 2005, November 27th, 2007, September 17th, 2010, July 8th, 2013, April 28th, 2016, February 17th, 2019, and December 8th, 2021. I like the idea of a Pokemon based on a sunflower and it being inactive at night. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Sunflora, the Sun Pokemon, whose number is 0192. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass. Abilities, Chlorophyll or Solar Power in Gen 4+, and Early Bird is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 120 or 24.9%, breeding is a group Grass, hatch times 20 cycles, height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters, weight is 18.7 pounds or 8.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 146 in Gen 2 through 4 and 149 in 5+, leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2 in special attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Sunflora is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Sunkern when exposed to a Sunstone. Biology, Sunflora is a plant Pokemon with a sunflower-like design having a green trunk and limbs. Its head is circular and cream-colored, with yellow petals growing along the rim. The petals become more vivid as the weather becomes warmer. Sunflora's face has 2 eyes that appear perpetually closed, and a thin line running vertical beside each eye. Sunflora has leaves extending like arms from its round body and 2 toes on each foot. Sunflora converts sunlight into nutrition. Because of this, it tends to pursue sunlight and is always looking in the direction of the sun. While the sun is up, it moves around in a hectic manner. When the sun sets, it comes to a complete stop and closes its petals. In addition to sunlight, Sunflora needs plenty of water. Sunflora is rarely seen in the wild, but can sometimes be found in temperate grassy meadows. You can see Sunflora closes its petals when asleep here. Evolution, Sunflora evolves from Sunkern, so Sunkern, Sunflora. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Sunflora is a member of Wigglytuff Guild. She tends to fret and say, "Oh my gosh," at everything. She keeps her "oh my gosh" diary in her room and updates it over the course of the game. That's hilarious. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In addition to what happened in Explorers of Time and Darkness, there is a special episode titled Today's Oh My Gosh. It shows Sunflora attempting a mission issued to her by Magnezone and Wigglytuff, which is to capture a Haunter, also known as the Invincible Haunter. She and Loudred defeat Haunter at the end of this special episode. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it converts sunlight into energy. In the darkness after sunset, it closes its petals and becomes still. Silver. In the daytime, it rushes about in a hectic manner, but it comes to a complete stop when the sun sets. Crystal. As the hot season approaches, the petals on this Pokemon's face become more vivid and lively. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Sunflora converts solar energy into nutrition. It moves around actively in the daytime. When it is warm, it stops moving as soon as the sun goes down for the night. Emerald, Sunflora converts solar energy into nutrition. They are highly active in the warm daytime, but suddenly stop moving as soon as the sun sets. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it gets energy from warm sunlight and is known for its habit of moving in pursuit of it. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, Black 2 and White 2. since it converts sunlight into energy. It is always looking in the direction of the sun. In Gen 6, X's is basically Crystal's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Y is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's and Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Sunflora is now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is his Diamond, Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries, and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. So you can see Sunflora in the Paldea Pokedex. So you got a few of them walking around. It looks like there's one or a couple of them planted. They look a little bit different. I don't know if they're real or not. I know that that's like a thing, I think, in the game, is that you gotta like find a bunch of Sunflora. I think probably in this town, I imagine. But I don't fully understand the context of it. I don't know if it's like a thing that you have to do it in the game, or if it's a side quest or something. I don't know. But it's interesting. Game locations, side game locations, stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 75, defense 55, special attack 105, special defense 85, speed 30 for a total of 425. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up, since you can hypothetically have a level 1 Sunflora, we'll read them all. 1 Pound, Tackle, and Growth, 4 Ingrain, 7 Absorb, 10 Mega Drain, 13 Leech Seed, 16 Razor Leaf, 19 Worry Seed, 22 Giga Drain, 25 Bullet Seed, 28 Petal Dance, 31 Solar Beam, 34 Double Edge, 39 Sunny Day, 43 Leaf Storm, and 50 Petal Blizzard. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're also skipping. By prior evolution, from Sunkern, you can get Endeavor and Synthesis, although for Endeavor, that was prior to version 3.0.0 in Gen 9. Side game data, you know this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Yeah. Evolution data, Sunkern, Sunstone, Sunflora. Okay, Sprites here, okay. A little bit different. I remember them being a little bit creepier in the original ones. Yeah. Very, yes. Similar to the Sunflower character in a different franchise, but sure, a much more famous one, I'm sure. Anyway. So, you got yellow and kind of a green body, so the sort of dark yellow and the green lines, that's interesting. Then, Gen 3. So you got sort of lighter body, more kind of yellow, the mouth, so it starts off as green, and it becomes red. This is it's basically the same. This is more of a lighter yellow. This might also be a little bit lighter. Yep, more or less stays the same. Diamond and Pearl colors are a little bit different again, or Gen 4, I mean. Not much changes though. The full back sprite in Gen 5. Then, okay, this becomes a lot lighter. So does the middle part here. All the colors are probably lighter, but it's a different green. It's interesting. It's much happier, much nicer than these ones. I mean, these are fine. It's got a pink mouth now, but I don't know, far less creepy, a lot more friendly. And not much does change here. Okay. Got homes, yep. In the anime, Sunflora in the anime, then I guess Sunflora and Explorers of Time, Darkness of the Sky, I guess. You got all these, yep. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one for the anime, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Sunflora, the sun Pokemon. This smiling Pokemon loves the sun, but it also needs plenty of water to ensure healthy development.
In Black and White, episode 111, in the same Pokedex, Sunflora, the sun Pokemon. Sunflora gets its energy from sunlight, and its movements follow the rays of the sun. In the manga, you got Sunflora and Pokemon Adventures, coming off the panel here. Okay, got all this. In the TCG trivia, Sunflora shares its category name with Espeon and Volcarona. They are all known as the Sun Pokemon. Sunflora is Meowth's most frequently used Pokemon disguise in the anime, having been used 7 times so far. As you can see, Meowth disguised as Sunflora. We read this third point in the Sunkern video. This final point I read in the Kadabra video. Origin, Sunflora seems to be based on a sunflower and its close association with the sun. Name origin, Sunflora may be a combination of sun or sunflower and flora. Himawari may be a combination of Ki, yellow, or Ki, joy, and Himawari, sunflower. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Sunflora's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 135, Grin to Win. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Sonrisa here, and she has brought them to her house. She's turned on her sprinkler system, and a bunch of Sunflora are about to walk out of a greenhouse.
For your daily sprinkle. Sunflora.
There's the Sunflora. Oh, that one's kind of depressed. Okay, I'd say that's probably Sunflora's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Sunflora. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Sunflora by Unown. It's this cute image of 3 Sunflora. One has like a portable water hose thingy, and it's spraying them, of course, and they're, of course, really loving it and stuff. Can't help but notice they're not really facing the sun, but that's a small detail. It's a fun image. Yeah. That's it. Let's move on. Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can evolve Sunkern into Sunflora. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Yanma. As always, this is my proper outfit and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Yanma, the first Dragonfly Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are September 6th, 1996, June 28th, 1999, April 18th, 2002, February 6th, 2005, November 28th, 2007, September 18th, 2010, July 9th, 2013, April 29th, 2016, February 18th, 2019, and December 9th, 2021. I most remember Yanma as a Pokemon that the main Team Rocket sent to Giovanni, who had one of its grunts evolve it and send it back as a Yanmega. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Yanma, the clear wing Pokemon whose number is 0193. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Fly. Abilities: Speed Boost or Compound Eyes. Frisk is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, a group bug, hatch time 20 cycles, height 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 83.8 pounds or 38 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 147 in Gen 2 through 4 and 78 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed, but there's this little asterisk here. I think that's the first time this has ever happened, but I think both of them, yeah, they say it was 2 in Gen 2, so yeah, it was total for 2, it's for speed for 2, that's interesting. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Yanma is a dual-type bug-flying Pokemon, introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Yanmega when leveled up while knowing Ancient Power. Biology: Yanma is a large, red insectoid Pokemon that resembles a dragonfly. Compared to its long, thin abdomen, its thorax is short and wide. It has 3 pairs of gray two-toed legs with 2 pairs of wings with red bands on them. The see-through wings are described as frail and thin. A bright green mask marking covers most of its face, and it has 2 spikes on top of its head. Its blue eyes can see all around its body at 360 degrees without even moving its head. This allows Yanma to have a high evasiveness. The end of Yanma's tail has 2 flat extensions from the sides and 2 gray spikes in the center. Yanma is a skillful flyer. It can make sudden stops, turn in midair, and hover in place by flapping its wings at a high speed. Yanma's eyes ensure the prey will not escape its sight even when behind. It should be Yanma's. It can also generate shockwaves capable of breaking glass or even launching a house skyward by flapping its wings very fast. Yanma is often found in wooded and swampy areas. It hunts insects for food, using its eyesight to spot and its flight abilities to pursue prey. Yanma is also territorial, flitting around to guard its territory. Evolution: Yanma evolves into Yanmega, so you've got Yanma, Yanmega. Game data: Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, if it flaps its wings really fast, it can generate shockwaves that will shatter windows in the area. Silver, its large eyes can scan 360 degrees. It looks in all directions to seek out insects as its prey. Crystal, it can see in all directions without moving its big eyes, helping it spot attackers and food right away. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Yanma is capable of seeing 360 degrees without having to move its eyes. It is a great flyer that is adept at making sudden stops and turning mid-air. This Pokemon uses its flying ability to quickly chase down targeted prey. Emerald? It can see 360 degrees without moving its eyes. It is a great flyer capable of making sudden stops and turning midair to quickly chase down targeted prey. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond and Pearl, its eyes can see 360 degrees without moving its head. It won't miss prey, even those behind it. Platinum, it can hover in one spot by flapping its wings at high speed. It flits about to guard its territory. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's, Black 2 and White 2. It can fly freely through the air, even sudden stops are no problem. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond and Pearl entry, Y is the Gold entries, and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Yanma and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll rate it. Its eyes can see 360 degrees without the Pokemon moving its head. It won't miss prey, even those behind it. Legends Arceus. Its frail wings are so thin that one can see clear through them. However, during flight, these wings exhibit the power to churn air, with force enough to launch a house skyward. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, as Yanma surveys its territory, it periodically stops to hover in place by flapping its wings at high speeds. Violet is the Crystal entry. Yanma, the Kitakami Pokedex. That's kind of fun here. Got a few of them, looks like. They're all kind of around this little farm, it looks like, or whatever this is, this little field, I guess, outside of this town. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get the Wide Lens 5% of the time. Ranch, you get the Charty Berry 100% of the time. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black White, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get the Wide Lens 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, Normal, Hardy Grains 35% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 65, Defense 45, Special Attack 75, Special Defense 45, Speed 95 for a total of 390. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Poison, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Flying, Rock, Fire, Electric, and Ice, all for double except for Rock, which is for 4. Immune to Ground, resistant to Fighting, Bug, and Grass. Fighting and Grass are for a 4th, and Bug is for half. Notes, if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a Ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so it go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Set by leveling up. 1 Tackle, 6 Quick Attack, 11 Double Team, 14 Air Cutter, 17 Detect, 22 Supersonic, 27 Uproar, 30 Bug Bite, 33 Ancient Power, 38 Hypnosis, 43 Wing Attack, 46 Screech, 49 U-Turn, 54 Air Slash, and 57 Bug Buzz. By TM, 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 15 Struggle Bug, 18 Thief, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 95 Leech Life, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 113 Tailwind, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 134 Reversal, 162 Bug Buzz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 182 Bug Bite, 185 Lunge, 191 Uproar, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 219 Skitter Smack, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Faint, and this group gives you Whirlwind. Special moves from this event, you get Psychic and Uproar. TCG only moves, you get Agility on this card, Baton Pass on this card, Side Game Data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It flits around while launching supersonic waves and shockwaves. In Guardian Signs, it flings gooey blobs that make Pokemon slowed. This, Evolution data, Yanma, level up knowing Ancient Power, Yanmega, Sprites here, so yeah, basically the same. Colors are a little bit different. It's kind of, darker red, darker green, but more or less it's gonna be the same. I don't know how much of this is, oh, actually, but the big difference is the feet. The feet are green, for both, and this is blue for the shiny, for the body, the eyes still are green. That's interesting. Yep. Gen 3, the feet are now all gray. Oh, the whole legs are gray. I guess this little white part isn't on the Gen 2 sprites. That's interesting. It's probably a bunch of slightly different things like that. Colors are lighter. All that. This is a wildly different blue. Legs might even be a little bit darker than these. I don't know. And yeah, the Diamond Gen 4s. Yeah, you got all that. Full back sprite in Gen 5. Looks like the antenna changes a little bit as time, like the separation between them. I don't know. Yep. Gen 6. So you got the models. Pretty good. Once again, it's the weird, not quite clear. They're sort of just blue wings rather than the clear wings. And then we got the clear wings in Gen 7. Okay, then we got Legends Arceus. Their models, like a lot of the flying ones, their wings are cut off. It's interesting. Good quality models, though. Okay, got Cross Generation. In the anime. In animation, it usually says in the anime. I don't know why it's not like that, but Yanma in the anime. Jesse's Yanma's the big one. Okay, got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one for the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Yanma, the clear-winged Pokemon. Through the use of its two large eyes, Yanma can see in all directions at once.
An episode 177 in James's book. Yanma can flap its wings fast enough to generate a shockwave capable of shattering windows. The same episode about Yanma's attacks in Ash's Pokedex. Two of Yanma's strongest attacks are the Tackle, Double Team, and the Sonic Boom. Those are three. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 80, in Dawn's Pokedex, about Yanma. Yanma, the clear-winged Pokemon. Its eyes can see a full 360 degrees around without moving its head. In the same episode, Giovanni's Laptop, Pokeball contents. Yanma. Its usable moves: Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Sonic Boom, and Ancient Power. Evolution, and the manga. If there's a Yanma in this image, it's not very clear, and there's a reason for that. This image was rewritten, and I'll show you what the original was. So this is the original image. It's much more obvious to see Yanma here. I assume this is the same comic. I don't know if this is used on another page, and they thought, oh, that other image is better for it, and they didn't really think that it was used on the Yanma page. I'm not really sure, but yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. Anyway, back to the article. Pokedex entries. Pokemon Adventures, chapter 154. Its two big eyes can turn 360 degrees, observing the surroundings in search of insects for food. This is Chu Yang-Yi's translation. Okay, now this TCG. Trivia. Yanma shares the same space speed stat with its evolved form. In Pokemon Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, despite being able to learn Leech Life through breeding, Yanma cannot learn it via TM28. Its evolved form can, however. Origin, Yanma seems to be based on a dragonfly, possibly the banded darter. Because of its size and weight, it may have been inspired by prehistoric ancestors to modern dragonflies and damselflies in the Meganura genus, commonly referred to as griffin flies. This is further supported by its evolution Yanmega, which is much more closely linked to ancient dragonflies, and whose offspring did not have a larval stage, instead hatching directly into a smaller version of their adult phase, as Yanma is a fully formed dragonfly. This connection is further referenced by its evolution method. Name origin, Yanma, and Yanma derive from Yanma, large dragonfly. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Yanma's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 177, Wings and Things. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as Pikachu and Togepi, are on this path here. We're at the beginning of the episode, so not much has happened.
Something is in the air.
Here's Pikachu. You spot the Yanma?
What's that?
It's a Yanma!
Let's see.
Yanma, the clear-winged Pokemon. Through the use of its two large eyes, Yanma can see in all directions at once.
Oh, Yanma must be able to see what's happening around it all the time.
That comes in handy when it's looking for food and for enemies.
Oh, that's not good.
Yanma! Hey, come back! Yanma, give me my hat back! Yanma!
Okay, interesting. Okay, sorry. Yes, and that is Yanma's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Yanma. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is the Yanma family by Zero-chan, 923,600. So, this fun image of Yanma and Yanmega in this sort of prehistoric world. That's very fun. Looks like the volcanoes are erupting, so yeah, but it's a very nice image. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can catch a Yanma. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Wooper. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Wooper, the first water-ground Pokemon, the first base Pokemon in Gen 2 to have a regional form, the only Pokemon in Gen 2 to get a Paldean form, and the last Pokemon to get a Paldean form as of the filming of this. Its previous PYC dates are September 7th, 1996, June 29th, 1999, April 19th, 2002, February 7th, 2005, November 29th, 2007, September 19th, 2010, July 10th, 2013, April 30th, 2016, February 19th, 2019, and December 10th, 2021. I like Wooper's design, and it's based on an axolotl, an animal I don't think would be most people's first choice to base a Pokemon on. At least at the time. Axolotls have become a lot more well-known and well-loved since Wooper was created. As for Paldean Wooper, I think it's creatively adapted to its poison typing. Making the branching gills resemble bones is clever. I mostly know Wooper from the amount of love the internet has given it. While I wouldn't necessarily call it a meme, it and its evolution Quagsire have become quite popular, particularly through videos. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Wooper. It is the waterfish Pokemon as non-Paldean Wooper, and the poison fish Pokemon as Paldean Wooper. Its number is 0194. This is Wooper, this is what it looks like. This is Paldean Wooper, this is what it looks like. Types as non-Paldean Wooper is water ground, and as Paldean Wooper is poison ground. Since this is our first water ground Pokemon, I will mention that it's got the water inside and the ground outside. Abilities damp or water absorb as non-Paldean Wooper, and Poison Point or Water Absorb as Paldean Wooper. Unaware is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg groups water 1 and field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters regardless. Its weight as a non-Paldean Wooper is 18.7 pounds or 8.5 kilograms. As Paldean Wooper, its weight is 24.3 pounds or 11 kilograms. Base experience yield is 52 in Gen 2 through 4 and 42 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1 and HP, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 70. Wooper is a dual-type water/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Quagsire starting at level 20. In Paldea, Wooper has a dual-type poison ground regional form. Paldean Wooper evolves into Clodsire starting at level 20. Biology, Wooper is a mostly blue amphibious Pokemon that resembles an upright, armless axolotl. Wooper's head is large compared to its body, and it has small, round, black eyes. It has purple branching gills on either side of its head. The males have more branches on its gills than the females. Wooper stands on 2 small, round feet, and it has a large, thick tail. On its belly are dark blue, curved markings. It is implied in the Pokemon Journeys, the series episode, The Sinnoh Iceberg Race, that Wooper is the dull-witted Pokemon, oblivious to its surroundings. Wooper lives in cold water most of the time. When sleeping, it partially buries itself in the mud at the bottom. It will occasionally leave the water when the air cools in the evening to search for food along the shore. While walking on land, it coats its body with a slimy toxic film that keeps its skin from dehydrating and insulates against the cold. The film causes a shooting pain if touched barehanded. It is a timid Pokemon and tends to stay close to Quagsire. Arbok is a natural predator of Wooper. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Wooper tends to bury half its body in the mud at the bottom of the water to sleep. When Wooper also does this while sleeping on land,
I think it's just supposed to say Wooper also does this while sleeping on land. By sleeping in the mud on land, Wooper can keep its skin wet and prevent dehydration. Forms: Wooper has a regional form, Paldean Wooper. Wooper in the Paldea region has a brown coloration, with 2 pairs of bone-shaped gills branching from its head, as well as an 8-pronged pattern on its stomach. Paldean Wooper once lived in the water during ancient times, until they were forced out of their territory. As a result, they gradually adapted to living on land, namely in marshes. Paldean Wooper employs 2 adaptations to allow it to survive on land. Its scales have hardened, and it coats its body with a poisonous film that keeps it from drying out. However, these adaptations result in Paldean Wooper having heavy bodies and being only able to move really slowly. To defend itself, Paldean Wooper can use its gills to unleash a powerful poisonous liquid. Paldean Wooper travel and work together in groups of 3 or 4 and enlist the help of their evolutionary relative Quagsire to ferry them across the water. Despite the adaptational change, Paldean Wooper can still float or swim in the water. Evolution: Wooper evolves into Quagsire, so Wooper, Quagsire. Paldean Wooper evolves into Clodsire, so you can see that here. Paldean Wooper, Clodsire. Game data Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in gold. This Pokemon lives in cold water. It will leave the water to search for food when it gets cold outside. Silver, when it walks around on the ground, it coats its body with a slimy poisonous film. Crystal, a mucous membrane covers its body. Touching it barehanded will cause a shooting pain. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Wooper usually lives in water. However, it occasionally comes out onto land in search of food. On land, it coats its body with a gooey toxic film. Emerald Wooper usually live in water but come out onto land seeking food occasionally. On land, they coat their bodies with a gooey toxic film. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it lives in cold water, half burying itself in mud at the bottom to sleep. Pearl, when the temperature cools in the evening, they emerge from water to seek food along the shore. Platinum, when walking on land, it covers its body with a poisonous film that keeps its skin from dehydrating. Heart Gold is basically gold, but now Pokemon is the correct casing. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Heart Gold entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are very similar to Ruby and Sapphires, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Wooper usually lives in water. However, it occasionally comes out onto land in search of food. On land, it coats its body with a gooey toxic film. In Gen 8, Sword is Heart Gold's entry and X's entry. Shield is Platinum's entry and the Gen 5 entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Gen 9, for non-Paldean Wooper and Scarlet, a transparent mucous membrane covers its body. Touching it barehanded will cause a tingling numbness. Violet, when it walks around on land, it coats its body with a slimy poisonous film. For Paldean Wooper, Scarlet, after losing a territorial struggle, Wooper began living on land. The Pokemon changed over time, developing a poisonous film to protect its body. Violet, it's dangerous for Wooper to travel alone. They line up in groups of 3 or 4 and help each other as they walk around the wetlands. Paldean Wooper in the Paldea Pokedex. That's very cute. So they got Wooper in the Kitakami Pokedex. Also very cute. Just, yeah, the 3 or 4, that's good. Cute that it's the 4 of them. Got a couple here, that's cute. Yeah. Of course, they're by water. They're on a road, that's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items, or I guess regular Wooper. In Scarlet and Violet, you get the rare candy as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. Well, normally I would compare Wooper and Paldean Wooper, but Paldean Wooper, it says that it's the same base stats as Jontonian Wooper, so I'll just read this one. HP 55, attack 45, defense 45, special attack 25, special defense 25, speed 15 for a total of 210. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, we'll compare Wooper and Paldean Wooper. So, non-Paldean Wooper is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, water, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. The ones that move: fighting, ground, bug, water, psychic, ice, and fairy. So, Paldean Wooper is damaged normally by normal, flying, ghost, steel, fire, grass, dragon, and dark. Wooper is weak to grass for 4. While Paldean Wooper is weak to ground, water, psychic, and ice for double. They're both immune to electric. Wooper is resistant to poison, rock, steel, and fire for half. While Paldean Wooper is resistant to fighting, poison, rock, bug, and fairy for half. Notes for non-Paldean Wooper. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is double. So we'll go from 0 to double. If this Pokemon has water absorbed, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 1. For Paldean Wooper, notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has water absorbed, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 2. Learn set by leveling up for Wooper, 1 Water Gun and Tail Whip, for Rain Dance, 8 Mud Shot, 12 Mist and Haze, 16 Slam, 21 Yawn, 24 Aqua Tail, 28 Muddy Water, 32 Amnesia, 36 Toxic, and 40 Earthquake. For Paldean Wooper, 1 Mud Shot and Tail Whip, 4 Tackle, 8 Poison Tail, 12 Toxic Spikes, 16 Slam, 21 Yawn, 24 Poison Jab, 28 Sludge Wave, 32 Amnesia, 36 Toxic, and 40 Earthquake. By TM for non-Paldean Wooper, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 13 Acid Spray, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 90 Spikes, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Rock, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 214 Sludge Wave, and 224 Curse. For Paldean Wooper, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 13 Acid Spray, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 83 Poison Jab, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 90 Spikes, 91 Toxic Spikes, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Rock, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 142 Hydro Pump, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 204 Double Edge, 214 Sludge Wave, and 224 Curse. By breeding for non-Paldean Wooper, this group gives you Acid Spray, this group gives you After You, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Recover, and this group gives you Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow. For Paldean Wooper, this group gives you Acid Spray, this group gives you After You, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Recover, and this group gives you Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow. TTG only moves, Bubble on this card, Animated Series only moves, Tackle, it's a normal type move, from the episode No Big Whoop. Side game data for Wooper, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. You got all this. Yep. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Wooper is very timid and tends to stick close to Quagsire. Its body is also coated in a poisonous goo. Whatever you do, don't touch it, or else your hand will really sting. Pokemon Sleep. Wooper usually lives in water and has a habit of burying half its body in the mud at the bottom of the water to sleep. When it sleeps on land, it buries itself in mud to keep its skin from dehydrating. So we've got Snickering Sleep, Big Yawn Sleep, Mud Float Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You get the fashionable costume. That's interesting. It's silly, it's just a beanie. For Paldean Wooper, you just got the Pokemon Go stuff. Evolution data for Wooper is Wooper, level 20 Quagsire. For Paldean Wooper, you got Paldean Wooper, level 20 Clodsire. Sprites, this is another one that seemed to be different between the Japanese version and the international version. The big thing being, or the thing being, the little line here, which is usually on Quagsire, so I don't know why they removed that from this one's design. That would make a lot more sense to keep, because it would connect it with its evolution, but I don't know, maybe they just didn't feel it was necessary. But yeah, otherwise it's basically the same. You know, the white tail's a little bit weird. This is pink and yellow. It doesn't seem to be consistent on how the lines are represented, at least between these two games. It's a different shade of purple for both of those. Yep. And got Gen 3. It's a lot, different kind of purple, a lot more obviously different. Seems to keep that sort of triangle thing from these games, from Gold and Crystal. Branches are, I think, probably a little bit different. This is now pink and a lighter pink, kind of axolotl colors, which makes sense. Yep. Okay, and then you can see in Gen 4, 5, the gender differences. It's a lot more complicated than that one is. They seem to be now loops, these little things. They're so close together, they kind of look like loops. Yeah, it's more of a red color. Yep. Okay, Gen 5, full back sprites. It's fun. Then you got the models, which are quite well done. These lines are a bit weird, though. This is a lot lighter. I mean, they're all a lot lighter, but this is particularly, this is, pale pink and orange. Not much changes. And I got the much better models. I guess they're keeping the much paler pink and orange. It seems to have a brown, which is interesting. Yeah, they're brown now. Which I wonder. Huh. Interesting. Then you got homes here, so you can see the gender differences, and then also the... Oh, it's a purple and a pink. I guess that makes sense that it's kind of this orange. Yeah, it's purple and orange. And whatever, this sort of black color, I guess. So that's kind of fun that keeps the sort of... It's a slightly different orange, which makes sense since this is a slightly different purple than those. That's fun. In animation, I don't know why that keeps doing that, but it seems to be something new. I don't know if they're not calling it anime anymore. But you got Wooper in Pokemon the series, and Paldean Wooper in Pokemon Horizons the series, which is just sad. So, yeah, I got all these. Yeah. A Wooper egg in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire, that's fun. Yeah, you got all these. Yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 148 in Ash's Pokedex. Wooper, the waterfish Pokemon. Though they prefer to live in cold water, these appealing Pokemon forage for food on land. They are kept warm by a layer of insulating body fluid. Wooper is the pre-evolved form of Quagsire. In Horizons, episode 11, in Lico's Rotom Phone. Wooper, Paldean form, the poison fish Pokemon. A poison and ground type. After losing their territory, Wooper began living in muddy fields. They are covered in a poisonous film that protects them from drying out. Pokemon Generations. Wooper in Pokemon Generations. Paldean Wooper in Pokemon Paldean wins. So, yeah, you got them there with a Clodsire, it looks like, and a Psyduck. Okay. Got all these, manga, Wooper, and Pokemon Adventures. Hoot Hoot looks like. A couple humans. Oh, and an Aipom. Yep, Paldean Wooper and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got TCG. Other appearances. Super Smash Bros. Melee. Out of all the Pokefloats, Wooper spends the most time on screen. It first appears when the screen is on Slowpoke's tail, and then it floats past Sudowoodo, Snorlax, Venusaur, and Seal before finally floating away. While its head is small, players can also stand on the gills. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Wooper appears as a spirit. It gives fighters that use it more power for their water and ice attacks, and is obtainable through the spirit board via battle and Volt Shop for 500 G. I don't know what that means. Usually G is like a gold piece, it's just a general thing, but I don't know what the currency is in that game. Wooper has the lowest base special defense stat and lowest base stat total of all ground-type Pokemon. Wooper is the only ground-type Pokemon to consist only of a head and legs. Wooper was one of the first Pokemon to have its gender differences revealed, along with Scizor. Paldean Wooper is the only Paldean form to be revealed prior to the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Consequently, it is also the only regional form to be revealed alone during a game's pre-release season. Origin, Wooper appears to be based on a larval salamander, which has a flat tail and feathery external gills. Many species of salamanders are known for their poisonous skin, which may be referenced in Wooper's Pokedex entries and Paldean Wooper's design. Wooper's shiny sprite gives it a similar coloration to that of albino, leucistic, and flavistic color mutants, or an axolotl, a species of salamander that keeps its gills and remains in the water for all of its life because it never develops lungs. Paldean Wooper's gills make the shape of a skull and crossbones, a hazard symbol used as a warning for poisonous substances. These bone-shaped gills, combined with Paldean Wooper's brown coloration, rib-like pattern on its chest, and the fact that it is found in a region inspired by the Iberian Peninsula, together may be a direct reference to the Iberian ribbed newt. This salamander species is known for puncturing its poison-coated ribs through its skin as a defense mechanism, much like how Paldean Wooper is able to secrete poison out of its bone-shaped gills. Paldean Wooper may also be inspired by mudskippers, which are fish that are capable of living outside of water. Alternatively, the fact that Paldean Wooper was forced out of its ancient water habitat may be a reference to the ecological issues facing the axolotl in the wild, following the destruction of the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan and the draining of Lake Texcoco. Name origin, Wooper and Upa may be derived from Wooper Looper, Upa Rupa, a marketing term created in Japan that started a pet salamander raising fad. Wooper loopers are the Japanese term for the axolotl, a species of salamander. In other languages, references, see also external links to the Paldean forms. Let's move on. Now let's watch Wooper's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 148, No Big Whoop, like Wooper. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, were wandering and they spotted this little house or something, and they're unsure what it is, so they've asked Brock if he knows.
Question.
See the Wooper there?
It might be a... On my neck, something cold and wet and weird just dropped on the back of my neck. Get it off me quick, get it off! Ah!
Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, that's Wooper's first scene in the anime, I guess. Let's move on. Now let's watch Wooper's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Wooper, as it's only the frames with Wooper to the best of my ability. And there's a caveat on the only here in this video, because there is this thing that vaguely looks like Wooper, but it's missing the branched gills, so I'm not entirely sure it's Wooper. If you know of another Pokemon that looks like this, let me know and I'll feature it in that video. But I've counted it. Later we'll be able to see it has like the 3 lines on its belly there. So I assume it's supposed to be Wooper. In the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. He's coming to Rhyme City because his father, a police detective, has allegedly died in a car crash. And the video is explaining that Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, went on a journey to discover a partnership between humans and Pokemon, and he shared that with the world. This is Roger Clifford, Howard's son. He's kind of going to explain that a little bit, and that's what inspired him to make Rhyme City.
And he wanted to share that discovery with the world.
Yeah. So now we've cut to just introducing the city. This is Tim, he's walking into the city, and that's Howard, sort of a welcome sign thing. You can see the Wooper sign here. I wouldn't have counted that statue as Wooper without this sign here. But, yeah, so, yeah. And, yeah.
Welcome to Rhyme.
So, establishing shots of the city and the humans and their Pokemon, how they work together. See, there's the Wooper sign there. There's the Wooper sign there. Heading up to the police department. So that's where Tim is going. Okay, we've cut to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, who is the partner of Harry. They've been summoned by Howard. This is Miss Norman, Howard's assistant. She's brought them to Howard. You can see the Wooper thing here. Yes.
Please.
And Howard is going to explain that Harry isn't actually dead, and that his soul was taken by Mewtwo, and that to find Harry, they're going to need to find Mewtwo.
Come in.
So now Howard is evolving his Eevee into a Flareon.
Whoa.
So see the Flareon here.
That greatness inside you.
And so this is a hologram of the car crash that allegedly killed Harry. Howard is sort of using this to sort of explain that he didn't actually die, that his soul was taken. It's supposed to be like footage of the event. And here, well, you couldn't really see the possibly Wooper. I've counted this because this is where it would hypothetically be.
Second chance.
Okay, then this is after their meeting and their like second chances and stuff.
Special things, kid.
Fine.
There's a lot we can make better if we crack this case. One question though, where are we?
Okay, now we've cut to 2 months later. The 10th anniversary Rhyme City parade, which is happening, is being set up. Tim and Detective Pikachu have met Mewtwo, but who they believe to be Roger captured Mewtwo, and now Tim is going to tell Howard. So, yeah.
Mr. Clifford, your son.
Now it's been revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo, and he's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo so he can control Mewtwo. And he's also using this gas called the R-gas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. And his whole thing is that he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon. And to do that, he can use this R-gas to make the Pokemon go crazy and use his powers to merge humans and Pokemon. You can see the gas being released, and you can see someone being, turned and put their soul inside of the Pokemon. And now, so Tim was blasted towards the elevator, and when he woke up, he was like knocked out. He found that Roger, the real Roger, is in this closet, tied up. He'll fall out here in a second. Oh, and you can see the 3 lines on the possibly Wooper, which is why I think it's Wooper. And that is a Ditto. It was the Roger they saw earlier, as well as Miss Norman, and has transformed into a Loudred to blow Tim across the room. And now Detective Pikachu has gone to fight Mewtwo/Howard. And he's riding this Pidgeot. The sign is behind the wing. You can kind of see it there.
Don't breathe again.
And now the Ditto has transformed into a Charizard to try to bite Tim, but it is really just gonna bite these hoses for these canisters. See the Wooper there. Okay, now we've cut to the end of the film. All the adventure's been over. Everything's been resolved. And it was revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because Harry's soul was inside of Detective Pikachu, and so now that's been separated. You can see the Wooper sign here. They're at the train station as Tim intends to leave. And now Tim has decided to stay, that's Harry, and become a detective. Yeah, and you can see the Wooper sign.
Maybe I could give detective work a try?
I think he likes that idea.
Yeah. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Wooper. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Wooper by Aqua Blue. So this fun Wooper image of kind of this upper perspective, almost like maybe someone taller than it is looking at it, so that it's looking up at them. That's kind of fun. Yeah, it's kind of a nice perspective image. I like the colors and stuff. It's very well done. The lighting, it's very well done. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Dunsparce before I can catch a Wooper. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Quagsire. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Before we begin, you're probably wondering about the tie. It's October, which means I, like many YouTubers, will spend the month doing Halloween-related videos. My main gimmick is wearing this orange tie, as orange and black are associated with Halloween. So what better Pokemon to start the month of Halloween with than Quagsire? Okay, maybe it's not the best timing, but that's who we're talking about today. Quagsire is the first water-ground evolution. It's the evolution of non-Paldean Wooper, who evolves at level 20. Quagsire is the first evolution of a Pokemon with a regional form that itself doesn't have an alternate regional form. Its previous PYC dates are September 8th, 1996, June 30th, 1999, April 20th, 2002, February 8th, 2005, November 30th, 2007, September 20th, 2010, July 11th, 2013, May 1st, 2016, February 20th, 2019, and December 11th, 2021. I like Quagsire's design. I think they're quite silly looking. As I mentioned yesterday, I most know Quagsire and its pre-evolution Wooper from the amount of love the internet has given them. Quagsire and Wooper have become quite popular, particularly through videos. I also associate Quagsire with the YouTuber Murkrow, who has shown an affinity for Quagsire, even formerly having it as her channel icon, before replacing it with Paldean Wooper's evolution Clodsire. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon, whose number is 0 in 195. This is what it looks like. Its type is water ground. Abilities, damp or water absorb. Unawares, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is egg groups water 1 and field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 4'7" or 1.4 meters. Weight is 165.3 pounds or 75 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 137 in Gen 2 through 4 and 151 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Quagsire is a dual type water/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Wooper starting at level 20. Biology, Quagsire is a light blue bipedal amphibious Pokemon. Its head is broad and round, having little neck to distinguish it from the rest of its body. It has a wide mouth and tiny black eyes. A wavy purple stripe runs down its back. Along its spine is a dark blue fin, which is larger on the male than on the female. Quagsire's hands and feet have 3 digits. Its outer layer of skin is slimy and slippery. Quagsire shares many similarities with its Paldean relative Clodsire. Quagsire is carefree and sluggish by nature, although it is protective towards Wooper. An unintelligent Pokemon, it tends to bump its head inadvertently while swimming and seems not to care. It hunts for food by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its unaware prey to blunder in. Because Quagsire does not move, it does not get very hungry and can afford to wait for its food. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Quagsire leaves its mouth open even as it sleeps. It is said seeing a Quagsire sleep with its mouth wide open is a sign it's possibly waiting for prey while it dreams. Quagsire lives in clean bodies of fresh water as well as muddy swamps. During the day, Quagsire avoids sunlight by submerging itself in the water. In the Pokemon the Series episode, Once in a Blue Moon, wild Quagsire are shown to have an annual celebration at Blue Moon Falls when the moon is full. There they attempt to shoot round objects they have collected to the top of a waterfall with their attacks, to see who can launch their object the highest, with the apparent target being the moon. Evolution, Quagsire evolves from Wooper, Quagsire. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Quagsire appears as the landlord of Paradise as well as an important character in the storyline. The player's partner buys land from him at the beginning of the game that would become the headquarters of the player's exploration team. He also runs an area similar to the Chimeco Assembly from the previous games. Like some members of Wigglytuff's guild, he has a catchphrase which is, He is also responsible for dealing with captured outlaws, much like Magnezone before him. He is known to be a hard taskmaster to these Pokemon. Quagsire reappears in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, where he is now a resident of Lively Town. Pokedex entries in Gen 2, in Gold. This carefree Pokemon has an easygoing nature. While swimming, it always bumps into boat hulls. Silver, due to its relaxed and carefree attitude, it often bumps its head on boulders and boat hulls as it swims. Crystal, its body is always slimy. It often bangs its head on the river bottoms as it swims, but seems not to care. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Quagsire hunts for food by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its prey to blunder in unaware. Because the Pokemon does not move, it does not get very hungry. Emerald, a Quagsire hunts by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its prey to blunder in. Because it doesn't move, it does not get very hungry. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is very similar to Gold's entry, but Easygoing does not have the hyphen anymore. In Gen 4, and Diamond, it has a sluggish nature. It lies at the river's bottom, waiting for prey to stray into its mouth. Pearl, a dim-witted Pokemon. It does not care if it bumps its head into boats or rocks while swimming. Platinum, it has an easygoing nature. It doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats and boulders while swimming. Heart Gold is basically Gold, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond entry. Y is basically Leaf Green's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Quagsire and Pokemon are now the correct casing. confusing. In Gen 8, Sword is Platinum's entry and the Gen 5 entries. Shield is the Crystal entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Wise entry. Violet is similar to the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry, with slightly different soul rated. Due to its relaxed and carefree attitude, it often bumps its head on riverbed, boulders, and boat holes as it swims. Quagsire in the Kitakami Pokedex, next to Wooper, that's adorable, and you can, like, it's also fun because, you know, they say that it protects the Wooper, so that's a fun little reference there. Of course, they're in water, and that's fun. It's cute. Game locations, side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 95, attack and defense are 85, special attack and special defense are 65, speed 35 for a total of 430. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, water, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass for 4, immune to electric, resistant to poison, rock, steel, and fire, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is double. So go from 0 to double. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up will go down to 23 Yawn, 23 Yawn, 28 Aqua Tail, 34 Muddy Water, 40 Amnesia, 46 Toxic, and 52 Earthquake. For skipping by TM, and by breeding, nothing by prior evolution. Special moves, this event gives you Acid Spray, Ancient Power, Earth Power, and Surf. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry. And attacks by spinning bubbles that make Pokemon load. These. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Quagsire often plays in the Iceberg Zone, on the other side of the chairlift. Their favorite attraction, Empoleon's Snow Slide, can be found nearby. Got all this. Yep. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Quagsire doesn't like the sun, so it usually stays underwater during the day. It has a really easygoing nature, but is quite loyal and protective of timid Wooper. Pokemon Sleep. Quagsire has a carefree personality, and it hunts for food by leaving its mouth wide open in water and waiting for its prey to blunder in unaware. If you see it asleep with its mouth wide open, maybe it's waiting for prey, even in its dreams. So you've got Snickering Sleep, Big Yawn Sleep, Mud Float Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got the fashionable costume, so it's the beanie again. Yeah, it was in Woopers as well. It's even more ridiculous on Quagsire. Evolution data, Wooper level 20, Quagsire. Sprites here, so pretty good. Not really much changes. The colors are a lot darker. It looks like it's more of a black stripe than like a, I don't know, whatever that color is. So it's purple. That makes sense. Or whatever, if it's logical as anything else. Oh yeah, it's like, okay. Now the stripe is blue, this is a little bit different blue, and the stripe is purple for the shiny. It's a different purple as well. Yeah, not really much is gonna change. Pretty simple Pokemon. This is now a lighter, well, 2 different blues here for that. And you can see the gender differences. And the gender differences, you can see it's a little bit taller on the male than on the female. Yep, you got all that. Yeah, that's a different purple for the shiny. Gen 5, you got the full back sprites. You can see it's kind of more like a green color. Or more green, I guess. Yep. Yep, now we're back to kind of a darker green here. A darker purple. These are lighter though. Pretty good model, you know. I mean, it's pretty simple Pokemon. Kind of hard to mess it up. Yeah. Got all this. Yeah, not much changes. Then you got the better models, of course. Okay. They look identical without the fin. I don't know why they didn't do it at a different angle to show the gender difference, but okay. Homes. You got this. So yeah, the back is easy. Yeah, the back is the only way to actually differentiate the genders. So yeah. In animation, Quagsire and Pokemon Horizons, the series. That's cool. You got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 127 in Ash's Pokedex. Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon. The Quagsire makes its home in clean freshwater lakes. The Quagsire is covered by a slippery layer of skin, making this Pokemon especially difficult to handle. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 83, in Dawn's Pokedex, Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon in the evolved form of Wooper. Known as quite dim-witted, it doesn't care when it crashes its head against rocks or the bottoms of boats. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 139, in Ash's Pokedex, Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon. Quagsire has an easygoing nature, and it doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats and boulders while swimming. In Horizons, episode 12, in Lico's Rotom Phone, Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon, a water and ground type. Quagsire has an easygoing nature, and it doesn't care if it bumps its head on rocks or boats while swimming. In the manga, you got Quagsire in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, we got all this, and the TCG. Trivia, according to Julian Bardakoff, the French translator of the Gen 1 and 2 games. Its French name was supposed to be spelled and pronounced Mareste, with an acute accent on the final E. However, mainly due to the lack of diacritics on uppercase letters in the French translations up to Gen 5, players in the anime series got misled and made this E a silent letter. As a consequence of this hegemonic usage, it has never been restored, despite all diacritics being properly displayed in French for all concerned Pokemon since Pokemon Black and White. The only known instance of a proper pronunciation as intended by Bardakoff is by the commentator in Pokemon Stadium 2. Origin, Quagsire appears to be based on a giant salamander. Name origin, Quagsire may be a combination of Quagmire and the honorific Sire or Siren, a genus of salamander. Nuo may be a combination of Numa, swamp, marsh, pond, or lake, and O, king, or Osen Shou, Japanese giant salamander. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Quagsire's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching episode 127, Once in a Blue Moon. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have stopped in Cherry Grove City next to water. Ash has gone to eat lunch and has left these Pokeballs here. He was just shining them, and Pikachu has now noticed something in the water. There's the Quagsire.
What?
Ash, Brock,
Something the
Misty,
matter,
and Togepi have these Pokemon.
Huh?
Oh. I was not expecting that voice. Okay. But yes, that is Quagsire's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Quagsire. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Quagsire Marsh by MCG Mark. So it looks like it's from 2017. It's just this marsh filled with Quagsire, I guess. See a bunch of them in the background, 3 in the foreground, being acting all silly and stuff. It's very well done, in kind of a cloudy day it looks like. Yeah, very well done. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Dunsparce before I can evolve Wooper into Quagsire. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Espeon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Espeon, the first pure psychic Pokemon and evolution of Gen 2. It's the psychic evolution of Eevee who evolves with high friendship during the day. Its previous PYC dates are September 9th, 1996, July 1st, 1999, April 21st, 2002, February 9th, 2005, December 1st, 2007, September 21st, 2010, July 12th, 2013, May 2nd, 2016, February 21st, 2019, and December 12th, 2021. I think its design is among one of the most unique of the evolutions. While it keeps the general cat-like shape that many evolutions have, the split tail, forehead jewel, and distinctly non-animal eyes are what make it unique. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Espeon, the sun Pokemon whose number is 0196. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, abilities, Synchronize, and Magic Bounce is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A group field, and hatch time 35 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 58.4 pounds or 26.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 197 in Gen 2 through 4, and 184 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Espeon is a psychic type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Eevee when leveled up with high friendship during the day or with a sun shard in the player's bag. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Espeon is one of Wes's first Pokemon in Pokemon Coliseum along with Umbreon. Biology, Espeon is a quadrupedal feline-like mammalian Pokemon with slender legs and dainty paws. It is covered in fine lilac fur, its ears are large, and it has purple eyes with white pupils. There are tufts of fur near its eyes and a small red gem embedded in its forehead. It also has a thin, forked tail. Espeon's velvety fur is so sensitive that it can sense minuscule shifts in the air, allowing it to predict the weather and its enemies' thoughts and movements. By doing so, the tip of its tail quivers. The gem on Espeon's forehead glows when it unleashes psychic energy from the gem and darkens when all of the built-up energy has been exhausted. Espeon builds up its psychic power by bathing in the sunlight. As such, it does not handle battles at night well. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Espeon is known to sleep deeply during the night. Espeon shows extreme loyalty to any trainer that it considers worthy, even being said to have awakened its psychic powers from its desire to protect its trainer. Some sources, however, theorize that its powers were born from its need to keep itself safe. This Pokemon is rare in the wild, instead being more commonly found in urban areas under the ownership of other trainers. In Gen 2, Morning Sun was its signature move. Evolution, Espeon evolves from Eevee, so got Eevee, Espeon. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Espeon is a major character in the game alongside Umbreon. They join the player's team where their knowledge of Enter cards comes in handy and are able to rescue Keldeo. Pokedex entries? In Gen 2 and Gold, it uses the fine hair that covers its body to sense air currents and predict its enemies' actions. Silver, by reading air currents, it can predict things such as the weather or its foe's next move. Crystal, the tip of its forked tail quivers when it is predicting its opponent's next move. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal insert, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, Yellow insert, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Espeon is extremely loyal to any trainer it considers to be worthy. It is said that this Pokemon developed its precognitive powers to protect its trainer from harm. Emerald and Espeon is extremely loyal to any trainer it considers to be worthy. It is said to have developed precognitive powers to protect its trainer from harm. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, its fur has the look and feel of velvet. The orb on its forehead glows when it uses Psycho Power. Platinum, its fur is so sensitive, it can sense minute shifts in the air and predict the weather. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinums, and Black 2 and White 2. Its fur is so sensitive, it can feel minute shifts in the air and predict the weather and its foes' thoughts. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Espeon and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it can instantaneously sense its opponent's movements by feeling air currents with its fine fur. Moon, it unleashes psychic power from the orb on its forehead. When its power is exhausted, the orb grows dull and dark. Ultra Sun, although it originally had no powers at all, people say its precognitive faculties were awakened by its need to protect itself. Ultra Moon, psychic power builds up in the orb on its forehead as it bathes in the sunshine. Espeon is not good at battling at night. In Gen 8, Sword is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Shield is the Moon entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its fur has the look and feel of velvet. The orb on its forehead glows when it uses psychic power. Legends Arceus wields an arcane power with which it can predict the weather and even people's thoughts. When bathed in sunshine, the scarlet orb on its brow glows and builds energy. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Crystal entry and X's entry. Violet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Espeon in the Alola Pokedex and Sun and Moon. Espeon in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Espeon in the Paldea Pokedex. Kind of fun. I guess. I don't really know. I mean, I guess it's during the day. That's probably the most significant thing. And I imagine Umbreon's is going to be at night. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. Legends Arceus. Normal. Raspberry, 30% of the time. Vivichoke, 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP and attack, 65. Defense, 60. Special attack, 130. Special defense, 95. Speed, 110 for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Learn set by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 2 Espeon, I will do this Evo here and then go down to 2. So, upon evolution, you get Confusion, 5 Sand Attack, 10 Quick Attack, 15 Baby Doll Eyes, 20 Swift, 25 Psybeam, 30 Morning Sun, 35 Power Swap, 40 Psychic, 45 Psych Up, 50 Future Sight, and 55 Last Resort. For Buy TM, because Espeon is a different type than Eevee, I'll read them. 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confused Ray, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leap, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 63 Psychic Fangs, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 138 Psychic Terrain, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 178 Gravity, 193 Weather Ball, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, 224 Curse, 227 Alluring Voice, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, we're skipping. By prior evolutions, there's nothing. Special moves, Calm Mind and Shadow Ball from this event. TCG only moves, Hypnosis from this card and Psywave from these cards. Side game data, this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Espeon attacks with a ray it emits from its glowing red forehead. Shovels of Almia. It spits eerie auras of energy to attack. It protects itself with a psychic barrier. Guardian Signs. It lets loose psychic auras that make Pokemon paused. Okay, you got all this. Yeah. Pokepark Lead, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Espeon went to the Haunted Zone so she could play there. Her favorite attraction is Dusknoir's Speed Slam, but she also enjoys Absol's Hurdle Bounce. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She parted with the Pokemon she grew up with. They were like her siblings, but now she lives in Cove Town. Oh, I got all these. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Espeon can predict just about anything by simply detecting slight shifts in the air. It seemed to be leading you through Elsewhere Forest so you wouldn't get lost. Pokemon Sleep. It bathes in the sunshine during the day and builds up psychic power in the orb on its forehead. It's said to be adverse to battling at night, so it might be easier than you'd expect to come across an Espeon deep in sleep. For seeing sleep, sitting sleep, belly up sleep, and a top belly sleep. In Pokemon Go, Espeon can be obtained by completing 3/6 of the special research, Investigate a Mysterious Energy. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got the Flower Crown, Holiday Hat, Cherry Blossoms, Explorer's Hat, silly between its ears, and Day's Scarf, that's kind of fun. Evolution data, Espeon evolves from Eevee when leveled up with High Friendship, 220 before Gen 8, or 160 cents. During the day, except in areas with a Moss Rock or Ice Rock, or if the evolutionary conditions for it to evolve into Sylveon have also been met. Eevee will also never evolve into Espeon in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green due to the absence of a day-night cycle, or in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee as Espeon is not present in those games. In Pokemon XD, only Eevee will evolve if the player has a Sun Shard in their bag. So, you've got the Eevee. Level up with High Friendship during the day, the core series, so day, that's the bell that lets you get High Friendship, I guess. Then it's level up with High Friendship and a Sun Shard in the bag, so I guess this is meant to represent the Sun Shard. Okay, that's for XD. Sprites here, so a lot darker purple, that's interesting. Yep, and it's a green, I think I remember that. The gem is like a, I don't know if that's also supposed to be kind of green. It's kind of a bluish green. Then you've got sort of more pink one. Yep. Crystals. Gen 3 is a different purple. And it's a different green. It's also now orange. Okay. Pretty much. The ears are also like way bigger in this generation. They become a lot smaller starting in Gen 3. A lot of it becomes a lot easier, you know, a lot smaller, I guess. And that's a big split here. Well, it's just at the tips of it. Not so much, like, almost the entire thing. Yep. So Diamond and Pearl kind of makes that sort of pink-purple color. And yeah. Not much changes. Its ears probably, I think the tuft changes a little bit. These, I think, change a little bit as well, the tips. But more or less the same. Oh, it comes from, the big difference. So it starts off as black as an ear inside. Then sort of this brown, purplish color. Then now it's blue for the inside. That's true for both of them. Full back sprite. It's definitely a lot more pink now. Yep. Then we go back to that sort of pinkish purple. Is a lot more obviously blue. I think it's definitely a darker green. Looks to be a red now for the shinies, or maybe it's like a dark orange. But yeah, not much changes here. I don't think anything changes here. Then Sword and Shield, you get the better models, of course. Yeah, no, it's just a red thing now. Okay. Legends Arceus, you got all these. Kind of bigger ears again. That's interesting. Yeah, it kind of brings them back, the bigger ears, and when it gets to the 3D model, which is pretty good, by the way. I mean, this is much better, because you can actually see the circularness of the gem, and then you can even see it much better here. Then we got the homes. Yep. In animation, Espeon in Pokemon series. I guess Sakura's Espeon is the big one. Yep. This. Pokédex entries. For this first one, I've already recorded it for the anime, so let Dexter read it.
Espeon, the sun Pokemon. Espeon are able to read air currents, allowing it to predict the future, as well as its opponent's next moves.
In Advanced Generation, episode 170, in May's Pokédex. Espeon, the sun Pokemon. It uses the fine hairs that cover its body to sense air currents and predict an opponent's movements. Black and White, episode 102, in Ash's Pokédex. Espeon, the sun Pokemon. It predicts opponent's moves and detects air currents with its body hairs. In Journeys, episode 79, in Chloe's Rotom Phone. Espeon, the sun Pokemon, a psychic type. When the sun hits the jewel on Espeon's forehead, it builds up psychic power. It holds the highest loyalty to an accomplished trainer. And it is said Espeon obtained its premonition powers to protect them. Okay, Pokemon Evolutions, Espeon and Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga, Espeon and Pokemon Adventures. Yep, in the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Espeon is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged attacker that starts as Eevee, which evolves into Espeon at level 4. So we've got Espeon and Pokemon Unite. Trivia, due to the absence of a day-night cycle in Fire Red and Leaf Green, in order for an Espeon or Umbreon to be attained and added to the Pokedex in those games, an Eevee must be traded to Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, evolved there, and then traded back, or else traded from Pokemon Coliseum or Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. The second point I've read in the Sunflora video. Espeon has blue inner ears in the games, but in the animated series they're often purple. If one were to rearrange the PokeRap GS so all the Pokemon are in the National Pokedex order, Espeon and Remoraid would remain in their respective positions in the song. Espeon is the only evolution without a type advantage over another. Concept and development, Espeon was designed by Atsuko Nishida. Origin, in the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Espeon is shown to be yellow rather than pink, which reflects various older design ideas around the psychic type being themed around gold, seen in the Marsh Badge, and Gen 1 psychic types often being colored similarly. This would be changed as soon as the Space World 99 demo, where Espeon is seen with its standard pink design. So you've got Espeon, Space World 97, that design. Because of its feline appearance, Espeon appears to be based on the legend of the Bakaneko and the Nekomata. Both are magical cat yokai described as mysterious and intelligent, with the distinction between the two being that the latter is depicted with a forked tail. May also be based on the mythological lynx, a feline creature that possesses the psychic power of clairvoyance. The jewel on its head may also be a reference to the carbuncle, a mythological South American creature with a jewel or mirror on its forehead, and sometimes described as a feline. The position of the jewel also invokes the idea of a third eye. Its large ears can be traced from various felines such as caracals, oriental shorthairs, lynxes, and possibly servals, while its fine hair is similar to that of sphinx cat. Espeon's ability to sense minute shifts in the air with its sensitive fur mirrors a cat's ability to use its sensitive whiskers to detect the slightest directional change in a breeze. Name origin, Espeon may be a combination of the acronym ESP, extrasensory perception, and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolutions share and was Eevee's English prototype name. Eiphi may be a combination of ESPer, one who has extrasensory perception, and feel. It is also similar to Eivui, Eevee's Japanese name. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions, let's move on. Now let's watch Espeon's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 226, Espeon Not Included. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Togepi, Misty's Pokemon, stop to get, like, food and stuff, and Misty has just told Ash that they're gonna meet up with someone named Sakura, which I guess is a character that they've met earlier in the series, and she's wondering where Sakura is. Yeah.
Huh?
There's the Espeon. I would say this is the end of Espeon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Espeon. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Espeon. So this first one is Espeon by Orca Owl. Looks to be from 2018. This simple sort of profile picture, I guess, or almost looks like it could be one, or just like the simple image of a Espeon here, you know. Very nice. The background's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, very well done. Like the eyes, the purple and the white. And then we've got Espeon by Vermeil Bird. I guess it's from October 30th, 2015. Very well done as well. Kind of a similar concept, I guess, but maybe a little bit more well done, or more detailed, I guess. But yeah, it's got kind of more, I don't know, human eyes almost? I don't know. Definitely not the kind of eyes it typically has. So that's interesting. But yeah, very, very well done. There's Espeon by Kitsuki. It's this sort of maybe more realistic Espeon here. Yep. But, yeah, got pretty much all the things. The different eyes, the split tail. The eyes a little bit smaller, but that's, you know, I don't know, that's expected. Got these auras of psychic energy, I guess. During the day, that's nice. It's a very well done piece of art. This doesn't contain an Espeon, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can get an Eevee, which I can evolve into Espeon. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Umbreon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Umbreon. Now this is a good one for Halloween. Too bad it's 2 days late to be the first one of October. If one doesn't count Alolan Rattata as the 19th Pokemon, Alolan Meowth as the 52nd Pokemon, Alolan Persian as the 53rd Pokemon, Alolan Grimer as the 88th Pokemon, Alolan Muck as the 89th Pokemon, or Galarian Moltres as the 146th Pokemon, it's the first pure Dark Pokemon, and the first Pokemon with a Dark type. Regardless, it's the first Dark-type Pokemon in Gen 2. It's the Dark evolution of Eevee, who evolves with high friendship during the night. Its previous BYC dates are September 10th, 1996, July 2nd, 1999, April 22nd, 2002, February 10th, 2005, December 2nd, 2007, September 22nd, 2010, July 13th, 2013, May 3rd, 2016, February 22nd, 2019, and December 13th, 2021. The mostly black exterior makes it clear to the audience that it's a Dark type, and the yellow rings makes it clear that it's connected to the moon. I think this is a great Pokemon to introduce the Dark type. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon, whose number is 0197. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark. Since it's our first Dark type Pokemon as an info box, we will talk about it. So we got the sort of gray-brownish color here. And then there's black outside, that's fun. Abilities, Synchronize and Inner Focus is its inability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group field, hatch time 35 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 59.5 pounds or 27 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 197 in Gen 2 through 4 and 184 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 and special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. Umbreon is a Dark-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Eevee when leveled up with high friendship during the night, or with a Moon Shard in the player's bag. It is one of Eevee's final forms, the others being Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. Umbreon is one of Wes's first Pokemon in Pokemon Coliseum, alongside Espeon. Biology: Umbreon is a mammalian Pokemon which has a sleek black body with 4 slender legs and crimson eyes. It has 2 pairs of pointed teeth, 1 pair in each jaw, which are visible when its mouth is open. It has long pointed ears and a bushy tail, each with a yellow band around them. Its forehead and legs have yellow rings on them. Umbreon's evolution is the result of Eevee being exposed to the moonlight, which altered its genetic structure. Umbreon's yellow rings glow when it is excited, such as when it leaps to attack, or when exposed to the moon's aura, which fills it with a mysterious energy. Umbreon hunts at night, and as such has well-developed eyes that can spot a prey even in darkness. Its black fur helps it blend into the night while waiting for the right moment to pounce. When it does, its rings emit a dim yet ominous glow, and it lunges for the prey's throat before eating it. Whenever angered or agitated, Umbreon sprays poisonous sweat secreted from its pores into the offender's eyes to protect itself. Umbreon primarily specializes in defensive prowess. So you can see Umbreon's rings glow when it sleeps in the moonlight. See that here. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Umbreon is known to be difficult to find while it sleeps during the night. The main reason is due to Umbreon being a nocturnal Pokemon. This Pokemon is rare in the wild, instead being more commonly found in urban areas under the ownership of other trainers. Evolution: Umbreon evolves from Eevee, so you got Eevee, Umbreon. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Umbreon is a major character in the game alongside Espeon. They join the player's team, where their knowledge of Enter cards and Magna Gates proves useful in reaching far-off places. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. When agitated, this Pokemon protects itself by spraying poisonous sweat from its pores. Silver. When darkness falls, the rings on the body begin to glow, striking fear in the hearts of anyone nearby. Crystal. On the night of a full moon, or when it gets excited, the ring patterns on its body glow yellow. Push to name 2 if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire. Umbreon evolved as a result of exposure to the moon's waves. It hides silently in darkness and waits for its foes to make a move. The rings on its body glow when it leaps to attack. An Emerald. Umbreon evolved from exposure to the moon's energy pulses. It lurks in darkness and waits for its foes to move. The rings on its body glow when it leaps to attack. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, the light of the moon changed Eevee's genetic structure. It lurks in darkness for prey. Platinum. When exposed to the moon's aura, the rings on its body glow faintly and it gains a mysterious power. Heart Gold is basically its gold counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. When exposed to the moon's aura, the rings on its body glow faintly and it's filled with a mysterious power. In Gen 6, X is basically Diamond and Pearl's entry, but Eevee is now the correct casing. Y is the Black 2 and White 2 entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Umbreon is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, when this Pokemon becomes angry, its pores secrete a poisonous sweat, which it sprays at its opponent's eyes. Moon, with its black fur, it blends into the darkness, it buys its time, and when prey appears, this Pokemon goes for its throat, and then eats it. Ultra Sun, this Pokemon is nocturnal. Even in total darkness, its large eyes can spot its prey clearly. Ultra Moon. It lurks in the dark of night, looking for prey. At the moment it pounces, the rings on its body glow dimly but ominously. In Gen 8, Sword is Sun's entry. Shields is the Crystal entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are basically Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different solar rated. The light of the moon changed Eevee's genetic structure. It lurks in the darkness, waiting for prey. Legends Arceus. It is most active in the wee hours of the night, when moonlight bathes the land. Its large eyes can pierce the darkness and perceive prey with absolute clarity. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum's and Black and White's entry. Violet is the Silver entries, and Fire Red's entry. Got Umbreon in the Alola Pokedex, Sun and Moon. Umbreon in the Alola Pokedex, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Umbreon in the Paldea Pokedex here. So, it's at night. I think the rings are glowing a little bit. And all that. Yeah, it's kind of fun because the Espeon one was during the day. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Legends Arceus, normal, you get a Raspberry 30% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and grade items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and grade items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 95, Attack 65, Defense 110, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 130, Speed 65 for a total of 525. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to fighting, bug and fairy, all for double, immune to psychic, resistance to ghost, and dark for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic type moves is 1. So it go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 2, Umbreon will go down to 2. Upon evolution, you get Snarl, 5 stand attack, 10 quick attack, 15 baby doll eyes, 20 confused ray, 25 assurance, 30 moonlight, 35 guard swap, 40 dark pulse, 45 screech, 50 mean look, and 55 last resort. By TM will do it since it's a different type than Eevee. So 1 takedown, 2 charm, 3 fake tears, 5 mud slap, 6 scary face, 7 protect, 17 confused ray, 18 thief, 20 trailblaze, 25 facade, 30 snarl, 32 swift, 41 stored power, 47 endure, 49 sunny day, 50 rain dance, 55 dig, 62 foul play, 66 body slam, 70 sleep talk, 74 reflect, 75 light screen, 82 thunder wave, 85 rest, 87 taunt, 94 dark pulse, 98 skill swap, 103 substitute, 108 crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 193 Weather Ball, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse, and 227 Alluring Voice. By breeding, we're skipping. By nothing by prior evolution. Special moves. In this event, you get Curse, Foul Play, and Yawn. Animated series only moves. Agility, it's a psychic type. In the episode Troubles Brewing, side game data, you got Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Umbreon is not only quick, it reduces visibility to make capture difficult. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by releasing a Dark Pulse. In Guardian Signs, it releases dark pulses around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got a Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Umbreon often plays in the Haunted Zone. He's a good friend of Espeon's, and his favorite attraction is Dusk Snore's Speed Slam. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He likes to create a race course and let someone run it. He creates it quickly and accurately. All this. Yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. When Umbreon gets excited, the patterns on his body glow and give off energy. The one we saw in the ruins seems to hang out with Absol a lot. Pokemon Sleep. When exposed to the moon's aura at night, the rings on its body glow. It's said to be nocturnal, so it might be very difficult to find an Umbreon sleeping at night. Crescent Sleep, Sitting Sleep, Belly Up Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You got the Flower Crown, the Holiday Hat, the Cherry Blossoms. Explorer Hat, kind of looks ridiculous between its ears. And the Night Scarf. It's a nice counter to the Day Scarf of Espeon. Evolution data. Umbreon evolves from Eevee when leveled up with High Friendship. 220 before Gen 8 and 160 cents. During the night, except in areas with a Moss Rock or Ice Rock or if the evolutionary conditions for it to evolve into Sylveon have also been met. Eevee will also never evolve into Umbreon in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green due to the absence of a day-night cycle, or in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee as Umbreon is not present in those games. In Pokemon XD only, Eevee will evolve if the player has a Moon Shard in their bag. So, Eevee, level up with high friendship during the night, so you got that, the bell, the knight. Umbreon, then level up with high friendship, and a Moonshard in the back, so you got the candy, the bell, and then I guess that's supposed to represent the Moonshard. That's an XD. So sprites, yeah. Yeah, quite familiar with the blue and the black. It's cool that it started all the way back here. But yeah, pretty good. I mean, a lot darker than, which makes sense since it's supposed to blend in. These are a lot more gold than yellow, I'd say. These are definitely more yellow and crystal. But more, I mean, the eyes are rather large, and they're yellow at this point. Not red yet. A little bit chunkier, I'd say. Yeah, Gen 3 sort of thins it out more, lightens up the colors, makes the eyes red, and makes the blue, or the shinies, eyes still they become yellow rather than blue. That's interesting. Yep. Then we go back to kind of a darker black. It's not as dark as the originals. Yeah. Still pretty good. Full back sprite in Gen 5. Yeah, not really much changes. I mean, the probably size of things change a little bit, like the rings I'm sure change a little bit. But yeah, the models, pretty good translation, I'd say. Yep. They got the better models in Gen 8 here. Legends Arceus, their versions of the models. Homes. Okay, in animation. Umbreon in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Got Gary's Umbreon is a big one. Gladion's Umbreon, I guess, is a big one. And all these, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 171 in Ash's Pokedex. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon. When an Eevee has had sufficient training and is exposed to moonlight, it evolves into an Umbreon. In Black and White, episode 4, in the same Pokedex. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon, and an evolved form of Eevee. The rings of Umbreon's body glow faintly when exposed to the moon's aura, and it gains a mysterious power. In Black and White, episode 102, in the same Pokedex. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon. The rings on its fur glow when the moon shines on them. In Journeys, episode 79, in Chloe's Rotom Phone. Umbreon, the Moonlight Pokemon, a dark type, as a nocturnal Pokemon. Umbreon's large eyes can distinguish prey, even during the darkest of nights. When its skin is able to absorb moonlight, the circles on its body faintly glow, and a strange power is awakened. Got these, Umbreon and Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga, Umbreon in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Umbreon is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee defender that starts as an Eevee, which evolves into Umbreon at level 4, so you've got Umbreon and Pokemon Unite. Trivia, according to the Diamond and Pearl Pokedex, Umbreon, Glaceon, and Leafeon have identical footprints. Umbreon is the only non-psychic type Pokemon to be able to have the Synchronize ability. Umbreon is the only evolution to have a unique type combination in its debut generation, to be immune to another evolution's type, in this case, Espeon. Umbreon's English name was suggested by Jeff Callies, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 2 Pokemon. In the Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys manga, Black's Umbreon does not have the signature yellow rings on its limbs. In the Pokemon of the Year poll held by the Pokemon Company in 2020, Umbreon was voted as both the most popular Gen 2 Pokemon and the most popular evolution, receiving 67,062 votes. It was also voted as the 5th most popular Pokemon overall. Several of Umbreon's Pokedex entries refer to Poisonous Sweat, which may be a holdover from the 1997 Nintendo Space World demo of Gold and Silver, where it was a Poison-type Pokemon. Prior to 2023, the official romanization of Umbreon's Japanese name was Blackie. The new official romanization, Bracky, was trademarked on December 19, 2022. The romanization used on the Pokemon Center website changed sometime between June and August 2023. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Umbreon was unable to learn Mudslap via TM, while its pre-evolution and all the other evolutions could. Concept and development, Umbreon was designed by Atsuka Nishida. Origin, in the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Umbreon was a purple color and poison type. Remnants of this design stage can be seen in its gold Pokedex entry, where it's said to sweat from its pores. I think that's supposed to say where it's said to sweat poison from its spores. You can see Umbreon Space World 97 design here. Umbreon could be based on a black cat, which was considered to be an omen of bad luck in most Western countries, contrary to Japan's viewpoint in which it is considered lucky, and can be interpreted as the reasoning behind the dark typing. Its long ears are similar to those of a hare, and may originate from the East Asian legends concerning a moon rabbit. Given some versions of the moon rabbit legend claim it brews elixirs, this could be one such reason for Umbreon's original poison typing. The rings on Umbreon's body resemble Egyptian lunar markings and jewelry that have been associated with animal sculptures, such as cat statues of the Egyptian goddess Bastet. While Bastet was originally a lioness warrior and the goddess of the sun, the Greeks occupying ancient Egypt towards the end of its civilization changed her into a cat and the goddess of the moon, possibly inspiring the Pokemon's lunar theme, furthering the lunar theme. Metamorphosis is a narrative poem that involved the Roman goddess of the moon, Diana, changing into the form of a cat as she flees to Egypt. Additionally, Umbreon may be inspired by Tezcatlipoca, a central deity in Aztec religion who took the form of a black jaguar that had yellow horizontal bands and was associated with the night sky. Name origin: Umbreon may be a combination of umbra, darkest part of a shadow, and an eclipse, Latin for shadow, and eon, an immeasurably long period of time, possibly referring to how long evolution takes naturally. Eon is a suffix all Eevee evolution share, and was Eevee's English prototype name. Bracky may be a combination of black and lucky, or Suki, moon. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links to the evolutions, let's move on. Now let's watch Umbreon's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 171, Power Play. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are wandering to their next destination when they overhear this Pokemon battle happening. This kid, his Alakazam. And I got Gary and Umbreon. Interesting.
It's Gary.
Yeah, that's Ash's rival. Yeah. That is Umbreon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Umbreon. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Umbreon. This is Umbreon by Orca Owl. It seems to be from 2015. This nice image of an Umbreon. We saw their version of Espeon yesterday, so it's kind of fun to see their version of Umbreon. You got the moon in the background, a full moon, and the stars in the background. That's kind of fun. You know, just the basic Umbreon. It's very simple, very good. Then we've got Umbreon by Silver Kiwi. So this Umbreon stretching, it's kind of fun. It seems to be glowing, so maybe it's about to pounce on something. That's fun. Or it's just excited, I guess. Then we've got Umbreon by Black Sapphire Dragon. So we saw this one at the end yesterday, so it's kind of fun to actually be talking about it. So it's another Umbreon. The things glowing at the night in the night sky, and this one looks more like it's gonna pounce on something. That's very well done. I like the sort of the twist of the body, I guess. That's very well done. And we've got Umbreon by Foxlet. So of course a very Halloween themed Umbreon image here. We got the witch's hat and the witch's brew. It's very nice for Halloween. And the lights and things are glowing as well. I think we've maybe done one of their evolutions in another video. I don't really remember which one, though. I kind of remember the style. That's kind of fun to see this interpretation. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Umbreon by All0412. This nice, simple image of an Umbreon. It seems to be on this cliff. Maybe not kind of overlooking a city. It doesn't really look to be looking at the city. It almost looks like it's looking at the camera person. But yeah, it's a night, of course. So that's very nice. Yeah. Then we've got Umbreon by Kitsuki. So this nice art here. We saw their version of Espeon yesterday. So fun to see their version of Umbreon. With the glowing, yellow parts and the slender body, and at night, that makes sense. And then stuff like, orbs of darkness, I guess, instead of psychic, like the other one was. Psychic energy. Yeah, very nice. This is Umbreon by Apophis. This nice painting of an Umbreon. And at the night, of course, looks like it's prowling. That's very fun.
Don't really know what the green's supposed to be, but that's still fun. Then we got Evolutions by Piku. So we've talked about this one before a few times, but we can do it again. Eevee, you got here. Then we got Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and Sylveon. I like the art, it's very good. And I like the background, how it kind of shows the different colors. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Shiny Umbreon by Splatter Parrot. So just this nice shiny Umbreon, you know, it's got the sparkles the shinies have. And yeah, it's just this very simple, very nice piece of art. Then we've got Umbreon by Bukoya Star. So this very simplified, I guess, Umbreon, very smaller, I don't know. It's supposed to be like a little kid, or if it's, I don't know why it's so small in proportion. But it's still a very good piece of art. Then we've got Umbreon by Dekunobu Kizakura. So it's very well done piece of art of an Umbreon here. A little bit maybe more realistic. It's fun, of course it's at night. Then we've got Umbreon by Flavia Elric. So it's very cute, stylized Umbreon here. Yeah, definitely feels like it could be in like a, I don't know, an American cartoon, I guess. You know, just if it was designed by an American cartoonist, I think. Just of maybe the late 20th century. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Umbreon by Golden Hedgehog. It's this cool image of an Umbreon. Yeah, of course, it looks to be at night. It's very well done. Then we've got Umbreon by Ivan Jiang. Looks to be from, I think, December 17th, 2014. It's a very well done piece of art, of course, at night. Looks very much, I don't know, very interesting. Like it's, I don't know, the leaves, the petals and stuff are very interesting effect. It's got a scarf, that's cool. Its toe beans are pink for some reason. But yeah, very well done. Then we've got Eevee's Rainbow by Tamburello. We've done this one a few times as well, so we can do it again. So we got Eevee in the front, Flareon, and Leafeon, Espeon, and Umbreon here, Sylveon, Vaporeon, Glaceon, and Jolteon in the back. It's very fun. Then we've got Umbreon by Nevadoodle. It's very cute, somewhat stylized Umbreon here, you know, just laying down, looking up. It's very cute. Then we've got Radiance by Honrupi. So another kind of stylized Umbreon here. Very cute. It's like it's playing or jumping or something. It's very cute. So we got Umbreon by Nevadoodle, another one by them. Another cute pose, and see pink paw pads. It's fun. So, I like the background. It's pretty cool. We've got Umbreon by Evil Apple 513. It's this cool Umbreon, whatever the background is. Yeah, very good. Then we got Umbreon and Espeon by Diruyuo. Cool image of an Espeon and an Umbreon. With this sort of representing both the full moon and the sun. That's kind of fun. You can see sort of the dead tree versus the live tree. That's interesting. But yes, it looks to be a shiny Umbreon. Yeah, it's pretty good. Then we got Umbreon by Aipom. So this cool Umbreon image here, it seems to be by the water, by these flowers. It's probably at night. There seems to be some sort of probably moonlight coming into this cave or wherever this one is. I've got Umbreon by EV0. It's sort of cute, maybe semi-stylized Umbreon. Kind of a little bit lanky, but pretty good art. And we got an Umbreon by Honrupi. So this cool, kind of stylized Umbreon here. Very cute image. Then we got Umbreon by Martial Arts. So it's a very kind of more realistic Umbreon here, and looks to be walking around this forest at night. It's fun. And that appears to be it. So let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted a fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talked about Smeargle before I can get an Eevee to evolve it into Umbreon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Murkrow. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Murkrow, the first Corvid Pokemon and the first Pokemon that evolves with the Duskstone. If one doesn't count Galarian Moltres as the 146th Pokemon, Murkrow is the first Dark Flying type Pokemon. Regardless, it's the first Dark Flying and Dual-type Dark-type Pokemon in Gen 2. It's arguably the first bird Pokemon to get an evolution in a later generation. Its previous PYC dates are September 11th, 1996, July 3rd, 1999, April 23rd, 2002, February 11th, 2005, hey, that's my birthday, December 3rd, 2007, September 23rd, 2010, July 14th, 2013, May 4th, 2016, February 23rd, 2019, and December 14th, 2021. Much like Umbreon's mostly black body, Murkrow's mostly black body is a good way to convey it's a dark type. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Murkrow, the darkness Pokemon, whose number is 0198. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark Fly. This is our first Dark Flying in the info box here. We've got the darkness colors in here, and then the flying color on the outside. Abilities: Insomnia or Super Luck in Gen 4+. Pranksters, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding, a group fly, catch time 20 cycles. Height, 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 4.6 pounds or 2.1 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 107 in Gen 2 through 4 and 81 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black and base friendship is 35. Murkrow is a dual-type dark flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Haunchkrow when exposed to a Dusk Stone. Biology: Murkrow is an avian Pokemon with black feathers. Its crooked yellow beak and the 3 feathery tufts on its head resemble a witch's nose and hat respectively. The feathery crest is smaller on the female than on the male. It has semicircular red eyes with white sclera and pupils, and a spiky collar of feathers around its neck. The shaggy feathers on its tail resemble the end of a broom, and there is a thin red band at the base of the tail. Its yellow feet have 4 toes, 3 facing forward and 1 backward. Murkrow awakens at dusk and moves during the night. It has a fondness for anything sparkly, and it goes as far as fighting with other Pokemon, such as Meowth or Gabite, in order to gain their stashes. However, it is also known to give these sparkly objects to trainers that it is fond of. Whenever it is chased, it loses the attacker by leading it down mountain trails, and sometimes it does this to travelers as a mean-spirited prank. Its thieving and nocturnal nature has led it to become representative of misfortune. It's believed that the saying, "Workrum, bad luck don't come," would serve as a protective incantation to drive away bad luck caused by seeing a Murkrow. It is possible to train a Murkrow to repeat words as seen under Team Rocket's ownership. Murkrow usually live in flocks referred to as murders amongst forests and swamps. Murkrow may also act as a servant of Haunchkrow, with groups of at least 100 flying in at Haunchkrow's call. There is a saying for Murkrow that goes, "Get home before the Murkrow fly." Evolution: Murkrow evolves into Haunchkrow, so you got Murkrow, Haunchkrow. Game data: NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon: Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Murkrow and Shuppet are members of Team Ebony. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. Feared and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. Silver, it is said that when chased, it lures its attacker onto dark mountain trails where the foe will get lost. Crystal, it hides any shiny objects it finds in a secret location. Murkrow and Meowth loot one another's stashes. 4. Stadium 2. If you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Murkrow was feared and loathed as the alleged bearer of ill fortune. This Pokemon shows strong interest in anything that sparkles or glitters. It will even try to steal rings from women. Emerald, Murkrow were feared as the alleged bearers of ill fortune. It shows strong interest in anything that sparkles. It will even try to steal rings from women. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it is believed that seeing this Pokemon at night will bring about ominous occurrences. Pearl, it appears near travelers to lure them into deep forests. It's said to carry misfortune. Platinum, if spotted, it will lure an unwary person into chasing it, then lose their pursuer on mountain trails. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically crystals, but Murkrow and Meowth are now the correct casing. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Murkrow is now the correct casing. In Gen 7, in Sun, they awaken at dusk and take wing in the twilight, leading to the expression, "Get home before the Murkrow fly." Moon, seen as a symbol of bad luck, is generally disliked.
yet it gives presents, objects that sparkle or shine, to trainers it's close to. Ultra Sun. It has a weakness for shiny things. It's been known to sneak into the nests of Gabite, noted collectors of jewels in search of treasure. Ultra Moon. It searches for shiny things for its boss. Murkrow's presence is said to be unlucky, so many people detest it. In Gen 9, Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart, but Shining Pearl is slightly different than Pearl, so we'll read it. It appears near travelers to lure them into deep forests. It's said to bring misfortune. Legends Arceus, widely shunned as a bearer of ill fortune. Upon crossing paths with this creature, I've been told one must chant, Workrum, bad luck don't come, as a protective incantation. Workrum is Murkrow spelled backwards. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Violet is the Platinum entry and the Gen 5 entries. Male Murkrow in the Alola Pokedex, female Murkrow in the Alola Pokedex, so you can see the gender difference. We don't usually get to see that this early in the articles, so that's fun. Murkrow in the Paldea Pokedex, so you can see a bunch of them. It's at night, of course, and they're on this tree. That's kind of fun. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items, Legends Arceus. Normal, plump beans 35% of the time. Spoiled apricorn 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grid items by level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 85, defense 42, special attack 85, special defense 42, speed 91, for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, and dragon. Weak to rock, electric, ice, and fairy for double. Immune to ground and psychic. Resistant to ghost, grass, and dark for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn stat by leveling up. 1. Peck and Astonish. 5. Gust. 11. Haze. 15. Wing Attack. 21. Nightshade. 25 Assurance, 31 Taunt, 35 Mean Look, 40 Foul Play, 50 Sucker Punch, 55 Torment, and 60 Quash. By TM, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 34 Icy Wind, 40 Air Cutter, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 60 U-Turn, 62 Foul Play, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 94 Dark Pulse, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 114 Shadow Ball, 118 Heat Wave, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 140 Nasty Plot, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 177 Spite, 191 Uproar, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 216 Feather Dance, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, this group gives you Brave Bird. Okay, so this move is one that has to be passed down via one that's gotten the TM17, which is Confuse Ray. So that would be the Hoot Hoot line, the Murkrow line, the Suian Braviary, the Rowlet line, and the Flittle line, or copied via the Mirror Herb. Drill Peck from this group, Feather Dance from this group. Oricorio gives you Flatter, this group gives you Perish Song, this group gives you Screech, this group gives you Sky Attack, and this group gives you Whirlwind. TCG only moves. Switcheroo in this card. Side game data. You got all this. Okay. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Murkrow misleads people that enter its forest. Don't lose sight of it. In Shadows of Almia, it attacks by releasing a Dark Pulse. In Guardian Signs in the browser entry, it sends gusts of Dark Wind to attack. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. You'll find Murkrow following Conchcrow around the garden in the Haunted Zone. Murkrow is an ace at Pelipper's Circle Circuit, and Salamence's Air Ace. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, they've been Honchcrow's subordinates since he was a leader of the tech area. Each of them wants to be the boss someday. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Murkrow fly throughout the nature park after sunset, looking for the glint of shiny objects in the darkness. They're fearless creatures that won't hesitate to tease Pokemon much larger than them. Evolution data, Murkrow, Dusk Stone, Honchcrow. Sprites here, so a little different. Well, you don't have the red band, but a lot of the colors are the same. But like, it looks a little goofier. Well, the red eyes are missing. That's the main thing, right? Yeah, it looks a little goofy without the red eyes. But more or less the same. It's got purple. That's fun. Yeah, sort of blue and black, I guess, and purple and black. These are different colors. These are more yellow. It's kind of more gold for the beak and the feet. This is more of like a green, olive green, I guess. Yep. Then you got Gen 3, kind of a gray, dark gray. And then we got the red eyes and the red band there, and then got the feet, so that looks a lot more like the current one. Spikes, I think, are a little bit different as well. Yeah, much more obvious that it's supposed to look like a witch's hat. Kind of looks, yeah, kind of silly without the line, without the shadows correctly being displayed. It's still purple, but now it's all purple instead of it being kind of just the highlight color. Yep. Then we got sort of a blue, dark blue color, and you can see the gender differences again. Tall, small, yeah. Then you got that, not really much changes. Then you got the full back sprites. That's fun. Okay. These look to be a little bit thinner. Yep. And you got these are kind of closer to that dark blue, black, kind of a navy blue, I guess. This looks to be like a darker purple. Yep. See, oh yeah, smaller these are. Yeah, pretty good translation. These don't change much, I don't think. Not really. The top might change a little bit, but generally, and the eyes might change a little bit too, I think. But overall, pretty much the same. And Legends Arceus, got the better models here. It's good. See how, okay, now they're like significantly smaller, I guess, yeah, once we head into here, I mean, yeah, the models make it much smaller, for the females. Well, it's not as obvious in the back sprite. And you got, cross generation, home, I mean, it's just dark blue still. Other sprites, Ebony in Pokemon Super Contests, and Murky in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Murkrow in Pokemon the Series. Paul's Murkrow is, I guess, the big one. So you got all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 184 in Ash's Pokedex. Murkrow, the darkness Pokemon. Murkrow confused would-be attackers by luring them into dark mountain trails, where they are sure to get lost. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 40 in Dawn's Pokedex. Murkrow, the darkness Pokemon. Many people believe that if you see a Murkrow at night, it will bring bad luck. In Journeys, episode 83 in Go's Rotomphone. Murkrow, the darkness Pokemon. A dark and flying type. If a Murkrow is seen at night, it is considered a bad omen, so many people dislike them. In the manga, you got Murkrow in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, pretty cool. In the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, Murkrow shares its category name with Sableye. They are both known as the Darkness Pokemon. Despite being a Gen 2 Pokemon, it was actually only available in Kanto in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. The same is true for Slugma and Houndour. Murkrow and Houndour can be obtained in Johto via the Safari Zone in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Murkrow can be seen as a parallel to Misdreavus. Both are Gen 2 Pokemon that evolve when exposed to a Dusk Stone and have evolved forms that were introduced in Gen 4. Murkrow is exclusive to Fire Red, Diamond, Black, and Brilliant Diamond, while Misdreavus is exclusive to Leaf Green, Pearl, White, and Shining Pearl. Murkrow is the only Pokemon that evolves with a Dusk Stone that is not a Ghost type. Murkrow is the lightest Dark-type Pokemon. In the National Pokedex, Murkrow is listed before Misdreavus, but Murkrow's evolution, Honchkrow, is listed after Misdreavus' evolution, Mismagius. In Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Murkrow is programmed to be able to learn punishment through breeding, but no other Pokemon in the Flying group can pass down punishment as an egg move in those games. Vullaby and Mandibuzz are the only Flying egg group Pokemon that can learn punishment, but they cannot pass down the move due to being female-only species. I'm sorry, it's a female-only species? Why? Origin, Murkrow seems to be based on a crow, more specifically, the carrion crow. Its crest can be taken to resemble a pointed hat, its beak a crooked nose, and its tail the bristles of a broom, giving it a resemblance to a witch in flight. It may also be inspired by witches' familiars, which often can be crows or ravens. Its crest also resembles that of the black hawk eagle. In regards to its Gen 4 evolution, it can also be taken to resemble a gang member under a head honchcrow. Its ability to mimic voices is referencing crows and ravens' ability to imitate other sounds. Murkrow may be a combination of murky or murder, a group of crows, and crow. Yami Karasu may be a combination of Yami, darkness, and Karasu, crow. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Murkrow's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu in the short. Ash Ketchum and his friends have left their Pokemon on the top of a building, sort of like a little park on a building, and Pikachu here has met the Pichu brothers. They're on an opposite side of the building. He's climbed onto this flagpole to try to stop one of them from falling off of their building, like to warn them or whatever. And now he's about to be attacked by a bunch of Murkrow. Because he's high up in the air. I'm gonna say that is Murkrow's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Murkrow. Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today we have the question, what do you love about Murkrow? A #1 Drizzile fan has answered, thank you. They say, always had a soft spot for powerful, not fully evolved Pokemon. Murkrow does it uniquely because Honchcrow loses both the Prankster ability and 20 speed when it evolves. Neither are bulky enough to tank very well, so Murkrow users don't even use Eviolite all that often, although Priority Roost can be helpful. The Bastard, affectionate, prefers to run support moves like Tailwind, Feather Dance, Taunt. In early Gen 9, it famously ran Haze, since barely anything else learned it, and is one of the only Pokemon that ever uses Quash. It can make good use of Stab, that's same type attack bonus, Foul Play too, without needing any attack investment. Also, it's just a very cute Pokemon and I like its cry. Thank you again, let's move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now what is said in fan art, so and so, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Murkrow by Twarda8. So very good, maybe slightly more realistic version of Murkrow. I have I assume this is a move that it's using, and it's not just 5 randomly floating eyes that are very creepy. But yeah, I mean, it's a very whatever. It's a very good piece of art. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've completed the Gen 2 story before I can catch a Murkrow. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Slowking. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Today I'll be talking about Slowking, the first water psychic Pokemon, and the first Pokemon with a psychic type as the secondary typing in Gen 2, and the final Pokemon in the 100s. Slowking is the second only evolution of Slowpoke. Non-Galarian Slowpoke evolves into Non-Galarian Slowking when traded with the King's Rock. Galarian Slowpoke evolves into Galarian Slowking when exposed to a Galarica Wreath. Its previous PYC dates are September 12th, 1996, July 4th, 1999, April 24th, 2002, February 12th, 2005, December 4th, 2007, September 24th, 2010, July 15th, 2013, May 5th, 2016, February 24th, 2019, and December 15th, 2021. I most know non-Galarian Slowking from the second movie, which shocked me that it could talk. I find it silly that Shelder attached to Slowpoke's head instead of its tail, and that would somehow give it intelligence. Galarian Slowking is slightly terrifying, but logical given that it's a psychic poison-type Pokemon. The Shelder's eyes in place of Galarian Slowking's eyes is creative, and clear that Shelder has eyes, as the official art for non-Galarian Slowking doesn't show off Shelder's eyes, which are in the back. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Slowking, It's the Royal Pokemon as non-Galarian Slowking, and the Hexpert Pokemon as Galarian Slowking. Its number is 0-199. This is Slowking, this is what it looks like. This is Galarian Slowking, this is what it looks like. Types, Water Psychic as non-Galarian Slowking, and Poison Psychic as Galarian Slowking. Abilities, Oblivious or Own Tempo as non-Galarian Slowking, and Curious Medicine or Own Tempo as Galarian Slowking. Regenerator is its hidden ability regardless. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 70, or 16.6%. Breeding is Egg Group's Monster in Water 1, hatch time 20 cycles. Height as non-Galarian Slowking is 6'7", or 2 meters. 5'11", or 1.8 meters as Galarian Slowking. Weight regardless is 175.3 pounds, or 79.5 kilograms. Base experience skill is 164 in Gen 2 through 4, and 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EVL is 2. Special defense, and I guess it was 3 prior to Gen 8. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 70. Slowking is a dual-type water-psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Slowpoke when traded while holding a King's Rock. It is one of Slowpoke's final forms, the other being Slowbro. In Galar, Slowking has a dual-type Poison/Psychic regional form introduced in Pokemon Sword and Shield's 1.3.0 patch. It evolves from Galarian Slowpoke when exposed to a Galarico Reef. It is one of Galarian Slowpoke's final forms, the other being Galarian Slowbro. These Slowking can also be found in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Slowking was officially revealed in the May 1997 issue of Koro Koro, along with Donphan and Ampharos. Biology, Slowking is a bipedal Pokemon with a shelter latched onto its head. It is primarily pink with a pale yellow muzzle and scaled belly. Its feet and hands each have a single claw digit, while the hands also have a clawless thumb. Around its neck is a spiny ruff with alternating red and white stripes. The shelter on its head has a spiral shape with 2 horns near the base. A red gem resides in the center of the shelter. The shelter's eyes are visible on the back of the shelter. You can see Shelter's eyes, you can see that here. Shelter's bite releases venom into Slowpoke's brain, causing a chemical chain reaction that unlocks a superior intelligence and extraordinary power. More venom is injected into Slowking every time it yawns. The more venom the shelter releases, the more intelligent Slowking will become. However, if the shelter on the head comes off, it will forget everything it has learned and would revert itself back into a Slowpoke. As seen in Slowking's crowning, Slowking's shelter crown can take control of human who wears the crown. I think it's supposed to say any human. Slowking's intelligence can match that of a human, and it constantly attempts to learn more. Its inspiration and intuition are also highly developed, and Slowking is able to stay calm in any situation and plan situations with effective results. This allows Slowking to solve anything. In the games, Slowking's speech is said to be unintelligible. However, in the Power of One, it can understand and speak the human language. According to the complete Pokemon Pocket Guide, it has such an easygoing personality that is never stressed. Slowking is rarely found in the wild, though it can be found by the water's edge. It has been seen eating seaweed and drinking coconut milk. In Alola, it is known as the Sage of the Sea, and it occasionally matches wits with Oranguru by the beach. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Slowking is known to be dreaming world-changing ideas while it sleeps. However, forgets all of them the moment Slowking wakes up. Slowking is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Chilly Reception. Forms: Slowking has a regional form, Galarian Slowking. In Galar, Shelter's bite causes a different chemical reaction in the brain due to the Galarica spices that make up Galarian Slowpoke's diet, causing Galarian Slowking to take on a unique appearance. The tip of its tail and the top half of its body are purple, and it has a large dark cloak that drapes from its neck. The shelter has grown more dominant, appearing completely different, with a rougher texture, a darker gray coloration, and a larger size covering Slowking's eyes and nostrils. It has several purple spots dotting it, with a larger one at the center that surrounds a green gem, and 2 black eyes. The spikes on the shelter are more blunt, and it has 2 purple horn-like tubes on either side, of which poison may be secreted. The shelter's teeth have also grown in size and are broad and flat instead of sharp. The same holds true for its wearer. As Galarian Slowking evolves, the shelter on its head has its intelligence skyrocket, giving it the ability to control Slowking, as well as psychic powers that can rival the power of the other psychic-type Pokemon. Galarian Slowking has been observed chanting mysterious spells and incantations in battle or to communicate with each other. It also chants these spells while creating strange potions using its internal toxins. What these incantations and spells mean has yet to be fully understood. Galarian Slowking is capable of creating potions by mixing toxins it produces with the food it consumes. These potions are derived and secreted from poison and the holes on Galarian Slowking's horns. However, not even Galarian Slowking itself will have any idea what effects the potions it produces will have. It will administer the potions it creates to weaken any Pokemon it sees fit to test on. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Galar's regional life is simulated. As seen in an evolution in taste, Galarian Slowking's shelter crown retains the same ability to control humans like its Johto counterpart. Galarian Slowking is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Eerie Spell, as well as the only known Pokemon that can have Curious Medicine as its ability. Evolution: Slowking evolved from Slowpoke and is one of its final forms, the other being Slowbro. So you got Slowpoke, Slowking. Galarian Slowking evolved from Galarian Slowpoke. It is one of its final forms, the other being Galarian Slowbro. So you got Galarian Slowpoke and Galarian Slowking. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It has incredible intellect and intuition. Whatever the situation, it remains calm and collected. Silver: when its head was bitten, toxins entered Slowpoke's head and unlocked an extraordinary power. Crystal: every time it yawns, Shelter injects more poison into it. The poison makes it more intelligent. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Slowking undertakes research every day in an effort to solve the mysteries of the world. However, this Pokemon apparently forgets everything it has learned if the shelter on its head comes off. Emerald: it undertakes research every day to solve the mysteries of the world. However, it apparently forgets everything if the shelter on its head comes off. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, being bitten by Shelter gave it intelligence comparable to that of award-winning scientists. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is basically the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry, but Slowpoke is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Slowking and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, a poisonous bite reacted with its system, blessing it with the enhanced intellect of a genius. It has full control of its psychic powers. Moon: this Pokemon is so famed for its intellect that a proverb still persists in some regions. When in doubt, ask Slowking. Ultra Sun: it's constantly coming up with new ideas that would change the world, but as soon as it hits upon a new idea, it forgets it. Ultra Moon: it's called the Sage of the Sea. It engages in battles of wits with Oranguru, but the result is usually a draw. In Gen 8, for non-Galarian Slowking and Sword, miraculously, this former Slowpoke's latent intelligence was drawn out when Shelter poison raced through its brain. In Shield, Slowking can solve any problem presented to it, but no one can understand a thing Slowpoke says. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Being bitten by Shelter gave it intelligence comparable to that of internationally recognized scientists. For Galarian Slowking and Sword, a combination of toxins and the shock of evolving has increased Shelter's intelligence to the point that Shelter now controls Slowking. Shield: while chanting strange spells, this Pokemon combines its internal toxins with what it's eaten, creating strange potions. In Gen 9, for non-Galarian Slowking, Scarlet is the Y entry, Violet is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. For Galarian Slowking and Scarlet, it administers its potions to weakened Pokemon it sees. These potions are derived from poison and secreted from holes in Slowking's horns. Violet: it creates potions by mixing toxins with the food it's eaten. Not even Slowking itself knows what effects the potions will have. Slowking in the Alola Pokedex, Slowking in the Paldea Pokedex. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. And Galarian Slowking in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see it's next. I think this is the Galarica plant. That makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Pokemon Emerald. Slowking can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Emerald, Black, White, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a King's Rock 5% of the time. Which is silly, because you wouldn't need it for Slowking. So it's kind of silly to even have it. Stats. Base stats will compare Slowking and Galarian Slowking. So, HP 95, that's the same. Attack 75, that one has 65. Defense 80, that's the same. Special attack 100, this one has 110. Non-Galarian Slowking's special defense is 110, that's the same for Galarian Slowking. Speed 30, that's the same. They both have a total of 490. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness will compare Slowking and Galarian Slowking. So non-Galarian Slowking is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, dragon, and fairy. The ones that move are poison, ground, and fairy. So Galarian Slowking is damaged normally by normal, flying, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, electric, psychic, ice, and dragon. Non-Galarian Slowking is weak to bug, ghost, grass, electric, and dark for double. Bug, grass, and electric get moved, I guess. Galarian Slowking is weak to ground, ghost, and dark for double. Neither are immune to anything. Slowking is resistant to fighting, steel, fire, water, psychic, and ice, all for half. Galarian Slowking is resistant to fighting, poison, grass, and fairy, all for half except for fighting, which is for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up for Slowking, because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Slowking. We will read them all. So 1 Power Gem, Nasty Plot, Swagger, Tackle, Curse, Growl, and Water Gun. Move Reminder, get the Future Sight and Chilly Reception. 9 Yawn, 12 Confusion, 15 Disable, 18 Water Pulse, 21 Headbutt, 27 Amnesia, 30 Surf, 33 Slack Off, 36 Psychic, 39 Psych Up, 42 Rain Dance, and 45 Heal Pulse. For Galarian Slowking, because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Galarian Slowking, we'll also read them all. 1 Power Gem, Nasty Plot, Swagger, Tackle, Curse, Growl, and Acid. Move Reminder, Toxic, Future Sight, and Chilly Reception. Upon evolution, you get Eerie Spell. 9 Yawn, 12 Confusion, 15 Disable, 18 Water Pulse, 21 Headbutt, 24 Zen Headbutt, 27 Amnesia, 30 Surf, 33 Slack Off, 36 Psychic, 39 Psych Up, 42 Rain Dance, and 45 Heal Pulse. By TM, we'll skip for Slowking here. Okay, all that, okay. But not for Galarian Slowking, since there's a different typing than Galarian Slowpoke, and I'm not sure if it's the same moves as Galarian Slowbro. So 1 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 13 Acid Spray, 16 Psybeam, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Assad, 28 Bulldoze, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 39 Low Sweep, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 45 Venoshock, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, that's version 2.0.1 onward, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 91 Toxic Spikes, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 101 Power Gem, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 109 Trick, 110 Liquidation, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 123 Surf, 125 Flamethrower, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand from version 2.0.1 onwards, 135 Ice Beam, 138 Psychic Terrain, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 193 Weather Ball, 203 Suck Up, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 214 Sludge Wave, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, 224 Curse, and 228 Psychic Noise. We're skipping by breeding for both of them. Nothing by prior evolution for either of them. Side game data, Slowking. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry. It lets loose psychic orbs that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Sleep. This Pokemon is called the Sage of the Sea. It's said that a Slowking's head is always brimming with world-changing ideas, even as it sleeps, but then it forgets them all upon waking. Loafing Sleep, Sage Sleep, Eureka Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got the 2022 glasses. It's on the shoulder, that's kind of fun. The Galarian Slowkings, okay. Evolution data, Slowking. Slowking evolves from Slowpoke when traded while holding a King's Rock. Slowpoke cannot evolve into Slowking in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Slowpoke also cannot evolve into Slowking in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Slowking is not present in those games. It's got Slowpoke, trade holding a King's Rock, Slowking, Galarian Slowking, so you got Galarian Slowpoke, Galarica Wreath, Galarian Slowking, sprites here, so pretty much the same. I mean, a little bit different colors. Seems like this segment of the thing is not white for some reason. It's probably just a mistake. But yeah, I mean, that's not gray yet. Yeah, that's all white, and this isn't yellow yet. Shiny has blue for the ruffle and some of the highlights. So you can see the eyes in the back of the shoulder. That's fun. Yeah. This has a bit more of the accurate pink, I guess. The changes, I think, later. But then, yeah, you can see how the shiny is just that. It keeps the same pink. Gen 3, you've got sort of the other, that sort of Gen 3 pink, I guess, and the yellow, and this is now gray. This is now more rounded, rather than those. I guess it became rounded in crystals. Yeah, they changed it a little bit more. Now it's all white along the rings there, white and red, and then it keeps the red and blue, or the white and blue. I guess the diamond was purple. They keep that, more or less. It's kind of a pink now. This is a different pink. Yep. You got diamond pearl, you got that kind of pink. This kind of pink. Yeah, not much changes though. The shoulder might get a little bigger. The eyes change, I think. Between generations, that's interesting. It's different eyes on platinum as well. That's also interesting. It keeps those kind of eyes in Soul Silver. These also seem to be different eyes. It's a different pink for the main one here, and then that's basically the same. Yep. Those are the same, yeah. And you got the models. Kind of hard to see the eyes. I think they kind of went back to those kind of eyes, I guess. It's a lighter pink. This is a darker, almost like a purple, I guess. This is cream colored. There's a lot lighter gray for both of them. Interesting. Yeah, pretty good translation, I'd say. Yep. So you got these. You got the Galarian ones. Of course, it's just blue instead of purple. I guess that doesn't really necessarily make sense, but that's cool that they didn't change it. And that's blue, like for the highlights. As animations, you got Slowking and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Guess the movie one is Slowking is important, or whatever the big one. Galarian Slowking and Pokemon Journeys, the series. So you got all three of them. So Galarian Slowking, Galarian Slowbro, and Galarian Slowpoke. Okay, now this. Pokedex entries at episode 260 in Ash's Pokedex. Slowking, the royal Pokemon. Slowking possesses great knowledge and inspiration, and are known for maintaining a level head in any circumstances. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 50 in Dawn's Pokedex. Slowking, the royal Pokemon. It has tremendous intelligence and intuition. No matter what the situation, it stays calm and collected. In Journeys, episode 26 in Go's Rotom Phone. Slowking, the royal Pokemon. A water and psychic type. If a Shelder bites a Slowpoke's tail, Slowpoke evolves into Slowbro. But if a Shelder bites a Slowpoke's head, the Slowpoke evolves into Slowking with the intelligence of a genius. In Journeys, episode 97, in the same Rotom Phone, I guess. I don't think I've ever actually had to say that before. Slowking, Galarian form, the Hexpert Pokemon. A mix of poisons and the shock of evolving can give Shelder's intellect a massive upgrade. In fact, the Shelder can control the Slowking. We got Pokemon Origins and the manga, Slowking and Pokemon Adventures. It's kind of fun. It's coming off the panel here. I got all this in the TCG. Trivia: in the TCG, Slowking Southern Islands card is the only card depicting a Pokemon introduced after Gen 1 to have a square evolutionary box in Japan only. In the English version, the Southern Islands collection used the Neo-era designs, which, like all later card layouts, feature a circular evolution box. Jotonian Slowking shares its category with Pyroar. They are both known as the royal Pokemon. Slowking's Pokedex entries state that if the Shelder is removed, it will revert to a Slowpoke. This is a rare example of devolution being mentioned in the games. This fourth point we read in the Slowpoke video. Galarian Slowking's English category, Hexpert, may be a combination of Hex and Expert. In Gen 9, prior to the version 2.0.1 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, both forms of Slowking were unable to learn Helping Hand via TM, while their pre-evolutions could, and Galarian Slowking was unable to learn Snowscape via TM as well, well, its pre-evolution could. This final point I read in the Slowbro video. Origin: Slowking's physical appearance may be based on hippopotamuses, giant otters, and giant salamanders. Its shell may reference hermit crabs and the mythical Sazeoni, a magical sea demon of Japanese folklore distinguished by its spiny Sazei, or turban-shaped snail shell. Slowking may also be based on a king, as the growth around its neck resembles a king's ruff, while its shell is similar to a crown. It is known that hippopotamuses are territorial animals that live in herds led by a dominant bull, so it is possible that the idea that Slowking is a kind of king of the Slowpoke and Slowbro have arisen from this characteristic of this animal. By contrast, Galarian Slowking may draw inspiration from popular depictions of mythical sorcerers or warlocks. Its crown has morphed into a sorcerer's pointed hat. Its elongated ruff now resembles a long dark robe, and it has developed a predilection for chanting mysterious spells in battle. Name origin: Slowking may be a combination of slow and king. Yado King may be a combination of Yadokari, hermit crab, Yadonushi, parasitic host, and king, like Slowbro. It is also partially named after the famous Yugoslavian singer-songwriter Jadranka Stoljovic, who had worked for Konami during her residence in Japan. Her name is transliterated into Japanese as Jodranka, which inspired one of her former colleagues who named Slowbro and Slowking. Now the languages, see also references. External links to the Galarian forms. Let's move on. Now let's watch Slowking's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon the Movie 2000. We're at the very beginning of the film, so I can't really recap it. There's the Slowking. There's Slowking again.
Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice, or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, thus the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands bring together all.
Oh yeah, no, okay. That is Slowking's first scene in the anime. I don't think that's actually Slowking talking. I think that's our antagonist. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Now let's see why people love Slowking. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan arts, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Slowking by Pinkophilic, or maybe Pi Ink Up Hyleezy. Yeah, so it's this Slowking in this art style. It looks familiar. I don't think it's their own original art style. I think it's from some property, probably some mid-2000s game or something. I just don't remember what it is, unfortunately, so. But it's a very good piece of art. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to catch a Slowking in the Pal Park. As for Galarian Slowking, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Misdreavus. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Misdreavus, the first pure Ghost-type Pokemon, the first Ghost Pokemon in Gen 2, first Pokemon in Gen 2 by net Pokedex number to get a Paradox form, and the first Pokemon in the 200s. Up until Gen 4, it was the first one-stage Ghost Pokemon. By extension, it's also the first Ghost Pokemon to get an evolution in a later generation. Its previous PYC dates are September 13th, 1996, July 5th, 1999, April 25th, 2002, February 13th, 2005, December 5th, 2007, September 25th, 2010, July 16th, 2013, May 6th, 2016, February 25th, 2019, and December 16th, 2021. I love the ghost appearance of Misdreavus. Its rounded appearance is distinct from the edges found in Haunter and Gengar. Its eyes are also a lot more friendly than those of the Ghastly line. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Misdreavus, the Screech Pokemon whose number is 0 to 100. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost. Because this is our first Ghost type, in an info box here, pure Ghost type. we'll talk about the colors. So you got, the ghost side we've talked about before. Then we got this other purple color, this darker purple color, now for the ghost. Ability Levitate, gender ratio 50-50, catch rate 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group Amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles, height 2'4" or 0.7 meters, weight 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. Base experience yield is 147 in Gen 2 through 4 and 87 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1. In special defense, this is asterisk next to the 1 in total. It says 2 in Gen 3, and so then this one would have been also 1 in Gen 3, special attack. Shape is that, has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, which I find odd, since the only things that are gray on this image are these, like, highlights, these little highlights here, so that's... feels like they could have gone with a much better color for this one. Base friendship is 35. Misdreavus is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Mismagius when exposed to a Duskstone. The Paradox Pokemon Fluttermane is said to be an ancient relative of Misdreavus. Biology, Misdreavus is a dark, bluish-green ghost-like Pokemon. While it has no visible arms or legs, its lower half has several small appendages and resembles a ruffled dress. It has 5 red gems halfway around its neck, which are used to absorb fear and use it as nourishment. When defeated in the side series games, its body disappears, leaving only the gems around its neck behind. This implies that Misdreavus retreats into the gems when it has been severely weakened. It has long, flowing lilac-tipped hair. Misdreavus's large red eyes have yellow sclera. Misdreavus, gathering energy, you can see that here. Misdreavus lives in caves. As a nocturnal Pokemon, it spends its days sleeping in darkness and its nights startling people with mischievous tricks. Since it loves watching frightened people, it is known to yank and bite at people's hair or sneak up on them and cry and shriek in a way a child would. In the animated series, Misdreavus is shown to be able to use its hair to grasp objects and other Pokemon, as if it were hands. Fluttermane shares a resemblance to Misdreavus. It was theorized to be a giant Misdreavus reborn as a pterosaur ghost. Prior to Gen 4, Pain Split was its signature move. In Gen 2, Psywave was also its signature move. Other Pokemon could still inherit both moves via breeding. Evolution, Misdreavus evolves into Mismagius, so you got Misdreavus, Mismagius. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It likes playing mischievous tricks, such as screaming and wailing to startle people at night. Silver, it loves to bite and yank people's hair from behind without warning, just to see their shocked reactions. Crystal, it loves to watch people it scared. It frightens them by screaming loudly or appearing suddenly. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Misdreavus frightens people with a creepy sobbing cry. The Pokemon apparently uses its red spheres to absorb the fearful feelings of foes and turn them into nutrition. Emerald, a Misdreavus frightens people with a creepy sobbing cry. It apparently uses its red spheres to absorb the fear of foes as its nutrition. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, it loves to sneak up on people late at night, then startle them with its shriek-like cry. Pearl, it gets nourishment from fear that it absorbs into its red orbs. In daytime, it sleeps in darkness. Platinum, a Pokemon that startles people in the middle of the night. It gathers fear as its energy. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Misdreavus and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. It practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear. Moon, if you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from Misdreavus. Ultra Sun, what gives meaning to its life is surprising others. If you set your ear against the red orbs around its neck, you can hear shrieking. Ultra Moon, what makes it happy is imitating the voices of weeping people and scaring everyone. It doesn't deal well with folks who aren't easily frightened. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is very similar to Diamonds, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It loves to sneak up on people late at night and startle them with its shrieking cry. Shining Pearl is very similar to Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It gets nourishment from fear that it absorbs into its red orbs. During the daytime, it sleeps in the shadows. Legends Arceus, it conceals itself in darkness, sending chills up travelers' spines with its childlike weeping. As it observes the frightened travelers with glee, the red orbs upon its chest let off an eerie light. In Gen 9 Scarlet, this Pokemon startles people in the middle of the night. It gathers fear as its energy. Violet is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Misdreavus in the Alola Pokedex. Misdreavus in the Paldea Pokedex, of course. At night, outside of the Academy, I guess. It's, I think maybe because there's a lot of people there and it's kind of castle-like. That's probably why they have it there. Game locations. side game locations, and events. Held items in Pokemon Emerald, Misdreavus can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get the spell tag 2% of the time. In Colosseum, you get the spell tag 100% of the time. In Fire Red, Leaf, Green, and Emerald, you get the spell tag 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get Bugwort 35% of the time. Vivid Choke 15% of the time, Grid Items by level, Alpha, get EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, Grid Items by level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP attack and defense are all for 60. Special attack, special defense, and speed are 85. This gets a total of 435. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by flying, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to ghost and dark for double, immune to normal, fighting, and ground. Resistant to poison and bug for half. Notes, if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. So both will go from 0 to 1. In Generation 2, or if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1. So in Gen 3, it went from 1 to 0, and for the other conditions, it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1. Growl and Confusion, 10. Astonish, 14. Confuse Ray, 19. Mean Look, 23. Hex, 28. Psybeam, 32. Pain Split, 37. Payback, 41. Shadow Ball, 46. Perish Song, and 50. Power Gem. By TM, 2. Charm, 3. Fake Tears, 6. Scary Face, 7. Protect, 16. Psybeam, 17. Confuse Ray, 18. Thief, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Sword Power, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 54 Psyshock, 62 Foul Play, 70 Sleep Talk, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunderwave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 98 Skill Swap, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 151 Phantom Force, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 195 Burning Jealousy, 198 Poltergeist, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 217 Future Sight, 224 Curse, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Destiny Bond, this group gives you Imprison, this group gives you Memento, this group gives you Screech, this group gives you Shadow Sneak, this group gives you Spite, this group gives you Sucker Punch, and this group gives you Wonder Room. TCG only moves, Tackle on this card, side game data, you got all these. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia. In the browser entry, it attacks by letting loose psychic orbs, and one's imbued with loathsome emotions. Guardian Signs. To attack, it spits out imbued orbs with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon tired. These. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Misdreavus was adrift in sorrow when the piano in the haunted zone was broken. She took comfort in playing Dusknoir's Speed Slam. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. She has a photo studio in Cove Town. She likes to get the scoop with her photos, but what really gets to them is the truth. Evolution data, Misdreavus, Duskstone, Mismagius. Sprites here, so you can see it actually starts off as purple, and sort of pink. I guess it kind of keeps the pink, but they're not as nearly as much pink, I guess. I guess that makes sense for why Mismagius is purple. It's probably a reference to this. And it's gold for the shiny, it's kind of golden green, I guess. Gen 3, now you've got the proper green color, and these tips are a lot smaller. And then this is still kind of a golden yellow. The sclera in Gen 2 is white, while it's yellow, starting in Gen 3. These are, the gems are sort of pink and gold. They're just kind of both red. Yep. We got sort of the bluer kind of color in Gen 4 there. And this is back to being green. Yep. And 5. Okay. Gen 6, we got the models. Not my favorite interpretation. I think it's a little bit like... It looks a lot more like hair. These more look like tentacles, almost like fingers. Kind of creepy fingers, which kind of makes sense, I guess. But I don't know. I almost wonder if... Fluttermane is making fun of this one, like how bad that translation is by making it even more exaggerated. But yeah, and then these are like darker colors as well. This is kind of more pink and red for the jewels. Yep. Face is a lot better in this one for the models. A little bit better generally. And then you got these models that are much better. Homes, you got those. Other sprites, Malice in Pokemon Super Contests and Missy in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, got Misdreavus in Pokemon Journeys the series. Got Little Miss and Goes Misdreavus are the two big ones. Got all these, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 259 in Ash's Pokedex. Misdreavus, the Screech Pokemon. Misdreavus are extremely mischievous and like to cry out at night just to startle people. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 11 in Dawn's Pokedex. Misdreavus, the Screech Pokemon. Misdreavus loves being mischievous by pulling people's hair and shocking them. In Journeys, episode 9 in Goes Rotom Phone. Misdreavus, the Screech Pokemon, a ghost type. Misdreavus scares people and gathers up their emotions, which it uses as energy. Got all these, the manga, Misdreavus and Pokemon Adventures, the TCG. Trivia, Misdreavus' first 2 animated series appearances, namely the special television movie, The Legend of Thunder, and the episode Entei at Your Own Risk, both involve members of the legendary beasts trio, Raikou and Entei, respectively. The second and third points I read in the Murkrow video. Misdreavus was the first pure ghost-type Pokemon to be introduced, as well as the only one in Gen 2. Misdreavus' base HP attack and defense stats are the same as Mismagius's, but its base special attacks, special defense, and speed stats are lower. In Pokemon Colosseum, Misdreavus is the only ghost-type Pokemon that can be snagged. Origin, Misdreavus' nocturnal habits of wailing to frighten people and its similarity in appearance to a disembodied head are shared by various mythological creatures. One of these is the Nukakubi, which shares the similarities of nocturnal habits, flying about as a decapitated head and wailing to increase its victim's fright. Another possible source of its origin is the Banshee, a female spirit of Irish mythology, known in modern media for its unearthly wailing and screaming. Its shape also resembles the Teru Teru Bozu, and the typical depiction of a ghost with a bedsheet. The red orbs look similar to a Japamala. Its names in different languages referencing dreams also point to mares as a possible inspiration. Name origin, Misdreavus may be a combination of mischievous and dream. It may also involve mistress, miscreant, dread, and dreary. Muma may be derived from Muma, nightmare, demon in a dream. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch the first scene featuring Misdreavus. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. You're probably not expecting to see the face. Normally, I wouldn't do this, but we are watching Pokemon Chronicles again. In this case, The Legend of Thunder. And that presents a unique opportunity because it is not a DVD. I can do a camera for these. We'll also have another one in the Corsola video, I think. Or one of the later ones anyway, where it's also going to be online. So yeah. Right now, Jimmy, the main character, is brushing his Typhlosion at the Pokemon Center after winning a battle. He's praising his Typhlosion.
You were really awesome today. You're not just getting stronger, you're getting smarter too.
Misdreavus.
It was absolutely fabulous, darling. Correction, it wasn't just fabulous. It was fabuloso. I did a pirouette in perfect time with Misdreavus, and we knocked them out of the competition on the final note of the song. It was my best battle show yet. The applause was absolutely thunderous. You should have seen it, Vincent.
That sounds amazing. I wish I'd been there. Huh? Hey, look what the Gengar dragged in.
Oh, hey, Jimmy!
Hi, Marina.
Hey, wow! Is that the Cyndaquil that Professor Elm gave you?
Oh, yeah, it evolved.
So it became a Typhlosion. Hello, Typhlosion. I was just talking to Vincent, but I'll be done in 1 sec.
Wait! Don't hang up!
Okay. I think that will lead kind of into the next scene, so I'm going to cut it there, and they'll say that is Misdreavus' first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Misdreavus. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Misdreavus. So we've got Misdreavus by Itty, sort of this fan art that seems to be based on the original sprite. That's kind of fun. Although it seems to be lacking the highlights, that's interesting. But still a fun concept to imagine what it would look like nowadays, I guess. Then we've got Miss Magius by Ki05. So, yeah, you got Miss Magius in the center with a couple of Misdreavus. It's kind of fun. It's like fire. It's a, yeah, very good piece of art. Very nice painting. It's very good. Very Halloween-y. I like it. Then we got Misdreavus by Sailor Clef. So this simple image of a Misdreavus here, kind of interesting colors, the sort of bluer and pinkerish one, I guess. Yeah, it's very good. Then we got Misdreavus by Peachy Key. So this another kind of one that seems to be more. Well, this one seems to be more based on kind of the Gen 4 ones, I guess, sort of that darker blue color. It's got the highlights and stuff. Seems to be holding maybe a Pekka berry. That's kind of fun. Yeah, very nice piece of art. Then we got Misdreavus by Hitoshi Ariga. So, sorry, what? Is this the actual Hitoshi Ariga, or is this a fan who, like, just posts Hitoshi Ariga art? Because that's really cool if it's the actual Hitoshi Ariga, because they're, like, an actual, like, person who does art. Yeah. It's very good art, of course, being it that they are one of the official artists. Yes, you can see it doing a song, and you got a bunch of them, a lot of different emotions going on. Yes. So yeah, very good piece of art. 2013, I guess. We've got Bayonet and Misdreavus by Lixica KM. So you got Misdreavus eating part of the head of a bayonet for some reason. Yes. It's a very interesting just art. Next to the wall is an interesting background. This one doesn't contain Misdreavus, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've completed the Gen 2 storyline to get a Misdreavus. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Unown. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Unown, the first pure Psychic-type Pokemon that isn't an evolution, and is a single-stage Pokemon. First Pokemon in Gen 2 that's still a one-stage Pokemon, and the Pokemon with the most forms, with 28 forms. Its previous PYC dates are September 14th, 1996, July 6th, 1999, April 26th, 2002, February 14th, 2005, December 6th, 2007, September 26th, 2010, July 17th, 2013, May 7th, 2016, February 26th, 2019, and December 17th, 2021. I think the idea of a Pokemon based on the Latin alphabet is interesting. I think they are unique, and how the designers interpreted them is interesting. The combination of the uppercase found in A through F, although C and F could be considered lowercase, H through P, although M, O, and P could be considered lowercase, and S through Z, although S, U, V, W, X, and Z could be considered lowercase, and lowercase found in G, Q, R, and arguably C, F, M, O, P, S, U, V, W, X, and Z is interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Unown, the symbol Pokemon, whose number is 0201. This is Unown F, this is what it looks like. Type, Psychic, Ability, Levitate, Gender Ratio, Gender Unknown. Catch rate is 225 or 39.9%. Breeding, a group no eggs discovered, hatch time 40 cycles. I believe that's it was probably something that was coded in one of the games or even the original game that it appears in. but was never used. I think that's why, because you can't get an egg from them. Height is 1'8" or 0.5 meters. Weight is 11 pounds or 5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 61 in Gen 2 through 4 and 118 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, 1 in attack, 1 in special attack. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 70. Unown is a psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Unown has 28 different forms. All of them are known as one form, as seen in the Pokedex. In Gen 2, there were 26 Unown forms based on Latin alphabet characters. In Gen 3, 2 new forms were introduced as well. Question mark, and exclamation mark. The Unown forms are chronicled in the Unown mode, the Unown report, and the Unown research notes. In Gen 2, its shape is determined by its individual values. In Gen 3, it is determined by its personality value. From Gen 4 onwards, it is determined by a separate form identifier. Biology: Unown is a flat, thin Pokemon shaped like an eye with appendages that make it resemble a letter or a punctuation mark. It is entirely black except for its white sclera. All 26 alphabetic forms of Unown have fully open eyes, while the 2 punctuation forms have half-closed eyes. Though each of its forms has a counterpart in the Latin alphabet, Unown is said to resemble ancient writing and hieroglyphs called Unown symbols. It is a mystery whether Unown predates or postdates written language, and therefore which one is based on the other. Unown can move its appendages independently like tentacles or fingers. In the Japanese version of Pokemon Crystal, a researcher implies that Unown began appearing at the ruins of Elf after the Pokemon Communication Center was built in Goldenrod City, implying the Unown have some connection to radio waves or telecommunications. This text was translated and left unused in the English release. I don't think anything mentions this, but this is the Unown wallpaper in Pokemon Home, so you can kind of see a bunch of them here. I don't know if they're making this, or if they're just in this cave. The Pokedex and Professor Oak's research disagree on whether Unown communicates using electromagnetic waves or telepathy. Either way, it can be detected by the Pokegear radio, which interprets it as the melody of the Azure Flute. Unown has an unknown connection to Arceus. It is said that an odd power emerges when more than one Unown come together. Certain Unown loose in the Hisui region were capable of repelling Pokeballs that contained Pokemon, preventing them from being battled. Professor Leventon's research observed that Unown resemble human writing from other lands, though no one took him seriously. In the Pokemon movie Spell of the Unknown Entei, Unown is shown to be capable of reading the thoughts of other life forms. Great numbers of Unown are capable of distorting reality to suit the dreams and wishes of whoever is in control of the Unown. However, they can only do this when more Unown are present, so it could be a shared effect rather than an ability unique to each Unown. Unown is an extremely rare Pokemon that lives in its own dimension and rarely ventures outside. When it moves to the Pokemon world, Unown tends to stick to walls like engravings of ancient texts or orbit other Unown, usually in ruins. In Pokemon Crystal, the Unown are said to share a cooperative bond with Suicune. In Gen 8, Unown is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Hidden Power. Forms: Unown has 28 separate forms, all referred to as one form. Pokedex 3D Pro, the Pokemon trading card game, and other supplemental materials, such as official guidebooks, refer to each form by the letter or symbol they represent. It's got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, exclamation point, and question mark. Game data Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in gold. Their shapes look like hieroglyphs on ancient tablets. It is said that the two are somehow related. Silver, its flat, thin body is always stuck on walls. Its shape appears to have some meaning. Because different types of Unown exist, it is said that they must have a variety of abilities. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, this Pokemon is shaped like ancient writing. It is a mystery as to which came first. The ancient writings or the various Unown. Research into this topic is ongoing, but nothing is known. In Emerald, this Pokemon is shaped like ancient text characters. Although research is ongoing, it is a mystery as to which came first. The ancient writings are the various Unown. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, shaped like ancient writing. It is a huge mystery whether language or Unown came first. Pearl, they seem to communicate among each other telepathically. They are always found stuck on walls. Platinum, when alone, nothing happens. However, if there are two or more, power. An odd power is said to emerge. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is basically Diamonds, but Unknown is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Unknown are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is basically Diamonds, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Because the Pokemon is shaped like ancient writing, it is a huge mystery whether written language or Unknown came first. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. It is hard to believe these strange-shaped Pokemon are truly living creatures. I pointed out that the species' many forms resemble writing from other lands. No one will take me seriously. Game locations, side game locations, stats, base stats, HP 48, attack 72, defense 48, special attack 72, special defense and speed 48, for a total of 336. Pokeathlon stats, so A through Z and exclamation mark and question mark are two different things. The difference is that skill is 2 out of 4 versus 2 out of 5, so the total is 10 out of 20 versus 10 out of 21. I don't know what that means. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt. Or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Level 1, Hidden Power. It's a special normal-type move. Its power is 60, accuracy 100%, and PB has 15. In Legends Arceus, they learn the move Hidden Power at level 1 and master it at level 10. It's a special normal-type move. Its base power is 50. Its strong style power is 70. Its agile style power is 30. Its base and strong style accuracy are both 100%. And PB has 15. Nothing by TM, or by breeding, or by tutoring. Animated series only moves. You get Psychic, it's a Psychic type move. And this 21st Pikachu short. Side game data, you got all this. Yep, all of these different forms, and then you got all these various things. Yep. Okay, yep. In Pokemon Go, Unknown can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the Special Research Level 50 Challenge. Form data, Unknown has 28 non-interchangeable forms, each corresponding to a typographic character. All Unknown forms are known as one form. As seen in the Pokedex, Unknown was the first Pokemon to have multiple forms in the games. In its debut, in Gen 2, there were 26 forms of Unknown corresponding to each of the 26 letters of the Latin alphabet. In the Gen 3 games, Unknown gained 2 additional forms corresponding to the question mark and exclamation mark. In the Gen 2 games, Unknown's form is determined by its IVs, which results in some strange phenomena. For example, in Gen 2, only Unknown I and V can be shiny due to shininess, also being determined by IVs in these games. In the Gen 3 games, Unknown's form is determined by its personality value. From Gen 4 onward, Unknown's form is determined by a separate form identifier unrelated to the personality value. While Unknown's form has no bearing on base stats, Punctuation Unknown have different performance stats than Alphabetical Unknown. Various games have special catalogs for documenting Unknown's forms. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the Unknown mode is an upgrade to the Pokedex obtained at the Ruins of Elf. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the Unknown report is obtainable instead. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, the Unknown research notes serves this purpose. Got all these again. Evolution data, there's nothing. It's just that. Sprites, so for some reason they decided to make A the one that they do. They don't have all the different forms. You can see it sort of has a green glow and a green tip there, but in a blue glow and a blue tip. But in Gen, it just becomes kind of all black and kind of the gray tip in Crystal, then becomes all gray in Gen 3, and then blue, all that sort of all blue, and it's for the shiny. Gen 4, not much changes. Guess it's always had the full back sprite? That's interesting. Yep. Gen 5, yeah, not much changes. Gen 6, you got the sort of difference. You can see how the rim was a lot, I don't know, it's a lot different. Like the pupil's a lot smaller compared to this one. I think the sclera is a lot bigger than this sort of outer line here. You can see that kind of here, and you can see it's kind of a little bit blue, the pupil. It's a little bit more obvious here. It'll become more obvious later. Yeah, a lot more obvious here. Yep. So good. Yep. An animation, Unown and Pokemon Journeys. The series. Guess the Unown from the movie 3 is the big one. All these. The tablet. A bunch of Unown. Yep. There's a Pokedex entry. It's in episode 263 in Ash's Pokedex. Unown, the symbol Pokemon. Unown are said to have existed since ancient times. They are many in form and shape, but little is known about this mysterious Pokemon. In episode 60 in Dawn's Pokedex. Unown, the symbol Pokemon. Unown use telepathy to communicate with each other. Many different shapes of Unown have been discovered. In Journeys episode 83 in Go's Rotomphone. Unown, the symbol Pokemon. A psychic type, Unown can't do much on its own. When two or more gather, they can produce a mysterious kind of power. In the manga, you got Unown and Pokemon Adventures. Coming off the wall here, that's fun. Got all these. In the TCG, the English Pokedex data for Unown cards in the Neo Destiny expansion say that it is believed that the variety of types of Unown is a result of evolutionary adaptation, but this is not present in the original Japanese text. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When one Unown is released from a Pokeball, it will fly off screen, and it then returns in a large swarm similar to what Beedrill did in the original Super Smash Bros. The only difference is that Beedrill only attacks from left or right, while Unown can come from any direction. Any opponent caught in this barrage is damaged and juggled. There is also a number of Unown floats featured in the Poke-Float stage. In the second half of the stage's cycle, numerous Unown fly across the screen. Towards the end of the cycle, staying on the stage relies on hopping between the Unown. Trophy information: the Psychic-type symbol Pokemon resemble ancient hieroglyphics found on rocks, a resemblance that's said to be more than superficial. Quite a few different shapes of Unown have been confirmed, and it's believed that each type has unique abilities. These enigmatic Pokemon can be found in the ruins of Elf. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Unown does not return as a Pokeball Pokemon, though it is a spirit appearing in its F form. Music. This is a list of music associated with Unown in the Pokemon games. This is a section that appears on a few of them. It shows the games, shows where it appears or whatever. And then the song name, then who composed it and who arranged it. So, in this case, it appears in Gold and Silver and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When using the Pokegear's radio in or near the ruins of Elf, Pokegear Radio Unown. Composition by Junichi Masuda and arrangement also by Junichi Masuda, but that's just for the Gold and Silver version. Shiro Kageyama did the Heart Gold and Soul Silver version. Trivia: Unown was designed by Ken Sugimori, who had wanted to make a Pokemon with a more surreal design. In Spell of the Unown Entei, Professor Oak had some pictures of Unown on his computer which have never appeared in any other media. Some resemble Greek letters, particularly lowercase sigma, capital pi, capital omega. The top left large image also resembles the Greek ligature U. Others resemble the Cyrillic letters U and lowercase b. The Unown in the top middle large image resembles the Cyrillic Ya. You can see them here. The Unown featured in the Spell of the Unown Entei. If a player does not have Unown's Pokedex data on a Gen 2 game when in Oak's lab in Pokemon Stadium 2, Unown's Pokedex number is listed as 252 instead of 201. This happens regardless of which Pokedex display mode is selected. Unown is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 336. After Pikachu, Unown is currently represented in the trading card game by the second highest number of cards of all Pokemon, with 92 unique cards. Unown was previously represented by the highest number of cards, as multiple TCG sets included individual cards for each of Unown's forms. Unown is the only Gen 2 Pokemon that has not been featured in a Ranger series game. It's also the only Gen 2 Pokemon attainable in Gen 7 that cannot have the Black Clover as its origin mark. Due to Unown's letter and shininess both being determined by Vs in Gen 2, Shiny Unown will always be either I or V in these games. This in turn matches the acronym for IVs, however, this is only a coincidence as individual values, IVs, is a fan-originated term. Unowns, question mark, and exclamation point forms were introduced in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, but they were not originally available anywhere at the time of release of the games and Colosseum. Those forms were first catchable in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Unown is the only Pokemon in the Sinnoh Pokedex that is not a legendary or mythical Pokemon, not used by any trainer in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. The two main official artworks for Unown represent a G-shaped Unown, for Pokemon Gold and Silver versions, and an F-shaped one for Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green versions onward, which may allude to the acronym for Game Freak. The original design of the W-shaped Unown used in Pokemon Gold and Silver was altered considerably before Pokemon Crystal to a design that is in use for all subsequent games. Despite Unown being able to use TM10 in Gen 6 and Gen 7, it still cannot do so legitimately because it will always already know hidden power. Unown is the only Pokemon that cannot learn any status moves. Starting in Gen 4, where moves were split into categories based on themselves and not their types, Unown can only use its attack, not special attack, stat for confusion, damage, and struggle. Excluding first partner, legendary, and mythical Pokemon, the Unown evolutionary line is the only Gen 2 evolutionary line that was never obtainable via the Pokemon Dream World in Gen 5. Generation 1, 2, 3, or 4 evolutionary line that was never obtainable via the Gen 5 Pokemon Global Link. While most Pokemon have a right-facing menu sprite that is a mirror image of their left-facing sprite, most forms of Unown are bilaterally asymmetrical and have a unique sprite for both. The ones that do not are Unown A, H, I, M, O, T, U, W, X, Y, and exclamation point. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Unown are the only Pokemon that can be found in the wild with no preferred foods. Origin: Unown's appearances are eyes and corruptions of the 26 letters of the modern Latin alphabet, as well as the exclamation and question marks. Unown's G form specifically may be based on a double-story lowercase g. The shapes of the Unown are used like graphic symbols in the Pokemon world, although in Hoenn and the Sevi Islands, their place is taken by Braille. Unown, being weak alone and strong together, may be inspired by the idea that a single letter cannot convey much information, but many letters forming a sentence can communicate a hypothetically infinite number of interpretations and ideas. Unown may also be inspired by the Brahmi or Siddham scripts used in Japan to mark the graves of important Buddhist figures since at least the 8th century. Because not many people could read Siddham at the time, the script came to be regarded as a mysterious language associated with gods and the Buddha, and several characters, especially in Brahmi, either appear or can be modified to appear very similar to various Unown. Name origin: Unown may be derived from unknown. Unknown is literally unknown. In other languages, on one form as well, I guess. See also references, external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Now let's watch Unown's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Entei Spell of the Unknown. In this film, we're at kind of the beginning of the film. Molly and her father are looking over a book of legendary Pokemon, and they're talking about how the book contains images of what artists think the legendaries look like. So,
and in this book,
you see the Unown.
The artist imagined what some of them might look like.
This is the one you're looking for, isn't it?
Yes, I've been looking for it ever since.
Yeah, there's
for
more
a long time now.
It looks funny. There's Entei.
Well, Entei looks.
I would say that's probably Unown's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Unown's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Well, kind of. I'll let film watching Dylan explain. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Unown, as it's only the frames with Unown to the best of my ability. There's a caveat on this one. Tim Goodman, the main character, wears a couple Unown shirts, so I can't feature those because I feel like that would be too much of the film for me safely put on YouTube. So we are just doing the ones that appear like hieroglyphs here and in signs and stuff like that. So you can see there are a few Unown. Unown M, E, H, J, C, W, T, B, R, O, U, I, P, Q, G, L, I think, maybe, to name a few, X. But what this is Tim is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. He's going there because his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car crash, and he's sort of cleaning up his home. And right now the video is explaining that early humans worked together with Pokemon to coexist.
For the common good.
Yeah, for the common good, yeah. So now we've cut to Rhyme City. You can see humans and their Pokemon. This is Tim. He is going to his dad's apartment, but he's looked at the Psyduck because it is like watching him. And you can see here there's the unknown K sign. It'll appear a few times. Yeah. So now Tim has met Detective Pikachu, Talking Pikachu, and they've gone on a little adventure with some Aipom that have taken the Argas, a gas that makes Pokemon go crazy. He's taken a little of the gas, so he thinks that that's why Detective Pikachu can talk, and he's like wondering why other people can't hear him and stuff. So we can see there's an unknown H here on the sign.
Did no one else hear him?
Yep. And then you got the unknown H and an unknown K, but yellow.
Can you hear him talking? You can hear him saying words. Oh, this place. That's why I was there. Why were you there?
Father's place. He's wondering why. Because they met at his dad's apartment. He's just revealed that Harry was his detective partner, as Harry was a detective. And so now they're going to go grab some coffee to talk about it.
I could use a coffee. I mean, that's it. Yeah, let's get a coffee. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, so now we cut back to the cafe. It's the K sign from earlier.
So there I was, in the middle of nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies.
So he's explaining that he had amnesia. This is now after the scene in the cafe. There's the K again. And Detective Pikachu doesn't believe that Harry is actually dead, and he's trying to convince Tim to work with him, and Tim will eventually agree.
Hold up a sec. We're gonna need each other. No, kid, it has to mean something. There's magic that brought us together, and that magic is called hope. Hope that Harry is still alive. I can't believe.
No, he's agreeing.
I will meet you here tomorrow morning. Great. Where are you going?
And that's it. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. For those of you who watched the Marill video, you might be confused. In that video, I explained that the next Pokemon with a card to be talking about was Dunsparce. This was wrong. I don't know why I forgot I had unknown cards, but I do. Perhaps it's the fact that I'll be covering Dunsparce in 5 days, and I just got the order mixed up. Or maybe it was because I knew it was one of the next Pokemon I needed to catch before I continued catching Pokemon in the streams. Whatever the reason, I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. Anyway, I have 3 unknown cards. 1 unknown C, 1 unknown M, and 1 unknown T. I'll start with unknown C. It's the second unknown card. Although it's actually the third unknown card, as a card simply called Unknown featured unknown C. This card was illustrated by Nakaoka, a former illustrator for the TCG, who worked from 2004 to 2007. They were known for their CGI style. I like how animated Unknown C looks, particularly since I'm so used to seeing Unknown as static images. I also like that it looks like it's looking at the Unknown C of the name. It has 50 HP. It's 1'8" and 11 pounds. It has 1 Pokepower, Call, and 1 move, Hidden Power. At the beginning of the player's turn, they use Call when Unknown C is on the player's bench to find another Unknown in their deck and put it on their bench. They then must reshuffle their deck. In the video games, Hidden Power is a special damage-dealing move that's type varies depending on the IV's individual values, hidden stats that determine a variety of things, in this case what type Hidden Power is. Through overly convoluted math, you get a result that is a whole number from 0 to 15, which corresponds to each type except Normal and Fairy. On this card, Hidden Power costs 1 of any energy, likely mimicking the fact that it can be almost any type in the video games. It hits for 10 damage. Unknown C is weak to Psychic for plus 10 damage, which is odd since it's resistant to Psychic in the video games, although this may be representing its weakness to Ghost type, which are often represented as Psychic in the TCG. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Fighting, as it's also resistant to that in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, shaped like ancient writing. It is a huge mystery whether language or unknown came first. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond and basically the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Y. It's level 18. Next, we'll talk about the Unknown M card. Like the last card, this is the second official Unknown M card, and the third actual Unknown M card, as 1 Unknown card featured Unknown M. It was illustrated by Kazuyuki Kano. While the Unknown isn't nearly as interesting as the last cards, I like the background being a mine. It has the same HP, height, weight, weakness, resistance, retreat cost, and description as the last card. It has 1 Pokepower, Magnet, and 1 move, Hidden Power. At the beginning of the player's turn, if Unknown M is the active Pokemon, they can use Magnet to swap this Pokemon for one on their bench. This basically negates the retreat cost. On this card, Hidden Power costs 1 of any energy. The player flips a coin. If it lands on heads, the move hits the opponent for 30 unmodified damage. If it lands on tails, it hits one of the player's Pokemon, presumably of their choosing, for 30 unmodified damage. In the bottom right corner, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. It's level 15, 3 levels less than Unknown C. The final card is the Unknown T card. Like the last 2 cards, it's the second official Unknown T card and the third actual Unknown T card, as it was featured in an Unknown card. It was also illustrated by Kazuyuki Kano. This one is a little more interesting than the last one, as it shows the Unknown at a more unique angle. I also like that it keeps being in a mine. It has the same HP, height, weight, weakness, resistance, retreat cost, and description as the last 2 cards. It also has the same expansion symbol as the last card. It has a Poke Power, Throw, and 1 move, Hidden Power. At the beginning of the player's turn, if Unknown T is the active Pokemon, they can discard a card in their hand. After that, they flip a coin. If it lands on heads, the player chooses a benched Pokemon of their opponent and puts 2 damage counters on them, the equivalent of doing 20 damage to them. On this card, Hidden Power costs 1 of any energy. Each player chooses 1 card in the player's hand to be reshuffled into the owner's deck. Unknown T is level 14, 1 level less than Unknown M, and 4 levels less than Unknown C. I don't have a card for Wobbuffet, so the next Pokemon with a card we'll be talking about will now be Dunsparce. Now let's see why other people love Unknown. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an unknown, or until we end the page, which might be the case in this one. So this is Unknown, Day 3 by the Angry Aaron. So it says F-U-C-K. Fuck. It's very good art otherwise. Yes, I don't know how this got, I mean, I know how it got past the censors. They're just unknown. They're not making a swear word at all, definitely not. Then we've got Unknown, DeviantArt form by Leafy Heart, so the sort of current DeviantArt logo is represented as an unknown, as if it were like a letter. I don't think it's actually a letter, it's just a logo. Very fun, very well done. Then we've got Unknown Friend by Silly Foe, so Jirachi here, so I guess summoning the unknown. It's kind of fun with the book and the tiles from the movie. We saw this in the anime section, but these tiles were also in that entire movie. Then we've got Unknown by Phantom Bima. So this says, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So that's a sentence that uses every single letter in the alphabet, and of course they added the question mark and the exclamation point at the end. Punctuation, but yeah, it uses all of the unknown, I guess. So that's fun. Then we've got Unknown by Shangda Flash Pro. So this cool CGI art makes sense for the unknown, and it says Shang, so that makes sense. Yeah, Shang, the person who made it. Then we've got Unknown Pokemon 3D by Boogeyman Kurt. It's this fun collection of unknown. I don't think they say anything. I think it's just random letters, but that's fun. We got Cryptic by Cerulibel. So I presume that this is supposed to be an evolution. You can see the unknown here, so I guess I can count it. So yeah, Cryptid, Glyph Pokemon, Psychic Dragon. Innocent that long ago, humanity learned how to read and write from the cryptic. Their likeness have been immortalized on the walls of many ruins. Kind of fun thing to add this sort of common symbol. Yeah. See it out in sprite work, that's fun. See its height compared to people. It doesn't seem to have its gender. This probably is a template that they just took from the internet or something. Then we've got Unknown Secret Message by Kyle Oliver Art. So, got a bunch of these here and a bunch in the background as well. It's a very good art. Very nice perspective. Then we've got Mega Unknown by Smiley Fakemon. This is creepy. This is very, very creepy. The eye coming out of the thing. It's weird. It's Unknown A. I don't like it. Then we've got Jadea, Do You Think Unknown is Like Metal or Rubber by Oazora 210. So, kind of fun image here, and probably asking, are they more like rubber or metal because of how they move and how they look, Very fun. Then we've got Descent into the Unknown by Delano Laramie. So I guess it's Pokeventure 2011. Don't know what that means, but We've got this cool looking group of Unown here. They going to the sort of pit. Looks like maybe it's a town or something. Maybe a bunch of other Unown there. This is pretty cool. Then we've got Unown HIJKLMN Johto collab by Bravity. Yeah, so you got that. You know, HIJKLMN. Yeah, it's all there. It's very good art. Very fun art. Give them a little bit of personality because they're usually just the eyes. And it's kind of fun. Then we've got Unown Numbers by Ace Zero Arctic, so their version of what the Unown would look like if they were numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. And that's fun. Then we've got Unown's Base by Selena Eddy. So yeah, just all the alphabet again, but as this sort of simple style, I guess. Then we've got Unown Glyphs by Eris. 1,521,987. So it seems to be the alphabet again, and then it repeats. Okay, yeah, it's just this until, and then it keeps repeating until we get to the end of the page. Yep. It's pretty good art. Very good art. You know, a little bit stylized, while also kind of looking like ruins and stuff. It's very good. Then we got Unown Greek Alphabet by Wooded Wolf. So it's not quite the same as the Latin alphabet. It's a little different. Got a few fun little differences here. It's very fun. Then we've got Unown Shuriken Commission by Really Dark and Windy. So this fun version of Unown as a shuriken. That's interesting. Yeah, very good art. Then we've got TPP Day 3. I Said I Wanted a Gas Guzzler, not by Jack Kaiser. So it's, I don't know. It's a guy, you know, your trainer is on a wheezing and they're fishing. I guess they've caught this Unown here. I'm not really sure which one that is. It's interesting. And it's terrified. Also, the eye, that's cool. It's got like a color. But yeah, I guess here there handles, I guess. But yeah, very good. Then we've got Unown WWS by the 19th Ginny. So, just Ginny. It's just saying Ginny. That's fun. But yeah, very stylized. Kind of gives a creepier vibe to the, I don't know, if there's some children's show that I cannot for the life of me remember. Probably was like a comic book first and then became a children's show, but it's one of those kind of styles, I guess. Yeah, very good. Then we got number 201 by Black Winged Neotu. So, a bunch of random unknown letters, I think. Yeah, it's all floating around. Again, they have irises for some reason. They're just being pupils. It's very fun. Then we've got Unown Custom Shiny by Nude 966. So this sort of fun version of Unown F here as a, you know, as a white shiny rather than a black regular, I guess. Very good. And we got Mega Unown by Kuga Nix. So this cool version of this. It just kind of looks like a logo for like a metal band or something, but with an Unown eye on it. But very cool. Then we've got Clay Doll and Unown V2 by Makuar Oro. So a bunch of Unown with the Clay Doll here, I guess, because they're both known for their eyes and both are like psychic types. It's very fun. Image, like the style and like the colors and stuff. Then we've got Pokemon Subspecies Unown by Cool Pikachu 29. So you got alphabet, the at symbol, the pound sign, the dollar sign, the percent sign. It's kind of fun to see their interpretation of all these. Yeah. It's got 2 eyes, that's fun. And that seems to be it, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as you need to wait until I talk about Smeargle to get at least one Unown. I'll let you know what I'm going to do about Unown's first 26 forms when I get to that stream. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Wobbuffet. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Wobbuffet. Starting in Gen 3, it's the evolution of Wynot, who evolves at level 15. Wobbuffet's previous BYC dates are September 15th, 1996, July 7th, 1999, April 27th, 2002, February 15th, 2005, December 7th, 2007, September 27th, 2010, July 18th, 2013, May 8th, 2016, February 27th, 2019, and December 18th, 2021. I, like many people, know Wobbuffet as a member of the main Team Rocket team in the anime, starting in the Gen 2 era. It would often randomly leave its Pokeball, not unlike Misty's Psyduck, although it tended to appear regularly at the end of Team Rocket's motto, as seen here.
Double!
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all peoples within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Jesse!
James!
Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light!
Surrender now or prepare to fight, fight, fight!
That's right!
Wobbuffet has a rather silly design, which I've often compared to Quagsire, each being blue, tall, generally upright Pokemon with long tails. Something that particularly surprised me was that while Wobbuffet was introduced in Gen 2, its pre-evolution Wynot wasn't. It's weird thinking about a time where Wobbuffet wasn't an evolution. Similar situations with other Gen 2 Pokemon, with evolutionary relatives, surprised me when I started this project, but we'll get back to them when we talk about the pre-evolutions and evolutions. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Wobbuffet, the patient Pokemon whose number is 0 to 102. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, ability, Shadow Tag, and Telepathy is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group Amorphous. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 62.8 pounds or 28.5 kilograms. Basic Smear Skill is 177 in Gen 2 through 4, and 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EVL is 2, and HP. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Wobbuffet is a Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Wynot, starting at level 15. Biology, Wobbuffet is a tall cyan Pokemon with a soft body. Its eyes usually appear scrunched, and it has a jagged upper lip. The female Wobbuffet has a red marking on its mouth that resembles lipstick, while the male does not. It has flat arms that are wider towards the tip, and 4 stubby legs at the base of its body. There are 2 eye spots on its black tail. Its eye spots are revealed to be capable of blinking and looking around using its tail in the Pokemon Stadium series. Wobbuffet is very protective of its tail to the point where it will suddenly turn uncharacteristically aggressive if the tail is attacked. Wobbuffet is usually a docile Pokemon that will never attack first. However, when it is attacked, it will inflate its body and initiate a counter-strike. When 2 or more of this Pokemon meet, they will attempt to outlast each other in a battle of endurance. However, since neither is able to attack, they may compete to see which can last without food. Because of its overprotective nature regarding its tail and hatred of light, Wobbuffet lives in dark caves. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Wobbuffet is known to keep its tail hidden even while it sleeps. However, it will drop its guard when deeply asleep, exposing his tail completely. Prior to Gen 5, Wobbuffet and its pre-evolved form Wynot were the only known Pokemon that could have Shadow Tag as an ability. Evolution, Wobbuffet evolved from Wynot, so you got Wynot, Wobbuffet. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Wobbuffet and Wynot send the player on a mission into the Uproar Forest. As thanks for completing it, they help it remodel the rescue base. Notably, the Wobbuffet is the only Pokemon in the entire game that doesn't speak in a way the player can understand, as it only says its own name. Though in the later game, Explorers of Sky, it does not speak this way. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Wobbuffet, confirmed to be female by its lipstick, once again joins Wynot, only this time they're running a shop in the Spinda's Cafe, called the Recycle Shop. Unlike the first game, it no longer says its name, and instead says, "That's right." I think that might be a reference to the Meowth line we talked about earlier in the video. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It hates light and shock. If attacked, it inflates its body to pump up its counter-strike. Silver. To keep its pitch black tail hidden, it lives quietly in the darkness. It is never first to attack. Crystal. In order to conceal its black tail, it lives in a dark cave and only moves about at night. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you basically get the Gold entry, but Counter-Strike is 2 words. If you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, If 2 or more Wobbuffets meet, they will turn competitive and try to outdo each other's endurance. However, they may try to see which one can endure the longest without food. Trainers need to be aware of this habit. Sapphire, Wobbuffet does nothing but endure attacks. It won't attack on its own. However, it won't endure an attack on its tail. When that happens, the Pokemon will try to take the foe with it using Destiny Bond. Emerald, usually docile, a Wobbuffet strikes back ferociously if its black tail is attacked. It makes its lair in caves where it waits for nightfall. Fire Red is the silver entry. Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it desperately tries to keep its black tail hidden. It is said to be proof the tail hides a secret. Heart Gold is basically golds, but Pump is now billed. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold's entry, Y is the silver entries, and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Wobbuffet, Trainers, Pokemon, and Destiny Bond are all the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Gold's entry and Leaf Green's entry. Shield is the silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It desperately tries to keep its black tail hidden. This behavior is said to be proof that its tail hides a secret. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Black 2 and White 2. You get a Rage Candy Bar as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 190, Attack 33, Defense 58, Special Attack 33, Special Defense 58, Speed 33, for a total of 405. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Bug, Ghost, and Dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Fighting, and Psychic for half. Learn Set by leveling up, we'll do this upon evolution. Upon evolution, you get Counter, Mirror Coat, Safeguard, and Destiny Bond. By TM/TR, what we'll do is we'll read it in this video, but not the Why Not video. So, Sword and Shield, TM 19, you get Safeguard, 29 Charm, TR 17, Amnesia, TR 30, Encore, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM 20, Safeguard. It's a normal status move, and has 25 PP. By breeding is nothing, by tutoring is nothing, by prior evolution's nothing. By transfer from another generation, from an event in Gen 3, you get Tickle. It's a normal status move. Its power is nothing, accuracy is 100%, and PP has 20. Anime series only moves is Bide. It's a normal type move from the episode A Hot Water Battle. Side game data, got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. When a capture line is drawn, Wobbuffet tenses up and inflates itself instantly. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by launching strange rings that make Pokemon stopped. You got all this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. It desperately tries to keep its black tail hidden, though it keeps up the effort even while asleep. It's said that when Wobbuffet sleeps deeply and drops its guard, its tail can be seen on full display. Tail hiding sleep, biting sleep, signature pose sleep, and a top belly sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got a party hat. It's kind of silly. It doesn't even really look like it's on its head. Kind of almost looks like it's photoshopped on there. But evolution data, you get Why Not, level 15, Wobbuffet, so you could breed it, I guess, holding the Laxin sense. Sprites here, so a little bit greener, but more or less the same. It doesn't really change that much. Its eyes are a little bit weird on the tail here. A little bit different. It kind of looks more like eyes here. I guess it's also got the blue here. It's purple. Throughout, and a little bit of dark blue, I guess. I got Gen 3, got all the proper coloring now. The eyes, you can only see one of the eyes, but there are two there. You can kind of see it now. It looks like actual eyes. They're like the eyes we have now, I guess. There's a different kind of purplish pink. Gen 4, we go to this sort of bluer color. And then we've got females, you know, the difference with the lipstick, the ridiculous lipstick. The color is a little bit different on here, kind of an orange, then kind of a red here. It seems to be generally a little bit darker, maybe even throughout the whole thing. Yep. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Gen 5, you got the full back sprites, you can see both eyes. Yep. Then Gen 6 got the modern blue and kind of pinkish purple, and the modern red for the lipstick, I guess. Yeah, pretty good models. I mean, it's kind of hard to mess this one up. Yeah, all these. We got the better models and Sword and Shields. Homes, you got their models. So you can see there's sort of gender difference, I guess, does it? Not as obvious here, but here it's like a darker red versus sort of a more faint red, I guess. Here, that's interesting. Yeah, but in animation, Wobbuffet in Pokemon the series, X, Y. So Jesse's Wobbuffet is the big one. Then we got female Wobbuffet in Pokemon the series, X and Y, with 3 Y-Nots. That's very cute. Yep. These, yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 146 in Ash's Pokedex. Wobbuffet, the patient Pokemon. Wobbuffet like to live in dark areas so they can keep their pitch black tails concealed. In the same episode, in James's book, Wobbuffet, the patient Pokemon, is unable to initiate attacks. Wobbuffet in Twilight Wings here. Fun. This is in Evolutions, in the manga. Wobbuffet in Pokemon Adventures. You got all these, and the TCG, and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee/Brawl. When released from a Pokeball, Wobbuffet will stand on the stage in one place. Anyone attacking or running into it will be damaged by its counter, apart from the player who threw the Pokeball, who will only be knocked back. Wobbuffet is also a Pokefloat in Melee. It appears on its side and never fully reveals itself. When it first appears, it will quickly return off screen, but will then come back and remain to allow for fighting to take place on top of it. So you got Wobbuffet in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Melee trophy information. A patient Pokemon, Wobbuffet lives in darkness to hide its mismatched black tail. Even for a stoic Pokemon, this creature is a testament to self-control. It will not actively attack an opponent. Its counter and mirror coat moves are solely used for reflecting attacks directly back at its antagonist. Brawl trophy information. A patient Pokemon, a nocturnal cave-dwelling creature. Wobbuffet is calm and collected, but it will fight back viciously if its black tail is attacked. This hints at something secretive about its tail. If Wobbuffet is put into battle, the opponent cannot run away or switch. Females have lipstick-like markings around their mouths. Pokemon Channel. A Wobbuffet appears as a host in the channel quiz Wobbuffet. It also hosts a present quiz, where the player can earn money for answering questions correctly. There's also a Wobbuffet punching bag that Pikachu can punch. It can be purchased on the Shop and Squirtle channel. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Wobbuffet appears as a spirit. Trivia, Wobbuffet has the highest base HP stat of all Psychic-type Pokemon. Wobbuffet is one of 14 Pokemon that one can collect 4 in Pokedex entries, 4 in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. If the opponent does not attack Wobbuffet, Wobbuffet cannot harm the opponent except with struggle. Itself unusable unless Wobbuffet has run out of moves, or through the use of a Z-move or a Max move. Wobbuffet was banned from many unofficial tournaments until Gen 5 due to its unique move set and ability Shadow Tag, making it somewhat difficult to counter. Before Gen 4, Wobbuffet could not damage a Ghost or Dark-type Pokemon with the use of Struggle that uses an attack of its own type because all Ghost-type moves were physical. The Ghost-type is immune to counter. And all Dark-type moves were special. The Dark-type is immune to Mirror Coat. It is still not possible for Wobbuffet to counter the Ghost/Dark-type Sableye or Spiritomb unless another Pokemon uses Foresight, Odor Sleuth, or Miracle Eye first, or the Pokemon is holding a ring target, or if Scrappy is passed on to Wobbuffet. In Gen 3, if 2 Wobbuffet with leftovers are facing each other in a single battle, the battle will become endless, as all of Wobbuffet's moves do not directly damage the opponent, and the player cannot switch to their other Pokemon due to Shadow Tag. Even if the Wobbuffet use Struggle, the damage will be healed quickly by leftovers. Shadow Tag and Struggle were both changed in Gen 4, likely as a direct response to this scenario. Wobbuffet was designed by Hironobu Yoshida. Wobbuffet's English name was suggested by Jeff Callies, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 2 Pokemon. Origin, Wobbuffet is likely based on a punching bag. That is, when it is hit, it bounces back. Alternately, it may be based on the concept of karma, as it can only cause damage if it is attacked first. Wobbuffet may also be based on an Okiagari Koboshi doll, a Japanese traditional doll with squinted eyes that stands back upright when pushed over. Given that Wobbuffet often touches its hand to its forehead, it may also be based on the late Japanese comedian Senpai Hayashiya who was famous for repeatedly touching his hand to his forehead while saying one of his trademark lines, "So Nansu Okusan? That's the way it is, ma'am." Name origin: Wobbuffet may be a combination of wobble and buffet, to strike repeatedly. Sonans is homophonous with the interjection so na n su, which roughly means that's the way it is. It is played off by its pre-evolution Why Not, whose Japanese name Sonano is nearly homophonous with the phrase so na no, meaning really. Together they make for a potential perpetual conversation of really, followed by that's the way it is, and so on, as seen in Camp Pikachu. In other languages, you got all this, related articles, references, external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Now let's watch Wobbuffet's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 146, Tricks of the Trade. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, are at the seaside town, just walking in town when they overhear a trainer talking to his Pokemon.
Back nice and straight, your shoulders
And
won't
there's the
look so
Wobbuffet.
floppy. If you stand tall like that, people will see that you're a great Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon's that?
Yeah, that is Wobbuffet's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Wobbuffet. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Wobbuffet by Ikfai. So this cool, sort of comic book poster looking Wobbuffet here. Very fun. Looking almost like early 2000s, maybe late 90s kind of poster. It's a very fun style here. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle to catch a Wobbuffet. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Girafarig. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Girafarig, the first normal Psychic-type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are September 16th, 1996, July 8th, 1999, April 28th, 2002, February 16th, 2005, December 8th, 2007, September 28th, 2010, July 19th, 2013, May 9th, 2016, February 28th, 2019, and December 19th, 2021. I, like many people, know that this is one of the Pokemon that took the longest to get an evolution, tied with Dunsparce and Farfetch'd, with 7 generations between them. Although, for the latter, it's only a regional evolution. I love its palindrome name and its giraffe-like appearance. I've always found the fake head to be a fun feature and a particularly interesting way to differentiate it from its real-life counterpart. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today, we are talking about Girafarig, the long-neck Pokemon, whose number is 0203. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal psychic. Because this is our first normal psychic type, I will point out the colors here. So it's got the normal inside and the psychic outside. Abilities, Inner Focus, or Early Bird. Sap Sipper is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60, or 14.8%. Breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'11", or 1.5 meters. Weight is 91.5 pounds, or 41.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 149 in Gen 2 through 4, and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. Heavy yield is 2, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Girafarig is a dual-type normal psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Evolves into Feraligatr when leveled up while knowing Twin Beam. Biology: Girafarig is a cloven-hooved quadrupedal giraffin Pokemon with a long neck. There is a white blaze on its muzzle, which ends in a round pink nose. It has 2 ossicones with bulbous tips on top of its head. Its front half is yellow with brown spots, while its back half is brown with yellow spots. The brown section on female Girafarig is smaller than that of the male. There are many triangular pink spikes along its back. Girafarig lives in savannas and grasslands where it feeds on the plant life. Girafarig's tail possesses a head of its own. The tail's head has yellow eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a small brain. However, this head is incapable of independent thinking and relies on outside stimuli such as smell to guide its actions. If the tail smells something alluring, it will bite. The tail often mimics the head during feeding and is able to warn the Pokemon of danger if it is sleeping. The tail head can also unleash psychic powers. Girafarig and its evolved form, Feraligatr, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Twin Beam. Evolution, Girafarig evolves into Feraligatr. So I got Girafarig, Feraligatr. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, its tail has a small brain of its own. Beware, if you get close, it may react to your scent and bite. Silver, its tail, which also contains a small brain, may bite on its own if it notices an alluring smell. Crystal, when it is in danger, its tail uses some sort of mysterious powers to drive away the enemy. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, and Zerdy, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow, and Zerdy, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Girafarig's rear head also has a brain, but it is small. The rear head attacks in response to smells and sounds. Approaching this Pokemon from behind can cause the rear head to suddenly lash out and bite. Sapphire, Girafarig's rear head contains a tiny brain that is too small for thinking. However, the rear head doesn't need to sleep, so it can keep watch over its surroundings 24 hours a day. Emerald, a Girafarig is a herbivore. It eats grass and tree shoots. While it is eating, its tail makes chewing and swallowing motions, as if it were also eating. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, its tail also has a small brain. It bites to repel any foe trying to sneak up on it from behind. Pearl, while it sleeps, the head on its tail keeps watch. The tail doesn't need to sleep. Platinum, the head on its tail contains a small brain. It can instinctively fight, even while facing backward. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Girafarig and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is very similar to Diamonds, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It has a separate small brain. The tail bites to repel any foe trying to sneak up on the Pokemon from behind. Shining Pearl's is Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, though very small, the brain on its tail is considered an important organ because it emits powerful psychic energy. Violet, Girafarig's tail has a small head and instinctively bites at any foe that approaches the Pokemon from behind. Girafarig in the Paldea Pokedex, it's sleeping. It's at night. They're very cute. Then you've got Girafarig in the Blueberry Pokedex. That's under the dough, and there's a few of them together. That's very nice. I liked it. And you can see the mouth open, which is, I think, pretty much the only time we'll ever actually see the mouth open in this article. So that's fun. It's usually closed like it is here. Game locations, side game locations, held items in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, Black 2, and White 2. You get the Persim Berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 80, defense 65, special attack 90, special defense 65, speed 85, for a total of 455. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug and dark for double, immune to ghost, resistant to psychic for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is double. If this Pokemon has Sap Sipper, the effectiveness of Grass-type moves is 0. For the former, Ghost would go from 0 to 2. For the latter, Grass would be 0 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Power Swap, Guard Swap, Astonish, Tackle, and Growl. 5 Confusion, 10 Assurance, 14 Stomp, 19 Psybeam, 23 Agility, 28 Double Hit, 32 Twin Beam, 37 Crunch, 41 Baton Pass, 46 Nasty Plot, and 50 Psychic. 5 TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 62 Foul Play, 63 Psychic Fangs, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 138 Psychic Terrain, 140 Nasty Plot, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 186 High Horsepower, 191 Uproar, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, Houndstone gives you Ally Switch. There's a note here. A wild terrestrialized Houndstone in South Province, Area 5 knows this move. So I guess it's that specific one. Beat Up from this group, Double Kick from this group, Future Sight from this group, Mean Look from this group. Glaceon gives you Mirror Coat. This group gives you Takedown, this group gives you Uproar, and this group gives you Wish. There's another note. A wild terrestrialized Vaporeon in Casaroya Lake, and a wild terrestrialized Leafeon in South Providence, Area 4, knows this move. So I guess those two specifically. Animated series only moves. Bite. It's a dark type from the episode. A full course tag battle. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmi in the browser entry. It attacks by launching Psychic Orbs and Psychic Shockwaves. Guardian Signs. It lets loose Psychic Orbs that make Pokemon buzzed. Got all this, yeah. Evolution data, Girafarig. Level up knowing Twin Beam. Fergaraf. Sprites, this is another one that's different between the Japan version and the international version. The difference is in the lines, so in the for the back sprite here, they are like connected in the back for this one, like connected to these edges, but they are like separate, like spots in the international version. And that's pretty good. I mean, the head's a lot larger. Almost looks like a chain shop at this point, and at least in this part. This one just looks like a creepy smile. The spots are a little bit different. There's only one yellow spot at this point. The pink is not there yet. Yeah, I can see why it was labeled as many many pink spikes, because this didn't have like defined amount of spikes yet. These are all kind of it's ambiguous whether or not the knot horns, whatever these things are supposed to be, the nubs, are part of the thing, like if it's a separate part of its body, or it kind of just blends in. You can really see it blending in there. It looks like it's supposed to be yellow originally. The hooves are a little bit different, like it's kind of just white there. Yeah, you get the blue for the back sprite. That's pretty cool. And then you get the pink here. You can see that there. You can get the yellow eye as well in crystals. The pink is replaced with blue for the shiny, and I think this is probably for the first time ever a completely different back sprite in crystals. Maybe I've just never noticed, but yeah, it's a completely new one. Its mouth is like that. Its nubs are white now. Its little lines are different. Its whole thing is different. Like, that's so interesting. Gen 3 here. So the head's a lot smaller, a lot thinner neck. This back head, it's kind of just the sort of brown universally, sort of more defined spikes on the back. There's more yellow spots, which we kind of got a little bit in crystals. Yeah. Then we got, yeah, the different kind of blue and pink for these. Yep, this is more defined white. Yep. Yeah, and you can see like the blend, like sort of it all just sort of being yellow and brown. The body. Gen 4 introduces the hooves being a different color than this brown part, I guess. They're sort of more blue here, but they're kind of become darker here, kind of black or dark gray. Yeah, you can see the gender differences. Got that, yeah, that's lower part. Platinums are more purple. It kind of see the same in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That's interesting. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Spikes might be a little bit different. I mean, they're the different direction between the games. That's interesting. Black and white. Gen 5 introduces the full back sprites. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. the models in Gen 6. It's become sort of a darker brown, a darker yellow, I'd say. Sort of a, I don't know, is that a lighter pink again? Yeah. Darker blue, that's interesting, and just generally darker colors. Sort of, yeah. Orangish color, I guess. Yeah, different brown, yeah. Yeah, pretty good translation, I'd say. These don't really change much. The eyes, I think, change a little bit, but overall, pretty much the same. Then we get homes here. We got these, that's pretty good, yeah. It's got all the things. Oh, the ear insides. I guess you don't really see the ears, do you? Well, here, I see. You kind of get the ear insides in gold and silvers, but then it turns its ears, so you can't really see it until we get back to the Gen 5 entries, where it went from black, sort of a black to the sort of pink, and then blue and the shiny. That sort of keeps that away again until we get back here to home, so you can see these kind of pink and blue. It's interesting. In animation, you get Girafarig in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. You got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 156 in Ash's Pokedex. Girafarig, the long-necked Pokemon. Girafarig has a second head on its tail that bites those who approach it carelessly. In the manga, Girafarig in Pokemon Adventures, with looks like an Elekid and a Spinarak in the background. Okay. Pokedex entries, Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 129. Girafarig has a mini brain in its tail. It can pick sense when you're near, so be careful. Chuyang Yi's translation. In the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, Girafarig's name is a palindrome. Keeping with the theme, its low HP quote in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon is also a palindrome. Here so long, no loser, eh? Oh, it is! That's so cool! Girafarig's English name was suggested by Jeff Callies, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 2 Pokemon. Concept and development. An early design of Girafarig had a fully sized second head, reflecting its palindromic name, and resembling a push-me-pull-you. This design appeared in the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo. Girafarig was also originally intended to be a dark normal type, and was supposed to have a pre-evolved form, Zoo, which literally meant twins. So we've got a photograph of Girafarig's early design in the Space World 97 demo. Then we've got Girafarig's demo sprite, and Zunizu's demo sprite. It's pretty cool. So you can see it kind of combined the ideas and just took this little tiny head and made it different, of course. Origin. Girafarig appears to be based on the Okapi, also known as the forest giraffe and the giraffe, and may also be based specifically on the Girafocaryx, an extinct genus that resembled both the okapi and the giraffe. Girafarig's tail may be based on that of the mythological chimera, referencing the chimerical nature of the Chiron, a mythological creature that shares its name with the giraffe. With its abrupt split in color, Girafarig may also represent genetic chimerism. Name origin. Girafarig may be derived from giraffe. The name is a palindrome, which may refer to its two-headed appearance. Kirinriki is a palindrome, which may be derived from Kirin, giraffe. It may also involve Nanriki, telekinesis. In other languages, references, external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Girafarig's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the movie, Spell of the Unknown, Entei. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, is battling a trainer who has sent out, or is about to send out, her Girafarig. And right now it's in the middle of the song, so it might have to be muted. Sorry. Girafarig, he's sending out his Chikorita. And that is Girafarig's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Girafarig. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Girafarig. So first we have Girafarig by G-Bug. So this very stylized Girafarig, almost a little bit more maybe American cartoon kind of style. You know, more like realistically, you know, not so much the rounded snout, I guess, and then the sort of more horse legs, I guess. But yeah, very fun image of it sticking its tongue out at the other head, the tail head. Yeah, very fun image. Like the colors and the lighting. Pokemon. Friendship is Pokemon by Zillichu, so a parody of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Seems to be more or less in that style. So we got the Girafarig here, a Ponyta, a Deerling, and I think the spring form, Keldeo, and Blitzel here. So kind of fun image here of them all running together, I guess. And this one being impressed by this one. That's fun. Then we got Girafarig by Pokeshop. So this cool Girafarig, sort of interpretation that it's like a snake tail rather than just a goofy little tail. So definitely more realistic style here. Although more horse-like than giraffe-like, I'd say. So that's interesting. Yeah, because the neck is definitely way too short. But yeah, like the mane has been turned into, or like the spikes have been turned into this mane here. It's kind of fun. A very interesting interpretation. This doesn't contain a Girafarig, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about Miltank to catch a Girafarig. Tomorrow we talk about Pineco. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Pineco, the first pure bug-type Pokemon in Gen 2 and the first bagworm Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are September 17th, 1996, July 9th, 1999, April 29th, 2002, February 17th, 2005, December 9th, 2007, September 29th, 2010, July 20th, 2013, May 10th, 2016, March 1st, 2019, and December 20th, 2021. I love the idea of making a bagworm look like a pine cone, although I certainly didn't know that Pineco was based on a bagworm when I first saw it, thinking it was just a pinecone-based Pokemon. Perhaps the most well-known element of this Pokemon is its strange evolution, but I'll get back to that tomorrow. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Pineco, the bagworm Pokemon, whose number is 0204. This is what it looks like. Its type is bug. Abilities, sturdy, and overcoat is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190, 35.2%. Breeding is egg group bug. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 15.9 pounds or 7.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 60 in Gen 2 through 4 and 58 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and defense. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray. No. This is the worst. Even worse than Snorlax. There is no gray on this Pokemon. Maybe? That's pushing it. It's green. It is green. Maybe blue. There's red. There's white. There's black, I guess. But it is not gray. It is, I don't know if it's, maybe it was gray in the original generation, but it's certainly not gray now. That should not be gray. Base friendship is 70. Pineco is a bug-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Forretress, starting at level 31. Biology, Pineco is an insectoid Pokemon encased in a blue-green pinecone-like shell that protects it from bird Pokemon. It has red eyes and no visible limbs, along with a single spike on top of its head, which is supposedly its stem. It makes its shell thicker by gluing tree bark to its body. The glue is made of fluid that Pineco spits out, which hardens when it is exposed to air. Pineco's shell becomes bigger and thicker as more tree bark is accumulated. Older Pineco are very large in size. Unbothered by the added weight of its shell, Pineco patiently hangs from a tree branch in tropical and temperate forests, waiting to prey on flying insects. In Alola, its favorite prey is Cutiefly. Typically immobile, it will drop to the ground and explode if someone shakes this tree while it is eating. Evolution, Pineco evolves into Fortress. Pineco, Fortress, game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2. Pineco appears in the minigame Eager Eevee. Pineco will sometimes be revealed as the contents of the crate, and if any players go after it, they will get hit with an explosion and be unable to move in the next round. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it likes to make its shell thicker by adding layers of tree bark. The additional weight doesn't bother it. Silver, it hangs and waits for flying insect prey to come near. It does not move about much on its own. Crystal, it spits out a fluid that it uses to glue tree bark to its body. The fluid hardens when it touches air. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the gold entry. If you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Pineco hangs from a tree branch and patiently waits for prey to come along. If the Pokemon is disturbed while eating by someone shaking its tree, it drops to the ground and explodes with no warning. Emerald, a Pineco hangs from a tree branch and waits for prey while eating. If it is disturbed by someone shaking its tree, it falls on the ground and suddenly explodes. Fire Red is basically Silver's entry, but Flying Insect is now one word with a hyphen. Leaf Green is basically Gold's, but additional is now extra. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it looks just like a pine cone. Its shell protects it from bird Pokemon that peck it by mistake. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pineco and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, motionless, it hangs from trees, waiting for its bug Pokemon prey to come to it. Its favorite in Alola is Cutie Fly. Ultra Moon, it sticks tree bark to itself with its saliva, making itself thicker and larger. Elderly Pineco are ridiculously huge. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries and X's entry. Violet is Crystal's entry. Pineco, the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Got Pineco in the Paldea Pokedex. Oh, that's so cool, the detail! I see why they wanted this one. They can have so many detail, and it's nice, you know, kind of barky material, and that's a fun little detail to have it be like that. That's so cool. And of course, it's hanging in a tree, and it's like stabbed into the tree. That's kind of fun detail. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 50, attack 65, defense 90, special attack and special defense are 35, speed 15 for a total of 290. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, poison, bug, ghost, steel, water, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, rock, and fire for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, ground, and grass, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and protect. 6. Self-destruct. 9. Bug bite. 12. Takedown. 17. Rapid spin. 20. Rollout. 23. Curse. 28. Spikes. 31. Payback. 34. Explosion. 39. Iron defense. 42. Gyro ball. And 45. Double edge. By TM, 1 takedown, 7 protect, 15 struggle bug, 21 pounce, 25 facade, 28 bulldoze, 32 swift, 36 rock doom, 45 venom shock, 47 endure, 49 sunny day, 50 rain dance, 51 sandstorm, 55 dig, 66 body slam, 70 sleep talk, 71 seed bomb, 74 reflect, 75 light screen, 76 rock blast, 83 poison jab, 85 rest, 86 rock slide, 90 spikes, 91 toxic spikes, 103 substitute, 104 iron defense, 106 Drill Run, 111 Giga Drain, 116 Stealth Rock, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 162 Bug Buzz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 178 Gravity, 180 Gyro Ball, 182 Bug Bite, 185 Lunge, 202 Pain Split, 204 Double Edge, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Pin Missile, the Mirror Herb gives you Power Trick. This group gives you Sand Tube. So Swift, so it's one of these. So, okay. No Pokemon in the Bug Egg group can learn Swift via level up. However, the move is available by TM 32 and can be passed down from the Venonat line, Scyther line, the Yanma line, the Pineco line, the Gligar line, Masquerain, Volbeat, Vibrava, Flygon, the Joltik line, Vivillon, Vikavolt, the Cutiefly line, and Frostmoth, or copied via Mirror Herb. Fortress gives you Toxic Spikes. TCG only moves, you get Focus Energy from this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volney, the browser entry. It blows itself up. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. It causes explosions around itself. Got all this. Yeah. Evolution data, Pineco, level 31 Fortress. Sprites here? Okay. So now I'm seeing where the gray comes in. We'll get to that, though. So it's sort of a blue and gold here. But, yeah. That's sort of orange and yellow for the shiny. That's interesting. Its eyes are just black and white, a lot more ominous than the sort of goofier looking version we have now. So now the blue, it's sort of that almost modern blue, but not quite there with the green. We're missing a little bit of the green, but it's a sort of blue and gray here, and then this is basically the same though. But still not enough where I'd even classify it back then as gray. I would have still probably classified it as blue. And then, yeah, it immediately removes all of the gray and becomes various shades of blue. Get the red eyes in Gen 3. This is sort of more pinecone colors. That makes sense. This sort of lighter kind of color here. Definitely more logical for tree bark if it's based on that concept. This makes a lot of sense with it being sort of blue. Not that there isn't like blue trees, but they're a lot more, I don't know, rare than these trees. Anyway, we got a difference, maybe a little bit wider, taller, I think. Yeah, not really much changes though. The eyes maybe change sizes a little bit throughout. Get more of the green, I'd say, and heart gold. And soul silver. In Gen 5, get the full back spread. That's pretty cool. Yep. That full models here. So Gen 6. Yep. So you can kind of see that sort of modern green. It's kind of more back to gold. Yep. Then yeah, Gen 7 doesn't really change much. Pretty good translation, I'd say. You know, he's got these models and homes. In animation, you got Pineco and Pokemon Horizons, the series. It's kind of cool. A little bit different than the one getting earlier generations of the anime. Particularly the one we'll watch today. The big one is Brock's Pineco. Got all these. Pokedex entries. I recorded it for the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Pineco, the bagworm Pokemon, appears calm as it hangs sedately from tree branches, but it will self-destruct at the slightest provocation.
In the manga, Pineco and Pokemon Adventures. Got all these. Yep. The TCG, Trivia. Pineco and its evolved form share their category with Burmy and Wormadam. They are all known as the bagworm Pokemon. Pineco could always learn Swift as an egg move, but oddly could not learn it via TM or Move Tutor until Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Origin, Pineco is based on a bagworm whose cases or bags may superficially resemble pine cones. Its primary means of locomotion is hopping, which is similar to the Mexican jumping bean, a nut pod which appears to jump because it contains a writhing bug larva. Its appearance and ability to explode also give it the resemblance of a grenade. In addition to its possible relation to weaponry, its ability to learn spikes may be referenced to Caltrops, especially as this is the move's Japanese name. Name origin, Pineco may be derived from Pineco. Kunugidama may be a combination of Kunugi, Sawtooth Oak, and Tama Ball. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Pineco's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 143, going Apricorn. Apparently they're pronounced Apricorn and not Apricorn as I've often referred to them. But I will try to remember to call them Apricorn going forward. But anyway, in the episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have met Kurt and his granddaughter, Maisie. And Maisie is showing off a bunch of different apricorns, which can be used to make Pokeballs, which apparently is also something that was apparently pre-existing lore before Legends Arceus. That's something I've found out watching this episode. Anyway, she's pointing out a tree with one of the apricorns, but also it has a familiar Pokemon.
See anything else in the tree?
Yes. There they are, the Pineco. Yeah, okay, that's Pineco's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Pineco. Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Pineco? And number one Drizzile fan has responded. So they say, very underrated among camouflage as a different type Pokemon. Sudowoodo, Lurantis. Very simple design that clearly communicates that it's a pine cone, or something approximating one. Wish it had been a little more going on, but as the weak pre-evolution to Fortress, it's fine. Wish the 3D models gave it physical eyeballs instead of just tacking an eye texture onto its scales. Other models do the same in earlier 3D model era games, but it definitely looks the worst on Pineco IMO. Ruins the concept of it being an unidentifiable bug disguised by leaf litter, instead making it look like it's just a pine cone with eyes. Cool that it learns explosion. Nice shiny. Thank you for responding. Let's move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So, it looks like we've got 3 different little comics here, 3 panel comics. It's Moving Tales by Bummer for short, so we'll read them all. So we got a Bayonet here, with maybe battling, I guess, this Ditto, or at least confronting it. So then the Ditto uses Transform, then, I guess because it's smaller, it turns into a smaller version of Bayonet. So that one's called Massive Problem. This next one is called How Does It Even Move? Pineco used Earthquake, so it jams down like they do, but it failed because it's only 15 pounds. I guess it was fighting a Grimer. It's kind of fun. Then we got Blunt Realization. Claydol used Earth Power. Give it your Sucker Punch Electrode, because you can't use Sucker Punch because, how can he use Sucker Punch because he has no arms? Yeah, it's very fun. I guess this is by RareCandyTreatment.com. This is the artist. I don't know if that's them or if they reposted this, but very fun. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Smirill before I can get to Pineco. Tomorrow we talk about Fortress. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow.